Endnotes 3001, 500. A similar expedient was proposed to the leaders of the 10,000, and wisely rejected. Xenophon, Anabasis, L. 3, pages 255, 257. It appears from our modern travelers that rafts floating on bladders perform the trade and navigation of the Tigris. Right arrow curving left. The first military acts of the reign of Jovian are related by Ammianus, XXV 6, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 146, page 364, and Zosimus, L. 3, pages 189, 191. Though we may distrust the fairness of Libanius, the ocular testimony of Eutropius, uno appersus at Galtero proelio victus. X17, must incline us to suspect that Ammianus had been too jealous of the honor of the Roman arms. Right arrow curving left. He is called Junius by John Malalas, the same, St. Martin conjectures, with a satrap of Gordiene named Jovianus, or Jovinianus, mentioned in Ammianus Marcellinus 18:6. Right arrow curving left. Sextus Rufus, de Provinciis, c. 29, embraces a poor subterfuge of national vanity. Tanta reverentia nominis Romani fuit, ut appersus primus de pace sermo haberiter. Right arrow curving left. The Persian historians couched the message of Shapur in these oriental terms: I have reassembled my numerous army. I am resolved to revenge my subjects, who have been plundered, made captives, and slain. It is for this that I have bared my arm, and girded my loins. If you consent to pay the price of the blood which has been shed, to deliver up the booty which has been plundered, and to restore the city of Nisibis, which is in Iraq, and belongs to our empire. Though now in your possession, I will sheath the sword of war. But should you refuse these terms, the hoofs of my horse, which are hard as steel, shall efface the name of the Romans from the earth. And my glorious scimitar, that destroys like fire, shall exterminate the people of your empire. These authorities do not mention the death of Julian. Malcolm's History of Persia, I-87. Right arrow curving left. The Paschal Chronicle, not, as St. Martin says, supported by John Malalas, places the mission of this ambassador before the death of Julian. The king of Persia was then in Persarmenia, ignorant of the death of Julian. He only arrived at the army subsequent to that event. St. Martin adopts this view, and finds or extorts support for it from Libanius and Ammianus, 3158. Right arrow curving left. It is presumptuous to controvert the opinion of Ammianus, a soldier and a spectator. Yet it is difficult to understand how the mountains of Corduene could extend over the plains of Assyria, as low as the conflux of the Tigris and the Great Zab. Or how an army of 60,000 men could march 100 miles in 4 days. 8,963 right arrow curving left. Sapor availed himself, a few years after, of the dissolution of the alliance between the Romans and the Armenians. See St. Martin 3:163. Right arrow curving left. The Treaty of Dura is recorded with grief or indignation by Ammianus, XXV 7, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 142, page 364, Zosimus, L. 3, pp. 190, 191, Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, pages 117, 118, who imputes the distress to Julian, the deliverance to Jovian and Eutropius, X17. The last mentioned writer, who was present in military station, styles this piece necessarium cadem sed ignobilum. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 143, pages 364, 365. Right arrow curving left. Conditionibus, dispendiosus Romani rea publici impositus, cabus cupidior regni quam gloriae Jovianus, imperio rudis, adquivit. Sextus Rufus, de Provinciis, c. 29. La Bleatery has expressed, in a long direct oration, these specious considerations of public and private interest, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, Tom. I, page 39, etc. Right arrow curving left. The generals were murdered on the banks of the Zabatis, Anabasis, L. 2, page 156, L. 3, p. 226, or Great Zab, a river of Assyria, 400 feet broad, which falls into the Tigris 14 hours below Mosul. The error of the Greeks bestowed on the greater and lesser Zab the names of the wolf, Lycus, and the goat, Capros. They created these animals to attend the tiger of the east. Right arrow curving left. The Cyropedia is vague and languid, the Anabasis circumstantial and animated. Such is the eternal difference between fiction and truth. Right arrow curving left. According to Rufinus, an immediate supply of provisions was stipulated by the treaty, and Theodoret affirms that the obligation was faithfully discharged by the Persians. Such a fact is probable, but undoubtedly false. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 702. Right arrow curving left. We may recollect some lines of Lucan, Pharsalia 495. Who describes a similar distress of Caesar's army in Spain. Siva fames aderat. Miles eget, tototsensu non prodigassimit. Exiguum serarum. Pro lucri paulida tabes. Non daest prolato jejunus venditor oro. See Guichard, Memoirs critiques et historiques sur plusieurs points d'antiquités militaires, tom. I, pages 379, 382. His analysis of the two campaigns in Spain and Africa is the noblest monument that has ever been raised to the fame of Caesar. Right arrow curving left. M. D'Anville, see his maps, and L'Euphrate et le Tigre, pp. 92, 93, traces their march, and assigns the true position of Hatra, Ur, and Thulsaphida, which Ammianus has mentioned. 89-64 He does not complain of the Samuel, the deadly hot wind, which Thevenot, Voyages, Part 2l. I, page 192, so much dreaded. Right arrow curving left. The retreat of Jovian is described by Ammianus, XXV9, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 143, page 365, and Zosimus, L. 3, page 194. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 145, page 366. Such were the natural hopes and wishes of a rhetorician. Right arrow curving left. The people of Cary, a city devoted to paganism, buried the inauspicious messenger under a pile of stones, Zosimus, L. 3, page 196. Libanius, when he received the fatal intelligence, cast his eye on his sword. But he recollected that Plato had condemned suicide, and that he must live to compose the panegyric of Julian, Libanius, de Vita Sua, tom. 2, pages 45, 46. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus and Eutropius may be admitted as fair and credible witnesses of the public language and opinions. The people of Antioch reviled an ignominious peace, which exposed them to the Persians on a naked and defenseless frontier, Excerptum Valesianum, page 845, ex Johann Antiochino. Right arrow curving left. The Abbé de la Bliterie, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, tom. I, pages 212, 227, though a severe casuist, has pronounced that Jovian was not bound to execute his promise. Since he could not dismember the empire, nor alienate, without their consent, the allegiance of his people. I have never found much delight or instruction in such political metaphysics. Right arrow curving left. At Nisibis he performed a royal act. A brave officer, his namesake, who had been thought worthy of the purple, was dragged from supper, thrown into a well, and stoned to death without any form of trial or evidence of guilt. Ammianus XXV8. Right arrow curving left. See XXV9, and Zosimus, L. 3, pages 194, 195. Right arrow curving left. Chronicon Pascal, page 300. The ecclesiastical notitii may be consulted. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 3, pages 192, 193. Sextus Rufus, De Provinciis, c. 29. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. 4 c. 29. This general position must be applied and interpreted with some caution. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXV 9. Zosimus, L. 3, page 196. He might be edax, e divino venerique indulgens. But I agree with L'Obliteri, Tom. I, pp. 148, 154, in rejecting the foolish report of a bacchanalian riot, apud suadam, celebrated at Antioch, by the emperor, his wife, and a troop of concubines. Right arrow curving left. The Abbé de L'Obliteri, Tom. I, pages 156, 209, handsomely exposes the brutal bigotry of Baronius, who would have thrown Julian to the dogs, ne cespititia cadem sepultura dignus. Right arrow curving left. Compare the Sophist and the Saint, Libanius, Monody, Tom. 2, page 251 and Oratio Parentalis, c. 145, page 367, c. 156, page 377, with Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, pages 125, 132. The Christian orator faintly mutters some exhortations to modesty and forgiveness, but he is well satisfied that the real sufferings of Julian will far exceed the fabulous torments of Ixion or Tantalus. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. 4, page 549, has collected these visions. Some saint or angel was observed to be absent in the night on a secret expedition, etc. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 6-2, applauds the Greek doctrine of tyrannicide, but the whole passage, which a Jesuit might have translated, is prudently suppressed by the President Cousin. Right arrow curving left. Immediately after the death of Julian, an uncertain rumor was scattered, Tello Cessidis Romano. It was carried by some deserters to the Persian camp. And the Romans were reproached as the assassins of the emperor by Sapor and his subjects, Ammianus XXV 6, Libanius, de Ulcicenda Juliani Nice, c. 13, pages 162, 163. It was urged, as a decisive proof, that no Persian had appeared to claim the promised reward, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 141, page 363. But the flying horseman who darted the fatal javelin, might be ignorant of its effect, or he might be slain in the same action. Ammianus neither feels nor inspires a suspicion. Right arrow curving left. Omicron sigma tau iota nu tau lambda eta nu pi lambda eta rho nu tau sigma phi nu alpha tau nu rho chi omicron nu tau iota. This dark and ambiguous expression may point to Athanasius, the first, without a rival, of the Christian clergy, Libanius, de Ulcicenda Juliani Nice, c. 5, page 149. L'Obliteri, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, Tom. I, page 179. Right arrow curving left. The Orator, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. 7, pp. 145, 179, scatters suspicions, demands an inquiry, and insinuates that proofs might still be obtained. He ascribes the success of the Huns to the criminal neglect of revenging Julian's death. Right arrow curving left. At the funeral of Vespasian, the comedian who personated that frugal emperor anxiously inquired, how much it cost, 80,000 pounds, centis. Give me the 10th part of the sum, and throw my body into the Tiber. Suetonius, in De Vita Caesarum, Vespasian, c. 19, with the notes of Casaubon and Jacobus Gronovius. Right arrow curving left. Gregory, Oratio 4, pages 119, 120, compares this supposed ignominy and ridicule to the funeral honors of Constantius, whose body was chanted over Mount Taurus by a choir of angels. Right arrow curving left. Quintus Curtius, L. 3 c. 4. The luxuriancy of his descriptions has been often censured. Yet it was almost the duty of the historian to describe a river whose waters had nearly proved fatal to Alexander. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 156, page 377. Yet he acknowledges with gratitude the liberality of the two royal brothers in decorating the tomb of Julian, de Ulcicenda Juliani Nice, c. 7, page 152. Right arrow curving left. Cujas suprema et seniors, si que tunc just consulerit, non sidnus vidir debrit, quamvis gratissimus amnis edi liquidus, sed ad perpetuandam gloriam rect factorum praeterlamberi tiberis. Intersecans urbum adernam, devorumque veterum monumenta prestringens. Ammianus XXV 10. Right arrow curving left. The medals of Jovian adorn him with victories, laurel crowns, and prostrate captives. Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, page 52. Flattery is a foolish suicide. She destroys herself with her own hands. Right arrow curving left. Jovian restored to the church tau nu rho chi alpha iota omicron nu kappa sigma mu omicron nu, a forcible and comprehensive expression, Philostorgius, L. 8c. 5, with Godefroy's dissertations, page 329, Sozeman, L. 6c. 3. The new law which condemned the rape or marriage of nuns, Codex Theodosianus, L. 9 tit. XXV leg. 2, is exaggerated by Sozeman, who supposes that an amorous glance, the adultery of the heart, was punished with death by the evangelic legislator. Right arrow curving left. Compare Socrates, L. 3 c. 25, and Philostorgius, L. 8 c. 6, with Godefroy's dissertations, page 330. Right arrow curving left. The word celestial faintly expresses the impious and extravagant flattery of the emperor to the archbishop, tau eta pyro tau nu theta omicron nu tau nu lambda omega nu mu omicron iota sigma epsilon omega. See the original epistle in Athanasius, Tom. 2, page 33. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio XXI, page 392, celebrates the friendship of Jovian and Athanasius. The primate's journey was advised by the Egyptian monks, Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 8, page 221. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, at the court of Antioch, is agreeably represented by L'Obliterie, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, Tom. I, pages 121, 148. He translates the singular and original conferences of the emperor, the primate of Egypt, and the Arian deputies. The abbé is not satisfied with the coarse pleasantry of Jovian. But his partiality for Athanasius assumes, in his eyes, the character of justice. Right arrow curving left. The true area of his death is perplexed with some difficulties, Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 8, pages 719, 723. But the date, AD 373, May 2, which seems the most consistent with history and reason, is ratified by his authentic life, Maffei, Osservazioni Letterari, Tom. 3, page 81. Right arrow curving left. See the Observations of Valesius and Jortin, Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 4, page 38, on the original letter of Athanasius, which is preserved by Theodoret, L. 4 c. 3. In some misas this indiscreet promise is omitted, perhaps by the Catholics, jealous of the prophetic fame of their leader. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, apud Theodoret, L. 4 c. 3, magnifies the number of the Orthodox, who compose the whole world, pyro epsilon xi lambda gamma omega nu tau rho epsilon iota omicron upsilon phi rho omicron nu omicron tau omega nu. This assertion was verified in the space of 30 or 40 years. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 3 c. 24. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, page 131, and Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 148, page 369, expresses the living sentiments of their respective factions. Right arrow curving left. Themistocles, Orations v. pages 63, 71, edit. Hardouin, Paris, 1684. The Abbé de la Bliterie judiciously remarks, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, tom. I. p. 199, that Sozomen has forgot the general toleration, and Themistocles the establishment of the Catholic religion. Each of them turned away from the object which he disliked, and wished to suppress the part of the edict the least honorable, in his opinion, to the emperor. Right arrow curving left. Omicron delta nu tau iota omicron chi epsilon omicron chi delta omega delta iota kappa epsilon iota nu tau omicron pi rho alpha tau nu lambda lambda pi iota sigma kappa omega pi tau omicron iota alpha tau nu delta alpha pi alpha rho delta alpha iota kappa alpha tau omicron iota kappa alpha lambda omicron upsilon mu nu omicron iota phi alpha mu sigma sigma omicron iota, famosus libellis. Johann Antiochensis in Excerptum Valesianum, p. 845, the libels of Antioch may be admitted on very slight evidence. Right arrow curving left. Compare Ammianus, XXV 10, who omits the name of the Batavians, with Zosimus, L. 3, p. 197, who removes the scene of action from Rheims to Sirmium. Right arrow curving left. Quos capita scholarum ordo castrensis appellat. Ammianus XXV 10, and Valesius ad loc. Right arrow curving left. Cugus Vegitus, pertinacitor reluctantis, any incurali sella viritor ex mor, id quat mox accidit protendabat. Augustus and his successors respectfully solicited a dispensation of age for the sons or nephews whom they raised to the consulship. But the curule chair of the first Brutus had never been dishonored by an infant. Right arrow curving left. The itinerary of Antoninus fixes Dodestana 125 Roman miles from Nice. 117 from Ancyra, Wesseling, Vetera Romanorum Itineraria, page 142. The Pilgrim of Bordeaux, by omitting some stages, reduces the whole space from 242 to 181 miles. Wesseling, page 574. 8965 right arrow curving left. See Ammianus, XXV 10, Eutropius, X18, who might likewise be present, Jerome, Tom. I. page 26, Ad Heliodorus, Orosius, 731, Sozomen, L. 6c. 6, Zosimus, L. 3, pp. 197, 198, and Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 13, pages 28, 29. We cannot expect a perfect agreement, and we shall not discuss minute differences. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, unmindful of his usual candor and good sense, compares the death of the harmless Jovian to that of the second Africanus, who had excited the fears and resentment of the popular faction. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom, Tom. I. pages 336, 344, edit. Montfaucon. The Christian orator attempts to comfort a widow by the examples of illustrious misfortunes, and observes that, of 9 emperors, including the Caesar Gallus, who had reigned in his time, only 2, Constantine and Constantius, died a natural death. Such vague consolations have never wiped away a single tear. Right arrow curving left. 10 days appear scarcely sufficient for the march and election. But it may be observed, 1. That the generals might command the expeditious use of the public posts for themselves, their attendants, and messengers. 2. That the troops, for the ease of the cities, marched in many divisions. And that the head of the column might arrive at Nice, when the rear halted at Ancyra. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXVI 1. Zosimus, L. 3, page 198. Philostorgius, L. 8c. 8, and Godefroy's Dissertations, p. 334, Philostorgius, who appears to have obtained some curious and authentic intelligence, ascribes the choice of Valentinian to the prefect Sallust, Secundus, not Sallust, b. The Master General Orynthius, Dagalaiphus Count of the Domestics, and the patrician Dacianus, whose pressing recommendations from Ancyra had a weighty influence in the election. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXX7, 9, and the younger Victor have furnished the portrait of Valentinian, which naturally precedes and illustrates the history of his reign. 8966 right arrow curving left. According to Ammianus, he wrote elegantly, and was skilled in painting and modeling. Scribens decor, venistec pingens ed fingens, XXX7. M. Right arrow curving left. At Antioch, where he was obliged to attend the emperor to the temple, he struck a priest, who had presumed to purify him with lustral water, Sozomen, L. 6c. 6, Theodoret, L. 3c. 15. Such public defiance might become Valentinian, but it could leave no room for the unworthy delation of the philosopher Maximus, which supposes some more private offense, Zosimus, L. 4, pp. 200, 201. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 4. A previous exile to Melitene, or Thebais, the first might be possible, is interposed by Sozomen, L. 6c. 6, and Philostorgius, L. 7c. 7, with Godefroy's dissertations, page 293. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, in a long, because unseasonable, digression, XXVI1, and Valesius, ad loc. Rashly supposes that he understands an astronomical question of which his readers are ignorant. It is treated with more judgment and propriety by Censorinus, de Die Natali, c. 20, and Macrobius, Saturnalia, L. IC 12, 16. The appellation of bisextile, which marks the inauspicious year, Augustine ad Januarium, Epistle 119, is derived from the repetition of the 6th day of the calends of March. Right arrow curving left. Valentinian's first speech is full in Ammianus, XXVI2, concise and sententious in Philostorgius, L. 8c. 8. Right arrow curving left. Si tuas amas, imperator optimi, havs frat rem. Si rem publicum, quiri quem vestias. Ammianus XXVI4. In the division of the empire, Valentinian retained that sincere counselor for himself, c. 6. Right arrow curving left. In Suburbano, Ammianus XXVI4. The famous Hebdomon, or Field of Mars, was distant from Constantinople either 7 stadia, or 7 miles. See Valesius and his brother, Adloc, and Du Cange, Constantinopolis, L. 2, pp. 140, 141, 172, 173. Right arrow curving left. Symmachus praises the liberality of Valentinian in raising his brother at once to the rank of Augustus, not training him through the slow and probationary degree of Caesar. Exigui animi vices munirum partiunter, tua liberalitas desiderius nihil reliquit. Symmachi octo orationum fragmenta, page 7. Edit. Niebuhr, 1816, reprinted from my M. Right arrow curving left. Participum cadem legitimum potestatis, sed in modum apparitoris merigerum, ut progrediens aperiat textus. Ammianus XXVI4. Right arrow curving left. Notwithstanding the evidence of Zonaras, Suedas, and the Paschal Chronicle, M. de Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V. p. 671, wishes to disbelieve those stories, si of Antigias's a unpayan. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius celebrates and exaggerates the sufferings of Maximus, pages 82, 83. Yet he allows that the sophist or magician, the guilty favorite of Julian and the personal enemy of Valentinian, was dismissed on the payment of a small fine. Right arrow curving left. The loose assertions of a general disgrace, Zosimus, L. 4, page 201, are detected and refuted by Tillemont, Tom. V. page 21. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXVI 5. Right arrow curving left. Ipsi supra implicati reni semibarbaras rippas raptim vexilla constituens. Princeps creatus ad difficilum malicium revertisti. Symmachus, Oratio 81. M. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus says, in general terms, subagrestis ingenii, nec bellicis nec liberalibus studius eruditus. Ammianus XXXI 14. The orator Themistius, with the genuine impertinence of a Greek, wished for the first time to speak the Latin language, the dialect of his sovereign, tau nu delta iota lambda epsilon kappa tau omicron nu kappa rho alpha tau omicron iota sigma alpha nu. Oration 6, page 71. Right arrow curving left. The uncertain degree of alliance, or consanguinity, is expressed by the words nu epsilon psi iota, cognatus, consubrinus, c Valesius ad Ammianus XEI 3. The mother of Procopius might be a sister of Basilina and Count Julian, the mother and uncle of the apostate. Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, page 49. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XEI 3, XXVI 6. He mentions the report with much hesitation, susurravit obscurior fama, nemo enim dicti auctor extidit viris. It serves, however, to remark that Procopius was a pagan. Yet his religion does not appear to have promoted, or obstructed, his pretensions. Right arrow curving left. One of his retreats was a country house of Eunomius, the heretic. The master was absent, innocent, ignorant. Yet he narrowly escaped a sentence of death, and was banished into the remote parts of Mauritania. Philostorgius, L. 9c. 5, 8, and Godefroy's Dissertations, pages 369, 378. Right arrow curving left. It may be suspected, from a fragment of Eunapius, that the heathen and philosophic party espoused the cause of Procopius. Heraclius, the Cynic, a man who had been honored by a philosophic controversy with Julian, striking the ground with his staff, incited him to courage with the line of Homer. Lambda kappa iota mu omicron sigma sigma omicron, nu alpha tau iota sigma epsilon kappa alpha psi iota lambda nu omega nu epsilon upsilon epsilon pi eta. Eunapius, my, page 267 or in Niebuhr's edition, page 73. M. Right arrow curving left. Hormus de maturo juveni, hormus de regulus ilius filio, potestatum proconsulis detulit. Iti Sevilla, more veterum, iti bella, recturo. Ammianus XXVI 8. The Persian prince escaped with honor and safety, and was afterwards, AD 380, restored to the same extraordinary office of proconsul of Bithynia. Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V. page 204. I am ignorant whether the race of Sassan was propagated. I find, AD 514, a Pope Hormisdas, but he was a native of Frisino, in Italy, page I, Breviarium Pontificum Romanum, Tom. I, page 247. Right arrow curving left. The infant rebel was afterwards the wife of the Emperor Gratian, but she died young and childless. See Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, pages 48, 59. Right arrow curving left. Sequamini culminus summi prosapium was the language of Procopius, who affected to despise the obscure birth and fortuitous election of the upstart Pannonian. Ammianus XXVI 7. Right arrow curving left. Symmachus describes his embarrassment. The Germans are the common enemies of the state, Procopius the private foe of the emperor. His first care must be victory, his second revenge. Symmachus Oratios, page 11. M. Right arrow curving left. Iti dedignatus hominum superar certamine despicabilum, auctoritatis iti celsi fiducia corporis ipsis hostibus jussit, sum vincire rectorum, atgita termarum. Antisigninus umbratilis comprensis suorum manibus. The strength and beauty of Orynthius, the new Hercules, are celebrated by Saint Basil, who supposed that God had created him as an inimitable model of the human species. The painters and sculptors could not express his figure, the historians appeared fabulous when they related his exploits, Ammianus XXVA and Valesius ad loc. Right arrow curving left. The same field of battle is placed by Ammianus in Lycia, and by Zosimus at Thyatira, which are at the distance of 150 miles from each other. But Thyatira alluder Lyco, Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae v. 31, Salarius, Geographia Antiqua, Tom. 2, page 79. And the transcribers might easily convert an obscure river into a well-known province. 8967 right arrow curving left. The adventures, usurpation, and fall of Procopius are related, in a regular series, by Ammianus, XXVI 6, 10, and Zosimus, L. 4, pages 203-210. They often illustrate, and seldom contradict, each other. Themistius, Oration 7, pages 91-92, adds some base panegyric, and Eunapius, pages 83-84, some malicious satire. 8968 right arrow curving left. This infamous inquisition into sorcery and witchcraft has been of greater influence on human affairs than is commonly supposed. The persecutions against philosophers and their libraries was carried on with so much fury, that from this time, AD 374, the names of the Gentile philosophers became almost extinct. And the Christian philosophy and religion, particularly in the East, established their ascendancy. I am surprised that Gibbon has not made this observation. Hayne, Note on Zosimus, L. 414, page 637. Besides vast heaps of manuscripts publicly destroyed throughout the East, men of letters burned their whole libraries. Lest some fatal volume should expose them to the malice of the informers and the extreme penalty of the law. Ammianus Marcellinus 6-2. M. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, De Ulcicenda Juliani Nice, c. 9, pages 158-159. The sophist deplores the public frenzy, but he does not, after their deaths, impeach the justice of the emperors. Right arrow curving left. The French and English lawyers of the present age allow the theory, and deny the practice, of witchcraft. Jean-Baptiste Denisart. Collection de décisions nouvelles et de notions relatives à la jurisprudence actuelle, OMOT, Sortiers, Tom. 4, page 553, William Blackstone's Commentaries on the Laws of England, Volume 4, page 60. As private reason always prevents or outstrips public wisdom, the President Montesquieu, de l'Esprit de l'Oix, L. 12c. 5, 6, rejects the existence of magic. Right arrow curving left. See over Diverse de Bell, Tom. 3, pages 567, 589. The skeptic of Rotterdam exhibits, according to his custom, a strange medley of loose knowledge and lively wit. Right arrow curving left. The pagans distinguished between good and bad magic, the theurgic and the goetic, Histoire de l'Académie, etc., Tom. 7, page 25. But they could not have defended this obscure distinction against the acute logic of Bell. In the Jewish and Christian system all demons are infernal spirits, and all commerce with them is idolatry, apostasy, etc., which deserves death and damnation. Right arrow curving left. The Canidia of Horace, Carmina, L.V. Ode 5, with Daciers and Sanhedon's illustrations, is a vulgar witch. The Erechthó of Lucan, Pharsalia 6 430, 830, is tedious, disgusting, but sometimes sublime. She chides the delay of the Furies, and threatens, with tremendous obscurity, to pronounce their real names, to reveal the true infernal countenance of Hecate, to invoke the secret powers that lie below hell, etc. Right arrow curving left. Genus hominum potentibus infidem, sperantibus fallax, quod in civitate nostra et vitabiter semper et retinebitur. Tacitus, Historiae I-22. See Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. 8c. 19, and the Theodosian Code, L. 9 tit. 16, with Godefroy's commentary. Right arrow curving left. The persecution of Antioch was occasioned by a criminal consultation. The 24 letters of the alphabet were arranged round a magic tripod. And a dancing ring, which had been placed in the center, pointed to the 4 first letters in the name of the future emperor, Theta Epsilon Omicron Delta. Theodorus, perhaps with many others who owned the fatal syllables, was executed. Theodosius succeeded. Lardner, Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 4, pp. 353-372, has copiously and fairly examined this dark transaction of the reign of Valens. Right arrow curving left. Limus ut hic durescit, id haec ut sera liquescit. Uno iadem igni. Virgil, Bucolica 880. Devivet absentes, simulacrac Syria figit. Avidus in epistuli heroidum, hypsipyle ad Jason 91. Such vain incantations could affect the mind and increase the disease of Germanicus. Tacitus, Annals 269. Right arrow curving left. C. Haenexius, Antiquitatem Romanorum Jurisprudentium, Tom. 2, page 353, etc. Codex Theodosianus, L. 9 tit. 7, with Godefroy's commentary. Right arrow curving left. The cruel persecution of Rome and Antioch is described, and most probably exaggerated, by Ammianus, XXVII 1, Zix 1, 2, and Zosimus, L. 4, pages 216, 218. The philosopher Maximus, with some justice, was involved in the charge of magic, Eunapius in De Vitis Philosophorum eti Sophistarum, pages 88, 89. And young Chrysostom, who had accidentally found one of the proscribed books, gave himself up for lost. Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V, page 340. Right arrow curving left. Consult the 6 last books of Ammianus, and more particularly the portraits of the 2 royal brothers, XXX 8, 9, XXXI 14. Tillemont has collected, Tom. V, pages 12, 18, pp. 127, 133, from all antiquity their virtues and vices. Right arrow curving left. The younger Victor asserts that he was Vald Timidus, yet he behaved, as almost every man would do, with decent resolution at the head of an army. The same historian attempts to prove that his anger was harmless. Ammianus observes with more candor and judgment, incidentia crimina ad contemptum vel lacem principis amplitudinum trahens, in sanguinem sivibat. Right arrow curving left. Cum esset ad acerbitatem naturi calor propenture, poenas per ignis ogbat edi gladios. Ammianus XXX 8. CXXVI 7. Right arrow curving left. I have transferred the reproach of avarice from Valens to his servants. Avarice more properly belongs to ministers than to kings, in whom that passion is commonly extinguished by absolute possession. Right arrow curving left. He sometimes expressed a sentence of death with a tone of pleasantry, abi, comes, eti muta ei capit, ca sibi mutari provincium cupit. A boy, who had slipped too hastily a Spartan hound. An armorer, who had made a polished cuirass that wanted some grains of the legitimate weight, etc., were the victims of his fury. Right arrow curving left. The innocents of Milan were an agent and 3 apparitors, whom Valentinian condemned for signifying a legal summons. Ammianus, XXVII 7, strangely supposes that all who had been unjustly executed were worshipped as martyrs by the Christians. His impartial silence does not allow us to believe that the great Chamberlain Rhodinus was burnt alive for an act of oppression. Chronicon Pascal, page 302. 8969 Right arrow curving left. Ut bene meritum in Silvas jussit abier inoxium. Ammianus 6-3, and Valesius adloc right arrow curving left. See the Code of Justinian, L. 8 tit. Ai leg. 2, unusquisque sabellum suam nutriat. Quod si exponendum putavit animadversioni quae constituta est sub jaspit. For the present I shall not interfere in the dispute between Nut and Binkershoek. How far, or how long this unnatural practice had been condemned or abolished by law, philosophy, and the more civilized state of society. Right arrow curving left. These salutary institutions are explained in the Theodosian Code, L. 13 tit. 3, De Medicis et Professoribus, and L. 14 tit. 9, De Studiis Liberalibus Urbis Romo. Besides our usual guide, Godefroy, we may consult Giannone, Historia Civil del Regno di Napoli, Tom. I. pp. 105, 111, who has treated the interesting subject with the zeal and curiosity of a man of letters who studies his domestic history. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. I tit. 11 with Godefroy's Paratitlan, which diligently gleans from the rest of the code. Right arrow curving left. 3 lines of Ammianus, XXXI 14, countenance a whole oration of Themistius, 8, pp. 101, 120, full of adulation, pedantry, and commonplace morality. The eloquent M. Thomas, Tom. I. pp. 366, 396, has amused himself with celebrating the virtues and genius of Themistius, who was not unworthy of the age in which he lived. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, page 202. Ammianus XXX 9. His reformation of costly abuses might entitle him to the praise of, in provincials ad modum parcus, tributorum ubique malian sarcinas. By some his frugality was styled avarice, Jerome, Chronicon, page 186. Right arrow curving left. Testes sunt legis a me in exordio imperii me dati. Cabus unique quod animo imbibicit calendi libera facultas tributa est Codex Theodosianus, L. 9 tit. 16 leg. 9. To this declaration of Valentinian we may add the various testimonies of Ammianus, XXX 9, Zosimus, L. 4, page 204, and Sozomen, L. 6c. 7, 21. Baronius would naturally blame such rational toleration, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 370, Numbers 129, 132, AD 376, Numbers 3, 4.8970 right arrow curving left. Eudoxus was of a mild and timid disposition. When he baptized Valens, AD 367, he must have been extremely old, since he had studied theology 55 years before, under Lucian, a learned and pious martyr. Philostorgius, L. 2c. 14, 16, L. 4c. 4, with Godefroy, pages 82, 206, and Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. V. pages 471, 480, etc. right arrow curving left. Through the influence of his wife, say the ecclesiastical writers. M. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio XXV, page 432, insults the persecuting spirit of the Arians, as an infallible symptom of error and heresy. Right arrow curving left. This sketch of the ecclesiastical government of Valens is drawn from Socrates, L. 4, Sozomen, L. 6, Theodoret, L. 4, and the immense compilations of Tillemont, particularly Tom. 6, 8, and 9. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Jordan, Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 4, page 78, has already conceived and intimated the same suspicion. Right arrow curving left. This reflection is so obvious and forcible that Orosius, L. 7c. 32, 33, delays the persecution till after the death of Valentinian. Socrates, on the other hand, supposes, L. 3c. 32, that it was appeased by a philosophical oration, which Themistius pronounced in the year 374, Orations 12, page 154, in Latin only. Such contradictions diminish the evidence and reduce the term of the persecution of Valens. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, whom I follow and abridge, has extracted, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 8, pp. 153, 167, the most authentic circumstances from the panegyrics of the two Gregories, the brother, and the friend, of Basil. The letters of Basil himself, de Pan, Bibliothèque ecclésiastique, tom. 2, pages 155, 180, do not present the image of a very lively persecution. Right arrow curving left. Basilius Caesariensis Episcopus Cappadociae Claris Habiter, cum multa continentia et ingenii bona uno superbii malo perdidit. This irreverent passage is perfectly in the style and character of Saint Jerome. It does not appear in Scaliger's edition of his chronicle, but Isaac Vossius found it in some old MSS, which had not been reformed by the monks. Right arrow curving left. This noble and charitable foundation, almost a new city, surpassed in merit, if not in greatness, the pyramids, or the walls of Babylon. It was principally intended for the reception of lepers, Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio XX, page 439. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodotionus, L. 12 tit. I leg. 63, Godefroy, tom. 4, pp. 409, 413, performs the duty of a commentator and advocate. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 8, p. 808, supposes a second law to excuse his orthodox friends, who had misrepresented the Edict of Valens and suppressed the liberty of choice. Right arrow curving left. C. D. Anville, Memoirs sur l'Égypte, page 74. Hereafter I shall consider the monastic institutions. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 4c. 24, 25. Orosius, L. 7c. 33. Jerome in Chronicon, page 189, and tom. 2, page 212. The monks of Egypt performed many miracles, which prove the truth of their faith. Wright, says Jordan, Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 4, page 79, but what proves the truth of those miracles? Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodotionus, L. 16 tit. 2 leg. 20, Godefroy, tom. 6, page 49, after the example of Baronius, impartially collects all that the Fathers have said on the subject of this important law, whose spirit was long afterwards revived by the Emperor Frederick II, Edward I of England, and other Christian princes who reigned after the 12th century. Right arrow curving left. The expressions which I have used are temperate and feeble, if compared with the vehement invectives of Jerome, tom. I, pages 13, 45, 144, etc. In his turn, he was reproached with the guilt which he imputed to his brother monks, and the Celeratus, the Versipellis, was publicly accused as the lover of the widow Paula, tom. 2. Page 363. He undoubtedly possessed the affection both of the mother and the daughter, but he declares that he never abused his influence to any selfish or sensual purpose. Right arrow curving left. Pudet dicere, sacerdotes idolorum, mimi et origi, ed scorda, hereditates capiant, solis clericis ac monaches hac leg prohibitor. Et non prohibitor a persecutoribus, sed a principibus Christianis. Nec de leg caer, sed dolio cur meruerimus hanc legem. Jerome, tom. I, p. 13, discreetly insinuates the secret policy of his patron Damasus. Right arrow curving left. 3 words of Jerome, Sancti Memoriae Damasus, tom. 2, p. 109, wash away all his stains, and blind the devout eyes of Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 8, pages 386, 424. Right arrow curving left. Jerome himself is forced to allow, critolissimi interfections diversi sexis perpetrati, in Chronicon, page 186. But an original libel or petition of 2 presbyters of the adverse party has unaccountably escaped. They affirm that the doors of the basilica were burnt, and that the roof was entilled. That Damasus marched at the head of his own clergy, gravediggers, charioteers, and hired gladiators, that none of his party were killed, but that 160 dead bodies were found. This petition is published by the Père Sermond, in the first volume of his works. Right arrow curving left. The Basilica of Sicininus, or Liberius, is probably the church of Sancta Maria Maggiore, on the Esquiline Hill. Baronius, AD 367, No. 3, and Donatus, De Roma Antiqua, L. 4c. 3, page 462. Right arrow curving left. The enemies of Damasus styled him Oriscalpius Matronarum, the lady's ear-scratcher. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio XXXI p. 526, describes the pride and luxury of the prelates who reigned in the imperial cities, their gilt car, fiery steeds, numerous train, etc. The crowd gave way as to a wild beast. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXVI 3. Perpetuo numini, verisque aegis culturibus. The incomparable pliancy of a polytheist. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, who makes a fair report of his prefecture, XXVI 9, styles him Preclari Indiles, Gravitatisque Senator, XXII 7, and Valesius ad loc. A curious inscription, Grutter MCI No. 2, records, in 2 columns, his religious and civil honors. In one line he was pontiff of the sun, and of Vesta, augur, quindecimvir, hierophant, etc. etc. In the other, Questor candidatus, more probably titular. Praetor. Corrector of Tuscany and Umbria. Consular of Lusitania. Proconsul of Achaia. Prefect of Rome. Praetorian Prefect of Italy. Of Illyricum. Consul-elect, but he died before the beginning of the year 385. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. v. pages 241, 736. Right arrow curving left. Facite me Romani urbis episcopum, edi arrow Protonus Christianus, Jerome, tom. 2, page 165. It is more than probable that Damasus would not have purchased his conversion at such a price. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXVI 5. Valesius adds a long and good note on the master of the offices. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXVI 1. Zosimus, L. 4, page 208. The disgrace of the Batavians is suppressed by the contemporary soldier, from a regard for military honor, which could not affect a Greek rhetorician of the succeeding age. Right arrow curving left. C. D'Anville, Notice de l'Ancien Gaul, page 587. The name of the Moselle, which is not specified by Ammianus, is clearly understood by Moscou, History of the Ancient Germans 7-2. Right arrow curving left. Charpagne on the Moselle. Manert. M. Right arrow curving left. The battles are described by Ammianus, XXVI 2, and by Zosimus, L. 4, page 209, who supposes Valentinian to have been present. Right arrow curving left. Studio Solicitanti Nostrorum, Occupit. Ammianus XXVI 10. Right arrow curving left. Probably Easter. Wagner. M. Right arrow curving left. Manert is unable to fix the position of Solicinium. Johann Casimir von Haefelen, in Historia et Commentations Academiae Electoralis Scientiarum et Elegantiarum Literarum Theodoro Palatini v. 14, conjectures Schwetzingen, near Heidelberg. See Wagner's note. St. Martin, Sulz in Württemberg, near the sources of the Neckar. St. Martin 3:339. M. Right arrow curving left. The expedition of Valentinian is related by Ammianus, XXVII 10. and celebrated by Ausonius, Mosella 421, etc., who foolishly supposes that the Romans were ignorant of the sources of the Danube. Right arrow curving left. Immanis enim natio, jam indab incunabulus primis varietate casuum immanuta, ita sepius adolescet, ut fuis longes seculus estimator intacta. Ammianus XXVI 5. The Count du But, Histoire anciens de peuples de l'Europe, tom. 6, page 370, ascribes the fecundity of the Alemanni to their easy adoption of strangers. 8971 right arrow curving left. The course of the Neckar was likewise strongly guarded. The hyperbolical eulogy of Symmachus asserts that the Neckar first became known to the Romans by the conquests and fortifications of Valentinian. Nunc primum victorius tuaes externus fluvius publicator. Gaudit servitut, captivus initut. Symmachus Horatios, page 22. M. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXVI 2. Zosimus, L. 4, page 214. The younger Victor mentions the mechanical genius of Valentinian, nova arma meditari fingir, terra seu limo simulacra. Right arrow curving left. According to the general opinion, the Burgundians formed a Gothic or Vandalic tribe, who, from the banks of the lower Vistula, made incursions on one side towards Transylvania, on the other towards the center of Germany. All that remains of the Burgundian language is Gothic. Nothing in their customs indicates a different origin. Maltebrun, Géographie universelle, tom. I, page 396, edit. 1831, m. Right arrow curving left. Bellicosos eti pubis immensi viribus affluens, eti ideo metuendos finitimus universis. Ammianus XXVI 5. Right arrow curving left. I am always apt to suspect historians and travelers of improving extraordinary facts into general laws. Ammianus ascribes a similar custom to Egypt. And the Chinese have imputed it to the Tatsin, or Roman Empire, de Guines, Histoire de Huns, tom. 2 part 1, page 79. Right arrow curving left. Salinarum finiumque causa Alemanis seep jurgabant. Ammianus XXVI 5. Possibly they disputed the possession of the Sala, a river which produced salt, and which had been the object of ancient contention. Tacitus, Annals 1357, and Lipsius ad loc. Right arrow curving left. Jam in temporibus priscus sabulum esse Romanum Burgundiae scient, and the vague tradition gradually assumed a more regular form, Orosius, L. 7c. 32. It is annihilated by the decisive authority of Pliny the Elder, who composed the history of Drusus, and served in Germany, Pliny Secundus. Epistulae 3-5, within 60 years after the death of that hero. Germanorum genera quinqua, Vindili, quorum pars Burgundiones, etc., Naturalis Historiae 428. Right arrow curving left. The wars and negotiations relative to the Burgundians and Alemanni are distinctly related by Ammianus Marcellinus, 18ei 5, Zix 4, XXX 3. Orosius, L. 7c. 32, and the chronicles of Jerome and Cassiodorus fix some dates and add some circumstances. Right arrow curving left. Pi tau nu upsilon chi epsilon nu alpha tau kappa mu beta rho kappa eta chi epsilon rho omicron nu sigma upsilon sigma xi omicron nu epsilon. At the northern extremity of the peninsula, the Cimbric promontory of Pliny the Elder 427, Ptolemy fixes the remnant of the Cimbri. He fills the interval between the Saxons and the Cimbri with 6 obscure tribes, who were united, as early as the 6th century, under the national appellation of Danes. See Claverius, Germania Antiqua, L. 3c. 21, 23. Right arrow curving left. M. D'Anville, Établissement de états formes en Europe après la chute de l'Empire romain en Occident, pp. 19, 26, has marked the extensive limits of the Saxony of Charlemagne. Right arrow curving left. The fleet of Drusus had failed in their attempt to pass, or even to approach, the Sound, styled, from an obvious resemblance, the columns of Hercules. And the naval enterprise was never resumed. Tacitus, De Moribus Germanorum, c. 34. The knowledge which the Romans acquired of the naval powers of the Baltic, c. 44, 45, was obtained by their land journeys in search of amber. Right arrow curving left. Quin et aramoricus piratam Saxona tractus. Sparabat, cui pel salum sulcare Britanum. Ludus. Etia pseudo glaucum mer findir lembo. Sidonius in Panegyricus Avitus, 369. The genius of Caesar imitated, for a particular service, these rude, but light vessels, which were likewise used by the natives of Britain, Commentarii de Bello Civili I-51, and Guichard. Memoirs critiques et historiques sur plusieurs points d'antiquités militaires, tom. 2, pages 41, 42. The British vessels would now astonish the genius of Caesar. Right arrow curving left. The best original account of the Saxon pirates may be found in Sidonius Apollinaris, L. 8, Epistle 6, p. 223, edit. Sermond, and the best commentary in the Abbé Dubois, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I.L. IC. 16, pages 148, 155, see likewise pages 77, 78. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, Atenei 5, justifies this breach of faith to pirates and robbers, and Orosius, L. 7c. 32, more clearly expresses their real guilt, virtut atque agilitate terribiles. Right arrow curving left. Symmachus, L. 2, Epistle 46, still presumes to mention the sacred name of Socrates and philosophy. Sidonius, Bishop of Clermont, might condemn, L. 8, Epistle 6, with less inconsistency the human sacrifices of the Saxons. Right arrow curving left. In the beginning of the last century the learned Camden was obliged to undermine, with respectful skepticism, the romance of Brutus, the Trojan, who is now buried in silent oblivion with Scotta, the daughter of Pharaoh, and her numerous progeny. Yet I am informed that some champions of the Milesian colony may still be found among the original natives of Ireland. A people dissatisfied with their present condition grasp at any visions of their past or future glory. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, or rather his father-in-law Agricola, might remark the German or Spanish complexion of some British tribes. But it was their sober, deliberate opinion, in universum tamen estimanti gallos vicinum solemn occupas credible est earum sacra deprehendas, sermo haud multum diversus, in vita Agricola, c. 11, Caesar had observed their common religion, Commentarii de Bello Gallico 613, and in his time the emigration from the Belgic Gaul was a recent, or at least an historical event, v. 10. Camden, the British Strabo, has modestly ascertained our genuine antiquities, Britannia, Volume 1 Introduction, p. 2, 31. Right arrow curving left. In the dark and doubtful paths of Caledonian antiquity, I have chosen for my guides two learned and ingenious Highlanders, whom their birth and education had peculiarly qualified for that office. See critical dissertations on the origin and antiquities, language, government, manners, religion of the Caledonians by Dr. John Macpherson, London, 1768, in quarto. An Introduction to the History of Great Britain and Ireland, by James Macpherson, Esq., London, 1773, in quarto, 3rd edition. Dar. Macpherson was a minister in the Isle of Skye, and it is a circumstance honorable for the present age that a work replete with erudition and criticism should have been composed in the most remote of the Hebrides. Right arrow curving left. The Irish descent of the Scots has been revived, in the last moments of its decay, and strenuously supported, by the Reverend Mr. Whitaker, History of Manchester, Volume 1, pages 430, 431. And genuine history of the Britons asserted against Mr. Macpherson, pages 154, 293. Yet he acknowledges that the Scots of Ammianus Marcellinus, AD 340, were already settled in Caledonia, and that the Roman authors do not afford any hints of their emigration from another country. That all the accounts of such emigrations, which have been asserted, or received, by Irish bards, Scotch historians, or English antiquaries, Buchanan, Camden, Usher, Stillingfleet, etc., are totally fabulous. That 3 of the Irish tribes which are mentioned by Ptolemy, AD 150, were of Caledonian extraction. That a younger branch of Caledonian princes, of the House of Fingal, acquired and possessed the monarchy of Ireland. After these concessions, the remaining difference between Mr. Whitaker and his adversaries is minute and obscure. The genuine history which he produces of a Fergus, the cousin of Ossian, who was transplanted, AD 320, from Ireland to Caledonia, is built on a conjectural supplement to the Erse poetry. And the feeble evidence of Richard of Cirencester, a monk of the 14th century. The lively spirit of the learned and ingenious antiquarian has tempted him to forget the nature of a question, which he so vehemently debates, and so absolutely decides. 8972 right arrow curving left. Heim tementes ac seviens undas calcastus oceani sub remus vestris, in spiritum imperatoris facium Britannis expavit. Julius Firmicus Maternus, de error profanarum religionum, p. 464, edit. Jacobus Gronovius ad calcem minutius felix. C. Tillemont, Histoire de Empereurs, tom. 4, page 336. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. XXXAX, page 264. This curious passage has escaped the diligence of our British antiquaries. Right arrow curving left. The Caledonians praised and coveted the gold, the steeds, the lights, etc., of the stranger. C. Dr. Hugh Blair's dissertation on the poems of Ossian, Volume 2, page 343, and Mr. Macpherson's introduction, pages 242, 286. Right arrow curving left. Lord Lyttelton has circumstantially related, History of Henry II, Volume I, page 182, and Sir David Dalrymple has slightly mentioned, Annals of Scotland, Volume 1, p. 69, a barbarous inroad of the Scots, at a time, AD 1137, when law, religion, and society must have softened their primitive manners. Right arrow curving left. Atticati bellicosa hominum natio. Ammianus XXVI 8. Camden, Introduction, p. Clii, has restored their true name in the text of Jerome. The bands of Atticati, which Jerome had seen in Gaul, were afterward stationed in Italy and Illyricum, Notitia Dignitatum, S8, XXXAX, XL. Right arrow curving left. Cum ipsi adolescentialis in Gallia viderum Atticatos, or Scotos, gentem Britannicum humanis vesi carnibus. Edi cum per silvas porcorum gregs, edi armentorum percudumque reperient, pastorum nades edi feminarum papillas solari abscindera, edi has salas ciborum delicias arbitrari. Such is the evidence of Jerome, tom. 2, page 75, whose veracity I find no reason to question. 8973 right arrow curving left. Ammianus has concisely represented, XX1, XXVI4, XXVI8, 18I3, the whole series of the British War. Right arrow curving left. Horecit, Radibus, Impervia Thuli. Isle, nec falso nomini pictos. Edamut. Scotumque vago mucron secutus. Fregit hyperboreas remus audacibus undas. Claudian, in 3 Consolatu Honorii Augusti, ver. 53, etc. Madurant sax 1 fuso. Orcades, incaluit pictorum sanguine thuli. Scatorum cumulos flevit glacialis urn. In 4 Consolatu Honorii Augusti, ver. 31, etc. See likewise Picatus, in Panegyrici Vetters 12:5. But it is not easy to appreciate the intrinsic value of flattery and metaphor. Compare the British victories of Bolanus, Statius, Silvi v. 2, with his real character, Tacitus in Vita Agricola, c. 16. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus frequently mentions their concilium annuum, legitimum, etc. Leptis and Sabrata are long since ruined, but the city of Ea, the native country of Apuleius, still flourishes under the provincial denomination of Tripoli. See Salarius, Geographia Antiqua, tom. 2 Part 2, page 81, D'Anville, Géographie Ancienne, tom. 3, pages 71, 72, and Luis del Marmol Carvajal, L'Afrique de Marmol, tom. 2, page 562. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus 18:6. Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. v. pages 25, 676, has discussed the chronological difficulties of the history of Count Romanus. Right arrow curving left. The chronology of Ammianus is loose and obscure. And Orosius, L. 7c. 33, page 551, edit. Haverkamp seems to place the revolt of Firmus after the deaths of Valentinian and Valens. Not so, Gibbon has misread Orosius. B. Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. v. page 691, endeavors to pick his way. The patient and surefoot mule of the Alps may be trusted in the most slippery paths. Right arrow curving left. The war was longer protracted than this sentence would lead us to suppose. It was not till defeated more than once that Igmazan yielded. Ammianus 6:5. M. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus 6:5. The text of this long chapter, 15 quarto pages, is broken and corrupted, and the narrative is perplexed by the want of chronological and geographical landmarks. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXVAI 4. Orosius, L. 7c. 33, pages 551, 552. Jerome in Chronicon, page 187. Right arrow curving left. Leo Africanus, in the Del Navigatione e Viaggi di Ramusio, tom. I folio 78, 83, has traced a curious picture of the people and the country, which are more minutely described in the L'Afrique de Marmol, tom. 3, pages 1, 54. Right arrow curving left. This uninhabitable zone was gradually reduced, by the improvements of ancient geography, from 45 to 24, or even 16 degrees of latitude. See a learned and judicious note of Dr. Robertson, History of America, Volume 1, page 426. Right arrow curving left. Intra, si credere libet, vix jam homines et magus semiferi. Blemies, Satyri, etc. Pomponius Mela I 4, page 26, edit. Vossius in octavo. Pliny the Elder philosophically explains, 635, the irregularities of nature, which he had credulously admitted, v. 8. Right arrow curving left. If the satyr was the orangutan, the great human ape, Buffon, Histoire naturelle, tom. 14, page 43, etc. One of that species might actually be shown alive at Alexandria in the reign of Constantine. Yet some difficulty will still remain about the conversation which St. Anthony held with one of these pious savages in the desert of Thebais, Jerome in Vita Sancti Pauli Eremiti, tom. I, page 238. Right arrow curving left. St. Anthony likewise met one of these monsters, whose existence was seriously asserted by the Emperor Claudius. The public laughed. But his prefect of Egypt had the address to send an artful preparation, the embalmed corpse of a hippocentaur, which was preserved almost a century afterwards in the imperial palace. See Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 7:3, and the judicious observations of Freret, Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. 7, page 321, etc. Right arrow curving left. The fable of the Pygmies is as old as Homer, Iliad 3:6. The Pygmies of India and Ethiopia were, Trispithemi, 27 inches high. Every spring their cavalry, mounted on rams and goats, marched in battle array to destroy the crane's eggs, a litter, says Pliny the Elder, Futuris Gregibus non resisti. Their houses were built of mud, feathers, and eggshells. See Pliny the Elder, 635, 7-2, and Strabo, L. 2, page 121. Right arrow curving left. The third and fourth volumes of the valuable Histoire de Voyages describe the present state of the Negroes. The nations of the seacoast have been polished by European commerce, and those of the inland country have been improved by Moorish colonies. 8974 Right arrow curving left. Histoire philosophique et politique, etc., Tom. 4, page 192. Right arrow curving left. The evidence of Ammianus is original and decisive, XXVI 12. Moses of Choronae, L. 3 c. 17, page 249, and c. 34, page 269, and Procopius, de Bello Persico, L. IC. 5, page 17, edit. Louvre, have been consulted, but those historians who confound distinct facts, repeat the same events, and introduce strange stories, must be used with diffidence and caution. 8975 Right arrow curving left. According to M. Saint Martin, Sapor, though supported by the two apostate Armenian princes, Marujan the Ardzranian and Vahan the Mamegonian, was gallantly resisted by Arsaces and his brave though impious wife Faransom. His troops were defeated by Vassag, the high constable of the kingdom. But after 4 years' courageous defense of his kingdom, Arsaces was abandoned by his nobles, and obliged to accept the perfidious hospitality of Sapor. He was blinded and imprisoned in the Castle of Oblivion. His brave general Vassag was flayed alive, his skin stuffed and placed near the king in his lonely prison. It was not till many years after, AD 371, that he stabbed himself, according to the romantic story, St. Martin 3:387, 389, in a paroxysm of excitement at his restoration to royal honors. St. Martin, Additions to Lebeau, 3:283, 296. M. Right arrow curving left. Perhaps Artagira, or Ardis, under whose walls Caius, the grandson of Augustus, was wounded. This fortress was situate above Amida, near one of the sources of the Tigris. C. D'Anville, Géographie ancienne, tom. 2, page 106. 8976 Right arrow curving left. Artaxata, Vigarshabad, or Edkmyadzin, Aravantiskad, and many other cities, in all of which there was a considerable Jewish population, were taken and destroyed. M. Right arrow curving left. Faransom, not Olympias, refusing the orders of her captive husband to surrender herself to Sapor, threw herself into Artogerassa. St. Martin 3:293, 302. She defended herself for 14 months, till famine and disease had left few survivors out of 11,000 soldiers and 6,000 women who had taken refuge in the fortress. She then threw open the gates with her own hand. M. St. Martin adds what even the horrors of Oriental warfare will scarcely permit us to credit, that she was exposed by Sapor on a public scaffold to the brutal lusts of his soldiery, and afterwards impaled, 3:373, etc. M. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. V, page 701, proves from chronology that Olympias must have been the mother of Para. 8977 Right arrow curving left. According to Themistius, quoted by St. Martin, he once advanced to the Tigris, 3:436. M. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXVI 12, Zix 1, XXX1, 2, has described the events, without the dates, of the Persian War. Moses of Choronae, History of Armenia, L. 3 c. 28, page 261, c. 31, page 266, c. 35, p. 271, affords some additional facts, but it is extremely difficult to separate truth from fable. Right arrow curving left. Artaxerxes was the successor and brother, the cousin german, of the great Sapor, and the guardian of his son Sapor III, Agathias, L. 4, page 136, edit. Louvre. See the Universal History, Volume 11, pages 86, 161. The authors of that unequal work have compiled the Sasanian dynasty with erudition and diligence. But it is a preposterous arrangement to divide the Roman and Oriental accounts into two distinct histories. 8978 right arrow curving left. Pacatus in Panegyrici Vetters 1222, and Orosius, L. 7c. 34. Ictumque tum foedus est, quo universis oriens usque ad nunc, AD 416, tranquillisime frutter. Right arrow curving left. On the reconquest of Armenia by Para, or rather by Musche, the Mamegonian, see St. Martin 375, 383. M. Right arrow curving left. On planks floated by bladders. M. Right arrow curving left. It is curious enough that the Armenian historian, Faustus of Byzantium, represents Para as a magician. His impious mother Ferentzum had devoted him to the demons on his birth. St. Martin 4:23. M. Right arrow curving left. See in Ammianus, XXX1, The Adventures of Para. Moses of Chorene calls him Tiridates, and tells a long and not improbable story of his son Nilus, who afterwards made himself popular in Armenia, and provoked the jealousy of the reigning king, L. 3c. 21, etc., page 253, etc. 8979 right arrow curving left. The concise account of the reign and conquests of Hermanric seems to be one of the valuable fragments which Jornans, c. 28, borrowed from the Gothic histories of Ablavius or Cassiodorus. Right arrow curving left. M. Du But, Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, tom. 6, pages 311, 329, investigates, with more industry than success, the nation subdued by the arms of Hermanric. He denies the existence of the Vasinobranco, on account of the immoderate length of their name. Yet the French envoy to Ratisbon, or Dresden, must have traversed the country of the Mediomatrici. Right arrow curving left. The edition of Grotius, Jornans, page 642, exhibits the name of Estri. But reason and the Ambrosian MS have restored the Estii, whose manners and situation are expressed by the pencil of Tacitus, Germania, c. 45. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXXI3, observes, in general terms, Ermenrici, nobilissimi regis, edi per multa variac fortiter facta, vicinis gentibus formidati, etc. Right arrow curving left. Valens, dociter relationibus ducum, gentem Gotharum, ea tempi state intactum idioque civissimum, conspirantum in unum, ad pervidenda parari colomitia Thraciarum. Ammianus XXI6. Right arrow curving left. M. Du But, Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, tom. 6, page 332, has curiously ascertained the real number of these auxiliaries. The 3,000 of Ammianus, and the 10,000 of Zosimus, were only the first divisions of the Gothic army. 8980 right arrow curving left. The march and subsequent negotiation are described in the fragments of Eunapius, Excerpta Legationum, page 18, edit. Louvre. The provincials, who afterwards became familiar with the barbarians, found that their strength was more apparent than real. They were tall of stature, but their legs were clumsy, and their shoulders were narrow. Right arrow curving left. Valens enim, ut consulto placurat fratri, cujus regbater arbitrio, arma concussit in Gotthos ration justa promotus. Ammianus, XXVII 4, then proceeds to describe, not the country of the Goths, but the peaceful and obedient province of Thrace, which was not affected by the war. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius, in Excerpta Legationum, pages 18, 19. The Greek sophist must have considered as one and the same war the whole series of Gothic history till the victories and peace of Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. The Gothic War is described by Ammianus, XXVII 6, Zosimus, L. 4, pages 211, 214, and Themistius, Orations X, pages 129, 141. The orator Themistius was sent from the Senate of Constantinople to congratulate the victorious emperor, and his servile eloquence compares Valens on the Danube to Achilles in the Scamander. Jornans forgets a war peculiar to the Visigoths, and inglorious to the Gothic name, Mascu's History of the Ancient Germans 7-3. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, Zix 6, and Zosimus, L. 4, pp. 219, 220, carefully mark the origin and progress of the Quadic and Sarmatian War. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXX5, who acknowledges the merit, has censured, with becoming asperity, the oppressive administration of Petronius Probus. When Jerome translated and continued the Chronicle of Eusebius, AD 380, see Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 12, pp. 53, 626, he expressed the truth, or at least the public opinion of his country, in the following words: Probus prefectus provincia Illyrici inquissimus tributorum exactionibus. Ante provincias quas regebat, quam a barbaries vasterenter, era sit, Chronicon, edit. Scaliger, page 187, Animadversion page 259. The saint afterwards formed an intimate and tender friendship with the widow of Probus. And the name of Count Equitius, with less propriety, but without much injustice, has been substituted in the text. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio 6, p. 198, represents his friend Iphicles as a man of virtue and merit, who had made himself ridiculous and unhappy by adopting the extravagant dress and manners of the Cynics. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXX5. Jerome, who exaggerates the misfortune of Valentinian, refuses him even this last consolation of revenge. Genitali vastato solo, et annultum patrium derelinquens, tom. I, page 26. Right arrow curving left. C. On the death of Valentinian, Ammianus, XXX6, Zosimus, L. 4, page 221, Victor, in Epitome de Caesaribus, Socrates, L. 4c. 31, and Jerome, in Chronicon, page 187, and Tom. I. p. 26, ad Heliodorus. There is much variety of circumstances among them, and Ammianus is so eloquent that he writes nonsense. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 4c. 31, is the only original witness of this foolish story, so repugnant to the laws and manners of the Romans that it scarcely deserved the formal and elaborate dissertation of M. Bonamy, Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. XXX, pages 394, 405. Yet I would preserve the natural circumstance of the bath, instead of following Zosimus, who represents Justina as an old woman, the widow of Magnentius. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXVII 6, describes the form of this military election and august investiture. Valentinian does not appear to have consulted, or even informed, the Senate of Rome. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXX 10. Zosimus, L. 4, pages 222, 223. Tillemont has proved, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. V, pages 707, 709, that Gratian reigned in Italy, Africa, and Illyricum. I have endeavored to express his authority over his brother's dominions, as he used it, in an ambiguous style. Right arrow curving left. Such is the bad taste of Ammianus, XXVI 10, that it is not easy to distinguish his facts from his metaphors. Yet he positively affirms that he saw the rotten carcass of a ship, ad secundum lapidem, at Methone, or Modon, in Peloponnesus. Right arrow curving left. The earthquakes and inundations are variously described by Libanius, Horatio de Ulcicenda Juliani Nice, c. X, in Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 7, p. 158, with a learned note of Adam Olearius, Zosimus, L. 4, page 221, Sozomen, L. 6c. 2, Cedrinus, pages 310, 314, and Jerome, in Chronicon, page 186, and tom. I, page 250, in Vita Hilarionis. Epidaurus must have been overwhelmed, had not the prudent citizens placed Saint Hilarion, an Egyptian monk, on the beach. He made the sign of the cross, the mountain wave stopped, bowed, and returned. Right arrow curving left. Dicaeurchus the Peripatetic composed a formal treatise to prove this obvious truth, which is not the most honorable to the human species. Cicero, De Officiis 2:5. Right arrow curving left. The original Scythians of Herodotus, L. 4c. 47, 57, 99, 101, were confined by the Danube and the Polus Maeotis within a square of 4,000 stadia, 400 Roman miles. C. D'Anville, Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. XXXV, pages 573, 591. Diodorus Siculus, tom. IL. 2, page 155, edit. Wesseling, has marked the gradual progress of the name and nation. Right arrow curving left. The Tatars, or Tartars, were a primitive tribe, the rivals, and at length the subjects, of the Moguls. 89–81 in the victorious armies of Genghis Khan, and his successors, the Tartars formed the vanguard. And the name, which first reached the ears of foreigners, was applied to the whole nation, Freret, in the Histoire de l'Académie, tom. 18, page 60. In speaking of all or any of the northern shepherds of Europe or Asia, I indifferently use the appellations of Scythians or Tartars. Right arrow curving left. Imperium Asiae Turqui Sivera, ipsi perpetuo aboliino imperio, aut intacti aut invicti, Mansura. Since the time of Justin, 2-2, they have multiplied this account. Voltaire, in a few words, tom. X, page 64, Essay sur l'histoire générale, c. 156, has abridged the Tartar conquests. Oft o'er the trembling nations from afar has Scythia breathed the living cloud of war. 8982. Right arrow curving left. The fourth book of Herodotus affords a curious, though imperfect, portrait of the Scythians. Among the moderns, who describe the uniform scene, the Khan of Khawarazm, Abulghazi Bahadur, expresses his native feelings. And his genealogical history of the Tartars has been copiously illustrated by the French and English editors. Carpin, Asselin, and Rebrookes, in the Histoire de Voyages, tom. 7, represent the Moguls of the 14th century. To these guides I have added Gerbalin, and the other Jesuits, Description géographique, Historique chronologique. Politique et physique de l'Empire de Luchine et de la Tartarie chinoise par Jean-Baptiste du Halde, tom. 4, who accurately surveyed the Chinese Tartary, and that honest and intelligent traveller, John Bell of Antimony, 2 volumes in quarto, Glasgow, 1763. 8983 right arrow curving left. The Uzbeks are the most altered from their primitive manners, 1. By the profession of the Mohammedan religion, and 2. By the possession of the cities and harvests of the great Bukharia. Right arrow curving left. Il est certain que les grands mangeurs de viande sont en général cruels et différices plus que les autres hommes. Cette observation est de tous les lieux, et de tous les temps, la barbarie angloise est connue, etc. Émile de Rousseau, tom. I, page 274. Whatever we may think of the general observation, we shall not easily allow the truth of his example. The good-natured complaints of Plutarch, and the pathetic lamentations of Ovid, seduce our reason by exciting our sensibility. Right arrow curving left. These Tartar emigrations have been discovered by M. de Guines, Histoire de Huns, tom. 1, 2, a skillful and laborious interpreter of the Chinese language, who has thus laid open new and important scenes in the history of mankind. Right arrow curving left. A plain in the Chinese Tartary, only 80 leagues from the Great Wall, was found by the missionaries to be 3,000 geometrical paces above the level of the sea. Montesquieu, who has used, and abused, the relations of travelers, deduces the revolutions of Asia from this important circumstance that heat and cold, weakness and strength, touch each other without any temperate zone. De l'Esprit de Loix, L. 17c. 3. Right arrow curving left. François Pétis de la Croix, Histoire du Grand Genghis Khan, L. 3c. 6, represents the full glory and extent of the Mogul chase. The Jesuits Gerbalin and Verbiest followed the Emperor Kami when he hunted in Tartary. Du Halde, Description de l'Empire de la Chine, tom. 4, pages 81, 290, etc., folio edition. His grandson, Qianlong, who unites the Tartar discipline with the laws and learning of China, describes, Loge de la Ville de Mukden et de ses environs, pp. 273, 285, as a poet, the pleasures which he had often enjoyed as a sportsman. Right arrow curving left. See the second volume of the genealogical history of the Tartars. And the list of the Khans at the end of the life of Genghis, or Zingis. Under the reign of Timur, or Tamerlane, one of his subjects, a descendant of Zingis, still bore the regal appellation of Khan. And the conqueror of Asia contented himself with the title of Emir, or Sultan. Abulghazi, Part 5 c. 4. Derbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 878. Right arrow curving left. See the Diets of the Ancient Huns, de Guines, tom. 2, page 26, and a curious description of those of Zingis, Histoire du Grand Genghis Khan, L. IC. 6, L. 4c. 11. Such assemblies are frequently mentioned in the Persian history of Timur, though they served only to countenance the resolutions of their master. Right arrow curving left. Montesquieu labors to explain a difference which has not existed between the liberty of the Arabs and the perpetual slavery of the Tartars. De l'Esprit de Loix, L. 17c. 5, L. 18c. 19, etc. Right arrow curving left. Since the time of Gibbon our knowledge of the languages of the nomadic tribes of Asia has been enlarged. And we are now enabled to classify these nations with greater accuracy than was possible at an earlier period. As we shall have frequent occasion to speak of them in subsequent notes, it is necessary to enter somewhat in detail into this subject. The nomadic tribes of Asia inhabit the vast area reaching from the Uralian mountains to the Sea of China and Japan, and from the northern limits of Persia and India to the frozen ocean of Siberia. Though a portion of the latter country is also occupied by other races. These various tribes were originally one race, as is proved by an examination of their languages, though, like the members of the Indo-European race, they are now divided into different families. Speaking languages mutually unintelligible, but bearing a strong resemblance to one another in their physical and moral characters and habits of life. They are now divided into 4 branches, called respectively the Mongolian, Tungusian, Turkish, and Ugrian. The Mongolian race. The Mongolians are the least numerous of the 4, and were confined to a comparatively small territory till the time of their national hero Genghis Khan, when they first occur in history. Even in his armies and those of his successors, most of the soldiers were Turks, while the captains were Mongolians, CCHLXIV. With the exception of a few scattered hordes, the Mongolians are still confined to the country northward of the Great Wall of China and westward of the Manchu country. 2. The Tungusian race extends on the east from the Yenisei to the Sea of Okhotsk, and on the north from the coast of the Icy Sea, between the Tennessee and the Lena, to the Yellow Sea on the southeast. Among the numerous tribes of the Tungusian race, some of which are very barbarous, the only one which has exercised an influence upon the history of the world is that of the Manchus. The present rulers of China. 3. The Turkish race, the most widely extended of the four, and one of the most considerable of the families of the world, occupies as a continuous population the vast extent of country from the neighborhood of the Lake Baikal, 110 degrees east longitude, to the eastern boundaries of the Greek and Slavonic countries of Europe. One isolated tribe, the Yakuts, dwell in the remote east, upon the river Lena and the coasts of the Icy Sea. The chief divisions of the Turks are the Uyghurs, on the west of the Mongol frontier, the most anciently civilized tribe of the Turkish race. Turks of the sandy desert, conterminous with Mongolia and Tibet. Turks of Khotan, Kashgar, and Yarkand, conterminous with Tibet. The Kyrgyz, in independent Tartary. The Uzbeks, the Turks of Bukhara. The Turkomans, inhabiting the Persian frontier of independent Tartary from Balkh to the Caspian. The Osmanli, or Ottoman Turks, the Turks of the Turkish Empire. The Nogays, dwelling north of the Caucasus, between the lower Don and the lower Volga. The Turks of the Russian Empire. The isolated Yakuts of the Lena, already mentioned. 4. The Ugrian race, also called the Finnish or Tskutish. This people left the great eastern plateau of Asia, and settled in the northwest of Asia and the north of Europe, at a period long antecedent to all historical documents. They extend as a continuous population from the Yenisei on the east to Norway on the west. The eastern branches of this race are the Vogols and the Ostiaks, between the Ural Mountains and the Yenisei, inhabiting the country formerly called Ugrian, Jugrian, or Jugoria. The most important of the western branches are the Finns and Lapps. The Magyars of Hungary are also members of the Ugrian race. This people, in the 9th century of the Christian era, descended from the southern part of the Uralian mountains, and settled on the plains of the lower Danube. They called themselves Magyars, but the Russians gave them the name of Ugri, as originating from Ugria, and this name has been corrupted into Ungry and Hungarians. The Magyars are the only people of the Ugrian race who have exercised any influence upon the history of the world. Upon the ethnology and languages of the above-mentioned races the following are the most important works since the time of Gibbon: Klaproth, Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, Paris, 1826, quarto. Remusat, Recherches sur les langues tartares, Paris, 1820, and several essays by the same writer in his Mélanges asiatiques, Paris, 1825, 1826, 2 volumes. Octavo, and Nouveaux Mélanges asiatiques, 1829, 2 volumes, octavo. Abraham Diasson, Histoire de Mongols, depuis Genghis Khan jusqu'au Timur Bey ou Tamerlane, La Haye et Amsterdam, 1834, 4 volumes. Wilhelm Schott, Versuch über die Tatarischen Sprachen, F.H. Müller, Der Ugrische Volksstamm, Berlin, 1837, 1839, 2 volumes, octavo. Neumann, Die Völker des Südlichen Russlands, Leipzig, 1847. James Cowles Pritchard, Researches into the Physical History of Mankind, Volumes 3 and 4, Robert Gordon Latham, The Natural History of the Varieties of Mankind. S. Right arrow curving left. Abulghasai Khan, in the 2 first parts of his genealogical history, relates the miserable tales and traditions of the Uzbek Tartars concerning the times which preceded the reign of Zingis. 8984 right arrow curving left. In the 13th book of the Iliad, Jupiter turns away his eyes from the bloody fields of Troy to the plains of Thrace and Scythia. He would not, by changing the prospect, behold a more peaceful or innocent scene. Right arrow curving left. Thucydides, L. 2c. 97. Right arrow curving left. See the 4th book of Herodotus. When Darius advanced into the Moldavian desert, between the Danube and the Dniester, the king of the Scythians sent him a mouse, a frog, a bird, and 5 arrows, a tremendous allegory. Right arrow curving left. These wars and heroes may be found under their respective titles, in the Bibliothèque Orientale of D. Herbelot. They have been celebrated in an epic poem of 60,000 rhymed couplets by Ferdowsi 8985, the Homer of Persia. See the History of Nadir Shah, pages 145, 165. The public must lament that Mr. Jones has suspended the pursuit of Oriental learning. 8986 right arrow curving left. The Caspian Sea, with its rivers and adjacent tribes, are laboriously illustrated in the Examen critique des anciens historiens d'Alexandre le Grand, which compares the true geography and the errors produced by the vanity or ignorance of the Greeks. Right arrow curving left. The original seat of the nation appears to have been in the northwest of China, in the provinces of Qinxi and Shanxi. Under the two first dynasties, the principal town was still a movable camp, the villages were thinly scattered, more land was employed in pasture than in tillage. The exercise of hunting was ordained to clear the country from wild beasts. Petchali, where Peking stands, was a desert, and the southern provinces were peopled with Indian savages. The dynasty of the Han, before Christ 206, gave the empire its actual form and extent. Right arrow curving left. The era of the Chinese monarchy has been variously fixed from 2952 to 2132 years before Christ. And the year 2637 has been chosen for the lawful epoch by the authority of the present emperor. The difference arises from the uncertain duration of the two first dynasties, and the vacant space that lies beyond them, as far as the real, or fabulous, times of Fohi or Huangti. Sima-Qian dates his authentic chronology from the year 841. The 36 eclipses of Confucius, 31 of which have been verified, were observed between the years 722 and 480 before Christ. The historical period of China does not ascend above the Greek Olympiads. Right arrow curving left. After several ages of anarchy and despotism, the dynasty of the Han, before Christ 206, was the era of the revival of learning. The fragments of ancient literature were restored. The characters were improved and fixed, and the future preservation of books was secured by the useful inventions of ink, paper, and the art of printing. 97 years before Christ, Sima-Qian published the first history of China. His labors were illustrated and continued by a series of 180 historians. The substance of their works is still extant, and the most considerable of them are now deposited in the King of France's library. Right arrow curving left. China has been illustrated by the labors of the French, of the missionaries at Peking, and Messrs. Freret and de Guines at Paris. The substance of the three preceding notes is extracted from the Le Chou King, with the preface and notes of M. de Guines, Paris, 1770. The Tongqian Kongmao, translated by Père Joseph Anne-Marie de Moiriac de Mila, under the name of Histoire Générale de la Chine, Tom. I, pages 49, cc. The Memoirs sur la Chine, Paris, 1776, etc., Tom. I, pages 1, 323, Tom. 2, pages 5, 364, The Histoire de Huns, Tom. I, pages 4, 131, Tom. V, pages 345, 362. And the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom. X, pages 377, 402, Tom. 15, pages 495, 564, Tom. 18, pages 178, 295, XXXVI, pages 164, 238. Right arrow curving left. See the Histoire Générale de Voyages, Tom. 18, and the Genealogical History, Volume 2, pages 620, 664. Right arrow curving left. There has been much controversy among modern scholars respecting the race to which the Huns belonged. The three principal theories are, 1, that they were Mongols, which is maintained by Niebuhr. 2, that they were Ugrians, which is the opinion of Humboldt and of the chief writers on the subject. 3. That they were Turks, which is maintained by Johann Caspar Zuss, Pritchard, and Latham. The last of these theories appears to the editor to be the most probable. 1. The only argument in favor of the Mongolian origin of the Huns is derived from the description of their physical appearance, which is supposed to correspond only to the true Mongols of Mongolia. But this is a mistake, for many of the Turkish tribes of Asia, such as the Uzbeks, have the real Mongol physiognomy. And it is more natural to look for the original type of their physical conformation in the nomadic tribes of the race than in the Osmanli Turks of Europe, who have intermarried with other races, and whose habits and manner of life are widely different from those of their ancestors. Moreover, the true Mongols first appear in history in the time of Genghis Khan, as has been remarked in a previous note. They are never mentioned by the Byzantine historians, whereas the name of the Turks frequently occurs. And it is exceedingly improbable that a conquering race like the Huns should have remained quiet for so many centuries. 2. The argument in favor of the Ugrian origin of the Huns rests chiefly upon the supposition that the name of Hungary is derived from that of the Huns. And as it is an undoubted fact that the Magyars of Hungary are Ugrians, the Huns must have belonged to the same race. But instead of deriving the term Hungary from the Huns, it is more natural to connect it with that of Ugri or Ungri, the name of the race who peopled it in historical times. 3. The direct evidence in favor of the Turkish origin of the Huns is scanty, but still there is evidence, which is not the case with the Mongolian and Ugrian hypotheses. The Byzantine writers use the word Huns as the collective name of a race, of which the Khazars, Avars, Bulgarians, and other nations were subdivisions. Now the Khazars, who are first mentioned in AD 626, are expressly said by Theophanes to be Turks from the east, tau omicron rho kappa omicron iota tau tau alpha, omicron kappa alpha zeta rho omicron upsilon nu omicron mu zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota nu, Theophanes, page 263, edit. Paris, p. 485, edit. Bonn, and their chief ruler was Chagan, which is evidently the same as Khan or Khakan, the title of all the Turkish or Mongolian chiefs or emperors. In the same way the chief ruler of the Avars is called Chagan. Moreover, the description of the manners of the Huns resembles that of the Turks or Mongols, and not that of the Ugrians. While the countries occupied by the Huns, which are the same as the Turkish area, render it probable that they were Turks rather than Mongols. If the Hyangnu of the Chinese writers are the same as the Huns of the classics, the identity of the Huns and the Turks becomes almost certain. The Chinese writers say that the Hyangnu are the same as the Thursday Qiu, who are the Turks of the Altai Mountains under a Chinese name, and who are mentioned as powerful about AD 545. It was to the Khagan or Khan of these Turks, who was named Dizabulus, that Justin sent an embassy in AD 569. S. Right arrow curving left. M. De Gines, Tom. 2, pp. 1, 124, has given the original history of the ancient Hyangnu, or Huns. 89-87 The Chinese geography of their country, Tom. I Part 2, pages LV, LXIA, seems to comprise a part of their conquests. Right arrow curving left. C. in Du Halde, Tom. 4, pages 18, 65, a circumstantial description with a correct map of the country of the Mongos. Right arrow curving left. The Igurs, or Vigors, were divided into 3 branches, hunters, shepherds, and husbandmen, and the last class was despised by the 2 former. See Abulghazi, Part 2 c. 7. 8988 Right arrow curving left. Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, Tom. XXV, pages 17, 33. The comprehensive view of M. de Gines has compared these distant events. Right arrow curving left. The fame of Sovu, or Soyu, his merit, and his singular adventurers are still celebrated in China. See the Éloge de la Ville de Mukden et de Ses Environs, page 20, and notes, pages 241, 247. and Memoirs sur la Chine, tom. 3, pages 317, 360. Right arrow curving left. See Isbrand Ives in Harris's collection of Voyages and Travels, Volume 2, page 931, John Bell's Travels from St. Petersburg in Russia to Divers Parts of Asia, Volume 1, pages 247, 254, and Gmelin, in the Histoire Générale de Voyages, tom. 18 283, 329. They all remark the vulgar opinion that the Holy See grows angry and tempestuous if anyone presumes to call it a lake. This grammatical nicety often excites a dispute between the absurd superstition of the mariners and the absurd obstinacy of travelers. Right arrow curving left. 224 years before Christ. It was built by Chihong Ti of the dynasty Tsin. It is from 20 to 25 feet high. Ce monument, aussi gigantesque que impuissant, aurait bien les incursions de quelques nomades. Mais il n'a jamais empêché les invasions de Turcs, de Mongols, et de Manchus. Abel Remusit, Recherches Asiatiques Second Serre. Volume 1, page 58. M. Right arrow curving left. The construction of the Wall of China is mentioned by Du Halde, tom. 2, page 45, and de Gines, tom. 2, page 59. Right arrow curving left. See the Life of Lupang, or Coyote, in the Histoire Générale de la Chine, published at Paris, 1777, etc., tom. I, pages 442, 522. This voluminous work is the translation, by the Père de Mila, of the Tongqian Kongmao, the celebrated abridgment of the Great History of Semiquang, AD 1084, and his continuators. Right arrow curving left. See a free and ample memorial presented by a mandarin to the Emperor Venti, before Christ 180, 157, in Du Halde, tom. 2, pages 412, 426. From a collection of state papers marked with the red pencil by Kami himself, pages 384, 612. Another memorial from the Minister of War, Kongmao, tom. 2, p. 555, supplies some curious circumstances of the manners of the Huns. Right arrow curving left. A supply of women is mentioned as a customary article of treaty and tribute, Histoire de la Conquête de la Chine, par les Tartars Manchu, tom. I, pp. 186, 187, with the note of the editor. Right arrow curving left. De Gines, Histoire de Huns, tom. 2, page 62. Right arrow curving left. See the Reign of the Emperor Wu Ti, in the Kongmao, tom. 3, pages 198. His various and inconsistent character seems to be impartially drawn. Right arrow curving left. This expression is used in the memorial to the Emperor Venti, Du Halde, tom. 2, page 411. Without adopting the exaggerations of Marco Polo and Isaac Vossius, we may rationally allow for Peking 2 millions of inhabitants. The cities of the south, which contain the manufactures of China, are still more populous. Right arrow curving left. See the Kongmao, tom. 3, page 150, and the subsequent events under the proper years. This memorable festival is celebrated in the Éloge de la Ville de Mukden et de Ses Environs, and explained in a note by the Père Gobel, pages 89, 90. Right arrow curving left. This inscription was composed on the spot by Pangku, president of the Tribunal of History, Kongmao, tom. 3, page 392. Similar monuments have been discovered in many parts of Tartary, Histoire de Huns, tom. 2, page 122. Right arrow curving left. M. de Gines, tom. I, page 189, has inserted a short account of the CNP. Right arrow curving left. The era of the Huns is placed, by the Chinese, 1,210 years before Christ. But the series of their kings does not commence till the year 230, Histoire des Huns, tom. 2, pages 21, 123. Right arrow curving left. The various accidents, the downfall, and the flight of the Huns are related in the Kongmao, tom. 3, pages 88, 91, 95, 139, etc. The small numbers of each horde may be due to their losses and divisions. Right arrow curving left. M. de Guines has skillfully traced the footsteps of the Huns through the vast deserts of Tartary, tom. 2, pp. 123, 277, etc., 325, etc. Right arrow curving left. The Armenian authors often mention this people under the name of Hepthal. St. Martin considers that the name of Nephthalites is an error of a copyist. In Procopius they are phi theta alpha lambda tau alpha iota, St. Martin 4:254. M. Right arrow curving left. Muhammad, Sultan of Kharizm, reigned in Sogdiana when it was invaded, AD 1218, by Zingis and his Moguls. The Oriental historians, C. D. Herbelat, Pétis de la Croix, etc., celebrate the populous cities which he ruined, and the fruitful country which he desolated. In the next century, the same provinces of Chorasmia and Mawarlner were described by Abulfeda, Hudson, Geography Greci Minoris, tom. 3. Their actual misery may be seen in the genealogical history of the Tartars, pages 423, 469. Right arrow curving left. Justin, XLI 6, has left a short abridgment of the Greek kings of Bactriana. To their industry I should ascribe the new and extraordinary trade which transported the merchandises of India into Europe by the Oxus, the Caspian, the Cyrus, the Phasis, and the Euxine. The other ways, both of the land and sea, were possessed by the Seleucids and the Ptolemies. C. de l'Esprit de Loix, L. XXI, right arrow curving left. Procopius, de Bello Persico, L. IC, 3, page 9. Right arrow curving left. In the 13th century, the monk Gulielmus Rubruckis, who traversed the immense plain of Kipzak, in his journey to the court of the Great Khan, observed the remarkable name of Hungary. With the traces of a common language and origin, Histoire de Voyages, tom. 7, page 269. Right arrow curving left. Bell, volume 1, pages 29, 34, and the editors of the Genealogical History of the Tartars, p. 539, have described the Kalmucks of the Volga in the beginning of the present century. Right arrow curving left. This great transmigration of 300,000 Kalmucks, or Torgouts, happened in the year 1771. The original narrative of Qianlong, the reigning emperor of China, which was intended for the inscription of a column, has been translated by the missionaries of Peking, Memoirs sur la Chine, tom. I, pages 401, 418. The emperor affects the smooth and specious language of the Son of Heaven, and the Father of his people. Right arrow curving left. The Kongmao, tom. 3, p. 447, ascribes to their conquests a space of 14,000 lis. According to the present standard, 200 lis, or more accurately 193, are equal to 1 degree of latitude. And 1 English mile consequently exceeds 3 miles of China. But there are strong reasons to believe that the ancient li scarcely equaled 1/2 of the modern. See the elaborate researches of M. d'Anville, a geographer who is not a stranger in any age, or climate of the globe. Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. 2, pages 125, 502. Trait de Measures Itinéraires, pages 154, 167, right arrow curving left. See Histoire des Huns, tom. 2, pages 125, 144. The Subsequent History, pp. 145, 277, of 3 or 4 Hunnic dynasties evidently proves that their martial spirit was not impaired by a long residence in China. Right arrow curving left. Compare M. Klaproth's curious speculations on the Alani. He supposes them to have been the people, known by the Chinese, at the time of their first expeditions to the west, under the name of Yathsai or Alana, the Alanin of Persian tradition. As preserved in Ferdowsi. The same, according to Ammianus, with the Massagetæ, and with the Albany. The remains of the nation still exist in the osity of Mount Caucasus. Klaproth, Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, page 174. M. Compare Paul Joseph Shafarik, Slosh Alterthumerai, page 350. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. Ut hominibus quietis et placidus odium est voluptable, ita illos pericula juvent et bella. Judicator ibi beatus ca in proelio profuderit animum, senescens etium et fortuitis mortibus mundo degressos, ut degeneris et ignavos, convitius atrocibus insectanter. Ammianus XXXI 11. M. We must think highly of the conquerors of such men. Right arrow curving left. On the subject of the Alani, see Ammianus, XXXI2, Journans, de Rebus Jedicis, c. 24, M. de Gines, Histoire de Huns, tom. 2, p. 279, and the Genealogical History of the Tartars, tom. 2, page 617. Right arrow curving left. As we are possessed of the authentic history of the Huns, it would be impertinent to repeat, or to refute, the fables which misrepresent their origin and progress. Their passage of the mud or water of the Maeotis, in pursuit of an ox or stag, les ins ils avoyant de coverts, etc. Zosimus, L. 4, page 224, Sozomen, L. 6c. 37, Procopius, Historia Macella, c. 5, Journans, c. 24, Considerations sur les causes de la grandeur de Roma et de leur décadence, c. 17. Right arrow curving left. Art added to their native ugliness. In fact, it is difficult to ascribe the proper share in the features of this hideous picture to nature, to the barbarous skill with which they were self-disfigured, or to the terror and hatred of the Romans. Their noses were flattened by their nurses, their cheeks were gashed by an iron instrument, that the scars might look more fearful and prevent the growth of the beard. Journans and Sidonius Apollinaris. Obtundit teneras circumdata fascia nares. Ut galais sedant. Yet he adds that their forms were robust and manly, their height of a middle size, but, from the habit of riding, disproportioned. Stant pectora vasta. Insignias humor, succincta sub illibus alvis. Forma cadem pediti media est, procera sed extat. Si cernas equites, sic longe si putanter. Si sedent. M. Right arrow curving left. Prodigiosi formae, et pundi, ut bipeds existimes bestias, vel quelis in camarginandis pontibus, effigiati stipites delanter in compt. Ammianus XXXI 1. Journans, c. 24, draws a strong caricature of a Kalmuck face. Species pavenda nigridine, quidem deformis offa, non facies, habensk magus puncta quam lumina. C. Buffon, Histoire naturelle, tom. 3, page 380. Right arrow curving left. This execrable origin, which Journans, c. 24, describes with the rancor of a Goth, might be originally derived from a more pleasing fable of the Greeks, Herodotus, L. 4 c. 9, etc. Right arrow curving left. The Roxolani may be the fathers of the Russians, D'Anville, L'Empire de Russie, pp. 1, 10, whose residence, AD 862, about Novgorod Veliki cannot be very remote from that which the geographer of Ravenna, I-12, 44, 46, v. 28, 30, assigns to the Roxolani, AD 886. 8989 right arrow curving left. The text of Ammianus seems to be imperfect or corrupt, but the nature of the ground explains, and almost defines, the Gothic rampart. Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. Atenei, pages 444, 462. Right arrow curving left. M. Du But, Histoire anciens de peuples de l'Europe, tom. 6, page 407, has conceived a strange idea that Alavivus was the same person as Ulfilas the Gothic bishop. And that Ulfilas, the grandson of a Cappadocian captive, became a temporal prince of the Goths. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXXI3, and Jornans, de Rebus Jedicis, c. 24, described the subversion of the Gothic Empire by the Huns. Right arrow curving left. The most probable opinion as to the position of this land is that of M. Maltibrun. He thinks that Caucaland is the territory of the Cacoenses, placed by Ptolemy, L. 3 c. 8, towards the Carpathian Mountains, on the side of the present Transylvania, and therefore the canton of Cacava, to the south of Hermannstadt, the capital of the principality. Caucaland, it is evident, is the Gothic form of these different names. St. Martin 4103. M. Right arrow curving left. The chronology of Ammianus is obscure and imperfect. Tillemont has labored to clear and settle the annals of Valens. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, page 223. Sozomen, L. 6c 38. The Isaurians, each winter, infested the roads of Asia Minor, as far as the neighborhood of Constantinople. Basil, Epistle CCL, Apud Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. V, page 106. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen and Philistorgius say that the bishop Ulfilas was one of these ambassadors. M. Right arrow curving left. The passage of the Danube is exposed by Ammianus, XXXI3, 4, Zosimus, L. 4, pp. 223, 224, Eunapius in Excerpta Legationum, pages 19, 20, and Jornans, c. 25, 26. Ammianus declares, c. 5, that he means only ipses rerum digerere summitates. But he often takes a false measure of their importance, and his superfluous prolixity is disagreeably balanced by his unseasonable brevity. Right arrow curving left. Chichel, a curious traveler, has remarked the breadth of the Danube, which he passed to the south of Bucharest, near the conflux of the Argeș, page 77. He admires the beauty and spontaneous plenty of Moesia, or Bulgaria. Right arrow curving left. Quem si Syri velit, libesi velit equaris idem. Desir quam multi zephiro turbinter harini. Ammianus has inserted, in his prose, these lines of Virgil, Georgics, L. 2105, originally designed by the poet to express the impossibility of numbering the different sorts of vines. See Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae, L. 14. Right arrow curving left. A very curious but obscure passage of Eunapius appears to me to have been misunderstood by M. Mai, to whom we owe its discovery. The substance is as follows: the Goths transported over the river their native deities, with their priests of both sexes, but concerning their rites they maintained a deep and adamantine silence. To the Romans they pretended to be generally Christians, and placed certain persons to represent bishops in a conspicuous manner on their wagons. There was even among them a sort of what are called monks, persons whom it was not difficult to mimic. It was enough to wear black raiment, to be wicked, and held in respect, pi omicron nu eta rho omicron tau epsilon nu alpha iota kappa alpha pi iota sigma tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Eunapius hated the black-robed monks, as appears in another passage, with the cordial detestation of a heathen philosopher. Thus, while they faithfully but secretly adhered to their own religion, the Romans were weak enough to suppose them perfect Christians. Mai, page 277. Eunapius, edit. Niebuhr, page 82. M. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius and Zosimus curiously specify these articles of Gothic wealth and luxury. Yet it must be presumed that they were the manufactures of the provinces, which the barbarians had acquired as the spoils of war, or as the gifts or merchandise of peace. Right arrow curving left. Decem libras, the word silver must be understood. Jornans betrays the passions and prejudices of a Goth. The Servile Greeks, Eunapius 8990 and Zosimus, disguise the Roman oppression and execrate the perfidy of the barbarians. Ammianus, a patriot historian, slightly and reluctantly touches on the odious subject. Jerome, who wrote almost on the spot, is fair, though concise. Per veritatem maximi ducis, ad rebellionum fame coacti sunt, in Chronicon. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXXI 4, 5. Right arrow curving left. Vexillus de mor sublatus, auditisque triste senantibus classices. Ammianus XXXI 5. These are the rocca cornua of Claudian, in Rufinum 257, the large horns of the Uri, or wild bull. Such as have been more recently used by the Swiss cantons of Uri and Underwald, similar, De Republica Helvetiorum, L. 2, page 201, edit. Fuslino, Tiger, 1734. Their military horn is finely, though perhaps casually, introduced in an original narrative of the Battle of Nancy, AD 1477. Attendant le combat le dit soir fut corn par trois fois, tant que le vent du souffleur pouvait durer, ce que espahit fort Monsieur de Bourgoin, car déjà en morat elevoit ouie. See the Pieces Justificatives, in the quarto edition of Philippe de Comines, tom. 3, page 493, right arrow curving left. Jornans, De Rebus Jedicis, c. 26, page 648, edit. Grotius. These splendidi panni, they are comparatively such, are undoubtedly transcribed from the larger histories of Priscus, Ablavius, or Cassiodorus. Right arrow curving left. Cum populus sui lunge antisuscepti. We are ignorant of the precise date and circumstances of their transmigration. Right arrow curving left. An imperial manufacture of shields, etc., was established at Hadrianople. And the populace were headed by the fabricenses, or workmen. Valesius ad Ammianus XXXI 6. Right arrow curving left. Pacem sibi esse cum parietibus memorans. Ammianus XXXI 7. Right arrow curving left. These mines were in the country of the Bessi, in the ridge of mountains, the Rhodope, that runs between Philippi and Philippopolis. Two Macedonian cities, which derived their name and origin from the father of Alexander. From the mines of Thrace he annually received the value, not the weight, of 1,000 talents, 200,000 pounds. A revenue which paid the phalanx, and corrupted the orators of Greece. See Diodorus Siculus, tom. 2L, 16, page 88, edit. Wesseling. Godefroy's Commentary on the Theodosian Code, tom. 3, page 496. Cellarius, Geographia Antiqua, tom. I, pages 676, 857. Danville, Géographie Ancienne, tom. I, page 336. Right arrow curving left. As those unhappy workmen often ran away, Valens had enacted severe laws to drag them from their hiding places. Codex Theodosianus, L. Extit. 19 leg. 5, 7. Right arrow curving left. See Ammianus XXXI 5, 6. The historian of the Gothic War loses time and space by an unseasonable recapitulation of the ancient inroads of the barbarians. Right arrow curving left. The Itinerary of Antoninus, pages 226, 227, edit. Wesseling, marks the situation of this place about 60 miles north of Tomi, Ovid's exile, and the name of Salices, the willows, expresses the nature of the soil. Right arrow curving left. This circle of wagons, the Carigo, was the usual fortification of the barbarians. Vegetius, De Re Militari, L. 3 c. 10, Valesius ad Ammianus XXXI 7. The practice and the name were preserved by their descendants as late as the 15th century. The Charoi, which surrounded the Ost, is a word familiar to the readers of Froissart, or Commune. Right arrow curving left. Statim ut excensi malleoli. I have used the literal sense of real torches or beacons. But I almost suspect that it is only one of those turgid metaphors, those false ornaments, that perpetually disfigure the style of Ammianus. Right arrow curving left. Indicant nunc usque albentes ossibus campi. Ammianus XXXI7. The historian might have viewed these plains either as a soldier or as a traveler. But his modesty has suppressed the adventures of his own life subsequent to the Persian wars of Constantius and Julian. We are ignorant of the time when he quitted the service and retired to Rome, where he appears to have composed his history of his own times. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXXI8. Right arrow curving left. The Taifali, who at this period inhabited the country which now forms the Principality of Wallachia, were, in my opinion, the last remains of the great and powerful nation of the Dacians, Daci or Dahi, which has given its name to these regions over which they had ruled so long. The Taifali passed with the Goths into the territory of the empire. A great number of them entered the Roman service, and were quartered in different provinces. They are mentioned in the Notitia Dignitatum Omnium, tam civilium quam militarium, Imperii Romani. There was a considerable body in the country of the Pictavi, now Poitou. They long retained their manners and language, and caused the name of the Theophalgicus Pagus to be given to the district they inhabited. Two places in the department of Lavade, Tifanges and La Tifredière, still preserve evident traces of this denomination. St. Martin 4:118. M. Right arrow curving left. Hanc te fulorum gentem turpum, eti obsceni vitae flagitius ita accipimus mersam. Ut apud eos nefandi concubitus fodera copulenter mares puberis, itatis viriditatum in earum pollutis usibus consumpturi. Poro, sici jam adultus aprum exceperet solus, vel inturi mit ursum imminum, colluvione liberator incesti. Ammianus XXXI9. Among the Greeks likewise, more especially among the Cretans, the holy bands of friendship were confirmed, and sullied, by unnatural love. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXXI8, 9. Jerome, Tom. I. p. 26, enumerates the nations, and marks a calamitous period of 20 years. This epistle to Heliodorus was composed in the year 397, Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 12, page 645. Right arrow curving left. The field of battle, Argentaria or Argentovaria, is accurately fixed by M. d'Anville, Notice de l'Ancien Gaul, pp. 96, 99, at 23 Gallic leagues, or 34.5 Roman miles, to the south of Strasbourg. From its ruins the adjacent town of Colmar has arisen. 8,991 right arrow curving left. The full and impartial narrative of Ammianus, XXXI10, may derive some additional light from the Epitome de Caesaribus of Victor, the Chronicle of Jerome, and the History of Orosius, L. 7c. 33, page 552, edit. Haverkamp. Right arrow curving left. Muratus paucissimos dies, sedition popularium levium pulsus. Ammianus XXXI11. Socrates, L. 4c. 38, supplies the dates and some circumstances. 8,992 right arrow curving left. Vivasque omnes circa mutinum, regi omc, id parmum, italica opida, rura culturos exterminavit. Ammianus XXXI9. Those cities and districts, about 10 years after the colony of the Taifali, appear in a very desolate state. See Muratori, Dissertazioni sopra lu Antiquità Italiane, tom. I Dissertazione XXI p. 354. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXXI11. Zosimus, L. 4, pages 228-230. The latter expatiates on the desultory exploits of Sebastian, and dispatches, in a few lines, the important Battle of Hadrianople. According to the ecclesiastical critics, who hate Sebastian, the praise of Zosimus is disgrace. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. v. page 121. His prejudice and ignorance undoubtedly render him a very questionable judge of merit. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXXI 12, 13, almost alone describes the counsels and actions which were terminated by the fatal Battle of Hadrianople. We might censure the vices of his style, the disorder and perplexity of his narrative. But we must now take leave of this impartial historian, and reproach is silenced by our regret for such an irreparable loss. Right arrow curving left. The difference of the 8 miles of Ammianus, and the 12 of Idatius, can only embarrass those critics, Valesius Adlock, who suppose a great army to be a mathematical point, without space or dimensions. Right arrow curving left. Nec ulla analibus, praeter canensum pugnam, ita ad internationum residential legitor gesta. Ammianus XXXI 13. According to the grave Polybius, no more than 370 horse and 3,000 foot escaped from the field of Cannae, 10,000 were made prisoners. And the number of the slain amounted to 5,630 horse and 70,000 foot, Polybius, L. 3, page 371, edit. Casaubon, Octavo. Livy, XXII 49, is somewhat less bloody. He slaughters only 2,700 horse and 40,000 foot. The Roman army was supposed to consist of 87,200 effective men, XXII 36. Right arrow curving left. We have gained some faint light from Jerome, tom. I, page 26 and in Chronicon, page 188, Victor, in Epitome de Caesaribus, Orosius, L. 7c. 33, page 554, Jornans, c. 27, Zosimus, L. 4, p. 230, Socrates, L. 4c. 38, Sozomen, L. 6c. 40, Idatius, in Episcopi Chronicon. But their united evidence, if weighed against Ammianus alone, is light and unsubstantial. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, de Ulcicenda Juliani Nice, c. 3, in Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 7, pages 146, 148. Right arrow curving left. Valens had gained, or rather purchased, the friendship of the Saracens, whose vexatious inroads were felt on the borders of Phoenicia, Palestine, and Egypt. The Christian faith had been lately introduced among a people reserved in a future age to propagate another religion. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. v. pages 104, 106, 141. Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 7, page 593. Right arrow curving left. Crinitus quidem, nudus omnia praeter pubum, subracum et luguber strepens. Ammianus XXXI 16 and Valesius Adlock. The Arabs often fought naked. A custom which may be ascribed to their sultry climate, and ostentatious bravery. The description of this unknown savage is the lively portrait of Durar, a name so dreadful to the Christians of Syria. See Ockley's History of the Saracens, Volume 1, pages 72, 84, 87. Right arrow curving left. The series of events may still be traced in the last pages of Ammianus, XXXI 15, 16. Zosimus, L. 4, pp. 227, 231, whom we are now reduced to cherish, misplaces the sally of the Arabs before the death of Valens. Eunapius, in Excerpta Legationum, page 20, praises the fertility of Thrace, Macedonia, etc. Right arrow curving left. Observe with how much indifference Caesar relates, in the commentaries of the Gallic War, that he put to death the whole Senate of the Veneti, who had yielded to his mercy, 316. That he labored to extirpate the whole nation of the Eburones, 631. That 40,000 persons were massacred at Bourges by the just revenge of his soldiers, who spared neither age nor sex, 727, etc. Right arrow curving left. Such are the accounts of the sack of Magdeburg, by the ecclesiastic and the fisherman, which Mr. Hart has transcribed, History of Gustavus Adolphus, Volume 1, pp. 313, 320, with some apprehension of violating the dignity of history. Right arrow curving left. Eti vastatus herbibus, hominibusque interfectus, solitudinum et raritatem bestiarum quoque fieri, eti volatilium, pisciumque, testis illyricum est, testis Thracia. Testis in quo ortis sum solum, Pannonia. Ubi praeter colum et terram, eti crescentes vepras, eti condensa silvarum cuncta perierunt. Tom. 7, page 250, ad I caput Symphonias, and Tom. I, page 26. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius, in excerpta legationum, p. 20, foolishly supposes a preternatural growth of the young Goths, that he may introduce Cadmus's armed men, who sprang from the dragon's teeth, etc. Such was the Greek eloquence of the times. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus evidently approves this execution, Efficacia velox eti salutaris, which concludes his work, XXXI 16. Zosimus, who is curious and copious, L. 4, pp. 233, 236, mistakes the date, and labors to find the reason why Julius did not consult the Emperor Theodosius, who had not yet ascended the throne of the East. Right arrow curving left. A Life of Theodosius the Great was composed in the last century, Paris, 1679, in quarto, 1680, in duodecimo, to inflame the mind of the young Dauphin with Catholic zeal. The author, Fletchier, afterwards Bishop of Nimes, was a celebrated preacher, and his history is adorned, or tainted, with pulpit eloquence. But he takes his learning from Baronius, and his principles from St. Ambrose and St. Augustine. Right arrow curving left. The birth, character, and elevation of Theodosius are marked in Pacatus, in Panegyrici Vetters 1210, 12, Themistius, Orations 14, page 182, Zosimus, L. 4, p. 231, Augustine, De Civitate Dei v. 25, Orosius, L. 7 c. 34, Sozomen, L. 7 c. 2, Socrates, L. v. c. 2, Theodoret, L. v. c. 5, Philostorgius, L. 9 c. 17, with Godefroy, p. 393, the Epitome de Caesaribus of Victor, and the Chronicles of Prosper, Idatius, and Marcellinus, in the Thesaurus Temporum of Scaliger. 8993 right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V. p. 716, etc. right arrow curving left. Italica, founded by Scipio Africanus for his wounded veterans of Italy. The ruins still appear, about a league above Seville, but on the opposite bank of the river. See the Hispanii Illustrati of Nonius, a short though valuable treatise, c. 17, pages 64, 67. Right arrow curving left. I agree with Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V. p. 726, in suspecting the royal pedigree, which remained a secret till the promotion of Theodosius. Even after that event the silence of Pacatus outweighs the venal evidence of Themistius, Victor, and Claudian, who connect the family of Theodosius with the blood of Trajan and Hadrian. Right arrow curving left. Pacatus compares, and consequently prefers, the youth of Theodosius to the military education of Alexander, Hannibal, and the second Africanus, who, like him, had served under their fathers. 12:8. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, Zic 6, mentions this victory of Theodosius Jr., Dux Moegi, prima etiam tum lanugem juvenis, princeps postea perspectissimus. The same fact is attested by Themistius and Zosimus, but Theodoret, L. v. c. 5, who adds some curious circumstances, strangely applies it to the time of the interregnum. Right arrow curving left. Pacatus, in Panegyrici Vetters 12:9, prefers the rustic life of Theodosius to that of Cincinnatus, the one was the effect of choice, the other of poverty. Right arrow curving left. M. D'Anville, Géographie ancienne, tom. I. p. 25, has fixed the situation of Caucha, or Coca, in the old province of Galicia, where Zosimus and Idatius have placed the birth, or patrimony, of Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. Let us hear Ammianus himself. Haec, ut miles quondam et Graecus, a principita Caesaris nervi exorsus, adusque valentis interitum, pro virium explicavi mensura, opus veritatem professum nunquam, ut arbiter, sciences. Silentio ossis corrumpere vel mendatio. Scribent reliqua potiors etate, doctrinisque Florence. Quos id, si liburit, aggressoros, procutera linguas ad majors monio stylos. Ammianus XXXI 16. The first 13 books, a superficial epitome of 257 years, are now lost, the last 18, which contain no more than 25 years, still preserve the copious and authentic history of his own times. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus was the last subject of Rome who composed a profane history in the Latin language. The East, in the next century, produced some rhetorical historians, Zosimus, Olympiodorus, Malchus, Candidus, etc. See Gerard Vossius, De Historicis Graecis, L. 2c. 18, De Historicis Latinis, L. 2c. 10, etc. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom, Tom. I. Page 344, edit. Montfaucon. I have verified and examined this passage, but I should never, without the aid of Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V. p. 152, have detected an historical anecdote in a strange medley of moral and mystic exhortations, addressed by the preacher of Antioch to a young widow. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius, in Excerpta Legationum, p. 21, right arrow curving left. See Godefroy's Chronology of the Laws. Codex Theodosianus, Tom. I Prolegomena, p. xcx, civ. Right arrow curving left. Most writers insist on the illness and long repose of Theodosius at Thessalonica, Zosimus, to diminish his glory, Jornans, to favor the Goths, and the ecclesiastical writers, to introduce his baptism. Right arrow curving left. Compare Themistius, Orations 14, page 181, with Zosimus, L. 4, page 232, Jornans, c. XXVAP. 649, and the prolix commentary of M. Dubutte, Histoire anciens de peuples de l'Europe, Tom. 6, pages 477, 552. The chronicles of Idatius and Marcellinus allude, in general terms, to Magna Certamina, Magna Multoque Prelia. The two epithets are not easily reconciled. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, p. 232, styles him a Scythian, a name which the more recent Greeks seem to have appropriated to the Goths. Right arrow curving left. The reader will not be displeased to see the original words of Jornans or the author whom he transcribed. Reg iam urbum ingressus est, Maransk, n. inquit, cerno quat sep incredulus audibam, famum videlicet tante urbis. Edi huc illic oculos volvens, nunc sidum urbis, comitumque navium, nunc moenia clara prospectans, mirator. Populasque divers eram gentium, quasi font in uno diversis partibus scaturient unda, sic quoque mil item ordinatum aspiciens. Deus, inquit, sine dubio est Turinus imperator, e quisquis adversus eum manum moverit, ipsi sui sanguinis reis existit. Jornans, c. Atenei, page 650, proceeds to mention his death and funeral. Right arrow curving left. Jornans, c. Atenei, page 650. Even Zosimus, L. 4, page 246, is compelled to approve the generosity of Theodosius, so honorable to himself, and so beneficial to the public. Right arrow curving left. The short, but authentic, hints in the Fasti of Idacius, Thesaurus Temporum, Complectans Eusebi Pamphili Chronicon Scaliger, page 52, are stained with contemporary passion. The 14th oration of Themistius is a compliment to peace, and the Consul Saturninus, AD 383. Right arrow curving left. Theta nu omicron tau sigma kappa theta iota kappa omicron nu pi sigma iota nu gamma nu omega sigma tau omicron nu. Zosimus, L. 4, page 252. Right arrow curving left. I am justified, by reason and example, in applying this Indian name to the mu omicron nu xi upsilon lambda alpha of the barbarians, the single trees hollowed into the shape of a boat, pi lambda eta theta epsilon mu omicron za lambda omega nu mu beta iota beta sigma alpha nu tau epsilon. Zosimus, L. 4, page 253. Ossi Danubium quandam tran argrithungi. In lintrace fregera nemus, termil rubent. Per fluvium plini cuniis emanibus alni. Claudian, in 4 Consulatu Honorii Augusti, 623. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, pages 252, 255. He too frequently betrays his poverty of judgment by disgracing the most serious narratives with trifling and incredible circumstances. Right arrow curving left. Odithei regis opima. Retulit. Claudian, in 4 Consulatu Honorii Augusti, 632. The opima were the spoils which a Roman general could only win from the king, or general, of the enemy whom he had slain with his own hands. And no more than 3 such examples are celebrated in the victorious ages of Rome. Right arrow curving left. See Themistius, Oration 16, page 211. Claudian, in Eutropium, L. 2152, mentions the Phrygian colony. Ostrogothus colliter mistis Grithungis. Pietuar ex ager. And then proceeds to name the rivers of Lydia, the Pactolus and Hermus. Right arrow curving left. Compare Jornans, c. XX 27, who marks the condition and number of the Gothic federati, with Zosimus, L. 4, page 258, who mentions their golden collars. And Pacatus, in Panegyrisi Vetters 1237, who applauds, with false or foolish joy, their bravery and discipline. Right arrow curving left. Amadier Paces Jean Risquet Gothram, is the praise bestowed by the Gothic historian, C. Zix, who represents his nation as innocent, peaceable men, slow to anger, and patient of injuries. According to Livy, the Romans conquered the world in their own defense. Right arrow curving left. Besides the partial invectives of Zosimus, always discontented with the Christian reigns, see the grave representations which Synesius addresses to the Emperor Arcadius, de Regno, pp. 25, 26, edit. Petavius. The philosophic bishop of Cyrene was near enough to judge, and he was sufficiently removed from the temptation of fear or flattery. Right arrow curving left. Themistius, Oration 16, pp. 211, 212, composes an elaborate and rational apology, which is not, however, exempt from the puerilities of Greek rhetoric. Orpheus could only charm the wild beasts of Thrace. But Theodosius enchanted the men and women whose predecessors in the same country had torn Orpheus in pieces, etc. Right arrow curving left. Constantinople was deprived, half a day, of the public allowance of bread, to expiate the murder of a Gothic soldier. Kappa iota nu omicron nu tau epsilon tau sigma kappa upsilon theta iota kappa nu was the guilt of the people. Libanius, Oratio 12, page 394, edit. Morelli. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, pages 267, 271. He tells a long and ridiculous story of the adventurous prince who roved the country with only 5 horsemen, of a spy whom they detected, whipped, and killed in an old woman's cottage, etc. Right arrow curving left. Rho iota omicron upsilon lambda phi omicron, Eunapius. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Eunapius, in Excerpta Legationum, pages 21, 22, with Zosimus, L. 4, page 279. The difference of circumstances and names must undoubtedly be applied to the same story. Fravitta, or Trevita, was afterwards consul, AD 401, and still continued his faithful service to the eldest son of Theodosius, Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V. page 467. Right arrow curving left. Les Goths ravadrant tout depuis le Danube jusqu'au Bosphore, exterminarant valens et son armée. Etienne repasserant le Danube, que pour abandonner l'affreuse solitude tu ils avoyant fate, over completes de Montesquieu, Tom. 3, page 479. Considerations sur les causes de la grandeur de Rome et de leur décadence, c. 17. The President Montesquieu seems ignorant that the Goths, after the defeat of Valens, never abandoned the Roman territory. It is now 30 years, says Claudian, de Bello Gedico 166, etc., AD 404. Ex quo jam patrios gens haec oblita triones. Atque istrum tranavecta semel, vestigia fixit. Thritio funesta solo. The error is inexcusable, since it disguises the principal and immediate cause of the fall of the Western Empire of Rome. Right arrow curving left. Valentinian was less attentive to the religion of his son, since he entrusted the education of Gratian to Ausonius, a professed pagan, Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, Tom. 15, pp. 125, 138. The poetical fame of Ausonius condemns the taste of his age. Right arrow curving left. Ausonius was successively promoted to the Praetorian prefecture of Italy, AD 377, and of Gaul, AD 378. And was at length invested with the consulship, AD 379. He expressed his gratitude in a servile and insipid piece of flattery, Gratiarum Actio pro Consulatu, pp. 699, 736, which has survived more worthy productions. Right arrow curving left. Disputer de principali judicio non opertet. Sacrilegii enim instar est dubiter, and is dignus sit, quem allegerit imperator. Codex Justinianus, L. 9 tit. Zix leg. 3. This convenient law was revived and promulgated after the death of Gratian by the feeble court of Milan. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose composed, for his instruction, a theological treatise on the faith of the Trinity, and Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V. pp. 158, 169, ascribes to the archbishop the merit of Gratian's intolerant laws. Right arrow curving left. Que divini legis sanctitatem initiendo omittent, aut negligendo violent, edi offendent, sacrilegium committent. Codex Justinianus, L. 9 tit. Zix leg. 1. Theodosius indeed may claim his share in the merit of this comprehensive law. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXXI10, and the younger Victor acknowledge the virtues of Gratian, and accuse, or rather lament, his degenerate taste. The odious parallel of Commodus is saved by Licet Incruentus, and perhaps Philostorgius, L. XC. 10, and Godefroy, page 412, had guarded with some similar reserve the comparison of Nero. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, page 247, and the younger Victor ascribed the revolution to the favor of the Alani and the discontent of the Roman troops. Dum exercitum negligeret, id paucos ex Alanus, quos ingenti oro ad esse transtolerat, antiferit veteri ac Romano militae. Right arrow curving left. Britannia fertilis provincia tyrannorum, is a memorable expression used by Jerome in the Pelagian controversy, and variously tortured in the disputes of our national antiquaries. The revolutions of the last age appeared to justify the image of the sublime Bossuet, cet isle, plus Horatius que les mers que l'environnement. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus says of the British soldiers, tau nu lambda lambda omega nu pi nu tau omega nu pi lambda omicron iota alpha theta alpha delta iota kappa alpha theta upsilon mu nu iota kappa omega mu nu omicron upsilon. Right arrow curving left. Helena, the daughter of Yuda. Her chapel may still be seen at Caer Segont, now Caernarvon, Cart's History of England, Volume 1, page 168, from Henry Rowland's Mona Antiqua Restaurata. The prudent reader may not perhaps be satisfied with such Welsh evidence. Right arrow curving left. Camden, Volume 1 Introduction, p.ci, appoints him governor of Britain. And the father of our antiquities is followed, as usual, by his blind progeny. Pacatus and Zosimus had taken some pains to prevent this error, or fable. And I shall protect myself by their decisive testimonies. Regali habitu exulum sum, illi exuls orbis indurunt, in Panegyrisi Vetters 1223, and the Greek historian still less equivocally alpha tau, Maximus, delta omicron delta epsilon iota rho chi nu tau iota mu omicron nu tau upsilon chi epsilon pi rho omicron epsilon lambda theta nu, L. 4, page 248. Right arrow curving left. Sulpicius Severus, Dialogue 2, 7, Orosius, L. 7c 34, page 556. They both acknowledge, Sulpicius had been his subject, his innocence and merit. It is singular enough that Maximus should be less favorably treated by Zosimus, the partial adversary of his rival. Right arrow curving left. Archbishop Usher, Britannicarum Ecclesiarum Antiquitates, pp. 107-108, has diligently collected the legends of the island and the continent. The whole emigration consisted of 30,000 soldiers and 100,000 plebeians, who settled in Britannia. Their destined brides, Saint Ursula with 11,000 noble and 60,000 plebeian virgins, mistook their way, landed at Cologne, and were almost cruelly murdered by the Huns. But the plebeian sisters have been defrauded of their equal honors, and what is still harder, John Trithemius presumes to mention the children of these British virgins. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, pp. 248-249, has transported the death of Gratian from Lugdunum in Gaul, Lyons, to Singidunum in Moesia. Some hints may be extracted from the chronicles, some lies may be detected in Sozomen, L. 7c. 13, and Socrates, L.v.c. 11. Ambrose is our most authentic evidence, Tom. I Ratio in Psalm 61, page 961, Tom. 2, Epistle Ziv, page 888, etc., and De Abitu Valentiniani Consolatio, 28, p. 1182, right arrow curving left. Pacatus, 1228, celebrates his fidelity, while his treachery is marked in Prosper's chronicle as the cause of the ruin of Gratian. 8994 Ambrose, who has occasion to exculpate himself, only condemns the death of Valio, a faithful servant of Gratian, Tom. 2 Epistle Ziv, page 891, edit. Benedicti. 8995 right arrow curving left. He protested, nullum ex adversarius nisi in ac occubus. Sulpicius Severus in Vita Sancti Martini, c. 23. The orator of Theodosius bestows reluctant, and therefore weighty, praise on his clemency. C. Cui Isle, pro ceteris celeribus sui, minus crudlis fuis videtur, Panegyrisi Vetters 1228. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose mentions the laws of Gratian, quas non abrogavit hostis, Tom. 2 Epistle 17, page 827. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, pages 251-252. We may disclaim his odious suspicions. But we cannot reject the treaty of peace which the friends of Theodosius have absolutely forgotten, or slightly mentioned. Right arrow curving left. Their oracle, the Archbishop of Milan, assigns to his pupil Gratian a high and respectable place in heaven, Tom. 2 De Abitu Valentiniani Consolatio, page 1193. Right arrow curving left. For the baptism of Theodosius, see Sozomen, L. 7c. 4, Socrates, L. v. c. 6, and Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V. page 728. Right arrow curving left. Ascolius, or Acolius, was honored by the friendship and the praises of Ambrose, who styles him, Murus Fidei ac Sanctitatis, Tom. 2 Epistle 15, page 820. And afterward celebrates his speed and diligence in running to Constantinople, Italy, etc., Epistle 16, page 822, a virtue which does not appertain either to a wall, or a bishop. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodotionus, L. 16 tit. I leg. 2, with Godefroy's commentary, Tom. 6, pages 5, 9. Such an edict deserved the warmest praises of Baronius, Aureum Sanctionum, Edictum Pium et Salutaire. Sic iter ad astra. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 7c. 6. Theodoret, L. v. c. 16. Tillemont is displeased, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 6, pages 627, 628, with the terms of rustic bishop, obscure city. Yet I must take leave to think that both Amphilochius and Iconium were objects of inconsiderable magnitude in the Roman Empire. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 7c. v. Socrates, L. v. c. 7. Marcellinus in Chronicon. The account of 40 years must be dated from the election or intrusion of Eusebius, who wisely exchanged the bishopric of Nicomedia for the throne of Constantinople. Right arrow curving left. See Jordan's Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 4, page 71. The 33rd oration of Gregory Nazianzen affords indeed some similar ideas, even some still more ridiculous. But I have not yet found the words of this remarkable passage, which I allege on the faith of a correct and liberal scholar. Right arrow curving left. See the 32nd oration of Gregory Nazianzen, and the account of his own life, which he has composed in 1,800 iambics. Yet every physician is prone to exaggerate the inveterate nature of the disease which he has cured. Right arrow curving left. I confess myself deeply indebted to the 2 lives of Gregory Nazianzen, composed, with very different views, by Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 9, pp. 305, 560, 692, 731, and Leclerc, Bibliothèque Universelle, Tom. 18, pages 128. Right arrow curving left. Unless Gregory Nazianzen mistook 30 years in his own age. He was born, as well as his friend Basil, about the year 329. The preposterous chronology of Suedas has been graciously received, because it removes the scandal of Gregory's father, a saint likewise, begetting children after he became a bishop, Tillemont. Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 9, pages 693, 697. Right arrow curving left. Gregory's poem on his own life contains some beautiful lines, Tom. 2, page 8, which burst from the heart, and speak the pangs of injured and lost friendship. Pi nu omicron iota kappa omicron iota lambda gamma omega nu. Mu sigma tau epsilon kappa alpha sigma upsilon nu sigma tau iota omicron beta omicron. Nu omicron epsilon nu mu phi omicron nu. Delta iota epsilon sigma kappa delta alpha sigma tau alpha iota pi nu tau alpha, kappa iota pi tau alpha iota chi alpha mu alpha. Alpha rho alpha iota phi rho omicron upsilon sigma alpha iota tau pi alpha lambda pi iota delta alpha. In the Midsummer Night's Dream, Helena addresses the same pathetic complaint to her friend Hermia. Is all the counsel that we two have shared? The sisters' vows, etc. Shakespeare had never read the poems of Gregory Nazianzen, he was ignorant of the Greek language, but his mother tongue, the language of nature, is the same in Cappadocia and in Britain. Right arrow curving left. This unfavorable portrait of Sassima is drawn by Gregory Nazianzen, Tom. 2, De Vita Sua, pages 7, 8. Its precise situation, 49 miles from Archelaus, and 32 from Tyana, is fixed in the itinerary of Antoninus, page 144, edit. Wesseling. Right arrow curving left. The name of Nazianzus has been immortalized by Gregory, but his native town, under the Greek or Roman title of Diocasaria, Tillamont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 9, p. 692, is mentioned by Pliny the Elder, 6-3, Ptolemy, and Hierocles, Wesseling, Itineraria Antonini Augusti, page 709. It appears to have been situate on the edge of Isauria. Right arrow curving left. C. Du Cange, Constantinopolis Christiana, L. 4, pages 141, 142. The theta epsilon alpha delta nu alpha mu iota of Sozomen, L. 7 c. 5, is interpreted to mean the Virgin Mary. Right arrow curving left. Tillamont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 9, page 432, etc., diligently collects, enlarges, and explains the oratorical and poetical hints of Gregory himself. Right arrow curving left. He pronounced an oration, Tom. I, Oratio XXIII, page 409, in his praise, but after their quarrel the name of Maximus was changed into that of Heron, see Jerome, Tom. I in Catalogus Scriptorum Ecclesiasticorum, page 301. I touch slightly on these obscure and personal squabbles. Right arrow curving left. Under the modest emblem of a dream, Gregory, Tom. 2, Carmen 9, p. 78, describes his own success with some human complacency. Yet it should seem, from his familiar conversation with his auditor Saint Jerome, Tom. I, Epistola ad Nepotian, p. 14, that the preacher understood the true value of popular applause. Right arrow curving left. Lacrimae auditorum laudis tui sint, is the lively and judicious advice of Saint Jerome. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. v. c. 7, and Sozomen, L. 7 c. 5, relate the evangelical words and actions of Demophilus without a word of approbation. He considered, says Socrates, that it is difficult to resist the powerful, but it was easy, and would have been profitable, to submit. Right arrow curving left. See Gregory Nazianzen, Tom. 2, De Vita Sua, pp. 21, 22. For the sake of posterity, the Bishop of Constantinople records a stupendous prodigy. In the month of November, it was a cloudy morning, but the sun broke forth when the procession entered the church. Right arrow curving left. Of the three ecclesiastical historians, Theodoret alone, L. v. c. 2, has mentioned this important commission of Sapor, which Tillamont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. v. page 728, judiciously removes from the reign of Gratian to that of Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. I do not reckon Philostorgius, though he mentions, L. 9 c. 19, the expulsion of Demophilus. The Eunomian historian has been carefully strained through an orthodox sieve. Right arrow curving left. Leclerc has given a curious extract, Bibliothèque Universelle, Tom. 18, pp. 91, 105, of the theological sermons which Gregory Nazianzen pronounced at Constantinople against the Arians, Eunomians, Macedonians, etc. He tells the Macedonians, who deified the Father and the Son, without the Holy Ghost, that they might as well be styled tritheists as ditheists. Gregory himself was almost a tritheist. And his monarchy of heaven resembles a well-regulated aristocracy. Right arrow curving left. The First General Council of Constantinople now triumphs in the Vatican. But the popes had long hesitated, and their hesitation perplexes and almost staggers the humble Tillamont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 9, pages 499, 500. Right arrow curving left. Before the death of Meletius, 6 or 8 of his most popular ecclesiastics, among whom was Flavian, had abjured, for the sake of peace, the bishopric of Antioch. Sozomen, L. 7c. 3, 11. Socrates, L.v. c. v. Tillemont thinks it his duty to disbelieve the story. But he owns that there are many circumstances in the life of Flavian which seem inconsistent with the praises of Chrysostom and the character of a saint. Memoirs ecclesiastiques, tom. X, page 541. Right arrow curving left. Consult Gregory Nazianzen, De Vita Sua, tom. 2, pages 25, 28. His general and particular opinion of the clergy and their assemblies may be seen in Verse and Prose, tom. I, Oratio I, p. 33, Epistle LV, page 814, tom. 2, Carmen X, page 81. Such passages are faintly marked by Tillemont, and fairly produced by Leclerc. Right arrow curving left. C. Gregory, tom. 2, De Vita Sua, pages 28, 31. The 14th, 27th, and 32nd orations were pronounced in the several stages of this business. The peroration of the last, tom. I, p. 528, in which he takes a solemn leave of men and angels, the city and the emperor, the east and the west, etc., is pathetic, and almost sublime. Right arrow curving left. The whimsical ordination of Nectarius is attested by Sozomen, L. 7c. 8, but Tillemont observes, Memoirs ecclesiastiques, tom. 9, p. 719, Apres tout, ce nar de Sozomen est si hantu, pour tout ce qu'il mele, id sur tout pour Theodos, qu'il vaut mieux travailler à le détruire, que le soutenir. An admirable canon of criticism. Right arrow curving left. I can only be understood to mean that such was his natural temper when it was not hardened, or inflamed, by religious zeal. From his retirement, he exhorts Nectarius to prosecute the heretics of Constantinople. Right arrow curving left. See the Theodosian Code, L. 16 tit. V. Leg. 6, 23, with Godefroy's commentary on each law, and his general summary, or Paratitlan, tom. 6, pages 104, 110. Right arrow curving left. They always kept their Easter, like the Jewish Passover, on the 14th day of the first moon after the vernal equinox. And thus pertinaciously opposed the Roman Church and Nicene Synod, which had fixed Easter to a Sunday. Bingham's Antiquities of the Christian Church, L. XXC. 5, Volume 2, page 309, folio edition. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 7c. 12. Right arrow curving left. See the Sacred History of Sulpicius Severus, L. 2, pages 437, 452, edit. Lugduni Badivorum 1647, a correct and original writer. Dar. Lardner, The Credibility of the Gospel History, Part 2 Volume 9, pages 256, 350, has labored this article with pure learning, good sense, and moderation. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclesiastiques, tom. 8, pages 491, 527, has raked together all the dirt of the Fathers, a useful scavenger. Right arrow curving left. Severus Sulpicius mentions the arch-heretic with esteem and pity. Felix Prefecto, si non prevo studio corrupicit optimum ingenium, prorsus multa in eo animi et corporis bona cerners, Historia Sacra, L. 2, page 439. Even Jerome, tom. I in Catalogus Scriptorum Ecclesiasticorum, page 302, speaks with temper of Priscillian and Latronian. Right arrow curving left. The bishopric, in Old Castile, is now worth 20,000 ducats a year. Bushing's A New System of Geography, Volume 2, p. 308, and is therefore much less likely to produce the author of a new heresy. Right arrow curving left. Exprobrabator mulieri vigui nimia religio, et diligentius culta divinitas, peccatus in panegyrici vetters 1229. Such was the idea of a humane, though ignorant, polytheist. Right arrow curving left. One of them was sent in Silenum insulum quae ultra Britannium est. What must have been the ancient condition of the rocks of Scilly, Camden's Britannia, Volume 2, page 1519. Right arrow curving left. The scandalous calumnies of Augustine, Pope Leo, etc. Which Tillemont swallows like a child, and Lardner refutes like a man, may suggest some candid suspicions in favor of the older Gnostics. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose, Tom. 2, Epistle Ziv, page 891. Right arrow curving left. In the Sacred History, and the Life of Saint Martin, Sulpicius Severus uses some caution, but he declares himself more freely in the Dialogues, 3:15. Martin was reproved, however, by his own conscience, and by an angel, nor could he afterwards perform miracles with so much ease. Right arrow curving left. The Catholic presbyter, Sulpicius Severus, L. 2, p. 448, and the pagan orator, Peccatus in Panegyrici Vetters 1229, reprobate, with equal indignation, the character and conduct of Athasius. Right arrow curving left. The Life of St. Martin, and the dialogues concerning his miracles, contain facts adapted to the grossest barbarism, in a style not unworthy of the Augustan age. So natural is the alliance between good taste and good sense that I am always astonished by this contrast. Right arrow curving left. The short and superficial life of St. Ambrose by his deacon Paulinus, Appendix ad edit. Benedicti, pages I-15, has the merit of original evidence. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. X, pp. 78, 306, and the Benedictine editors, pages XXXI, 63, have labored with their usual diligence. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose himself, Tom. 2, Epistle Ziv, pp. 888, 891, gives the emperor a very spirited account of his own embassy. Right arrow curving left. His own representation of his principles and conduct, Tom. 2 Epistles XX, XXI, XXII, pp. 852, 880, is one of the curious monuments of ecclesiastical antiquity. It contains 2 letters to his sister Marcellina, with a petition to Valentinian and the sermon De Basilicis non Medendis. Right arrow curving left. Cardinal de Retz had a similar message from the Queen, to request that he would appease the tumult of Paris. It was no longer in his power, etc. A quoi j'ajoutai tout ce que vous pouvez vous imaginer de respect, de douleur, de regret, et de soumission, etc., Memoirs, Tom. I, page 140. Certainly I do not compare either the causes or the men. Yet the coadjutor himself had some idea, page 84, of imitating St. Ambrose. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen alone, L. 7c. 13, throws this luminous fact into a dark and perplexed narrative. Right arrow curving left. Excubit pia plebs in ecclesia, mori parata cum episcopo sua. Nos, ad hoc frigidae, excitabemer tamen civitate atonita at turbata. Augustine, Confessions, L. 9c. 7. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 2, pages 78, 498. Many churches in Italy, Gaul, etc., were dedicated to these unknown martyrs, of whom St. Gervais seems to have been more fortunate than his companion. Right arrow curving left. In venomis miri magnitudinis viros duos, ut prisca itis ferbat. Tom. 2, Epistle XXIA, page 875. The size of these skeletons was fortunately, or skillfully, suited to the popular prejudice of the gradual decrease of the human stature, which has prevailed in every age since the time of Homer. Grandiac ephasis mirabiter ossa sepulchris. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose, Tom. 2, Epistle XXIA, page 875. Augustine, Confessions, L. 9c. 7, De Civitate Dei, L. XXII c. 8. Paulinus in Vita Sancti Ambrosii, c. 14, in Appendix Benedicti, page 4. The blind man's name was Severus. He touched the holy garment, recovered his sight, and devoted the rest of his life, at least 25 years, to the service of the Church. I should recommend this miracle to our divines if it did not prove the worship of relics as well as the Nicene Creed. Right arrow curving left. Paulinus, in Vita Sancti Ambrosii, c. 5, in Appendix Benedicti, page 5. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. X, pages 190, 750. He partially allows the mediation of Theodosius, and capriciously rejects that of Maximus, though it is attested by Prosper, Sozomen, and Theodoret. Right arrow curving left. The modest censure of Sulpicius, Dialogue 3:15, inflicts a much deeper wound than the feeble declamation of Pacatus, 12:25-26. Right arrow curving left. Esto tudier adversus hominum, paces involucro tegentem, was the wise caution of Ambrose, Tom. 2, page 891, after his return from his second embassy. Right arrow curving left. Baronius, AD 387, no. 63, applies to this season of public distress some of the penitential sermons of the Archbishop. Right arrow curving left. The flight of Valentinian and the love of Theodosius for his sister are related by Zosimus, L. 4, pages 263-264. Tillemont produces some weak and ambiguous evidence to antedate the second marriage of Theodosius, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V. p. 740, and consequently to refute Ces Comte de Zosime, que seroyant trop contraires à la piété de Theodos. Right arrow curving left. Emona, Laibach. Sisha, Sisak. M. Right arrow curving left. See Godefroy's, Chronology of the Laws, Codex Theodosianus, Tom. I. p. cxax. Right arrow curving left. Besides the hints which may be gathered from chronicles and ecclesiastical history, Zosimus, L. 4, pp. 259, 267, Orosius, L. 7c. 35, and Pacatus, in Panegyrici Vetters 1230, 47, supply the loose and scanty materials of this civil war. Ambrose, Tom. 2, Epistle XL, pp. 952, 953, darkly alludes to the well-known events of a magazine surprised, an action at Poetovio, a Sicilian, perhaps a naval, victory, etc. Ausonius, page 256, edit. Tullius applauds the peculiar merit and good fortune of Aquileia. Right arrow curving left. Quam promptum laudar principem, tam tutum saluis de principi, Pacatus in Panegyrici Vetters 12:2. Latinus Pacatus Drepanius, a native of Gaul, pronounced this oration at Rome, AD 388. He was afterwards proconsul of Africa, and his friend Ausonius praises him as a poet second only to Virgil. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V, page 303. Right arrow curving left. See the fair portrait of Theodosius by the younger Victor, the strokes are distinct, and the colors are mixed. The praise of Pacatus is too vague, and Claudian always seems afraid of exalting the father above the son. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose, Tom. 2, Epistle XL, page 55. Pacatus, from the want of skill, or of courage, omits this glorious circumstance. Right arrow curving left. Pacatus in Panegyrici Vetters 1220. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, pages 271, 272. His partial evidence is marked by an air of candor and truth. He observes these vicissitudes of sloth and activity, not as a vice, but as a singularity in the character of Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. This choleric temper is acknowledged and excused by Victor. Sed haves, says Ambrose, in decent and manly language, to his sovereign, naturi impetum, quem esse cas lenier velit, cedo verts ad misericordiam, esse cas stimulat, in magis ex suscitas. Ut eum revocar vix passus, Tom. 2, Epistle Li, page 998. Theodosius, Claudian in For Consulatu Honorii Augusti, 266, etc., exhorts his son to moderate his anger. Right arrow curving left. The Christians and pagans agreed in believing that the sedition of Antioch was excited by the demons. A gigantic woman, says Sozomen, L. 7c. 23, paraded the streets with a scourge in her hand. An old man, says Libanius, Oratio 12, page 396, transformed himself into a youth, then a boy, etc. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, in his short and disingenuous account, L. 4, pages 258, 259, is certainly mistaken in sending Libanius himself to Constantinople. His own orations fix him at Antioch. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio I, page 6, edit. Venetius declares that, under such a reign, the fear of a massacre was groundless and absurd, especially in the emperor's absence. For his presence, according to the eloquent slave, might have given a sanction to the most bloody acts. Right arrow curving left. Laodicea, on the seacoast, 65 miles from Antioch, C. Norris, De Epicis Syro-Macedonum Dissertatio 3, page 230. The Antiochians were offended that the dependent city of Seleucia should presume to intercede for them. Right arrow curving left. As the days of the tumult depend on the movable festival of Easter, they can only be determined by the previous determination of the year. The year 387 has been preferred, after a laborious inquiry, by Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V, pages 741, 744, and Montfaucon, Chrysostom, Tom. 13, pages 105, 110. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom opposes their courage, which was not attended with much risk, to the cowardly flight of the Cynics. Right arrow curving left. The sedition of Antioch is represented in a lively and almost dramatic manner by two orators who had their respective shares of interest and merit. See Libanius, Oratios 14, 15, pp. 389, 420, edit. Morelli, Oratio I, pages 1, 14, Venetius, 1754, and the 20 Orations of St. John Chrysostom, De Statuis, Tom. 2, pages 1, 225, edit. Montfaucon. I do not pretend to much personal acquaintance with Chrysostom, but Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V, pages 263, 283, and Godefroy Hermant, Vie de Saint Jean Chrysostome, Tom. I, pp. 137, 224, had read him with pious curiosity and diligence. Right arrow curving left. The original evidence of Ambrose, Tom. 2, Epistle Li, p. 998, Augustine, De Civitate Dei v 26, and Paulinus, in Vita Sancti Ambrosiae, c. 24, is delivered in vague expressions of horror and pity. It is illustrated by the subsequent and unequal testimonies of Sozomen, L. 7c. 25, Theodoret, L. v. c. 17, Theophanes, Chronographia, page 62, Cedrinus, page 317, and Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 13, p. 34, Zosimus alone, the partial enemy of Theodosius, most unaccountably passes over in silence the worst of his actions. Right arrow curving left. Rika, on the Euphrates. M. Right arrow curving left. See the whole transaction in Ambrose, Tom. 2 Epistles XLA, pages 946, 956, and his biographer Paulinus, c. 23. Bell and Barbirac, Moral de Perez, c. 17, page 325, etc. Have justly condemned the Archbishop. Right arrow curving left. His sermon is a strange allegory of Jeremiah's rod, of an almond tree, of the woman who washed and anointed the feet of Christ. But the peroration is direct and personal. Right arrow curving left. Hodi, Episcope, de me proposisti. Ambrose modestly confessed it. But he sternly reprimanded Timasius, general of the horse and foot, who had presumed to say that the monks of Callinicum deserved punishment. Right arrow curving left. Yet, 5 years afterwards, when Theodosius was absent from his spiritual guide, he tolerated the Jews and condemned the destruction of their synagogues. Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. 8 leg. 9, with Godefroy's commentary, Tom. 6, page 225. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose, Tom. 2, Epistle Li, pages 997, 1001. His epistle is a miserable rhapsody on a noble subject. Ambrose could act better than he could write. His compositions are destitute of taste or genius. Without the spirit of Tertullian, the copious elegance of Lactantius, the lively wit of Jerome, or the grave energy of Augustine. Right arrow curving left. According to the discipline of St. Basil, Canon Lvi, the voluntary homicide was 4 years a mourner, 5 a hearer, 7 in a prostrate state, and 4 in a standing posture. I have the original, Beveridge, Pandecti, Tom. 2, pp. 47, 151, and a translation, Chardin, Histoire des Sacraments, Tom. 4, pages 219, 277, of the canonical epistles of St. Basil. Right arrow curving left. The penance of Theodosius is authenticated by Ambrose, Tom. 6, De Obiter Theodosii, c. 34, page 1207, Augustine, De Civitate Dei v. 26, and Paulinus, in Vita Sancti Ambrosii, c. 24. Socrates is ignorant, Sozomen, L. 7 c. 25, concise. And the copious narrative of Theodoret, L. v. c. 18, must be used with precaution. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 9 tit. XL leg. 13. The date and circumstances of this law are perplexed with difficulties, but I feel myself inclined to favor the honest efforts of Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V. p. 721, and Pagi, Critica Baronii, Tom. I, page 578. Right arrow curving left. Un prince que aime la religion, etica la crainte, est un lion que cede à la main que le flat, ou à la voix que elle apaise. De l'esprit de l'oix, L. Ziv c. 2. Right arrow curving left. Tau omicron pi epsilon rho tau omicron epsilon rho gamma tau alpha theta kappa omicron nu delta omicron xi epsilon nu alpha iota, is the niggard praise of Zosimus himself, L. 4, page 267. Augustine says, with some happiness of expression, Valentinianum, misericordissima veneration restitut. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 7 c. 14. His chronology is very irregular. Right arrow curving left. See Ambrose, Tom. 2. De Obiter Valentiniani Consolatio, c. 15, etc., page 1178, c. 36, etc., page 1184. When the young emperor gave an entertainment, he fasted himself, he refused to see a handsome actress, etc. Since he ordered his wild beasts to be killed, it is ungenerous in Philostorgius, L. 11 c. 1, to reproach him with the love of that amusement. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, p. 275, praises the enemy of Theodosius. But he is detested by Socrates, L. v. c. 25, and Orosius, L. 7 c. 35. Right arrow curving left. Gregory of Tours, L. 2 c. 9, p. 165, in the second volume of the Historians of France, has preserved a curious fragment of Sulpicius Alexander, an historian far more valuable than himself. Right arrow curving left. Godefroy, Dissertations ad Philostorgius, pages 429, 434, has diligently collected all the circumstances of the death of Valentinian II. The variations and the ignorance of contemporary writers prove that it was secret. Right arrow curving left. De Obitu Valentiniani Consolatio, Tom. 2, pages 1173, 1196. He is forced to speak a discreet and obscure language, yet he is much bolder than any layman, or perhaps any other ecclesiastic, would have dared to be. Right arrow curving left. CC 51, page 1188, C 75, page 1193. Dom Chardin, Histoire des Sacraments, Tom. I, page 86, who owns that Saint Ambrose most strenuously maintains the indispensable necessity of baptism, labors to reconcile the contradiction. Right arrow curving left. Quem sibi Germanus famulum delegerat exul, is the contemptuous expression of Claudian, for consolatu honorii 74. Eugenius professed Christianity. But his secret attachment to paganism, Sozomen, L. 7 c. 22, Philostorgius, L. 11 c. 2, is probable in a grammarian, and would secure the friendship of Zosimus, L. 4, pages 276, 277. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, page 278, mentions this embassy, but he is diverted by another story from relating the event, right arrow curving left. Sigma upsilon nu epsilon tau rho alpha xi epsilon nu tau omicron upsilon gamma alpha mu epsilon tau gamma lambda alpha tau beta alpha sigma lambda epsilon iota alpha tau nu delta epsilon lambda phi nu lambda omicron phi upsilon rho omicron mu nu eta. Zosimus, L. 4, page 277. He afterward says, page 280, that Galla died in childbed, and intimates that the affliction of her husband was extreme but short. Right arrow curving left. Lycopolis is the modern Siyut, or Ojit, a town of Sed, about the size of St. Denis, which drives a profitable trade with the kingdom of Sinar, and has a very convenient fountain, Cujus potus signa virginitatis eripiunter. C. D. Anvil, Memoirs sur l'Egypte, page 181. Abulfeda, Descriptio Egypti, page 14, and the curious notations, pages 25, 92, of his editor Michaelis, right arrow curving left. The life of John of Lycopolis is described by his two friends, Rufinus, L. 2c. I. p. 449, and Palladius, Historia Lausiaca, c. 43, page 738, in Roswide's great collection of the Vitae Patrum. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. X, pages 718, 720, has settled the chronology. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 7 c. 22. Claudian, in Eutropium, L. I 312, mentions the eunuch's journey, but he most contemptuously derides the Egyptian dreams and the oracles of the Nile. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has embodied the picturesque verses of Claudian. Nec tantis de sona linguis. Tuba, nec armorum culta diversier unquam. Confluxit populus, totem pater undique secum. Moverat aurorum, mixtis hic calchus iberis. Hic mitra velatus Arabs, hic crine decoro. Armenius, hic pictus aces, fucatac medus. Hic gemmata niger tentoria fixerat indus. De laudibus stilicones I 145. M. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, page 280. Socrates, L. 710. Alaric himself, De Bello Gedico 524, dwells with more complacency on his early exploits against the Romans. Tot Augustos Hebro cut test fugavi. Yet his vanity could scarcely have proved this plurality of flying emperors. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, in For Consulatu Honorii 77, etc. Contrasts the military plans of the two usurpers. Novitas audera priori. Swadabat, catumque dabant exempla sequentum. Hic nova moliri precepts, hic quirera tuta. Providus. Hic fusis, collectis viribus ile. Hic vegus excurrens, hic intra claustra reductus. Dissimiles, sed mort pairs. Right arrow curving left. The Frigidus, a small though memorable stream in the country of Goritz, now called the Vipeo, falls into the Sonchus, or Lisanzo, above Aquileia, some miles from the Adriatic. See D'Anville's Ancient and Modern Maps, and the Italia Antiqua of Claverius, Tom. IC 188, right arrow curving left. Claudian's wit is intolerable, the snow was dyed red, the cold river smoked. And the channel must have been choked with carcasses, if the current had not been swelled with blood. Right arrow curving left. Theodoret affirms that St. John, and St. Philip appeared to the waking, or sleeping, emperor, on horseback, etc. This is the first instance of apostolic chivalry, which afterwards became so popular in Spain and in the Crusades. Right arrow curving left. Te propter, gelidus Aquilo de Monte Procellus. Abrutid versus Aces. Revelataque tela. Verdit in octors, edi turbine repulit ostas. O nimium delect Deo, cui fundit abantris. Aeolus armadas hiems. Cui militat ether. Edi conjurati venient ad classica venti. These famous lines of Claudian, in 3 Consulatu Honorii 93, etc. AD 396, are alleged by his contemporaries, Augustine and Orosius, who suppress the pagan deity of Aeolus, and add some circumstances from the information of eyewitnesses. Within 4 months after the victory, it was compared by Ambrose to the miraculous victories of Moses and Joshua. Right arrow curving left. Arbogast and his emperor had openly espoused the pagan party, according to Ambrose and Augustine. See Le Beau v. 40. Auguste Arthur Bunot, Histoire de la destruction du paganisme en Occident, is more full, and perhaps somewhat fanciful, on this remarkable reaction in favor of paganism, but compare page 116, m. Right arrow curving left. The events of this civil war are gathered from Ambrose, Tom. 2, Epistle Alexiae, page 1022, Paulinus, in Vita Sancti Ambrosiae, c. 26, 34, Augustine, De Civitate Dei v. 26, Orosius, L. 7c. 35, Sozomen, L. 7c. 24, Theodoret, L. v. c. 24, Zosimus, L. 4, pp. 281, 282, Claudian, in 3 Consulatu Honorii 63, 105, in 4 Consulatu Honorii 70, 117, and the Chronicles published by Scaliger. Right arrow curving left. This disease, ascribed by Socrates, L.V.C. 26, to the fatigues of war, is represented by Philostorgius, L. 11c. 2, as the effect of sloth and intemperance, for which Photius calls him an impudent liar, Godefroy, Dissertations, page 438. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus supposes that the boy Honorius accompanied his father, L. 4, page 280. Yet the quanto flagrabrant pectora voto is all that flattery would allow to a contemporary poet, who clearly describes the emperor's refusal and the journey of Honorius. After the victory, Claudian in 3 Consulatu Honorii 78, 125. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, page 244, right arrow curving left. Vegetius, De Re Militari, L. IC, 10. The series of calamities which he marks compel us to believe that the hero to whom he dedicates his book is the last and most inglorious of the Valentinians. Right arrow curving left. Saint Ambrose, Tom. 2. De Obiter Theodosii, page 1208, expressly praises and recommends the zeal of Josiah in the destruction of idolatry. The language of Julius Firmicus Maternus on the same subject, De Error Profanarum Religionum, page 467, edit. Jacobus Gronovius, is piously inhuman. Nec filio jubit, the Mosaic Law, Parsi, nec fratri, eti per amitam conjugem gladium vindicem ducit, etc. Right arrow curving left. Bell, Tom. 2, p. 406, in his Commentaire philosophique, justifies and limits these intolerant laws by the temporal reign of Jehovah over the Jews. The attempt is laudable. Right arrow curving left. See the outlines of the Roman hierarchy in Cicero, De Legibus 2:7, 8, Livy, I-20, Dionysius Halicarnassensis, L. 2, pages 119, 129, edit. Hudson, Beaufort, La République Romaine, Tom. I, pages 1, 90, and Moyle, volume 1, pages 10, 55. The last is the work of an English Whig, as well as of a Roman antiquary. Right arrow curving left. These mystic and perhaps imaginary symbols have given birth to various fables and conjectures. It seems probable that the Palladium was a small statue, 3 cubits and a half high, of Minerva, with a lance and distaff, that it was usually enclosed in a cyria, or barrel. And that a similar barrel was placed by its side to disconcert curiosity or sacrilege. See Claude Gaspard Bachet de Maziriac, Commentaries sur les Epistères d'Ovide, Tom. I, pp. 60, 66, and Lipsius, Tom. 3, page 610, De Vesta et Vestalibus Syntagma, c. 10, right arrow curving left. Cicero frankly, Epistulae ad Atticum, L. 2, Epistola 5, or indirectly, Epistulae ad Familiars, L. 15, Epistola 4, confesses that the augurate is the supreme object of his wishes. Pliny the Younger is proud to tread in the footsteps of Cicero, L. 4, Epistola 8, and the chain of tradition might be continued from history and marbles. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, pages 249, 250. I have suppressed the foolish pun about Pontifex and Maximus. Right arrow curving left. This statue was transported from Tarentum to Rome, placed in the Curia Julia by Caesar, and decorated by Augustus with the spoils of Egypt. Right arrow curving left. Prudentius, L. 2 in Initio, has drawn a very awkward portrait of Victory, but the curious reader will obtain more satisfaction from Montfaucon's Antiquities, Tom. I, page 341. Right arrow curving left. See Suetonius, in De Vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 35, and the exordium of Pliny the Younger's Panegyricus. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 3, 501, 4000. These facts are mutually allowed by the two advocates, Symmachus and Ambrose. Right arrow curving left. The Notitia Urbis Constantinopolitani, more recent than Constantine, does not find one Christian church worthy to be named among the edifices of the city. Ambrose, Tom. 2, Epistola 17, page 825, deplores the public scandals of Rome, which continually offended the eyes, the ears, and the nostrils of the faithful. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose repeatedly affirms, in contradiction to common sense, Moyle's Works, Volume 2, page 147, that the Christians had a majority in the Senate. Right arrow curving left. The first, AD 382, to Gratian, who refused them audience, the second, AD 384, to Valentinian, when the field was disputed by Symmachus and Ambrose, the third, AD 388, to Theodosius. And the fourth, AD 392, to Valentinian. Lardner, Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 4, pages 372-399, fairly represents the whole transaction. Right arrow curving left. Symmachus, who was invested with all the civil and sacerdotal honors, represented the emperor under the two characters of Pontifex Maximus and Princeps Senatus. See the proud inscription at the head of his works. 8996 Right arrow curving left. As if anyone, says Prudentius, in Symmachus I 639, should dig in the mud with an instrument of gold and ivory. Even saints, and polemic saints, treat this adversary with respect and civility. Right arrow curving left. See the 54th epistle of the 10th book of Symmachus. In the form and disposition of his 10 books of epistles, he imitated the younger Pliny, whose rich and florid style he was supposed by his friends to equal or excel, Macrobius, Saturnalia, LV.C. 1. But the luxuriancy of Symmachus consists of barren leaves, without fruits, and even without flowers. Few facts, and few sentiments, can be extracted from his verbose correspondence. Right arrow curving left. See Ambrose, Tom. 2 Epistolae 17, 18, pages 825, 833. The former of these epistles is a short caution, the latter is a formal reply of the petition or libel of Symmachus. The same ideas are more copiously expressed in the poetry, if it may deserve that name, of Prudentius, who composed his 2 books against Symmachus, AD 404, while that senator was still alive. It is whimsical enough that Montesquieu, Consideration sur les causes de la grandeur de Roma et de leur décadence, c. 19 tom. 3, p. 487, should overlook the 2 professed antagonists of Symmachus, and amuse himself with descanting on the more remote and indirect confutations of Orosius, St. Augustine, and Salvian. Right arrow curving left. See Prudentius, in Symmachus, L. I 545, etc. The Christian agrees with the pagan Zosimus, L. 4, page 283, in placing this visit of Theodosius after the Second Civil War. Gemini bis Victor Quid Tyranni, L. I 410. But the time and circumstances are better suited to his first triumph. Right arrow curving left. M. Bunot, in his Histoire de la Destruction du Paganisme en Occident I, pages 483, 488, questions altogether the truth of this statement. It is very remarkable that Zosimus and Prudentius concur in asserting the fact of the question being solemnly deliberated by the Senate, though with directly opposite results. Zosimus declares that the majority of the assembly adhered to the ancient religion of Rome. Gibbon has adopted the authority of Prudentius, who, as a Latin writer, though a poet, deserves more credit than the Greek historian. Both concur in placing this scene after the second triumph of Theodosius. But it has been almost demonstrated, and Gibbon, see the preceding note, seems to have acknowledged this, by page I and Tillemont, that Theodosius did not visit Rome after the defeat of Eugenius. M. Bunot urges with much force the improbability that the Christian emperor would submit such a question to the Senate, whose authority was nearly obsolete, except on one occasion, which was almost hailed as an epoch in the restoration of her ancient privileges. The silence of Ambrose and of Jerome on an event so striking, and redounding so much to the honor of Christianity, is of considerable weight. M. Bunot would ascribe the whole scene to the poetic imagination of Prudentius. But I must observe that however Prudentius is sometimes elevated by the grandeur of his subject to vivid and eloquent language, this flight of invention would be so much bolder and more vigorous than usual with this poet that I cannot but suppose there must have been some foundation for the story, though it may have been exaggerated by the poet and misrepresented by the historian. M. Right arrow curving left. Prudentius, after proving that the sense of the Senate is declared by a legal majority, proceeds to say, 609, etc. Ad spice quam pleno sub celia nostra senatu. Discernent in fame Jovis pulviner, et omni. Idolum lunge purgata ex urb fugandum. Qua vocat egregii sententia principis, illic. Libera. Cum pedibus, tum cord, frequentia transit. Zosimus ascribes to the conscript fathers a heathenish courage, which few of them are found to possess. Right arrow curving left. Jerome specifies the pontiff Albinus, who was surrounded with such a believing family of children and grandchildren as would have been sufficient to convert even Jupiter himself. An extraordinary proselyte. Tom. I ad latum, page 54. Right arrow curving left. Exulter pat res videas, pulcherima mundi. Lumina. Concilium xenum gestire catenum. Candidior toga nivium pietatis amictum. Sumera, eti exuvias deponera pontificals. The fancy of Prudentius is warmed and elevated by victory. Right arrow curving left. Prudentius, after he has described the conversion of the Senate and people, asks, with some truth and confidence. Eti debitimus ad huc Romam, tibi, Christ. Dicatum. In legis transis tuas? Right arrow curving left. Jerome exults in the desolation of the Capitol and the other temples of Rome, Tom. I, page 54, Tom. 2, page 95. Right arrow curving left. M. Bunot is more correct in his general estimate of the measures enforced by Theodosius for the abolition of paganism. He seized, according to Zosimus, the funds bestowed by the public for the expense of sacrifices. The public sacrifices ceased, not because they were positively prohibited, but because the public treasury would no longer bear the expense. The public and the private sacrifices in the provinces, which were not under the same regulations with those of the capital, continued to take place. In Rome itself, many pagan ceremonies, which were without sacrifice, remained in full force. The gods, therefore, were invoked, the temples were frequented, the pontificates inscribed, according to ancient usage, among the family titles of honor. And it cannot be asserted that idolatry was completely destroyed by Theodosius. See Bunot, page 491. M. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio pro Templis, p. 10, Geneva 1634, published by James Godefroy, and now extremely scarce, accuses Valentinian and Valens of prohibiting sacrifices. Some partial order may have been issued by the Eastern Emperor. But the idea of any general law is contradicted by the silence of the code and the evidence of ecclesiastical history. 8997 Right arrow curving left. See his laws in the Theodosian Code, L. 16 tit. X leg. 7, 11. Right arrow curving left. Homer's sacrifices are not accompanied with any inquisition of entrails, see Phaethius, Antiquitates Homerericae, L. IC, 10, 16. The Tuscans, who produced the first haruspices, subdued both the Greeks and the Romans, Cicero, De Divination 223. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, pages 245, 249. Theodoret, L. V. C. 21. Idatius in Chronicon. Prosper Aquitanus, L. 3. C. 38, Apud Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 389, number 52. Libanius, Pro Templis, p. 10, labors to prove that the commands of Theodosius were not direct and positive. 8998 Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. X leg. 8, 18. There is room to believe that this temple of Edessa, which Theodosius wished to save for civil uses, was soon afterwards a heap of ruins. Libanius, Pro Templis, pages 26, 27, and Godefroy's notes, p. 59, right arrow curving left. See this curious oration of Libanius, Pro Templis, pronounced, or rather composed, about the year 390. I have consulted, with advantage, Dr. Lardner's version and remarks, Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 4, pages 135, 163. Right arrow curving left. See The Life of Martin by Sulpicia Severus, c. 9, 14. The saint once mistook, as Don Quixote might have done, a harmless funeral for an idolatrous procession, and imprudently committed a miracle. Right arrow curving left. Compare Sozomen, L. 7c. 15, with Theodoret, L. v. c. 21. Between them, they relate the crusade and death of Marcellus. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Pro Templis, pages 10, 13. He rails at these black-garbed men, the Christian monks, who eat more than elephants. Poor elephants. They are temperate animals. Right arrow curving left. Prosper Aquitanus, L. 3c. 38, apud Baronius. Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 389, number 58, etc. The temple had been shut some time, and the access to it was overgrown with brambles. Right arrow curving left. Donatus, De Roma Antiqua, L. 4c. 4, page 468. This consecration was performed by Pope Boniface IV. I am ignorant of the favorable circumstances which had preserved the Pantheon above 200 years after the reign of Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. Sophronius composed a recent and separate history, Jerome, in Catalogus Scriptorum Ecclesiasticorum, Tom. I, page 303, which has furnished materials to Socrates, L. v. c. 16, Theodoret, L. v. c. 22, and Rufinus, L. 2c. 22. Yet the last, who had been at Alexandria before and after the event, may deserve the credit of an original witness. Right arrow curving left. Gerard Vossius, Opera, Tom. v. p. 80, and De Idolatria, L. IC. 29, strives to support the strange notion of the Fathers, that the patriarch Joseph was adored in Egypt as the bull Apis and the god Serapis. 8999 right arrow curving left. Origo de nondum nostris celebrata. Egyptiorum Antistides sic memorant, etc. Tacitus, Historiae 483. The Greeks who had traveled into Egypt were alike ignorant of this new deity. Right arrow curving left. Macrobius, Saturnalia, L. IC. 7. Such a living fact decisively proves his foreign extraction. Right arrow curving left. At Rome, Isis and Serapis were united in the same temple. The precedency which the queen assumed may seem to betray her unequal alliance with the stranger of Pontus. But the superiority of the female sex was established in Egypt as a civil and religious institution, Diodorus Siculus, Tom. I.L. I, page 31, edit. Wesseling, and the same order is observed in Plutarch's treatise of Isis and Osiris, whom he identifies with Serapis. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXI 16. The Expositio Totius Mundi, p. 8, in Hudson's Geography Graeci Minoris, Tom. 3, and Rufinus, L. 2c. 22, celebrate the Serapeum as one of the wonders of the world. Right arrow curving left. See Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, Tom. 9, pages 397, 416. The old library of the Ptolemies was totally consumed in Caesar's Alexandrian War. Mark Antony gave the whole collection of Pergamus, 200,000 volumes, to Cleopatra, as the foundation of the new library of Alexandria. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Pro Templis, p. 21, indiscreetly provokes his Christian masters by this insulting remark. Right arrow curving left. We may choose between the date of Marcellinus, AD 389, or that of Prosper, AD 391. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V, pages 310, 756, prefers the former, and Pagi the latter. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 11, pages 441, 500. The ambiguous situation of Theophilus, a saint, as the friend of Jerome, a devil, as the enemy of Chrysostom, produces a sort of impartiality. Yet, upon the whole, the balance is justly inclined against him. Right arrow curving left. No doubt a temple of Osiris. St. Martin 4, 398. Right arrow curving left. Lardner, Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 4, p. 411, has alleged a beautiful passage from Suidas, or rather from Damascus, which shows the devout and virtuous Olympus, not in the light of a warrior, but of a prophet. Right arrow curving left. Nos vitamus armaria librorum, cabus direptus, ex inanita ea a nostris hominibus, nostris temporibus memorant. Orosius, L. 6c. 15, page 421, edit. Haverkamp. Though a bigot and a controversial writer, Orosius seems to blush. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius, in the lives of Antoninus and Adesius, execrates the sacrilegious rapine of Theophilus. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 13, page 453, quotes an epistle of Isidore of Pelusium, which reproaches the primate with the idolatrous worship of gold, the Ori Sacra fames. Right arrow curving left. An English traveller, Mr. Wilkinson, has discovered the secret of the vocal memnon. There was a cavity in which a person was concealed, and struck a stone, which gave a ringing sound like brass. The Arabs, who stood below when Mr. Wilkinson performed the miracle, described the sound just as the author of the epigram, chi lambda kappa omicron iota omicron tau pi epsilon nu tau omicron. Right arrow curving left. Rufinus names the priest of Saturn, who, in the character of the god, familiarly conversed with many pious ladies of quality, till he betrayed himself, in a moment of transport. When he could not disguise the tone of his voice. The authentic and impartial narrative of Aeschines, C. Bell, Dictionnaire historique et critique, Scamandre, and the adventure of Mutus, Josephus, Antiquitates Judaicae, L. 18c. 3 p. 877, edit. Haverkamp, may prove that such amorous frauds have been practiced with success. Right arrow curving left. See the images of Serapis, in Montfaucon, tom. 2, p. 297, but the description of Macrobius, Saturnalia, L. IC. 20, is much more picturesque and satisfactory. Right arrow curving left. Sed fortes tremura manus, motique verenda. Majestate loci, si rabora sacra fererant. In sua credibant redituras membra secures. Lucan 3 429. Is it true, said Augustus to a veteran of Italy, at whose house he supped, that the man who gave the first blow to the golden statue of Anytus was instantly deprived of his eyes, and of his life? I was that man, replied the clear-sighted veteran, and you now sup on one of the legs of the goddess. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 33:24. Right arrow curving left. The history of the Reformation affords frequent examples of the sudden change from superstition to contempt. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 7c. 20. I have supplied the measure. The same standard of the inundation, and consequently of the cubit, has uniformly subsisted since the time of Herodotus. See Freret, in the Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. 16, pp. 344, 353. Greaves's Miscellaneous Works, Volume 1, page 233. The Egyptian cubit is about 22 inches of the English measure. 9,000 right arrow curving left. Libanius, Pro Templis, pp. 15, 17, pleads their cause with gentle and insinuating rhetoric. From the earliest age, such feasts had enlivened the country, and those of Bacchus, Georgix 2 380, had produced the theatre of Athens. See Godefroy, Adloc Libanius and Codex Theodotionus, Tom. 6, page 284. Right arrow curving left. Honorius tolerated these rustic festivals, AD 399. Absci ullo sacrificio, at gola superstition damnabili. But 9 years afterwards he found it necessary to reiterate and enforce the same proviso, Codex Theodotionus, L. 16 tit. X leg. 17, 19. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodotionus, L. 16 tit. X leg. 12. Jortin, Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 4, page 134, censures, with becoming asperity, the style and sentiments of this intolerant law. Right arrow curving left. Paganism maintained its ground for a considerable time in the rural districts. Endelechius, a poet who lived at the beginning of the 5th century, speaks of the cross as signum quat perhabent esse crucis Dei. Magnis cacolator solus in herbibus. In the middle of the same century, Maximus, bishop of Turin, writes against the heathen deities as if their worship was still in full vigor in the neighborhood of his city. Augustine complains of the encouragement of the pagan rites by heathen landowners, and Zeno of Verona, still later, reproves the apathy of the Christian proprietors in conniving at this abuse. Compare Niender, 2, page 169. M. Bunot shows that this was the case throughout the north and center of Italy and in Sicily. But neither of these authors has adverted to one fact which must have tended greatly to retard the progress of Christianity in these quarters. It was still chiefly a slave population which cultivated the soil. And however, in the towns, the better class of Christians might be eager to communicate the blessed liberty of the gospel to this class of mankind. However, their condition could not but be silently ameliorated by the humanizing influence of Christianity. Yet, on the whole, no doubt the servile class would be the least fitted to receive the gospel, and its general propagation among them would be embarrassed by many peculiar difficulties. The rural population was probably not entirely converted before the general establishment of the monastic institutions. Compare Quarterly Review of Bunot, Volume 57, page 52. M. Right arrow curving left. Such a charge should not be lightly made, but it may surely be justified by the authority of St. Augustine, who thus addresses the Donatists, Cas nostrum, cas vestrum non laudat leges ab imperatoribus datas adversus sacrificia paganorum? Id cert lunge ibi pena severior constituta est. Ilias quip impietatis capitali supplicium est. Epistola Exia, No. 10, quoted by Leclerc, Bibliothèque Choisy, Tom. 8, p. 277, who adds some judicious reflections on the intolerance of the victorious Christians. 9001 Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 7c. 28, page 537. Augustine, Enoratio in Psalm 140 apud Lardner, Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 4, page 458, insults their cowardice. Cas eorum comprehensus est in sacrificio, cum his legibus ista prohiberenter, edi non negavit? Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Pro Templis, pp. 17, 18, mentions, without censure, the occasional conformity, and as it were theatrical play, of these hypocrites. Right arrow curving left. Libanius concludes his apology, p. 32, by declaring to the emperor that, unless he expressly warrants the destruction of the temples, sigma theta iota tau omicron tau nu gamma rho nu delta epsilon sigma pi tau alpha, kappa alpha alpha tau omicron, kappa alpha tau nu mu beta omicron eta theta sigma omicron nu tau alpha. The proprietors will defend themselves and the laws. Right arrow curving left. Paulinus, in Vita Sancti Ambrosii, c. 26. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L.V. c. 26. Theodoret, L.V. c. 24. Right arrow curving left. Libanius suggests the form of a persecuting edict, which Theodosius might enact, pro templice, page 32, a rash joke and a dangerous experiment. Some princes would have taken his advice. Right arrow curving left. The most remarkable instance of this, at a much later period, occurs in the person of Meribaud, a general and a poet, who flourished in the first half of the 5th century. A statue in honor of Meribaud was placed in the Forum of Trajan, of which the inscription is still extant. Fragments of his poems have been recovered by the industry and sagacity of Niebuhr. In one passage, Meribaud, in the genuine heathen spirit, attributes the ruin of the empire to the abolition of paganism, and almost renews the old accusation of atheism against Christianity. He impersonates some deity, probably Discord, who summons Bellona to take arms for the destruction of Rome. And in a strain of fierce irony recommends to her other fatal measures, to extirpate the gods of Rome. Roma, ipsique trement furialia murmura regis. Tum superos terris at hospita numina pel. Romanos popular deos, eti nullus in eris. Vesto exorato fotis stropolit ignis. His instructa dolis palatia celsa subibo. Majorum mores, id pectora prisca fugabo. Funditus, atque simul, nullo discrimin rerum. Spernanter fortes, nec sic reverentia justus. Attica neglecto perit fecundia Phoebo. Indignus contingat hanos, id pondera rerum. Non virtus sed casus agit, tristis Cupido. Pectoribus saevi demens furor estuit evi. Omniac hoec sign ment Jovis, sign numini summo. Meribaud in Niebuhr's edit. Of the Byzantines, page 14. M. Right arrow curving left. Denique pro meritus terrestribus equa rependens. Munera, sacriculus summos imperdit honores. Dux bonus, id certer sinit cum laudi suorum. Nec pago implicitos per debita culmina mundi. Ire viros prohibit. 9002. Ipsi magistratum tibi consulis, ipsi tribunal. Consulate. Prudentius in Simicus I 617, etc. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, pro templice, page 32, is proud that Theodosius should thus distinguish a man who even in his presence would swear by Jupiter. Yet this presence seems to be no more than a figure of rhetoric. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, who styles himself count and ex-advocate of the treasury, reviles, with partial and indecent bigotry, the Christian princes, and even the father of his sovereign. His work must have been privately circulated, since it escaped the invectives of the ecclesiastical historians prior to Evagrius, L. 3 c. 40-42, who lived towards the end of the 6th century. 9003 right arrow curving left. Yet the pagans of Africa complain that the times would not allow them to answer with freedom the city of God, nor does St. Augustine, v. 26, deny the charge. Right arrow curving left. The Moors of Spain, who secretly preserved the Mohammedan religion above a century, under the tyranny of the Inquisition, possessed the Quran, with the peculiar use of the Arabic tongue. See the curious and honest story of their expulsion in Geddes, Miscellaneous Tracts, Volume 1, pages 198. Right arrow curving left. Paganos que supersunt, quamquam jam nullos esse credimus, etc. Codex Theodotianus, L. 16 tit. X leg. 22, AD 423. The younger Theodosius was afterwards satisfied that his judgment had been somewhat premature. 9004 right arrow curving left. See Eunapius, in the life of the sophist Aedesius. In that of Eustathius he foretells the ruin of paganism, kappa alpha tau iota mu upsilon theta delta epsilon, kappa alpha epsilon iota delta sigma kappa tau omicron tau upsilon rho alpha nu sigma epsilon iota tau pi gamma kappa lambda lambda iota sigma tau alpha. Right arrow curving left. Caius, apud Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 2c. 25, a Roman presbyter who lived in the time of Zephyrinus, AD 202-219, is an early witness of this superstitious practice. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom, contra Iudios et Gentiles quat Christus sit Deus, Tom. INOV. Edit. Number 9. I am indebted for this quotation to Benedict XIV's pastoral letter on the Jubilee of the year 1750. See the curious and entertaining letters of M. Chase, Tom. 3. Right arrow curving left. Male facet ergo Romanus Episcopus. C. Super mortuorum hominum, Petri et Pauli, secundum nos, ossa veneranda, offered Domino sacrificia, et tumulos earum, Christi arbitrator altaria. Jerome, Tom. 2. Adversus Vigilantius, page 153. Right arrow curving left. Jerome, Tom. 2. Page 122, bears witness to these translations, which are neglected by the ecclesiastical historians. The Passion of St. Andrew at Patrae is described in an epistle from the clergy of Achaia, which Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 60, number 34, wishes to believe and Tillemont is forced to reject. St. Andrew was adopted as the spiritual founder of Constantinople, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. I. Pages 317, 323, 588, 594. Right arrow curving left. Jerome, Tom. 2. p. 122, pompously describes the translation of Samuel, which is noticed in all the chronicles of the times. Right arrow curving left. The presbyter Vigilantius, the Protestant of his age, firmly, though ineffectually, withstood the superstition of monks, relics, saints, fasts, etc. For which Jerome compares him to the Hydra, Cerberus, the centaurs, etc., and considers him only as the organ of the demon, Tom. 2. Pages 120, 126. Whoever will peruse the controversy of St. Jerome and Vigilantius, and St. Augustine's account of the miracles of St. Stephen, may speedily gain some idea of the spirit of the Fathers. Right arrow curving left. M. de Beauzebur, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, Tom. 2. Page 648, has applied a worldly sense to the pious observation of the clergy of Smyrna, who carefully preserved the relics of St. Polycarp the Martyr. Right arrow curving left. Martin of Tours, see his life, c. 8, by Sulpicia Severus, extorted this confession from the mouth of the dead man. The error is allowed to be natural. The discovery is supposed to be miraculous. Which of the two was likely to happen most frequently? Right arrow curving left. Lucian composed in Greek his original narrative, which has been translated by Avitus, and published by Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 415, number 7, 16. The Benedictine editors of St. Augustine have given, at the end of the work De Civitate Dei, 2 several copies, with many various readings. It is the character of falsehood to be loose and inconsistent. The most incredible parts of the legend are smoothed and softened by Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 2, page 9, etc. Right arrow curving left. A file of St. Stephen's blood was annually liquefied at Naples, till he was superseded by St. Januarius, Ruinart, Commentarius Historicus de Persecution Vandalica, page 529. Right arrow curving left. Augustine composed the 22 books De Civitate Dei in the space of 13 years, AD 413, 426, Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 14, page 608, etc. His learning is too often borrowed, and his arguments are too often his own, but the whole work claims the merit of a magnificent design, vigorously, and not unskillfully, executed. Right arrow curving left. See Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. XXII c. 22, and the Appendix, which contains 2 books of St. Stephen's Miracles, by Evodius, Bishop of Uzalis. Freculfus, Apud Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, Tom. 8, page 249, has preserved a Gallic or a Spanish proverb, whoever pretends to have read all the miracles of Saint Stephen, he lies. Right arrow curving left. Thomas Burnet, De Statu Mortuorum, pages 56, 84, collects the opinions of the Fathers, as far as they assert the sleep, or repose, of human souls till the day of judgment. He afterwards exposes, page 91, etc., the inconveniences which must arise if they possessed a more active and sensible existence. Right arrow curving left. Vigilantius placed the souls of the prophets and martyrs either in the bosom of Abraham, in loco refrigerii, or else under the altar of God. Nec posse sui tumulis et ubi voluerant ades presentes. But Jerome, Tom. 2, page 122, sternly refutes this blasphemy. 2 Deo legis pons. 2 Apostolis vincula injucies, ut usque ad diem juditii tenianter custodia, nec sint cum domino sua, de cabus scriptum est, sequuntur agnum quocunc vadit. Si agnes ubique, ergo, id hi, que cum agno sunt, ubique esse credendi sunt. Edi cum diabolus et demons toto vigenter in orb, etc. Right arrow curving left. Fleury, Discours sur l'histoire ecclésiastique 3, page 80. Right arrow curving left. At Minorca, the relics of Saint Stephen converted, in 8 days, 540 Jews. With the help, indeed, of some wholesome severities, such as burning the synagogue, driving the obstinate infidels to starve among the rocks, etc. See the original letter of Severus, Bishop of Minorca, ad Calcem St. Augustine, Delaware Civitate Day, and the judicious remarks of Basnage, Tom. 8, pages 245, 251. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Hume, Essays, Volume 2, page 434, observes, like a philosopher, the natural flux and reflux of polytheism and theism. Right arrow curving left. Agrippa D'Aubigne, see his own Memoirs, pp. 156, 160, frankly offered, with the consent of the Huguenot ministers, to allow the first 400 years as the rule of faith. The Cardinal du Perron haggled for 40 years more, which were indiscreetly given. Yet neither party would have found their account in this foolish bargain. Right arrow curving left. The worship practiced and inculcated by Tertullian, Lactantius, Arnobius, etc. is so extremely pure and spiritual that their declamations against the pagan, sometimes glance against the Jewish, ceremonies. Right arrow curving left. Faustus the Manichaean accuses the Catholics of idolatry. Vertitus idola in martyrs, quos votus similibus colitis. M. de Beauzebur, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, Tom. 2, pp. 629, 700, a Protestant, but a philosopher, has represented, with candor and learning, the introduction of Christian idolatry in the 4th and 5th centuries. Right arrow curving left. The resemblance of superstition, which could not be imitated, might be traced from Japan to Mexico. Warburton has seized this idea, which he distorts by rendering it too general and absolute, Divine Legation of Moses, Volume 4, page 126, etc. Right arrow curving left. The imitation of paganism is the subject of Dr. Middleton's agreeable letter from Rome. Warburton's animadversions obliged him to connect, Volume 3, pages 120, 132, the history of the two religions, and to prove the antiquity of the Christian copy. Right arrow curving left. But there was always this important difference between Christian and heathen polytheism. In paganism this was the whole religion. In the darkest ages of Christianity, some, however obscure and vague, Christian notions of future retribution, of the life after death, lurked at the bottom and operated, to a certain extent, on the thoughts and feelings, sometimes on the actions. M. Right arrow curving left. Alecto, envious of the public felicity, convenes an infernal synod. Magira recommends her pupil Rufinus, and excites him to deeds of mischief, etc. But there is as much difference between Claudian's fury and that of Virgil, as between the characters of Turnus and Rufinus. Right arrow curving left. It is evident, Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. v. p. 770, though de Marca is ashamed of his countrymen, that Rufinus was born at Alussa, the metropolis of Novempopulania, now a small village of Gascony, d'Anville, notice de l'Ancien Gaul, page 289. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 11c. 3, with Godefroy's Dissertions, page 440. Right arrow curving left. A passage of Suidas is expressive of his profound dissimulation. Beta alpha theta upsilon gamma nu mu omega nu theta rho omega pi omicron kappa alpha kappa rho upsilon psi nu omicron upsilon. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, pages 272, 273. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, who describes the fall of Tatian and his son, L. 4, pages 273, 274, asserts their innocence. And even his testimony may outweigh the charges of their enemies, Codex Theodosianus, tom. 4, page 489, who accuse them of oppressing the Curiae. The connection of Tatian with the Arians, while he was prefect of Egypt, AD 373, inclines Tillemont to believe that he was guilty of every crime, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. v. page 360. Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, page 589. Right arrow curving left. Juvenum Rarantia Calla. Ante patrum vultus stricta cessadir securi. Ibit grandivis nato morienti supersts. Post trebias ex sul. In Rufinum I 248. The facts of Zosimus explain the allusions of Claudian, but his classic interpreters were ignorant of the 4th century. The fatal chord I found, with the help of Tillemont, in a sermon of Saint Asterius of Amasie. Right arrow curving left. This odious law is recited and repealed by Arcadius, AD 396, in the Theodosian Code, L. 9 tit. XXXVI leg. 9, the sense, as it is explained by Claudian, in Rufinum I 234, and Godefroy, tom. 3, page 279, is perfectly clear. Exindera civs. Funditus. Eti nomen gentis delere laborat. The scruples of Pagi and Tillemont can arise only from their zeal for the glory of Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. Ammonius. Rufinum proprius manibus suspit sacro font mundatum. See Roswide's Vitae Patrum, page 947. Sozomen, L. 8c. 17, mentions the church and monastery. And Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 9, page 593, records this synod, in which Saint Gregory of Nyssa performed a conspicuous part. Right arrow curving left. Montesquieu, de l'Esprit de l'Oix, L. 12c. 12, praises one of the laws of Theodosius, addressed to the prefect Rufinus, L. 9 tit. 4 leg. Eunuch, to discourage the prosecution of treasonable, or sacrilegious, words. A tyrannical statute always proves the existence of tyranny, but a laudable edict may only contain the specious professions or ineffectual wishes of the prince or his ministers. This, I am afraid, is a just, though mortifying, canon of criticism. Right arrow curving left. Fluctibus ori. Expleri cities ista nequit. Vertical ellipsis. Congesti cumulanter ops. Orbisque ruinas. Accipit una domus. This character, Claudian, in Rufinum I 184, 220, is confirmed by Jerome, a disinterested witness, Dedicus insatiabilis avaritii, tom. I ad Heliodorus, p. 26, by Zosimus, L. v. page 286, and by Suidas, who copied the history of Eunapius. Right arrow curving left. Citera segnes. Ad facinus velox, penitus region remotas. Impiger ire vias. This allusion of Claudian, in Rufinum I 241, is again explained by the circumstantial narrative of Zosimus, L.V., pages 288, 289. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 4, p. 243, praises the valor, prudence, and integrity of Botto the Frank. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. V, page 771. Right arrow curving left. Arsenius escaped from the palace of Constantinople, and passed 55 years in rigid penance in the monasteries of Egypt. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 14, pages 676, 702. And Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, tom. V, page 1, etc., but the latter, for want of authentic materials, has given too much credit to the legend of Metaphrastes. Right arrow curving left. This story, Zosimus, L. V, page 290, proves that the hymeneal rites of antiquity were still practiced, without idolatry, by the Christians of the East. And the bride was forcibly conducted from the house of her parents to that of her husband. Our form of marriage requires, with less delicacy, the express and public consent of a virgin. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. V., page 290, Orosius, L. 7c. 37, and the Chronicle of Marcellinus. Claudian, in Rufinum 2-7, 100, paints, in lively colors, the distress and guilt of the prefect. Right arrow curving left. Stilicho, directly or indirectly, is the perpetual theme of Claudian. The youth and private life of the hero are vaguely expressed in the poem on his first consulship, 35, 140. Right arrow curving left. Vandalorum, Imbellus, Avere, Perfidi, et dolosi, gentis, genere editus. Orosius, L. 7c. 38. Jerome, Tom. Iad Gerontium, page 93, calls him a semi-barbarian. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, in an imperfect poem, has drawn a fair, perhaps a flattering, portrait of Serena. That favorite niece of Theodosius was born, as well as her sister Thermantia, in Spain. From whence, in their earliest youth, they were honorably conducted to the palace of Constantinople. Right arrow curving left. Some doubt may be entertained whether this adoption was legal or only metaphorical. See Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, page 75. An old inscription gives Stilicho the singular title of Progenitor Divi Theodosii. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, Laus Sereni 190, 193, expresses, in poetic language, the delectus equorum, and the gemino mox idem culmen duxit agmina. The inscription adds, Count of the domestics, an important command, which Stilicho, in the height of his grandeur, might prudently retain. Right arrow curving left. The beautiful lines of Claudian, in I Consolatus Stilichones, 2:113, displays his genius. But the integrity of Stilicho, in the military administration, is much more firmly established by the unwilling evidence of Zosimus, L. V., page 345. Right arrow curving left. See Bellica Moles. Ingruerit, quamvis annis et jura minori. Cedera grandivos equidem petitumque magistros. Adspicirs. Claudian, Laus Sereni, page 196, etc. A modern general would deem their submission either heroic patriotism or abject servility. Right arrow curving left. Compare the poem on the first consulship, I-95, 115, with the Laus Sereni, 227, 237, where it unfortunately breaks off. We may perceive the deep inveterate malice of Rufinus. Right arrow curving left. Quem fratribus ipsi. Discedens, clipium defensorem dedisti. Yet the nomination, for consulatu honorii 432, was private, 3 consulatu honorii 142, cunctos dissidere, jubit, and may therefore be suspected. Zosimus and Suidas apply to Stilicho and Rufinus the same equal title of pi iota tauro pi omicron iota, guardians, or procurators. Right arrow curving left. The Roman law distinguishes two sorts of minority, which expired at the age of 14 and of 25. The one was subject to the tutor, or guardian, of the person. The other, to the curator, or trustee, of the estate, Haenexius, Antiquitatem Romanorum Jurisprudentium, pertinent. L. I. Tit. XXI, pages 218, 232. But these legal ideas were never accurately transferred into the constitution of an elective monarchy. Right arrow curving left. See Claudian, I Consulatus Stilichones, I 188, 242. But he must allow more than 15 days for the journey and return between Milan and Leiden. Right arrow curving left. I Consulatus Stilichones, 288, 94. Not only the robes and diadems of the deceased emperor, but even the helmets, sword hilts, belts, cuirasses, etc., were enriched with pearls, emeralds, and diamonds. Right arrow curving left. Tantoque remoto. Principi, mutatas orbis non sensit habenas. This high commendation, I Consulatus Stilichones, I 149, may be justified by the fears of the dying emperor, de bello Guldonico 292, 301. And the peace and good order which were enjoyed after his death, I Consulatus Stilichones, I 150, 168. Right arrow curving left. Stilicho's march and the death of Rufinus are described by Claudian, in Rufinum, L. 2101, 453, Zosimus, L. v. pages 296, 297, Sozomen, L. 8c. 1, Socrates, L. 6c. 1, Philostorgius, L. 11c. 3, with Godefroy, page 441, and the Chronicle of Marcellinus. Right arrow curving left. The dissection of Rufinus, which Claudian performs with the savage coolness of an anatomist, in Rufinum 2405, 415, is likewise specified by Zosimus and Jerome, Tom. I, page 26. Right arrow curving left. The pagan Zosimus mentions their sanctuary and pilgrimage. The sister of Rufinus, Sylvania, who passed her life at Jerusalem, is famous in monastic history. The studious virgin had diligently, and even repeatedly, perused the commentators on the Bible, Origen, Gregory, Basil, etc., to the amount of 5 millions of lines. At the age of 60, she could boast that she had never washed her hands, face, or any part of her whole body, except the tips of her fingers to receive the communion. See the Vitae Patrum, pages 779, 977. Right arrow curving left. See the beautiful exordium of his invective against Rufinus, which is curiously discussed by the skeptic Bell, Dictionnaire historique et critique, Rufinius, note E. Right arrow curving left. See the Theodosian Code, L. 9 tit. XLII leg. 14, 15. The new ministers attempted, with inconsistent avarice, to seize the spoils of their predecessor and to provide for their own future security. Right arrow curving left. See Claudian, I Consulatus Stilichones, L. I 275, 292, 296, L. 283, and Zosimus, L. v. page 302. Right arrow curving left. Claudian turns the consulship of the eunuch Eutropius into a national reflection, L. 234. Plaudentum cern senatum. Et Byzantinos proceres greos carites. O patribus plebes, O digni consul patres. It is curious to observe the first symptoms of jealousy and schism between Old and New Rome, between the Greeks and Latins. Right arrow curving left. Claudian may have exaggerated the vices of Gildo. But his Moorish extraction, his notorious actions, and the complaints of Saint Augustine may justify the poet's invectives. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 398, No. 35, 56, has treated the African rebellion with skill and learning. Right arrow curving left. Instat terribilis vivis, morientibus hers. Virginibus raptor, thalames obscinus adulter. Nulla quis, orator preta cessant libido. Dividibusque dies, edinox metuenda maritis. Moris clarissima quique. Fastidita dater. De bello Gildonico 165, 189. Baronius condemns, still more severely, the licentiousness of Gildo, as his wife, his daughter, and his sister were examples of perfect chastity. The adulteries of the African soldiers are checked by one of the imperial laws. Right arrow curving left. Inc tuum sortum numerosas transtulit herbs. Claudian, De bello Gildonico 230, 324, has touched, with political delicacy, the intrigues of the Byzantine court, which are likewise mentioned by Zosimus, L.V., page 302, right arrow curving left. Symmachus, L. 4, Epistola 4, expresses the judicial forms of the Senate, and Claudian, I Consulatus Stilichones, L. I 325, etc., seems to feel the spirit of a Roman. Right arrow curving left. Claudian finally displays these complaints of Symmachus in a speech of the goddess of Rome before the throne of Jupiter, De bello Gildonico 28, 128. Right arrow curving left. See Claudian, in Eutropium, L. I 401, etc., I Consulatus Stilichones, L. I 306, etc., 2 Consulatus Stilichones, 91, etc. Right arrow curving left. He was of a mature age. Since he had formerly, AD 373, served against his brother Firmus, Ammianus 6-5. Claudian, who understood the court of Milan, dwells on the injuries, rather than the merits, of Massazel, De bello Gildonico 389, 414. The Moorish war was not worthy of Honorius or Stilicho, etc. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, De bello Gildonico 415, 423. The change of discipline allowed him to use indifferently the names of Legio, Coerce, Manipulus. See Notitia dignitatem omnium, tam civilium quam militarium, imperii Romani, S. 38, 40. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 7c 36, p. 565, qualifies this account with an expression of doubt, ut iant, and it scarcely coincides with the delta upsilon nu epsilon iota delta rho of Zosimus, L.V., page 303. Yet Claudian, after some declamation about Cadmus's soldiers, frankly owns that Stilicho sent a small army, lest the rebels should fly, any time or times, I Consulatus Stilichones, L. I 314, etc. Right arrow curving left. Rutilius Claudius Nemesianus, De Redditu Sua, I 439, 448. He afterwards, 515, 526, mentions a religious madman on the Isle of Gorgona. For such profane remarks, Rutilius and his accomplices are styled by his commentator Barthius, Rabiosi Canes Diaboli. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 12, p. 471, more calmly observes that the unbelieving poet praises where he means to censure. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 7c 36, page 564. Augustine commends two of these savage saints of the Isle of Goats, Epistola LXXXI, apud Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 13, page 317, and Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 398, no. 51, right arrow curving left. Here the first book of the Gildonic War is terminated. The rest of Claudian's poem has been lost, and we are ignorant how or where the army made good their landing in Africa. Right arrow curving left. Orosius must be responsible for the account. The presumption of Gildo and his various train of barbarians is celebrated by Claudian, I Consulatus Stilichones, L. I 345, 355. Right arrow curving left. St. Ambrose, who had been dead about a year, revealed, in a vision, the time and place of the victory. Massazel afterwards related his dream to Paulinus, the original biographer of the saint, from whom it might easily pass to Orosius. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L.V., page 303, supposes an obstinate combat. But the narrative of Orosius appears to conceal a real fact under the disguise of a miracle. Right arrow curving left. Tabraca lay between the two hippos, Cellarius, Tom. 2 Part 2, page 112, D. Anvil, Tom. 3, p. 84. Orosius has distinctly named the field of battle, but our ignorance cannot define the precise situation. Right arrow curving left. The death of Gildo is expressed by Claudian, I Consolatus Stilichones, I 357, and his best interpreters, Zosimus and Orosius. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, 2 Consolatus Stilichones, 99, 119, describes their trial, Tremute quos Africa nuper, cernant rostra rios, and applauds the restoration of the ancient constitution. It is here that he introduces the famous sentence, so familiar to the friends of despotism. Nunquam libertas gratior extat. Quam sub rege pio. But the freedom which depends on royal piety scarcely deserves that appellation. Right arrow curving left. See the Theodosian Code, L. 9 tit. XX leg. 3 tit. XL leg. 19. Right arrow curving left. Stilicho, who claimed an equal share in all the victories of Theodosius and his son, particularly asserts that Africa was recovered by the wisdom of his counsels, see an inscription produced by Baronius. Right arrow curving left. I have softened the narrative of Zosimus, which, in its crude simplicity, is almost incredible, L.V., page 303. Orosius damns the victorious general, p. 538, for violating the right of sanctuary. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, as the poet laureate, composed a serious and elaborate epithalamium of 340 lines. Besides some gay fescennines, which were sung in a more licentious tone on the wedding night. Right arrow curving left. Calet obvious ire. Jam princeps, tardumque cupit dissidere solum. Nobilis haud aliter sonipes. De nuptiis honorii et Mariae 287, and more freely in the fescennines, 112, 126. Dices, o quoties, hoc mihi dulcius. Quam flavos decis vincere sarmatas. Vertical ellipsis. Tum victor medito prosilias toro. Nocturni referens vulnera proelii. Right arrow curving left. See Zosimus, L. V, page 333. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, de bello Gothico, L. IC, 2. I have borrowed the general practice of Honorius, without adopting the singular and, indeed, improbable tale which is related by the Greek historian. Right arrow curving left. The lessons of Theodosius, or rather Claudian, for Consolatu Honorii Augusti, 214, 418, might compose a fine institution for the future prince of a great and free nation. It was far above Honorius and his degenerate subjects. Right arrow curving left. The revolt of the Goths and the blockade of Constantinople are distinctly mentioned by Claudian, in Rufinum, L. 27, 100, Zosimus, L. V. 292, and Jornans, De Rebus Jedicis, c. 29. Right arrow curving left. Alii per terga ferocis. Danubii solidata runt, expertake remus. Frangent stagna rotis. Claudian and Ovid often amuse their fancy by interchanging the metaphors and properties of liquid water and solid ice. Much false wit has been expended in this easy exercise. Right arrow curving left. Jerome, Tom. page 26. He endeavors to comfort his friend Heliodorus, Bishop of Altinum, for the loss of his nephew Nepotian, by a curious recapitulation of all the public and private misfortunes of the times. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 12, page 200, etc. Right arrow curving left. Balda or bold, origo mirifica, says Jornans, c. 29. This illustrious race long continued to flourish in France, in the Gothic province of Septimania or Languedoc, under the corrupted appellation of Boques. And a branch of that family afterward settled in the kingdom of Naples, Grotius in Prolegomena ad Historia Gothrum, page 53. The lords of Beau, near Arles, and of 79 subordinate places, were independent of the counts of Provence, Longueroux, Description de la France, tom. Page 357. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. V. pp. 293, 295, is our best guide for the conquest of Greece, but the hints and allusion of Claudian are so many rays of historic light. Right arrow curving left. Compare Herodotus, L. 7c 176, and Livy, XXXVI 15. The narrow entrance of Greece was probably enlarged by each successive ravisher. Right arrow curving left. He passed, says Eunapius, in De Vitis Philosophorum Edi Sophistarum, page 93, edit. Cumlin, 1596, through the straits, delta iota tau nu pi upsilon lambda nu, of Thermopylae, pi alpha rho lambda theta epsilon nu, sigma pi epsilon rho delta iota sigma tau alpha delta omicron upsilon kappa alpha pi omicron kappa rho tau omicron upsilon pi epsilon delta omicron upsilon tau rho chi omega nu. Right arrow curving left. In obedience to Jerome and Claudian, in Rufinum, L. 2191, I have mixed some darker colors in the mild representation of Zosimus, who wished to soften the calamities of Athens. Nec fera Cecropias traxissant vincula matris. Synesius, Epistola Clva, page 272, edit. Petavius observes that Athens, whose sufferings he imputes to the proconsul's avarice, was at that time less famous for her schools of philosophy than for her trade of honey. Right arrow curving left. Valata mari Cyronia rupes. Iti duo continuo connectans equora muro. Ismos. Claudian, De Bello Getico 188. The Cyronian rocks are described by Pausanias, L. IC 44, p. 107, edit. Kuhn, and our modern travelers Weller, page 436, and Chandler, page 298. Hadrian made the road passable for 2 carriages. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, in Rufinum, L. 2186, and De Bello Getico 611, etc., vaguely, though forcibly, delineates the scene of rapine and destruction. Right arrow curving left. Tau rho mu kappa alpha rho epsilon delta alpha nu alpha omicron kappa alpha tau epsilon tau rho kappa iota, etc. These generous lines of Homer, Odyssey, LV 306, were transcribed by one of the captive youths of Corinth. And the tears of Mummius may prove that the rude conqueror, though he was ignorant of the value of an original picture, possessed the purest source of good taste, a benevolent heart, Plutarch. Symposiacs, L. 9 tom. 2, page 737, edit. Wetchell. Right arrow curving left. Homer perpetually describes the exemplary patience of those female captives, who gave their charms, and even their hearts, to the murderers of their fathers, brothers, etc. Such a passion, of Eriphyle for Achilles, is touched with admirable delicacy by Racine. Right arrow curving left. Plutarch, in Parallel Lives, Pyrrho, tom. 2, page 471, edit. Bryan, gives the genuine answer in the laconic dialect. Pyrrhus attacked Sparta with 25,000 foot, 2,000 horse, and 24 elephants, and the defense of that open town is a fine comment on the laws of Lycurgus, even in the last stage of decay. Right arrow curving left. Such, perhaps, as Homer, Iliad XX 164, has so nobly painted him. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius, in De Vitis Philosophorum et Sophistarum, pp. 90-93, intimates that a troop of monks betrayed Greece and followed the Gothic camp. 9005 Right arrow curving left. For Stilicho's Greek War, compare the honest narrative of Zosimus, L.V., pp. 295-296, with the curious circumstantial flattery of Claudian, I Consolatus Stilichones, L. I 172-186, for Consolatu Honorii 459, 487. As the event was not glorious, it is artfully thrown into the shade. Right arrow curving left. The troops who marched through Elis delivered up their arms. This security enriched the Hellenes, who were lovers of a rural life. Riches begot pride, they disdained their privilege, and they suffered. Polybius advises them to retire once more within their magic circle. See a learned and judicious discourse on the Olympic Games, which Mr. Gilbert West has prefixed to his translation of Pindar. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, in For Consolatu Honorii 480, alludes to the fact, without naming the river, perhaps the Alpheus, I Consolatus Stilichones, L. I 185. Et Alpheus Jedisus Angustus Acervus. Tardier ad siculos etiamnum pergit amores. Yet I should prefer the Peneus, a shallow stream in a wide and deep bed, which runs through Elis and falls into the sea below Cyllene. It had been joined with the Alpheus to cleanse the Augean stable. Cellarius, Tom. I, page 760, Chandler's Travels in Greece, page 286. Right arrow curving left. Strabo, L. 8, page 517. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 4.3, Weller, page 308, Chandler, page 275. They measured from different points the distance between the two lands. Right arrow curving left. Synesius passed 3 years, AD 397, 400, at Constantinople, as deputy from Cyrene to the Emperor Arcadius. He presented him with a crown of gold, and pronounced before him the instructive oration, De Regno, pages 1, 32, edit. Petavius, Paris, 1612. The philosopher was made bishop of Ptolemais, AD 410, and died about 430. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 12, pages 490, 554, 683, 685. Right arrow curving left. Synesius, De Regno, pages 21, 26. Right arrow curving left. Ca fodera rumpit. Ditator, ca servat, eget, vastator achivi. Gentis, edi eperum nuper populatus annultum. Presidet Illyrico, jam, quos obsedit, amicos. Ingreditor muros. Illis responsa deturis. Quorum conjugibus poditor, natasque perimit. Claudian, in Eutropium, L. 2212. Alaric applauds his own policy, de bello Gedico 533, 543, in the use which he had made of this Illyrian jurisdiction. Right arrow curving left. Jornans, c. 29, page 651. The Gothic historian adds, with unusual spirit, cum sui deliberans suasit sua labor quirera regna, quam alienus per odium subjacere. Right arrow curving left. Discourse odius ganseps civilibus orbis. Non sua vis tatadio, dum fodera fallax. Ludit, edi alterni perjuria venditat oli. Claudian, de bello Gedico 565. Right arrow curving left. Alpabus Italii ruptus penetrabis ad urbum. This authentic prediction was announced by Alaric, or at least by Claudian, de bello Gedico 547, 7 years before the event. But as it was not accomplished within the term which has been rashly fixed, the interpreters escaped through an ambiguous meaning. Right arrow curving left. Our best materials are 970 verses of Claudian, in the poem on the Getic War, and the beginning of that which celebrates the 6th consulship of Honorius. Zosimus is totally silent. And we are reduced to such scraps, or rather crumbs, as we can pick from Orosius and the Chronicles. Right arrow curving left. Notwithstanding the gross errors of Jornans, who confounds the Italian wars of Alaric, c. 29, his date of the consulship of Stilicho and Aurelian, AD 400, is firm and respectable. It is certain from Claudian, Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V. page 804, that the Battle of Pollentia was fought AD 403, but we cannot easily fill the interval. Right arrow curving left. Tantum Romani urbis judicium fugis, ut magis obsidianum barbaricum, quam pocito urbis judicium velis sustenere. Jerome, Tom. 2, page 239. Rufinus understood his own danger. The peaceful city was inflamed by the beldam Marcella and the rest of Jerome's faction. Right arrow curving left. Javinian, the enemy of fasts and of celibacy, who was persecuted and insulted by the furious Jerome, Jordan's Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 4, page 104, etc. See the original edict of banishment in the Theodosian Code, L. 16 tit. V. Leg. 43, right arrow curving left. This epigram, De Sena Veronensica Suburbium Nusquam Egers Sus Est, is one of the earliest and most pleasing compositions of Claudian. Cowley's Imitation, Hurd's edition, Volume 2, p. 241, has some natural and happy strokes, but it is much inferior to the original portrait, which is evidently drawn from the life. Right arrow curving left. Ingentem meminit parvo ca German quercum. Equivumque vidit consenuus nemus. A neighboring wood born with himself he sees, and loves his old contemporary trees. In this passage, Cowley is perhaps superior to his original, and the English poet, who was a good botanist, has concealed the oaks under a more general expression. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, De Bello Getico 199, 266. He may seem prolix, but fear and superstition occupied as large a space in the minds of the Italians. Right arrow curving left. From the passages of Paulinus, which Baronius has produced, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 403, no. 51, it is manifest that the general alarm had pervaded all Italy, as far as Nola in Campania, where that famous penitent had fixed his abode. Right arrow curving left. Solus erat Stilicho, etc. is the exclusive commendation which Claudian bestows, De Bello Getico 267, without condescending to accept the emperor. How insignificant must Honorius have appeared in his own court. Right arrow curving left. The face of the country, and the hardiness of Stilicho, are finely described, De Bello Getico 340, 363. Right arrow curving left. Venit et extremis legio pretenta Britannis. Quae scoto dat frena trussi. De Bello Getico 416. Yet the most rapid march from Edinburgh, or Newcastle, to Milan must have required a longer space of time than Claudian seems willing to allow for the duration of the Gothic War. Right arrow curving left. Every traveller must recollect the face of Lombardy, see Fontenelle, Tom. V. page 279, which is often tormented by the capricious and irregular abundance of waters. The Austrians, before Genoa, were encamped in the dry bed of the Polsevera. Ne sareb, says Muratori, my passato per ment a che buoni Alemanni, che quel piccolo torrente potes, per cosi dire, in un instant cangiarsi in un terribil giganti, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 16, page 443, Milan, 1752, octavo edition. Right arrow curving left. According to Lebeau and his commentator M. St. Martin, Honorius did not attempt to fly. Settlements were offered to the Goths in Lombardy, and they advanced from the Po towards the Alps to take possession of them. But it was a treacherous stratagem of Stilicho, who surprised them while they were reposing on the faith of this treaty. Le Beau, page 223. M. Right arrow curving left. Claudian does not clearly answer our question, where was Honorius himself? Yet the flight is marked by the pursuit. And my idea of the Gothic War is justified by the Italian critics, Sigonius, Tom. I Part 2, page 369, Historiarum de Occidentali Imperio, L. X., and Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 4, page 45. Right arrow curving left. One of the roads may be traced in the itineraries, pages 98, 288, 294, with Wesseling's notes. Asta lay some miles on the right hand. Right arrow curving left. Asta, or Asti, a Roman colony, is now the capital of a pleasant country, which, in the 16th century, devolved to the Dukes of Savoy, Leandro Alberti, Descrizione d'Italia, page 382. Right arrow curving left. Nec me timor impulit ullus. He might hold this proud language the next year at Rome, 500 miles from the scene of danger, 6 Consolatu Honorii, 449. Right arrow curving left. Hanc ego vel victor regno, vel mort tenebo. Victus, humum. The speeches, De Bello Gedico 479, 549, of the Gothic Nestor and Achilles are strong, characteristic, adapted to the circumstances, and possibly not less genuine than those of Livy. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 7c. 37, is shocked at the impiety of the Romans who attacked, on Easter Sunday, such pious Christians. Yet, at the same time, public prayers were offered at the shrine of St. Thomas of Edessa for the destruction of the Arian robber. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V. page 529, who quotes a homily which has been erroneously ascribed to Saint Chrysostom. Right arrow curving left. The vestiges of Pollentia are 25 miles to the southeast of Turin. Urbs, in the same neighborhood, was a royal chase of the kings of Lombardy, and a small river, which excused the prediction, penetrabis ad urbem. Claverius, Italia Antiqua, Tom. I, pages 83, 85. Right arrow curving left. Orosius wishes, in doubtful words, to insinuate the defeat of the Romans. Pugnans vicimus, victors victi summus. Prosper, in Epitoma Chronicon, makes it an equal and bloody battle, but the Gothic writers, Cassiodorus, in Chronicon, and Jornans, de Rebus Jedicis, c. 29, claim a decisive victory. Right arrow curving left. Demens ausanidum gemmata manilia matrum. Romanasque alta famulas servis petbat. De Bello Gedico 627. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, De Bello Gedico 580, 647, and Prudentius, in Symmachis, L. 2694, 719, celebrate, without ambiguity, the Roman victory of Pollentia. They are poetical and party writers. Yet some credit is due to the most suspicious witnesses, who are checked by the recent notoriety of facts. Right arrow curving left. Claudian's peroration is strong and elegant. But the identity of the Cimbric and Gothic fields must be understood, like Virgil's Philippi, Georgic's I 490, according to the loose geography of a poet. Vercelli and Pollentia are 60 miles from each other, and the latitude is still greater if the Cimbri were defeated in the wide and barren plain of Verona. Maffei, Verona Illustrata, Part 1, pp. 54, 62. Right arrow curving left. Claudian and Prudentius must be strictly examined, to reduce the figures and extort the historic sense of those poets. Right arrow curving left. Eti gravant en erine ses frels avantages. De mes etats conquis in chainer less images. The practice of exposing in triumph the images of kings and provinces was familiar to the Romans. The bust of Mithridates himself was 12 feet high, of massy gold, Francimius, Supplementa Liviana CIII 47. Right arrow curving left. The Getic War and the sixth consulship of Honorius obscurely connect the events of Alaric's retreat and losses. Right arrow curving left. Tacio de Alarico, Seep Victo, Seep Concluso, Semperc demisso. Orosius, L. 7c 37, page 567. Claudian, 6 Consolatu Honorii, 320, drops the curtain with a fine image. Right arrow curving left. The remainder of Claudian's poem on the sixth consulship of Honorius describes the journey, the triumph, and the games, 330, 660. Right arrow curving left. See the inscription in Masca's History of the Ancient Germans 812. The words are positive and indiscreet, Getarum nationem in omni evum domitam, etc. Right arrow curving left. On the curious, though horrid, subject of the gladiators, consult the 2 books of the Saturnalia of Lipsius, who, as an antiquarian, is inclined to excuse the practice of antiquity, Tom. 3, pages 483, 545. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodotionus, L. 15 tit. 12 leg. The commentary of Godefroy affords large materials, Tom. V, page 396, for the history of gladiators. Right arrow curving left. See the peroration of Prudentius, in Symmachus, L. 2 1121, 1131, who had doubtless read the eloquent invective of Lactantius, Institutions Divini, L. 6c. 20. The Christian apologists have not spared these bloody games, which were introduced in the religious festivals of paganism. Right arrow curving left. Theodoret, L. v. c. 26. I wish to believe the story of St. Telemachus. Yet no church has been dedicated, no altar has been erected, to the only monk who died a martyr in the cause of humanity. Right arrow curving left. Peter Erasmus Müller, in his valuable treatise, Commentatio Historica de Genio, Moribus et Luciu Evi Theodosiani, is disposed to question the effect produced by the heroic, or rather saintly, death of Telemachus. No prohibitory law of Honorius is to be found in the Theodosian Code, only the old and imperfect edict of Constantine. But Müller has produced no evidence or allusion to gladiatorial shows after this period. The combats with wild beasts certainly lasted till the fall of the Western Empire. But the gladiatorial combats ceased either by common consent, or by imperial edict. M. Right arrow curving left. Crudel gladiatorum spectaculum et inhumanum non nullus videri solet, etihad scio and eta sit, ut nunc fit. Cicero, Tusculani Questions 217. He faintly censures the abuse and warmly defends the use of these sports, oculis nulla poterat esse fortior contra dolorem et mortem disciplina. Seneca, Epistulae Moralis 7, shows the feelings of a man. Right arrow curving left. This account of Ravenna is drawn from Strabo, L. v., page 327, Pliny the Elder, 320, Stephen of Byzantium, sub voce rho beta epsilon nu alpha, p. 651, edit. Burkel, Claudian, in 6 Consolatu Honorii 494, etc., Sidonius Apollinaris, L. I Epistolae 5, 8, Jornans, de Rebus Jedicis, c. 29, Procopius, de Bello Gothico, L. I.C. I. p. 309, edit. Louvre, and Claverius, Italia Antiqua, Tom. I. pages 301, 307. Yet I still want a local antiquarian, and a good topographical map. Right arrow curving left. Martial, Epigram 3, 56, 57, plays on the trick of the knave who had sold him wine instead of water, but he seriously declares that a cistern at Ravenna is more valuable than a vineyard. Sidonius complains that the town is destitute of fountains and aqueducts, and ranks the want of fresh water among the local evils, such as the croaking of frogs, the stinging of gnats, etc. Right arrow curving left. The fable of Theodore and Honoria, which Dryden has so admirably transplanted from Boccaccio, Giornata 3 Novella 8, was acted in the wood of Chiasse, a corrupt word from classis. The naval station which, with the intermediate road or suburb, the Via Caesaris, constituted the triple city of Ravenna. Right arrow curving left. From the year 404, the dates of the Theodosian Code become sedentary at Constantinople and Ravenna. See Godefroy's Chronology of the Laws, Tom. I. P. CXLVA, etc. Right arrow curving left. C.M. De Guynes, Histoire de Huns, Tom. I. Pages 179, 189, Tom. 2, pages 295, 334, 338. Right arrow curving left. There is no authority which connects this inroad of the Teutonic tribes with the movements of the Huns. The Huns can hardly have reached the shores of the Baltic, and probably the greater part of the forces of Radagaisus, particularly the Vandals, had long occupied a more southern position. M. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 3, page 182, has observed an emigration from the Paulus Maeotis to the north of Germany, which he ascribes to famine. But his views of ancient history are strangely darkened by ignorance and error. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. V. page 331, uses the general description of the nations beyond the Danube and the Rhine. Their situation, and consequently their names, are manifestly shown, even in the various epithets which each ancient writer may have casually added. Right arrow curving left. The name of Radagast was that of a local deity of the Obotrites, in Mecklenburg. A hero might naturally assume the appellation of his tutelar god. But it is not probable that the barbarians should worship an unsuccessful hero. See Moscou, History of the Ancient Germans 814.9006. Right arrow curving left. Olympiodorus, Apud Photius, p. 180, uses the Greek word pitau iota omicron iota, which does not convey any precise idea. 9007. I suspect that they were the princes and nobles with their faithful companions. The knights with their squires, as they would have been styled some centuries afterwards. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, De Moribus Germanorum, c. 37. Right arrow curving left. Cujus Agendi. Spectator vel causa fui. Claudian, 6 Consolatu Honorii 439. Is the modest language of Honorius, in speaking of the Gothic War, which he had seen somewhat nearer. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. V. page 331, transports the war and the victory of Stilicho beyond the Danube. A strange error, which is awkwardly and imperfectly cured by reading Rho nu omicron nu for sigma tau rho omicron nu, Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V. page 807. In good policy, we must use the service of Zosimus, without esteeming or trusting him. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 7 tit. 13 leg. 16. The date of this law, AD 406, May 18, satisfies me, as it had done Godefroy, Tom. 2, page 387, of the true year of the invasion of Radagaisus. Tillemont, Pagi, and Muratori prefer the preceding year, but they are bound, by certain obligations of civility and respect, to St. Paulinus of Nola. Right arrow curving left. Soon after Rome had been taken by the Gauls, the Senate, on a sudden emergency, armed 10 legions, 3,000 horse, and 42,000 foot. A force which the city could not have sent forth under Augustus, Livy 725. This declaration may puzzle an antiquary, but it is clearly explained by Montesquieu. Right arrow curving left. Machiavel has explained, at least as a philosopher, the origin of Florence, which insensibly descended, for the benefit of trade. From the rock of Fessuli to the banks of the Arno, History Fiorentine, Tom. IL. 2, page 36, Londra, 1747. The triumvirs sent a colony to Florence, which, under Tiberius, Tacitus, Annals I-79, deserved the reputation and name of a flourishing city. See Claverius, Italia Antiqua, Tom. I, page 507, etc. Right arrow curving left. Yet the Jupiter of Radagaisus who worshipped Thor and Woden was very different from the Olympic or Capitoline Jove. The accommodating temper of polytheism might unite those various and remote deities, but the genuine Romans abhorred the human sacrifices of Gaul and Germany. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has rather softened the language of Augustine as to this threatened insurrection of the pagans, in order to restore the prohibited rites and ceremonies of paganism, and their treasonable hopes that the success of Radagaisus would be the triumph of idolatry. Compare Bunot 225. Right arrow curving left. Paulinus, in Vita Sancti Ambrosii, c. 50, relates this story, which he received from the mouth of Pansophia herself, a religious matron of Florence. Yet the archbishop soon ceased to take an active part in the business of the world, and never became a popular saint. Right arrow curving left. Augustine, De Civitate Dei v. 23. Orosius, L. 7c. 37, pages 567, 571. The two friends rode in Africa, 10 or 12 years after the victory, and their authority is implicitly followed by Isidore of Seville, in Chronicon, page 713, edit. Grotius. How many interesting facts might Orosius have inserted in the vacant space which is devoted to pious nonsense? Right arrow curving left. Frangunter Montes, Plenumque per Ardua Caesar. Ducit opus, pundit fosses, turritaque summis. Disponit castella jugis, magnoque recessu. Amplexus fines, saltus. Memorosake tesqua. Eti silvas, vastac feras indagen claudit. Yet the simplicity of truth, Caesar, Commentarii de Bello Civili 344, is far greater than the amplifications of Lucan, Pharsalia, L. 629, 63. Right arrow curving left. The rhetorical expressions of Orosius, in Arido eti aspero montis Hugo, in unum ac parvum verticem, are not very suitable to the encampment of a great army. But Feculi, only 3 miles from Florence, might afford space for the headquarters of Radagaisus, and would be comprehended within the circuit of the Roman lines. Right arrow curving left. C. Zosimus, L. v. p. 331, and the Chronicles of Prosper and Marcellinus. Right arrow curving left. Olympiodorus, apud Photius, p. 180, uses an expression, Pyro Omicron Sigma Eta Tau Alpha Iota Sigma Alpha Tau Omicron, which would denote a strict and friendly alliance, and render Stilicho still more criminal. The Polysper Detentus, deigned interfectus, of Orosius is sufficiently odious. 9008 Right arrow curving left. Orosius, piously inhuman, sacrifices the king and people, Agag and the Amalekites, without a symptom of compassion. The bloody actor is less detestable than the cool unfeeling historian. 9009 Right arrow curving left. And Claudian's muse, was she asleep? Had she been ill-paid? Methinks the 7th consulship of Honorius, AD 407, would have furnished the subject of a noble poem. Before it was discovered that the state could no longer be saved, Stilicho, after Romulus, Camillus, and Marius, might have been worthily surnamed the 4th founder of Rome. Right arrow curving left. A luminous passage of Prosper's Chronicle, in Trace Parties, Pes diversos principes, diversus exercitus, reduces the miracle of Florence and connects the history of Italy, Gaul, and Germany. Right arrow curving left. Orosius and Jerome positively charge him with instigating the invasion. Excitati a Stilicone gentes, etc. They must mean indirectly. He saved Italy at the expense of Gaul. Right arrow curving left. The Count du Buet is satisfied that the Germans who invaded Gaul were the 2/3 that yet remained of the army of Radagaisus. See the Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, Tom. 7, pages 87, 121. Paris, 1772, an elaborate work, which I had not the advantage of perusing till the year 1777. As early as 1771, I find the same idea expressed in a rough draft of the present history. I have since observed a similar intimation in Moscow, 815. Such agreement, without mutual communication, may add some weight to our common sentiment. Right arrow curving left. Provincia missos. Expel et Sidius facies, quam Francia regis. Quos deteris. Claudian, I consulatus Stilicones, L. I 235, etc., is clear and satisfactory. These kings of France are unknown to Gregory of Tours. But the author of the Gesta Francorum mentions both Suno and Marcomir, and names the latter as the father of Pharamond, in Tom. 2, page 543. He seems to write from good materials, which he did not understand. Right arrow curving left. C. Zosimus, L. 6, page 373, Orosius, L. 7c. 40, page 576, and the Chronicles. Gregory of Tours, L. 2c. 9, p. 165, in the second volume of the Historians of France, has preserved a valuable fragment of Renatus Profuturus Frigeritus, whose three names denote a Christian, a Roman subject, and a semi-barbarian. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, I consulatus Stilicones, L. I 221, etc., L. 2186, describes the peace and prosperity of the Gallic frontier. The Abbé Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, Tom. I, page 174, would read Alba, a nameless rivulet of the Ardennes, instead of Albise, and expatiates on the danger of the Gallic cattle grazing beyond the Elbe. Foolish enough. In poetical geography, the Elbe, and the Hercynian, signify any river, or any wood, in Germany. Claudian is not prepared for the strict examination of our antiquaries. Right arrow curving left. Germanask viator. Cum videat rippas, quae sit Romana requirat. Right arrow curving left. Jerome, Tom. I, page 93. See in the first volume of the Historians of France, pp. 777, 782, the proper extracts from the Carmen de Providentia Divina, and Salvian. The anonymous poet was himself a captive, with his bishop and fellow citizens. Right arrow curving left. The Pelagian doctrine, which was first agitated AD 405, was condemned, in the space of 10 years, at Rome and Carthage. St. Augustine fought and conquered, but the Greek Church was favorable to his adversaries, and, what is singular enough, the people did not take any part in a dispute which they could not understand. Right arrow curving left. See the Memoirs de Metz. Martin du Bellay, L. 6. In French, the original reproof is less obvious and more pointed, from the double sense of the word journey, which alike signifies a day's travel or a battle. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, I consulatus Stilicones, L. 2250. It is supposed that the Scots of Ireland invaded, by sea, the whole western coast of Britain. And some slight credit may be given even to Nennius and the Irish traditions, Cart's History of England, Volume 1, page 169, Whitaker's Genuine History of the Britons, page 199. The 66 Lives of St. Patrick, which were extant in the 9th century, must have contained as many thousand lies. Yet we may believe that, in one of these Irish inroads, the future apostle was led away captive. Usher, Britannicarum Ecclesiarum Antiquitates, page 431, and Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. 16, page 456, 782, etc. Right arrow curving left. The British usurpers are taken from Zosimus, L. 6, pages 371, 375, Orosius, L. 7c. 40, pages 576, 577, Olympiodorus, Apud Photius, pp. 180, 181, the ecclesiastical historians, and the chronicles. The Latins are ignorant of Marcus. Right arrow curving left. Cum in Constantino in Constantium, execrarenter, Sidonius Apollinaris, L. V. Epistola 9, page 139, edit. Secunda sermoned. Yet Sidonius might be tempted, by so fair a pun, to stigmatize a prince who had disgraced his grandfather. Right arrow curving left. Bigoti is the name which Zosimus applies to them. Perhaps they deserved a less odious character. See Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I. p. 203, and here in chapter 13 of this history. We shall hear of them again. Right arrow curving left. Verinianus, Didymus, Theodosius, and Ligodius, who in modern courts would be styled princes of the blood, were not distinguished by any rank or privileges above the rest of their fellow subjects. Right arrow curving left. These Honoriani, or Honoriasi, consisted of 2 bands of Scots or Atticati, 2 of Moors, 2 of Marcomanni, the victors, the Ascarii, and the Gallicani, notitia dignitatem omnium. Tam civilium quam militarium, imperii Romani, sect. XXXVI edit. Lab. They were part of the 65 Auxilia Palatina, and are properly styled Nu Tau Alpha Lambda Tau Xi Epsilon Iota by Zosimus, L. 6374. Right arrow curving left. Commutator untem. Pallor, eti atra fames. Eti socia lividus ora. Luctus, eti inferno stridens agmen morbi. Claudian in 6 Consolatu Honorii, 321, etc. Right arrow curving left. These dark transactions are investigated by the Count du But, Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, tom. 7c. 3, 8, pp. 69, 206, whose laborious accuracy may sometimes fatigue a superficial reader. Right arrow curving left. See Zosimus, L. v., pages 334, 335. He interrupts his scanty narrative to relate the fable of Emona, and of the ship Argo, which was drawn overland from that place to the Adriatic. Sozomen, L. 8c. 25, L. 9c. 4, and Socrates, L. 7c. 10, cast a pale and doubtful light, and Orosius, L. 7c. 38, page 571, is abominably partial. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. v., pages 338, 339. He repeats the words of Lampadius as they were spoke in Latin, non est ista pax, sed pactio servitudis, 9010, and then translates them into Greek for the benefit of his readers. Right arrow curving left. He came from the coast of the Euxine, and exercised a splendid office, lambda alpha mu pi rho delta sigma tau rho alpha tau epsilon alpha nu tau omicron beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon omicron iota zeta iota omega mu epsilon nu omicron. His actions justify his character, which Zosimus, L. v. p. 340, exposes with visible satisfaction. Augustine revered the piety of Olympus, whom he styles a true son of the Church. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 408, number 19, etc. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. 13, pages 467, 468. But these praises, which the African saint so unworthily bestows, might proceed as well from ignorance as from adulation. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. v., pages 338, 339. Sozomen, L. 9c. 4. Stilicho offered to undertake the journey to Constantinople, that he might divert Honorius from the vain attempt. The Eastern Empire would not have obeyed, and could not have been conquered. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. v., pages 336, 345, has copiously, though not clearly, related the disgrace and death of Stilicho. Olympiodorus, Apud Photius, page 177, Orosius, L. 7c. 38, pages 571, 572, Sozomen, L. 9c. 4, and Philostorgius, L. 11c. 3, L. 12c. 2, afford supplemental hints. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. v. page 333. The marriage of a Christian with two sisters scandalizes Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. V. p. 557, who expects, in vain, that Pope Innocent I should have done something in the way either of censure or of dispensation. Right arrow curving left. Two of his friends are honorably mentioned, Zosimus, L. v. p. 346, Peter, chief of the school of notaries, and the great chamberlain Deterius. Stilicho had secured the bedchamber, and it is surprising that, under a feeble prince, the bedchamber was not able to secure him. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 7c. 38, pp. 571, 572, seems to copy the false and furious manifestos which were dispersed through the provinces by the new administration. Right arrow curving left. See the Theodosian Code, L. 7 tit. 16 leg. 1, L. 9 tit. XLII leg. 22. Stilicho is branded with the name of Proedo Publicus, who employed his wealth ad omnem ditandum, inquietandamque barbarium. Right arrow curving left. Augustine himself is satisfied with the effectual laws which Stilicho had enacted against heretics and idolaters, and which are still extant in the Code. He only applies to Olympus for their confirmation. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 408, number 19. Right arrow curving left. Hence, perhaps, the accusation of treachery is countenanced by Rutilius. Quo magus est facinus diri Stiliconis iniquum. Proditor arcani quat fiut imperii. Romano generi dum nititor esse supersts. Crudely summis miscut ima furor. Dumc timit, quicquid esse fesserat ipso timori. Imisit latii barbara tela nisi. Rutilius, de Reddita sua, 241. M. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. v. page 351. We may observe the bad taste of the age, in dressing their statues with such awkward finery. Right arrow curving left. See Rutilius Nemesianus, de Reddita sua, L. 241, 60, to whom religious enthusiasm has dictated some elegant and forcible lines. Stilicho likewise stripped the gold plates from the doors of the Capitol, and read a prophetic sentence which was engraven under them, Zosimus, L. v. page 352. These are foolish stories, yet the charge of impiety adds weight and credit to the praise, which Zosimus reluctantly bestows, of his virtues. 9011 Right arrow curving left. At the nuptials of Orpheus, a modest comparison, all the parts of animated nature contributed their various gifts, and the gods themselves enriched their favorite. Claudian had neither flocks, nor herds, nor vines, nor olives. His wealthy bride was heiress to them all. But he carried to Africa a recommendatory letter from Serena, his Juno, and was made happy. Epistola 2 ad Serenam. Right arrow curving left. Claudian feels the honor like a man who deserved it, in Prefatio de Bello Getico. The original inscription, on marble, was found at Rome, in the 15th century, in the house of Pomponius Laetus. The statue of a poet, far superior to Claudian, should have been erected during his lifetime by the men of letters, his countrymen and contemporaries. It was a noble design. Right arrow curving left. See epigram XXX. Malleus indulgit somno noctesque dies K. Insomnis ferias sacra, profana, rapit. Omnibus, hoc, Itali gentes, expos sit votus. Malleus ut vigilat, dormiat ut ferias. Hadrian was a Pharian, of Alexandria. See his public life in Godefroy, Codex Theodosianus, Tom. 6, page 364. Malleus did not always sleep. He composed some elegant dialogues on the Greek systems of natural philosophy, Claudian, in Consolata Manlii Theodori, 61, 112. Right arrow curving left. See Claudian's first epistle. Yet, in some places, an air of irony and indignation betrays his secret reluctance. 9012 right arrow curving left. National vanity has made him a Florentine, or a Spaniard. But the first epistle of Claudian proves him a native of Alexandria. Fabricius, Bibliotheca Latina, tom. 3, pages 191, 202, edit. Ernesti. Right arrow curving left. His first Latin verses were composed during the consulship of Probinus, AD 395. Romanos bibimus primum, te consul, fontis. Etilatii cessit grea talia togae. Besides some Greek epigrams, which are still extant, the Latin poet had composed, in Greek, the antiquities of Tarsus, Anazarbus, Berytus, Nice, etc. It is more easy to supply the loss of good poetry than of authentic history. Right arrow curving left. Strata, Prolusion v. 6, allows him to contend with the 5 heroic poets, Lucretius, Virgil, Ovid, Lucan, and Statius. His patron is the accomplished courtier Balthazar Castiglione. His admirers are numerous and passionate. Yet the rigid critics reproach the exotic weeds, or flowers, which spring too luxuriantly in his Latian soil. Right arrow curving left. The series of events from the death of Stilicho to the arrival of Alaric before Rome can only be found in Zosimus, L.V., pages 347, 350. Right arrow curving left. The expression of Zosimus is strong and lively. Kappa alpha tau alpha phi rho nu eta sigma iota nu mu pi omicron iota sigma alpha iota tau omicron pi omicron lambda epsilon mu omicron iota rho kappa omicron nu tau alpha, sufficient to excite the contempt of the enemy. Right arrow curving left. Eosca Catholici secti Santa Nimisi, intra palladium militare prohibimus. Nullus nobis sit aliqua ration conjunctus, ca nobis fidest religioni discordat. Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. V. Leg. 42, and Godefroy's Commentary, tom. 6, page 164. This law was applied in the utmost latitude, and rigorously executed. Zosimus, L. V., page 364. Right arrow curving left. Joseph Addison, see his works, Volume 2, p. 54, edit. Baskerville, has given a very picturesque description of the road through the Apennine. The Goths were not at leisure to observe the beauties of the prospect. But they were pleased to find that the Saxa Intercissa, a narrow passage which Vespasian had cut through the rock, Claverius, Italia Antiqua, tom. I, page 618, was totally neglected. Right arrow curving left. Hincalbi, Clydum, Greggs, eti maxima Taurus. Victima, sep tua perfusi flumine sacro. Romanos ad templa deum duxir triumphos. Georgix 2:147. Besides Virgil, most of the Latin poets, Propertius, Lucan, Silius Italicus, Claudian, etc., whose passages may be found in Claverius and Addison, have celebrated the triumphal victims of the Clitumnus. Right arrow curving left. Some ideas of the march of Alaric are borrowed from the journey of Honorius over the same ground, see Claudian in 6 Consolatu Honorii 494, 522. The measured distance between Ravenna and Rome was 254 Roman miles. Wesseling, Itineraria, page 126. Right arrow curving left. The march and retreat of Hannibal are described by Livy, L. XXVIC, 7, 11. And the reader is made a spectator of the interesting scene. Right arrow curving left. These comparisons were used by Cineas, the counselor of Pyrrhus, after his return from his embassy, in which he had diligently studied the discipline and manners of Rome. See Plutarch in Parallel Lives, Pyro, Tom. 2, page 459. Right arrow curving left. In the 3 census which were made of the Roman people about the time of the Second Punic War, the numbers stand as follows: C. Livy, Epitome, L. XX, History of Rome, L. 2736, 2937 270,213, 137,108, 214,000. The fall of the second, and the rise of the third, appears so enormous that several critics, notwithstanding the unanimity of the MSS, have suspected some corruption of the text of Livy. See Drakenborch ad XXVII 36, and Beaufort, La République Romaine, Tom. I, page 325. They did not consider that the second census was taken only at Rome, and that the numbers were diminished, not only by the death, but likewise by the absence, of many soldiers. In the third census, Livy expressly affirms that the legions were mustered by the care of particular commissaries. From the numbers on the list we must always deduct 1/12 above threescore and incapable of bearing arms. See Population de la France, page 72. Right arrow curving left. Compare the remarkable transaction in Jeremiah 32:6, 44, where the prophet purchases his uncle's estate at the approach of the Babylonian captivity. In his undoubting confidence in the future restoration of the people. In the one case it is the triumph of religious faith, in the other of national pride. Right arrow curving left. Livy considers these 2 incidents as the effects only of chance and courage. I suspect that they were both managed by the admirable policy of the Senate. Right arrow curving left. See Jerome, Tom. I, pages 169, 170, ad Eustochium. He bestows on Paula the splendid titles of Gracorum Stirps, Sobel Scipianum, Pauli Hares, Cujus Vocabulum Trahit, Marcia Papirii Matris Africani Vera et Germana Propago. This particular description supposes a more solid title than the surname of Julius, which Toxotius shared with 1,000 families of the western provinces. See the Index of Tacitus, of Grutter's inscriptions, etc. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, Annals 355, affirms that between the Battle of Actium and the reign of Vespasian the Senate was gradually filled with new families from the municipia and colonies of Italy. Right arrow curving left. Nec quisquam praeserum tentet, licet aer vetusto. Florit, eti claro singular Roma senatu. Se jacter parum, sed prima sed relicta. Auciniis, de jure licet surter secundo. Claudian in Probino et Olibrio Consulibus 18. Such a compliment paid to the obscure name of the Auchinii has amazed the critics. But they all agree that, whatever may be the true reading, the sense of Claudian can be applied only to the Anician family. Right arrow curving left. The earliest date in the annals of Pigius is that of M. Anicius Gallus, Tribunus Plebis AUC 506. Another tribune, Q. Anicius, AUC 508, is distinguished by the epithet of Praenestinus. Livy, XLV 43, places the Anitii below the great families of Rome. Right arrow curving left. Livy XLIV 30, 31, XLV 3, 26, 43. He fairly appreciates the merit of Anicius and justly observes that his fame was clouded by the superior luster of the Macedonian, which preceded the Illyrian, triumph. Right arrow curving left. The dates of the 3 consulships are AUC 593, 818, 967, the 2 last under the reigns of Nero and Caracalla. The second of these consuls distinguished himself only by his infamous flattery, Tacitus, Annals 1574, but even the evidence of crimes, if they bear the stamp of greatness and antiquity, is admitted without reluctance to prove the genealogy of a noble house. Right arrow curving left. In the 6th century the nobility of the Anician name is mentioned, Cassiodorus, Varierum, L.X., Epistolae 10, 12, with singular respect by the minister of a Gothic king of Italy. Right arrow curving left. Fixus in omnes. Cognatos procedit hanos, quem cumque requiras. Hac de stirpi virum, certum est de consul nasi. Per facies numerantur avi, semperque renata. Nobilitate virent, et prolum fata sequuntur. Claudian in Probino et Olibrio Consulibus 12, etc. The Anii, whose name seems to have merged in the Anician, mark the fasti with many consulships, from the time of Vespasian to the 4th century. Right arrow curving left. The title of first Christian senator may be justified by the authority of Prudentius, in Symmachus I 553, and the dislike of the pagans to the Anician family. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 183, v. page 44. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 312, number 78, AD 322, number 2. Right arrow curving left. Probus, Claritudine generis et potentia et opum magnitudine, cognitus orbi Romano, per quem universum poen patrimonia sparsa possedit, justin sicis non judicially est nostrae. Ammianus Marcellinus XXVI 11. His children and widow erected for him a magnificent tomb in the Vatican, which was demolished in the time of Pope Nicholas V to make room for the new church of St. Peter. Baronius, who laments the ruin of this Christian monument, has diligently preserved the inscriptions and bassorelievos. See Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 395, number 5, 17. Right arrow curving left. 2 Persian satraps traveled to Milan and Rome to hear St. Ambrose and to see Probus, Paulinus in Vita Sancti Ambrosii. Claudian, in Probino et Olibrio Consulibus 30, 60, seems at a loss how to express the glory of Probus. Right arrow curving left. See the poem which Claudian addressed to the 2 noble youths. Right arrow curving left. Secundinus, the Manichaean, apud Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 390, number 34, right arrow curving left. See Nardini, Roma Antica, pages 89, 498, 500. Right arrow curving left. Quid loquar inclusas interlaquiaria silvas. Vernula quaes vario carmine lidit avis. Rutilius Claudius Nemesianus, de reditu sua, ver. 111. The poet lived at the time of the Gothic invasion. A moderate palace would have covered Cincinnatus's farm of 4 acres, Valerius Maximus 4:4. In laxitatum ruris excurrent, says Seneca, Epistulae Moralis 114. See a judicious note of Mr. Hume, Essays, Volume 1, page 562, last octavo edition. Right arrow curving left. This curious account of Rome in the reign of Honorius is found in a fragment of the Historian Olympiodorus, apud Photius, page 197. Right arrow curving left. The sons of Alypius, of Symmachus, and of Maximus spent during their respective praetorships 12 or 20 or 40 centenaries, or hundredweight of gold. See Olympiodorus apud Photius, page 197. This popular estimation allows some latitude, but it is difficult to explain a law in the Theodosian Code, L. 6 leg. 5, which fixes the expense of the first praetor at 25,000, of the second at 20,000, and of the third at 15,000 falls. The name of Phallus, see Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. 18 p. 727, was equally applied to a purse of 125 pieces of silver, and to a small copper coin of the value of superscript 1/2625 part of that purse. In the former sense, the 25,000 falls would be equal to 150,000 pounds, in the latter to 5 or 6 pounds sterling. The one appears extravagant, the other is ridiculous. There must have existed some third and middle value which is here understood, but ambiguity is an excusable fault in the language of laws. Right arrow curving left. Nicopolis, in actiaco littor sita possessionis vestre nunc pars vel maxima est Jerome in prefatio commentarii ad epistola ad Titum, tom. 9, page 243. M. de Tillemont supposes, strangely enough, that it was part of Agamemnon's inheritance. Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 12, page 85, right arrow curving left. Seneca, Epistulae Moralis 89. His language is of the declamatory kind, but declamation could scarcely exaggerate the avarice and luxury of the Romans. The philosopher himself deserved some share of the reproach, if it be true that his rigorous exaction of quadrangentes, above £300,000 which he had lent at high interest, provoked a rebellion in Britain. Dion Cassius, L. Lxia, page 1003. According to the conjecture of Gale, Antoninus's itinerary in Britain, page 92, the same Faustinus possessed an estate near Bury in Suffolk, and another in the kingdom of Naples. Right arrow curving left. Volusius, a wealthy senator, Tacitus, Annals 330, always preferred tenants born on the estate. Columella, who received this maxim from him, argues very judiciously on the subject. De Re Rustica, L. IC, 7, page 408, edit. Gessner, Leipzig, 1735. Right arrow curving left. Valesius, ad Ammianus 14:6, has proved from Chrysostom and Augustine that the senators were not allowed to lend money at usury. Yet it appears from the Theodosian Code, see Godefroy ad, L. 2 tit. 33 tom. I, pages 230, 239, that they were permitted to take 6%, or 1/2 of the legal interest. And, what is more singular, this permission was granted to the young senators. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 3350. He states the silver at only £4,380, which is increased by Livy, XXX 45, to 100,023, the former seems too little for an opulent city, the latter too much for any private sideboard. Right arrow curving left. The learned Arbuthnot, Tables of Ancient Coins, Weights and Measures, p. 153, has observed with humor, and I believe with truth, that Augustus had neither glass to his windows nor a shirt to his back. Under the Lower Empire, the use of linen and glass became somewhat more common. 9013 right arrow curving left. It is incumbent on me to explain the liberties which I have taken with the text of Ammianus. I have melted down into one piece the 6th chapter of the 14th and the 4th of the 28th book. I have given order and connection to the confused mass of materials. I have softened some extravagant hyperboles and pared away some superfluities of the original. I have developed some observations which were insinuated rather than expressed. With these allowances, my version will be found, not literal indeed, but faithful and exact. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, who seems to have read the history of Ammianus, speaks of this great revolution in a much less courtly style. Postquam jura ferox in se communia Caesar. Transtulit. Eti lapsi mores, desvitac priscus. Artibus, in gremium paces serval recessi. De bello Gildonico, v. 49. Right arrow curving left. The minute diligence of antiquarians has not been able to verify these extraordinary names. I am of opinion that they were invented by the historian himself, who was afraid of any personal satire or application. It is certain, however, that the simple denominations of the Romans were gradually lengthened to the number of 4, 5, or even 7 pompous surnames. As, for instance, Marcus Metius Memmius Furius Balburius Caecilianus Placidus. See Norris, Cenotafia Pisani, Dissertatio 4, page 438. Right arrow curving left. The caruci or coaches of the Romans were often of solid silver, curiously carved and engraved, and the trappings of the mules or horses were embossed with gold. This magnificence continued from the reign of Nero to that of Honorius, and the Appian Way was covered with the splendid equipages of the nobles, who came out to meet St. Melania when she returned to Rome, 6 years before the Gothic siege. Seneca, Epistulae Moralis LXXXVI, Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 3349. Paulinus Nolanus apud Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 397, No. 5. Yet pomp is well exchanged for convenience. And a plain modern coach that is hung upon springs is much preferable to the silver or gold carts of antiquity, which rolled on the axle-tree and were exposed, for the most part, to the inclemency of the weather. Right arrow curving left. In a homily of Asterius, Bishop of Amasia, M. de Valois has discovered, ad Ammianus 14:6, that this was a new fashion, that bears, wolves, lions and tigers, woods, hunting matches, etc., were represented in embroidery, and that the more pious coxcombs substituted the figure or legend of some favorite saint. Right arrow curving left. See Pliny the Younger's Epistles I6. 3 large wild boars were allured and taken in the toils without interrupting the studies of the philosophic sportsman. Right arrow curving left. The change from the inauspicious word Avernus, which stands in the text, is immaterial. The 2 lakes, Avernus and Lucrinus, communicated with each other, and were fashioned by the stupendous moles of Agrippa into the Julian port, which opened, through a narrow entrance, into the Gulf of Puteoli. Virgil, who resided on the spot, has described, Georgics 2:161, this work at the moment of its execution. And his commentators, especially Catru, have derived much light from Strabo, Suetonius, and Dion. Earthquakes and volcanoes have changed the face of the country, and turned the Lucrin Lake, since the year 1538, into the Monte Nuovo. See Camillo Pellegrino, Operato alla Antiquità di Capua ovvero Discorsi della Campania Felice, pages 239, 244, etc., Antonii Sanfelicii, Campania, pages 13, 88.9014. Right arrow curving left. The Regna Cumana et Puteolana. Loca Citaroqui vald expetenda, interpellantium autem multitudine pene fugienda. Cicero, Epistulae ad Atticum 1617. Right arrow curving left. The proverbial expression of Cimmerian darkness was originally borrowed from the description of Homer, in the 11th book of the Odyssey, which he applies to a remote and fabulous country on the shores of the ocean. See Erasmi, Adagia, in his works, Tom. 2, page 593, the Leiden edition. Right arrow curving left. We may learn from Seneca, Epistulae Moralis CXXII, 3 curious circumstances relative to the journeys of the Romans. They were preceded by a troop of Numidian light horse, who announced, by a cloud of dust, the approach of a great man. Their baggage mules transported not only the precious vases, but even the fragile vessels of crystal and murra, which last is almost proved by the learned French translator of Seneca, Tom. 3, pages 402, 422, to mean the porcelain of China and Japan. The beautiful faces of the young slaves were covered with a medicated crust or ointment, which secured them against the effects of the sun and frost. Right arrow curving left. Distributio Solemnium Sportularum. The sportulo, or sportello, were small baskets, supposed to contain a quantity of hot provisions of the value of 100 quadrants, or 12 pence halfpenny, which were ranged in order in the hall, and ostentatiously distributed to the hungry or servile crowd who waited at the door. This indelicate custom is very frequently mentioned in the epigrams of Martial and the satires of Juvenal. See likewise Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Claudius, c. 21, in Nero, c. 16, in Domitian, c. 4, 7. These baskets of provisions were afterwards converted into large pieces of gold and silver coin or plate, which were mutually given and accepted even by persons of the highest rank. See Symmachus. Epistolae 455, 9-124, and Missel. Page 256, on solemn occasions, of consulships, marriages, etc. Right arrow curving left. The want of an English name obliges me to refer to the common genus of squirrels, 9015 the Latin glis, the French loir. A little animal who inhabits the woods, and remains torpid in cold weather, see Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 882, Buffon, Histoire naturelle, tom. 8 158. Thomas Pennant's Synopsis of Quadrupeds, page 289. The art of rearing and fattening great numbers of gliaries was practiced in Roman villas as a profitable article of rural economy, Varro, de Re Rustica 315. The excessive demand of them for luxurious tables was increased by the foolish prohibitions of the censors. And it is reported that they are still esteemed in modern Rome, and are frequently sent as presents by the Colonna princes, see Brotier, the last editor of Pliny the Elder, tom. 2, p. 458, Apud Barbu, 1779. Right arrow curving left. This game, which might be translated by the more familiar names of trick-track or backgammon, was a favorite amusement of the gravest Romans. And old Mucius Scaevola, the lawyer, had the reputation of a very skillful player. It was called ludus duodecim scriptorum, from the 12 scripta, or lines, which equally divided the alveolus or table. On these, the two armies, the white and the black, each consisting of 15 men, or calculi, were regularly placed, and alternately moved according to the laws of the game. And the chances of the tesserae, or dice. Dar. Hyde, who diligently traces the history and varieties of the nerdaludium, a name of Persic etymology, from Ireland to Japan, pours forth on this trifling subject a copious torrent of classic and oriental learning. See Syntagma Dissertationum, tom. 2, pages 217, 405, right arrow curving left. Marius Maximus, Homo omnium verbosissimus, ca, eti mythhistoricis se voluminibus implicavit. Vopiscus in Historia Augusta, page 242. He wrote the lives of the emperors, from Trajan to Alexander Severus. See Gerard Vossius, De Historicis Latinis, L. 2c. 3, in his works, volume 4, page 57, right arrow curving left. This satire is probably exaggerated. The Saturnalia of Macrobius and the epistles of Jerome afford satisfactory proofs that Christian theology and classic literature were studiously cultivated by several Romans of both sexes and of the highest rank. Right arrow curving left. Macrobius, the friend of these Roman nobles, considered the stars as the cause, or at least the signs, of future events. Commentarii de Somnium Scipionis, L. IC, 19, page 68. Right arrow curving left. The histories of Livy, see particularly 636, are full of the extortions of the rich and the sufferings of the poor debtors. The melancholy story of a brave old soldier, Dionysi Halicarnassensis, L. 6c. 26, page 347, edit. Hudson, and Livy 223, must have been frequently repeated in those primitive times, which have been so undeservedly praised. Right arrow curving left. Non esse in civitate duo milia hominum ca rem haberent. Cicero, De Officiis 221, and Commentarius Pauli Minutiae in edit. Grievous. This vague computation was made AUC 649, in a speech of the tribune Philippus, and it was his object, as well as that of the Gracchi, see Plutarch, to deplore, and perhaps to exaggerate, the misery of the common people. Right arrow curving left. See the third satire, 60, 125, of Juvenal, who indignantly complains. Quamvis quota portio facis Achaeae. Jampredum Cyrus in Tiberum defluxit orontes. Iti linguam iti mores, etc. Seneca, when he proposes to comfort his mother, Consolation ad Helvium, c. 6, by the reflection that a great part of mankind were in a state of exile, reminds her how few of the inhabitants of Rome were born in the city. Right arrow curving left. Almost all that is said of the bread, bacon, oil, wine, etc., may be found in the 14th book of the Theodosian Code, which expressly treats of the police of the great cities. See particularly the titles 3, 4, 15, 16, 17, Ziv. The collateral testimonies are produced in Godefroy's commentary, and it is needless to transcribe them. According to a law of Theodosius, which appreciates in money the military allowance, a piece of gold, 11 shillings, was equivalent to 80 pounds of bacon, or to 80 pounds of oil. Or to 12 modii, or pecks, of salt, Codex Theodosianus, L. 8 tit. 4 leg. 17. This equation, compared with another, of 70 pounds of bacon for an amphora, Codex Theodosianus, L. 14 tit. 4 leg. 4. Fixes the price of wine at about 16 pence the gallon. Right arrow curving left. The anonymous author of the Description of the World, page 14 in Tom. 3 Geography Greci Minores, edit. Hudson, observes of Lucania, in his barbarous Latin, Regio Optima, et ipsa omnibus habundans, et lardum multum foras emittit. Proptor quat est in montibus, cujus escum animalium variam, etc. Right arrow curving left. See Novelli ad calcem Codex Theodosianus de Valente, L. I tit. 15. This law was published at Rome, June 29, AD 452. Right arrow curving left. Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 42. The utmost debauch of the emperor himself, in his favorite wine of Rhaetia, never exceeded a sextarius, an English pint. Edom, c. 77. Torrentius Adlock and Arbuthnot's Tables of Ancient Coins, p. 86, right arrow curving left. His design was to plant vineyards along the seacoast of Etruria, Vopiscus, in Historia Augusta, page 225, the dreary, unwholesome, uncultivated Maremma of modern Tuscany. Right arrow curving left. Olympiodorus apud Photius, page 197. Right arrow curving left. Seneca, Epistulae Moralis LXXXVA, compares the baths of Scipio Africanus, at his villa of Laternum, with the magnificence, which was continually increasing, of the public baths of Rome. Long before the stately thermae of Antoninus and Diocletian were erected. The quadrans paid for admission was the quarter of the as, about 1/8 of an English penny. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, L. 14c. 6, and L. 18ic. 4. After describing the luxury and pride of the nobles of Rome, exposes, with equal indignation, the vices and follies of the common people. Right arrow curving left. Juvenal, Satires 11-191, etc. The expressions of the historian Ammianus are not less strong and animated than those of the satirist, and both the one and the other painted from the life. The numbers which the great circus was capable of receiving are taken from the original noticii of the city. The differences between them prove that they did not transcribe each other. But the sum may appear incredible, though the country on these occasions flocked to the city. Right arrow curving left. Sometimes indeed they composed original pieces. Vestigia Graeca. Ossi deserir et celebrare domestica facta. Horatius, Epistolae ad Pisans 285, and the learned, though perplexed, note of Dacier, who might have allowed the name of tragedies to the Brutus and the Decius of Pacuvius. Or to the Cato of Maternus. The Octavia, ascribed to one of the Senecas, still remains a very unfavorable specimen of Roman tragedy. Right arrow curving left. In the time of Quintilian and Pliny, a tragic poet was reduced to the imperfect method of hiring a great room, and reading his play to the company whom he invited for that purpose. See Dialogus de Oratoribus, c. 9, 11, and Pliny the Younger, Epistulae 7:17, right arrow curving left. See the Dialogue of Lucian, entitled De Saltation, Tom. 2, pages 265, 317, edit. Writes. The pantomimes obtained the honorable name of Chi Epsilon Iotaro Sigma Omicron Phi Omicron Iota, and it was required that they should be conversant with almost every art and science. Buret, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. I, page 127, etc., has given a short history of the art of pantomimes. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, L. 14c. 6. He complains, with decent indignation, that the streets of Rome were filled with crowds of females, who might have given children to the state, but whose only occupation was to curl and dress their hair, and jactari volubilibus gyris, dum experiment in numera simulacra, quae finxir fabuli theatrales. Right arrow curving left. Lipsius, tom. 3, page 423, De Magnitudine Romana, L. 3 c. 3, and Isaac Vossius, Varierum Observationum, pp. 26, 34, have indulged strange dreams of 4, or 8, or 14 millions in Rome. Mr. Hume, Essays, Volume 1, pp. 450, 457, with admirable good sense and skepticism, betrays some secret disposition to extenuate the populousness of ancient times. Right arrow curving left. Olympiodorus apud Photius, page 197. C. Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 9, page 400. Right arrow curving left. In ea autem majestate urbis, et civium infinita frequentia, innumerabiles habitations opus fiut explicare. Ergo cum recipero non possit area plana tantam multitudinum in urb, ad auxilium altitudinis edificiorum residential ipsa coegit devenire. Vitruvius 2:8. This passage, which I owe to Vossius, is clear, strong, and comprehensive. Right arrow curving left. The successive testimonies of Pliny, Aristides, Claudian, Rutilius, etc. prove the insufficiency of these restrictive edicts. See Lipsius, De Magnitudine Romana, L. 3 c. 4. Tabulata tibi jam tertia fument. 2 Nescis. Nam si gradibus trepidator abimus. Ultimus ardebit, quem tegula sola tuitur. Appluvia. Juvenal, Satires 3:199. Right arrow curving left. Read the whole third satire, but particularly 166, 223, etc. The description of a crowded insula or lodging house in Petronius, c. 95, 97, perfectly tallies with the complaints of Juvenal. And we learn from legal authority that in the time of Augustus, Haenexius, Historia Juris Romani, c. 4, p. 181, the ordinary rent of the several coenacula, or apartments of an insula, annually produced 40,000 sesterces, between 3 and 400 pounds sterling, Pandecti, L. 19 tit. 2 no. 30, a sum which proves at once the large extent and high value of those common buildings. Right arrow curving left. This sum total is composed of 1,780 domus, or great houses of 46,602 insulae, or plebeian habitations, see Nardini, Roma Antica, L. 3, page 88. And these numbers are ascertained by the agreement of the texts of the different notitii. Nardini, L. 8, pages 498, 500. Right arrow curving left. See that accurate writer M. De Messence, Recherches sur la population, pages 175, 187. From probable, or certain grounds, he assigns to Paris 23,565 houses, 71,114 families, and 576,630 inhabitants. Right arrow curving left. This computation is not very different from that which M. Brotier, the last editor of Tacitus, tom. 2, page 380, has assumed from similar principles. Though he seems to aim at a degree of precision which it is neither possible nor important to obtain. Right arrow curving left. M. Duro de la Malle, Économie politique de Ramati. I. p. 369, quotes a passage from the 15th chapter of Gibbon, in which he estimates the population of Rome at not less than 1 million. And adds, omitting any reference to this passage, that he, Gibbon, could not have seriously studied the question. M. Duro de la Malle proceeds to argue that Rome, as contained within the walls of Servius Tullius, occupying an area only 1/5 of that of Paris, could not have contained 300,000 inhabitants. Within those of Aurelian not more than 560,000, inclusive of soldiers and strangers. The suburbs, he endeavors to show, both up to the time of Aurelian and after his reign, were neither so extensive nor so populous as generally supposed. M. Duro de la Malle has but imperfectly quoted the important passage of Dionysius. That which proves that when he wrote, in the time of Augustus, the walls of Servius no longer marked the boundary of the city. In many places they were so built upon that it was impossible to trace them. There was no certain limit ere the city ended and ceased to be the city. It stretched out to so boundless an extent into the country. Omicron chi xi epsilon iota beta beta alpha iota omicron nu sigma eta mu epsilon omicron nu omicron delta nu, delta iota alpha gamma nu sigma epsilon tau alpha iota, mu chi rho iota tau omicron pi rho omicron beta alpha nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha rho lambda iota tau iota pi lambda iota sigma tau. Kappa alpha pi theta epsilon nu rho chi epsilon tau alpha iota mu eta kappa tau iota epsilon nu alpha iota pi iota omicron tau omega sigma upsilon nu phi alpha nu tau alpha iota tau omega alpha sigma tau epsilon iota chi rho alpha. Kappa alpha epsilon pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu kappa mu eta kappa upsilon nu omicron mu nu eta pi lambda epsilon omega pi lambda eta psi iota nu tau omicron theta epsilon omega mu nu omicron iota pi alpha rho chi epsilon tau alpha iota epsilon delta tau tau epsilon chi epsilon iota. Tau delta upsilon sigma epsilon upsilon rho tau mu nu tau iota delta iota tau pi epsilon rho iota lambda alpha mu beta alpha nu omicron sigma alpha alpha tau pi omicron lambda lambda alpha chi theta epsilon nu omicron iota kappa eta omicron iota. Chi nu eta delta tau iota nu alpha phi eta lambda tau tau omicron nu tau iota kappa alpha tau pi omicron lambda lambda omicron kappa rho omicron upsilon kappa rho chi alpha alpha kappa sigma tau alpha sigma kappa epsilon upsilon beta omicron upsilon lambda eta theta epsilon iota eta mu epsilon tau rho epsilon iota nu alpha tau nu kappa tau lambda Antiquitatem Romanorum Jurisprudentium 413. None of M. de la Malle's arguments appear to me to prove, against this statement, that these irregular suburbs did not extend so far in many parts as to make it impossible to calculate accurately the inhabited area of the city. Though no doubt the city, as reconstructed by Nero, was much less closely built and with many more open spaces for palaces, temples, and other public edifices. Yet many passages seem to prove that the laws respecting the height of houses were not rigidly enforced. A great part of the lower, especially of the slave, population, were very densely crowded, and lived, even more than in our modern towns, in cellars and subterranean dwellings under the public edifices. Nor do M. de la Malle's arguments, by which he would explain the insuli, of which the Notitia Urbis give us the number, as rows of shops, with a chamber or two within the domus, or houses of the wealthy, satisfy me as to their soundness or their scholarship. Some passages which he adduces directly contradict his theory, none, as appears to me, distinctly prove it. I must adhere to the old interpretation of the word as chiefly dwellings for the middling or lower classes, or clusters of tenements, often, perhaps, under the same roof. On this point, Zumpt, in the dissertation before quoted, entirely disagrees with M. de la Malle. Zumpt has likewise detected the mistake of M. de la Malle as to the canon of corn, mentioned in the life of Septimius Severus by Spartianus. On this canon the French writer calculates the inhabitants of Rome at that time. But the canon was not the whole supply of Rome, but that quantity which the state required for the public granaries to supply the gratuitous distributions to the people and the public officers and slaves. No doubt likewise to keep down the general price. M. Zumpt reckons the population of Rome at 2 million. After careful consideration, I should conceive the number in the text, 1,200,000, to be nearest the truth. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. For the events of the first siege of Rome, which are often confounded with those of the second and third, see Zosimus, L.V., pages 350, 354, Sozomen, L. 9c. 6. Olympiodorus apud Photius, page 180, Philostorgius, L. 12c. 3, and Godefroy, Dissertations, pages 467, 475. Right arrow curving left. The mother of Leda was named Pisumina. Her father, family, and country are unknown. Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, page 59. Right arrow curving left. Ad nefandos cibos erupit isurientium rabies, edsua in visum membra lanierant, dom mater non parsit lactenti infantii, edi recipit utero, quem paulo ante effuderat. Jerome ad Principium, Tom. I, page 121. The same horrid circumstance is likewise told of the sieges of Jerusalem and Paris. For the latter compare the 10th book of the Henriade, and the Journal de Henri IV, Tom. I, pages 47, 83. And observe that a plain narrative of facts is much more pathetic than the most labored descriptions of epic poetry. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. V. pp. 355, 356, speaks of these ceremonies like a Greek unacquainted with the national superstition of Rome and Tuscany. I suspect that they consisted of two parts, the secret and the public. The former were probably an imitation of the arts and spells by which Numa had drawn down Jupiter and his thunder on Mount Aventine. Quid agent lacius, quae carmine dicant. Quaque trahant superis sedibus arte juvum. Syri nefas homini. 9016. The ancilia, or shields of Mars, the Pignora Imperii, which were carried in solemn procession on the calends of March, derived their origin from this mysterious event. Ovid. Fastorum Libri Sex 3259, 398. It was probably designed to revive this ancient festival, which had been suppressed by Theodosius. In that case, we recover a chronological date, March 1, AD 409, which has not hitherto been observed. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 9c. 6, insinuates that the experiment was actually, though unsuccessfully, made, but he does not mention the name of Innocent, and Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. X. p. 645, is determined not to believe that a pope could be guilty of such impious condescension. Right arrow curving left. Pepper was a favorite ingredient of the most expensive Roman cookery, and the best sort commonly sold for 15 denarii, or 10 shillings, the pound. See Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 1214. It was brought from India. And the same country, the coast of Malabar, still affords the greatest plenty, but the improvement of trade and navigation has multiplied the quantity and reduced the price. See Histoire philosophique et politique, etc., Tom. I, page 457. Right arrow curving left. This Gothic chieftain is called by Jornans and Isidore, Athalphus, by Zosimus and Orosius, Ataulphus. And by Olympiodorus, Adolphus. I have used the celebrated name of Adolphus, which seems to be authorized by the practice of the Swedes, the sons or brothers of the ancient Goths. Right arrow curving left. The treaty between Alaric and the Romans, etc., is taken from Zosimus, L.V., pages 354, 355, 358, 359, 362, 363. The additional circumstances are too few and trifling to require any other quotation. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L.V., p. 367, 369. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L.V., pages 360, 362. The bishop, by remaining at Ravenna, escaped the impending calamities of the city. Orosius, L. 7c 39, page 573. Right arrow curving left. For the adventures of Olympus, and his successors in the ministry, see Zosimus, L. v. pages 363, 365, 366, and Olympiodorus apud Photius, pages 180, 181. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. v. p. 364, relates this circumstance with visible complacency, and celebrates the character of Gennerid as the last glory of expiring paganism. Very different were the sentiments of the Council of Carthage, who deputed 4 bishops to the court of Ravenna to complain of the law which had been just enacted that all conversions to Christianity should be free and voluntary. See Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 409, No. 12, AD 410, No. 47, 48. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. v. pages 367, 369. This custom of swearing by the head, or life, or safety, or genius of the sovereign was of the highest antiquity, both in Egypt, Genesis 42 verse 15, and Scythia. It was soon transferred by flattery to the Caesars, and Tertullian complains that it was the only oath which the Romans of his time affected to reverence. See an elegant dissertation of the Abbé Guillaume Massue on the Oaths of the Ancients, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. I, pages 208, 209. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. v. pages 368, 369. I have softened the expressions of Alaric, who expatiates in too florid a manner on the history of Rome. Right arrow curving left. See Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Claudius, c. 20, Dion Cassius, L. lx, p. 949, edit. Raymar, and the lively description of Juvenal, Satires 1275, etc. In the 16th century, when the remains of this Augustan port were still visible, the antiquarians sketched the plan, see D'Anville, Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. XXX, p. 198, and declared with enthusiasm that all the monarchs of Europe would be unable to execute so great a work. Bergier, Histoire de grands chemins de l'Empire Romain, tom. 2, page 356. Right arrow curving left. The Ostia Tiberina, see Claverius, Italia Antiqua, L. 3, pp. 870, 879, in the plural number, the 2 mouths of the Tiber, were separated by the Holy Island, an equilateral triangle, whose sides were each of them computed at about 2 miles. The colony of Ostia was founded immediately beyond the left or southern, and the port immediately beyond the right, or northern, branch of the river. And the distance between their remains measures something more than 2 miles on Cingolani's map. In the time of Strabo, the sand and mud deposited by the Tiber had choked the harbor of Ostia. The progress of the same cause has added much to the size of the Holy Island, and gradually left both Ostia and the port at a considerable distance from the shore. The dry channels, Fiumi Morti, and the large estuaries, Stagno di Ponente, di Levante, mark the changes of the river and the efforts of the sea. Consult, for the present state of this dreary and desolate tract, the excellent map of the ecclesiastical state by the mathematicians of Benedict XIV. An actual survey of the Agro Romano, in 6 sheets, by Cingolani, which contains 113,819 rubbia, about 570,000 acres, and the large topographical map of Amity in 8 sheets. Right arrow curving left. As early as the 3rd, Lardner's The Credibility of the Gospel History, Part 2 Volume 3, pages 89, 92, or at least the 4th century, Carolo a Sancto Paolo, Notitia Ecclesiastica, p. 47, the port of Rome was an episcopal city, which was demolished, as it should seem in the 9th century, by Pope Gregory IV during the incursions of the Arabs. It is now reduced to an inn, a church, and the house or palace of the bishop, who ranks as one of 6 cardinal bishops of the Roman Church. C. Francesco Escanardi, Descrizione di Roma e del Agro Romano, p. 328.9017 right arrow curving left. For the elevation of Attalus, consult Zosimus, L. 6, pages 377, 380, Sozomen, L. 9c. 8, 9. Olympiodorus apud Photius, pages 180, 181, Philostorgius, L. 12c. 3, and Godefroy's Dissertations, page 470. Right arrow curving left. We may admit the evidence of Sozomen for the Arian baptism, and that of Philostorgius for the pagan education, of Attalus. The visible joy of Zosimus, and the discontent which he imputes to the Anician family, are very unfavorable to the Christianity of the new emperor. Right arrow curving left. He carried his insolence so far as to declare that he should mutilate Honorius before he sent him into exile. But this assertion of Zosimus is destroyed by the more impartial testimony of Olympiodorus, who attributes the ungenerous proposal, which was absolutely rejected by Attalus, to the baseness, and perhaps the treachery, of Jovius. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 2. Right arrow curving left. See the cause and circumstances of the fall of Attalus in Zosimus, L. 6, pages 380, 383, Sozomen, L. 9c. 8, Philostorgius, L. 12c. 3. The two acts of indemnity in the Theodosian Code, L. 9 tit. XXXVI leg. 11, 12, which were published the 12th of February and the 8th of August, AD 410, evidently relate to this usurper. Right arrow curving left. In hoc, Alaricus, imperator, facto, infecto, refecto, ac defecto. Mimum risit, et ludum spectivit imperii. Orosius, L. 7c. 42, page 582. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 6, page 384, Sozomen, L. 9c. 9, Philostorgius, L. 12c. 3. In this place the text of Zosimus is mutilated, and we have lost the remainder of his sixth and last book, which ended with the sack of Rome. Credulous and partial as he is, we must take our leave of that historian with some regret. Right arrow curving left. Audeus Alaricus, trepidam Romam obsedet, turbit, irrumpit. Orosius, L. 7c. 39, page 573. He dispatches this great event in 7 words, but he employs whole pages in celebrating the devotion of the Goths. I have extracted from an improbable story of Procopius the circumstances which had an air of probability. Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 2. He supposes that the city was surprised while the senators slept in the afternoon, but Jerome, with more authority and more reason, affirms that it was in the night, noct Moab capta est. Noct cessidit muris aegis, Tom. I, page 121, ad Principium, right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 7c. 39, pp. 573, 576, applauds the piety of the Christian Goths, without seeming to perceive that the greatest part of them were Arian heretics. Jornans, c. 30, page 653, and Isidore of Seville, Chronicon, p. 714, edit. Grotius, who were both attached to the Gothic cause, have repeated and embellished these edifying tales. According to Isidore, Alaric himself was heard to say that he waged war with the Romans and not with the apostles. Such was the style of the 7th century. 200 years before, the fame and merit had been ascribed not to the apostles, but to Christ. Right arrow curving left. See Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. IC. 1, 6. He particularly appeals to the examples of Troy, Syracuse, and Tarentum. Right arrow curving left. Jerome, Tom. I. p. 121, ad Principium, has applied to the sack of Rome all the strong expressions of Virgil. Cos cladum ilius noctis, cos funera fando. Explicit, etc. Procopius, L. IC. 2, positively affirms that great numbers were slain by the Goths. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. IC. 12, 13, offers Christian comfort for the death of those whose bodies, multa corpora, had remained, in tanta strege, unburied. Baronius, from the different writings of the Fathers, has thrown some light on the sack of Rome. Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 410, number 16, 34. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen. L. 9c. 10. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. IC. 17, intimates that some virgins or matrons actually killed themselves to escape violation. And though he admires their spirit, he is obliged by his theology to condemn their rash presumption. Perhaps the good bishop of Hippo was too easy in the belief, as well as too rigid in the censure, of this act of female heroism. The 20 maidens, if they ever existed, who threw themselves into the Elbe, when Magdeburg was taken by storm, have been multiplied to the number of 1,200. See Hart's History of Gustavus Adolphus, Volume 1, page 308. Right arrow curving left. See Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. IC. 16, 18. He treats the subject with remarkable accuracy, and after admitting that there cannot be any crime where there is no consent, he adds, sed quia non solum quat ad dolorem. Verum etiam quat ad libidinum, pertinet, in corpore alieno pepetrari potest. Quicquid tale factum furit, etsi retentum constantissimo animo pudicitium non excutit, pudorem tamen incutit, any credator factum cum mentis etiam voluntate. Quat fieri fortas sine carnis aliqua voluptate non potuit. In c. 18 he makes some curious distinctions between moral and physical virginity. Right arrow curving left. Marcella, a Roman lady, equally respectable for her rank, her age, and her piety, was thrown on the ground, and cruelly beaten and whipped, casum fustibus flagellisque, etc. Jerome, Tom. I, page 121, ad Principium. See Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. c. 10. The modern Il Sacco di Roma, page 208, gives an idea of the various methods of torturing prisoners for gold. Right arrow curving left. The historian Sallust, who usefully practiced the vices which he has so eloquently censured, employed the plunder of Numidia to adorn his palace and gardens on the Quirinal Hill. The spot where the house stood is now marked by the Church of St. Susanna, separated only by a street from the Baths of Diocletian, and not far distant from the Salarian Gate. See Nardini, Roma Antica, pages 192, 193, and The Great Plan of Modern Rome, by Giambattista Nolli. Right arrow curving left. The expressions of Procopius are distinct and moderate, de bello vandalico, L. IC. 2. The Chronicle of Marcellinus speaks too strongly partem urbis Romi crimavit, and the words of Philostorgius, nu rho epsilon iota pi omicron iota delta tau pi lambda epsilon omega kappa epsilon iota mu nueta, L12c. 3, convey a false and exaggerated idea. Bargius has composed a particular dissertation, see Tom. For Thesaurus Antiquitatum Romanorum, Grevius, to prove that the edifices of Rome were not subverted by the Goths and Vandals. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 2c. 19, page 143. He speaks as if he disapproved all statues, vel deum vel hominum mentiunter. They consisted of the kings of Alba and Rome from Aeneas, the Romans, illustrious either in arms or arts, and the deified Caesars. The expression which he uses of forum is somewhat ambiguous, since there existed 5 principal fora. But as they were all contiguous and adjacent, in the plain which is surrounded by the Capitoline, the Quirinal, the Esquiline, and the Palatine hills, they might fairly be considered as one. See the De Roma Antiqua of Donatus, pages 162, 201, and the Roma Antica of Nardini, pages 212, 273. The former is more useful for the ancient descriptions, the latter for the actual topography. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 2c. 19, page 142, compares the cruelty of the Gauls and the clemency of the Goths. Ibi vix quemquam inventum senatorum, ca vel absens evasserit. Hic vix quemquam requeri, ca forte uti latens perierit. But there is an air of rhetoric, and perhaps of falsehood, in this antithesis, and Socrates, L. 7c. 10, affirms, perhaps by an opposite exaggeration, that many senators were put to death with various and exquisite tortures. Right arrow curving left. Multi. Christiani in captivitatem ducti sunt. Augustine, de civitate Dei, L. IC. 14, and the Christians experienced no peculiar hardships. Right arrow curving left. C. Haenexius, Antiquitatem Romanorum Jurisprudentium, Tom. I, page 96. Right arrow curving left. Appendix Codex Theodotionus 16 in Sermon, Opera Varia, Tom. I, page 735. This edict was published on the 11th of December, AD 408, and is more reasonable than properly belonged to the ministers of Honorius. Right arrow curving left. Eminus Igilii Silvosa Cacumina Mairer. Quem fraud arnifas laudis honore sui. Haec proprios nuper totata est insula saltus. Civ loci ingenio, seu domini genio. Gurgite cum modico victricibus obstitit armis. Tenquam longinquo dissociata mari. Haec multos lacera suspit ab urb fugits. Hic fessus posito certa timor salis. Plurima terreno populaverat equora bello. Contra naturam class temendus eques. Unum, mira fides, vario discrimin portum. Tam prop Romanis, tam procul esse gitis. Rutilius, in De Reditus Sua, L. I 325. The island is now called Giglio. See Claverius, Italia Antiqua, L. 2, page 502. Right arrow curving left. As the adventures of Proba and her family are connected with the life of Saint Augustine, they are diligently illustrated by Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 13, pages 620, 635. Some time after their arrival in Africa, Demetrius took the veil and made a vow of virginity, an event which was considered as of the highest importance to Rome and to the world. All the saints wrote congratulatory letters to her. That of Jerome is still extant, Tom. I, pp. 62, 73, Epistle ad Demetriadem de Virginitate Servanda, and contains a mixture of absurd reasoning, spirited declamation, and curious facts, some of which relate to the siege and sack of Rome. Right arrow curving left. See the pathetic complaint of Jerome, Tom. V, page 400. In his preface to the second book of his commentaries on the prophet Ezekiel. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, though with some theological partiality, states this comparison, L. 2c. 19, page 142, L. 7c. 39, page 575. But in the history of the taking of Rome by the Gauls everything is uncertain, and perhaps fabulous. See Beaufort, Dissertation sur l'incertitude, de 5 premiers siècles de l'histoire romaine, p. 356, and Millot, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. 15, pages 1, 21. Right arrow curving left. The reader who wishes to inform himself of the circumstances of this famous event may peruse an admirable narrative in Dr. Robertson's History of Charles V, Volume 2, page 283. Or consult the Annali d'Italia of the learned Muratori, Tom. 14, pages 230, 244, octavo edition. If he is desirous of examining the originals, he may have recourse to the 18th book of the great but unfinished history of Francesco Guicciardini. But the account which most truly deserves the name of authentic and original is a little book entitled Il Sacco di Roma, composed, within less than a month after the assault of the city, by the brother of the historian Guicciardini, who appears to have been an able magistrate and a dispassionate writer. Right arrow curving left. The furious spirit of Luther, the effect of temper and enthusiasm, has been forcibly attacked. Bossuet, Histoire de Variations de Églises Protestants, Livre pp. 20, 36, and feebly defended. Veit Ludwig von Seckendorf, Commentarius Historicus et Apologeticus de Lutheranismo, especially L. I number 78, page 120, and L. 3 number 122, page 556. Right arrow curving left. Marcel Linus, in Chronican, Orosius, L. 7c. 39, page 575, asserts that he left Rome on the third day. But this difference is easily reconciled by the successive motions of great bodies of troops. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 7c. 10, pretends, without any color of truth or reason, that Alaric fled on the report that the armies of the Eastern Empire were in full march to attack him. Right arrow curving left. Ausonius, De Claris Urbibus, p. 233, edit. Tullius. The luxury of Capua had formerly surpassed that of Sybaris itself. See Athenaeus, Deipna Sophisti, L. 12, page 528, edit. Casaubon. Right arrow curving left. 48 years before the foundation of Rome, about 800 before the Christian era, the Tuscans built Capua and Nola, at the distance of 23 miles from each other. But the latter of the two cities never emerged from a state of mediocrity. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclésiastiques, tom. 14, pp. 1, 146, has compiled, with his usual diligence, all that relates to the life and writings of Paulinus, whose retreat is celebrated by his own pen and by the praises of Saint Ambrose, Saint Jerome, St. Augustine, Sulpicius Severus, etc., his Christian friends and contemporaries. Right arrow curving left. See the affectionate letters of Ausonius, Epistolarum 19, XXV, pages 650, 698, edit. Tullius, to his colleague, his friend, and his disciple Paulinus. The religion of Ausonius is still a problem. See Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. 15, pages 123, 138. I believe that it was such in his own time, and, consequently, that in his heart he was a pagan. Right arrow curving left. The humble Paulinus once presumed to say that he believed Saint Felix did love him. At least, as a master loves his little dog. Right arrow curving left. See Jornans, De Rebus Jedicis, c. 30, page 653. Philostorgius, L. 12c. 3. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. IC. 10. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 410, number 45, 46. Right arrow curving left. The platanus, or plane tree, was a favorite of the ancients, by whom it was propagated, for the sake of shade, from the east to Gaul. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 12:3, 5. He mentions several of an enormous size. One in the imperial villa at Velletri, which Caligula called his nest, as the branches were capable of holding a large table, the proper attendants, and the emperor himself, whom Pliny the Elder quaintly styles pars umbri. An expression which might with equal reason be applied to Alaric. Right arrow curving left. The prostrate south to the destroyer yields her boasted titles, and her golden fields. With grim delight the brood of winter view a brighter day, and skies of azure hue. Scent the new fragrance of the opening rose, and quaff the pendant vintage as it grows. See Gray's Poems, published by Mr. William Mason, page 197. Instead of compiling tables of chronology and natural history, why did not Mr. Gray apply the powers of his genius to finish the philosophic poem of which he has left such an exquisite specimen? Right arrow curving left. For the perfect description of the Straits of Messina, Scylla, Charybdis, etc., see Claverius, Italia Antiqua, L. 4, page 1293, and Siciliae Antiqui, L. I. pp. 60, 76, who had diligently studied the ancients and surveyed with a curious eye the actual face of the country. Right arrow curving left. Jornans, De Rebus Judicis, c. 30, page 654. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 7c. 43, pages 584, 585. He was sent by Saint Augustine, in the year 415, from Africa to Palestine, to visit Saint Jerome, and to consult with him on the subject of the Pelagian controversy. Right arrow curving left. Jornan supposes, without much probability, that Adolphus visited and plundered Rome a second time, more locus terram sit. Yet he agrees with Orosius in supposing that a treaty of peace was concluded between the Gothic prince and Honorius. See Orosius, L. 7c. 43, pages 584, 585. Jornans, De Rebus Judicis, c. 31, pp. 654, 655. Right arrow curving left. The retreat of the Goths from Italy, and their first transactions in Gaul, are dark and doubtful. I have derived much assistance from Moscou, History of the Ancient Germans, L. 8c. 29, 35, 37, who has illustrated and connected the broken chronicles and fragments of the times. Right arrow curving left. See an account of Placidia in Du Cange, Familii Byzantini, page 72. And Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. V, pages 260, 386, etc., tom. 6, page 240. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. V, page 350. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 6, page 383. Orosius, L. 7c. 40, p. 576, and the chronicles of Marcellinus and Idatius seem to suppose that the Goths did not carry away Placidia till after the last siege of Rome. Right arrow curving left. See the pictures of Adolphus and Placidia, and the account of their marriage, in Jornans, De Rebus Judicis, c. 31, pages 654, 655. With regard to the place where the nuptials were stipulated or consummated or celebrated, the misses of Jornans vary between two neighboring cities, Forli and Imola, Forum Livii and Forum Cornelii. It is fair and easy to reconcile the Gothic historian with Olympiodorus, see Moscou, L. 8c. 46, but Tillemont grows peevish, and swears that it is not worthwhile to try to conciliate Jornans with any good authors. Right arrow curving left. The Visigoths, the subjects of Adolphus, restrained by subsequent laws the prodigality of conjugal love. It was illegal for a husband to make any gift or settlement for the benefit of his wife during the first year of their marriage. And his liberality could not at any time exceed the 10th part of his property. The Lombards were somewhat more indulgent, they allowed the morgincap immediately after the wedding night. And this famous gift, the reward of virginity, might equal the 4th part of the husband's substance. Some cautious maidens, indeed, were wise enough to stipulate beforehand a present which they were too sure of not deserving. See Montesquieu, De l'Esprit de l'Oix, L. 19c. 25. Muratori, Dissertazioni sopra l'Antichità Italiane, tom. I Dissertation XX, page 243. Right arrow curving left. We owe the curious detail of this nuptial feast to the historian Olympiodorus, apud Photius, pages 185, 188. Right arrow curving left. See in the great collection of the historians of France by Dom Bouquet, tom. 2, Gregorii Turinensis, L. 3 c. 10, page 191, Gesta Regum Francorum, c. 23, page 557. The anonymous writer, with an ignorance worthy of his times, supposes that these instruments of Christian worship had belonged to the Temple of Solomon. If he has any meaning, it must be that they were found in the sack of Rome. Right arrow curving left. Consult the following original testimonies in the Historians of France, tom. 2. Fredigarii Scholastici Chronicum, c. 73, page 441. Fragments of Fredigarius 3, page 463. Gesta Dagobert I Regis Francorum, c. 29, page 587. The accession of Sigismund to the throne of Spain happened AD 631. The 200,000 pieces of gold were appropriated by Dagobert to the foundation of the Church of Saint Denis. Right arrow curving left. The President Goguet, de l'origine de l'Oix, de arts et de sciences, etc., tom. 2, p. 239, is of opinion that the stupendous pieces of emerald, the statues and columns which antiquity has placed in Egypt, at Gades, at Constantinople, were in reality artificial compositions of colored glass. The famous emerald dish which is shown at Genoa is supposed to countenance the suspicion. Right arrow curving left. Georgius L. Maecenas, Historia Saracenica, L. I, page 85. Roderus I. Toletani, Historia Arabum, c. 9. Denis Dominique Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne sous la domination de Arabes, tom. I, page 83. It was called the Table of Solomon according to the custom of the Orientals, who ascribed to that prince every ancient work of knowledge or magnificence. Right arrow curving left. His 3 laws are inserted in the Theodosian Code, L. 11 tit. 18 leg. 7, L. 13 tit. 11 leg. 12, L. 15 tit. 14 leg. 14. The expressions of the last are very remarkable, since they contain not only a pardon but an apology. Right arrow curving left. Olympiodorus apud Photius, page 188. Philostorgius, L. 12c. 5, observes that, when Honorius made his triumphal entry, he encouraged the Romans with his hand and voice, Chi Epsilon Iotaro Kappa Alpha Gamma Lambda Tau Tau, to rebuild their city. And the Chronicle of Prosper commends Heraclian, ca in Romani Urbis reparationum strenuum exhibuerat ministerium. Right arrow curving left. The date of the voyage of Claudius Rutilius Nemesianus is clogged with some difficulties. But Scaliger has deduced from astronomical characters that he left Rome the 24th of September and embarked at Porto the 9th of October, AD 416. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. V, page 820. In this poetical itinerary Rutilius, L. I 115, etc. addresses Rome in a high strain of congratulation. Erige Chronaus Lauros, sine iamque secreti. Vertices in virides, Roma, recinga comas, etc. Right arrow curving left. Orosius composed his history in Africa only 2 years after the event, yet his authority seems to be overbalanced by the improbability of the fact. The Chronicle of Marcellinus gives Heraclian 700 ships and 3,000 men. The latter of these numbers is ridiculously corrupt, but the former would please me very much. Right arrow curving left. The Chronicle of Idatius affirms, without the least appearance of truth, that he advanced as far as Otriculum, in Umbria, where he was overthrown in a great battle, with the loss of 50,000 men. Right arrow curving left. See Codex Theodosianus, L. 15 tit. 14 leg. 13. The legal acts performed in his name, even the manumission of slaves, were declared invalid till they had been formally repeated. Right arrow curving left. I have disdained to mention a very foolish, and probably a false, report, Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. I.C. 2, That Honorius was alarmed by the loss of Rome, till he understood that it was not a favorite chicken of that name, but only the capital of the world, which had been lost. Yet even this story is some evidence of the public opinion. Right arrow curving left. The materials for the lives of all these tyrants are taken from 6 contemporary historians, 2 Latins and 4 Greeks, Orosius, L. 7c. 42, pages 581, 583. Renatus Profuturus Frigeridus, apud Gregorii Turinensis, L. 2c. 9, in the Historians of France, tom. 2, pages 165, 166, Zosimus, L. 6, pages 370, 371, Olympiodorus, apud Photius, pp. 180, 181, 184, 185, Sozomen, L. 9c. 12, 13, 14, 15, and Philostorgius, L. 12c. 5, 6, with Godefroy's dissertations, pages 477, 481. Besides the 4 chronicles of Prosper Tyro, Prosper of Aquitaine, Idatius, and Marcellinus. Right arrow curving left. The praises which Sozomen has bestowed on this act of despair appear strange and scandalous in the mouth of an ecclesiastical historian. He observes, p. 379, that the wife of Gerontius was a Christian, and that her death was worthy of her religion and of immortal fame. Right arrow curving left. Epsilon delta omicron xi iota omicron nu tau upsilon rho nu iota delta omicron, is the expression of Olympiodorus, which he seems to have borrowed from Aeolus, a tragedy of Euripides, of which some fragments only are now extant. Euripides Opera Omnia, edit. Barnes, Tom. 2, page 443, ver. 38. This allusion may prove that the ancient tragic poets were still familiar to the Greeks of the 5th century. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius Apollinaris, L. v. Epistola 9, p. 139, and Note Sermoned, p. 58, after stigmatizing the inconstancy of Constantine, the facility of Jovinus, the perfidy of Gerontius, continues to observe that all the vices of these tyrants were united in the person of Dardanus. Yet the prefect supported a respectable character in the world, and even in the church, held a devout correspondence with Saint Augustine and Saint Jerome, and was complimented by the latter, Tom. 3, page 66, with the epithets of Christianorum nobilissime, and Nobilium Christianissime. Right arrow curving left. The expression may be understood almost literally. Olympiodorus says mu lambda iota sigma kappa kappa omicron iota zeta gamma rho eta sigma alpha nu. Sigma kappa kappa omicron, or sigma kappa omicron, 9018 may signify a sack or a loose garment, and this method of entangling and catching an enemy, Licinius Contortus, was much practiced by the Huns, Ammianus XXXI2. Il fut prix vif avec de filets, is the translation of Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. v. page 608. Right arrow curving left. Without recurring to the more ancient writers, I shall quote 3 respectable testimonies which belong to the 4th and 7th centuries, the Expositio Totius Mundi, p. 16, in the 3rd volume of Hudson's Geography Greci Minoris, Ausonius, de Claris Urbibus, page 242, edit. Tullius, and Isidore of Seville, Prefatio ad Chronicon, apud Grotius, Historia Gotharum, p. 707. Many particulars relative to the fertility and trade of Spain may be found in Nonius, Hispanii Illustrati, and in Pierre Daniel Huet, Histoire du commerce et de la navigation des anciens, c. 40, pages 228, 234. Right arrow curving left. The date is accurately fixed in the Fasti and the Chronicle of Idatius. Orosius, L. 7c. 40, p. 578, imputes the loss of Spain to the treachery of the Honorians, while Sozomen, L. 9c. 12, accuses only their negligence. Right arrow curving left. Idatius wishes to apply the prophecies of Daniel to these national calamities, and is therefore obliged to accommodate the circumstances of the event to the terms of the prediction. Right arrow curving left. Mariana, Historiae de Rebus Hispaniae, LV.C. 1, Tom. I, page 148, Hagi Commodum 1733. He had read, in Orosius, L. 7c. 41, p. 579, that the barbarians had turned their swords into plowshares, and that many of the provincials had preferred inter barbaros pauperum libertatem, quam inter Romanos tributarium solicitudinem, sustenere. Right arrow curving left. This mixture of force and persuasion may be fairly inferred from comparing Orosius and Jornans, the Roman and the Gothic historian. Right arrow curving left. According to the system of Jornans, c. 33, p. 659, the true hereditary right to the Gothic scepter was vested in the Amali. But those princes, who were the vassals of the Huns, commanded the tribes of the Ostrogoths in some distant parts of Germany or Scythia. Right arrow curving left. The murder is related by Olympiodorus, but the number of the children is taken from an epitaph of suspected authority. Right arrow curving left. The death of Adolphus was celebrated at Constantinople with illuminations and Circensian games, see Chronicum Alexandrinum. It may seem doubtful whether the Greeks were actuated on this occasion by their hatred of the barbarians or of the Latins. Right arrow curving left. Quot Tartessiasis avis hujus valia terris. Vandalicas termas, eti juncti martis alanos. Stravit, eti oxyduum texera cadavera calpen. Sidonius Apollinaris in Panegyricus Anthemius, 363, page 300, edit. Sermoned. Right arrow curving left. This supply was very acceptable. The Goths were insulted by the Vandals of Spain with the epithet of trulli, because in their extreme distress they had given a piece of gold for a trulla, or about half a pound of flour. Olympiodorus apud Photius, page 189. Right arrow curving left. Orosius inserts a copy of these pretended letters. Tu cum omnibus pacem have, omnium subsides accipi, nos nobis confligimus nobis perimus, tibi vincimus. Immortalis vero questus erit rea publici tui, si utrique perimus. The idea is just, but I cannot persuade myself that it was entertained or expressed by the barbarians. Right arrow curving left. Romum triumphans ingreditor, is the formal expression of Prosper's chronicle. The facts which relate to the death of Adolphus, and the exploits of Wollia, are related from Olympiodorus, apud Photius, page 188, Orosius, L. 7c. 43, pp. 584, 587, Jornans, De Rebus Jedicis, pages 31, 32, and the Chronicles of Idatius and Isidore. Right arrow curving left. Ausonius, De Claris Urbibus, pp. 257, 262, celebrates Bordeaux with the partial affection of a native. See in Salvian, De Gubernation Dei, page 228, Paris, 1608, a florid description of the provinces of Aquitaine and Novem Populania. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 7c. 32, page 550, commends the mildness and modesty of these Burgundians who treated their subjects of Gaul as their Christian brethren. Moscou has illustrated the origin of their kingdom in the 4 first annotations at the end of his laborious History of the Ancient Germans, Volume 2, pages 555, 572, of the English translation. Right arrow curving left. See Moscou, L. 8c. 43, 45. Except in a short and suspicious line of the Chronicle of Prosper, in Tom. I, page 638, the name of Pharamond is never mentioned before the 7th century. The author of the Gesta Francorum, in Tom. 2, p. 543, suggests, probably enough, that the choice of Pharamond, or at least of a king, was recommended to the Franks by his father Marcomir, who was an exile in Tuscany. 9019 right arrow curving left. O Lacida, vivi prevenimus, advena nostrae. quod nunquam veridi sumus, ut possessor agelli. Diceret, haec mea sunt, vetters migrate coloni. Nunc victi tristes, etc. See the whole of the 9th Eclogue, with the useful commentary of Servius. 15 miles of the Mantuan territory were assigned to the veterans, with a reservation in favor of the inhabitants of 3 miles round the city. Even in this favor they were cheated by Alphenus Verus, a famous lawyer and one of the commissioners, who measured 800 paces of water and morass. Right arrow curving left. See the remarkable passage of the Eucharist icon of Paulinus, 575, apud Moscou, L. 8c. 42. Right arrow curving left. This important truth is established by the accuracy of Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V. p. 641, and by the ingenuity of the Abbé Dubos, Histoire critique de l'établissement de la monarchie Françoise dans les Gaules, Tom. I. page 259. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 6376, 383, relates in a few words the revolt of Britain and Armorica. Our antiquarians, even the great Camden himself, have been betrayed into many gross errors by their imperfect knowledge of the history of the continent. Right arrow curving left. The limits of Armorica are defined by two national geographers, Messrs. de Valois and d'Anville, in their Notices of Ancient Gaul. The word had been used in a more extensive, and was afterwards contracted to a much narrower, signification. Right arrow curving left. Gens inter Geminos notissima clauditer amnes. Armoricana prius veteri cognomen dicta. Torva, Ferox, Ventosa, Procax, Inca Iuta, Rebellis. Inconstans, disparque sibi novitatis amore. Prodiga verborum, sed non et prodiga facti. Ericus Monicus in vita sancti Germani, L. via pud Valesius. Notitia Gallierum, page 43. Valesius alleges several testimonies to confirm this character, to which I shall add the evidence of the presbyter Constantine, AD 488, who, in the life of St. Germain, calls the Armorican rebels mobilum et indisciplinatum populum. See the Historians of France, Tom. I. page 643. Right arrow curving left. I thought it necessary to enter my protest against this part of the system of the Abbé Dubos, which Montesquieu has so vigorously opposed. See de l'Esprit de Loix, L. XXX 24. 9020. Right arrow curving left. Beta rho epsilon tau alpha nu mu nu tau omicron iota omega mu alpha omicron iota nu alpha sigma theta alpha iota omicron kappa tau iota sigma chi omicron nu are the words of Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 2, p. 181, Louvre edition, in a very important passage which has been too much neglected. Even Bede, Historia Ecclesiastica Gentis Anglorum, L. IC. 12, page 50, edit. Smith, acknowledges that the Romans finally left Britain in the reign of Honorius. Yet our modern historians and antiquaries extend the term of their dominion. And there are some who allow only the interval of a few months between their departure and the arrival of the Saxons. Right arrow curving left. Bede has not forgotten the occasional aid of the legions against the Scots and Picts. And more authentic proof will hereafter be produced that the independent Britons raised 12,000 men for the service of the Emperor Anthemius in Gaul. Right arrow curving left. I owe it to myself, and to historic truth, to declare that some circumstances in this paragraph are founded only on conjecture and analogy. The stubbornness of our language has sometimes forced me to deviate from the conditional into the indicative mood. Right arrow curving left. Pi rho tau nu beta rho epsilon tau alpha nu alpha pi lambda epsilon iota. Zosimus, L. 6, page 383. Right arrow curving left. 2 cities of Britain were municipia, 9 colonies, 10 latiae jure donato, 12 stipendiarii of eminent note. This detail is taken from Richard of Cirencesta, De Situ Britanniae, page 36. And though it may not seem probable that he wrote from the misses of a Roman general, he shows a genuine knowledge of antiquity, very extraordinary for a monk of the 14th century. 9021, the treatise is a forgery of the 18th century, by one Charles Bertram. B. Right arrow curving left. C. Maffei, Verona Illustrata, Part 1 LV, pages 83-106. Right arrow curving left. Legis restitut, libertatemque reducit. Id servos famulus non sinit esse sui. De reditu sua, Rutilius, L. I 215. Right arrow curving left. An inscription, apud sermond, note ad Sidonius Apollinaris, p. 59, describes a castle, cum muris id portus, Tuscioni omnium, erected by Dardanus on his own estate near Cisteron, in the second Narbonese, and named by him Theopolis. Right arrow curving left. The establishment of their power would have been easy indeed if we could adopt the impracticable scheme of a lively and learned antiquarian, who supposes that the British monarchs of the several tribes continued to reign, though with subordinate jurisdiction, from the time of Claudius to that of Honorius. See Whitaker's History of Manchester, Volume 1, pages 247-257. Right arrow curving left. Lambda lambda, omicron sigma alpha pi tau upsilon rho nu omicron iota pi, alpha tau omicron mu epsilon. Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC, 2, page 181. Britannia Fertilis Provincia Tyrannorum, was the expression of Jerome, in the year 415, Tom. 2, page 255, ad Ctesiphon. By the pilgrims, who resorted every year to the Holy Land, the monk of Bethlehem received the earliest and most accurate intelligence. Right arrow curving left. See Bingham's Antiquities of the Christian Church, Volume IL 9c 6, page 394, right arrow curving left. It is reported of 3 British bishops who assisted at the Council of Rimini, AD 359, tam paupers fuis ut nihil haberent. Sulpicius Severus, Historia Sacra, L. 2, page 420. Some of their brethren, however, were in better circumstances. Right arrow curving left. Consult Usher, Britannicarum Ecclesiarum Antiquitates, c. 8, 12. Right arrow curving left. See the correct text of this edict, as published by Sermond, note ad Sidonius Apollinaris, page 147. Hincmar of Rheims, who assigns a place to the bishops, had probably seen, in the 9th century, a more perfect copy. Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, pages 241-255. Right arrow curving left. It is evident from the notitia that the 7 provinces were the Viennensis, the Maritime Alps, the 1st and 2nd Narbonese, Novem Populania, and the 1st and 2nd Aquitaine. In the room of the 1st Aquitaine, the Abbé Dubos, on the authority of Hincmar, desires to introduce the 1st Lugdunensis, or Lyonese. Right arrow curving left. Father Montfaucon, who, by the command of his Benedictine superiors, was compelled, see Longeruana, tom. I, page 205, to execute the laborious edition of St. Chrysostom, in 13 volumes in folio, Paris, 1738, amused himself with extracting from that immense collection of morals some curious antiquities, which illustrate the manners of the Theodosian age. See Chrysostom, Opera Omnia Quae Extant, tom. 13, pages 192-196, and his French dissertation, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. 13, pages 474-490. Right arrow curving left. According to the loose reckoning that a ship could sail, with a fair wind, 1,000 stadia, or 125 miles, in the revolution of a day and night. Diodorus Siculus computes 10 days from the Paulus Meotis to Rhodes, and 4 days from Rhodes to Alexandria. The navigation of the Nile, from Alexandria to Syene, under the Tropic of Cancer, required, as it was against the stream, 10 days more. Diodorus Siculus, Tom. IL 3, page 200, edit. Wesseling. He might, without much impropriety, measure the extreme heat from the verge of the torrid zone. But he speaks of the Maeotis in the 47th degree of northern latitude, as if it lay within the polar circle. Right arrow curving left. Barthius, who adored his author with the blind superstition of a commentator, gives the preference to the 2 books which Claudian composed against Eutropius. Above all his other productions, Adrien Baylet, Jugements de Savins sur les principaux ouvrages d'auteurs, Tom. 4, page 227. They are indeed a very elegant and spirited satire, and would be more valuable in an historical light, if the invective were less vague and more temperate. Right arrow curving left. After lamenting the progress of the eunuchs in the Roman palace, and defining their proper functions, Claudian adds. A fronte recedent. Imperii. In Eutropium I 422. Yet it does not appear that the eunuch had assumed any of the efficient offices of the empire, and he is styled only Prepositan Sacri Cubiculi, in the edict of his banishment. See Codex Theodosianus, L. 9 tit. XL leg. 17, right arrow curving left. Jam que oblita sue, nec sobria divitius mens. In miseras legis hominum negotia ludit. Judicat eunuchus. Arma etiam violare paret. Claudian, I 229, 270, with that mixture of indignation and humor which always pleases in a satiric poet. Describes the insolent folly of the eunuch, the disgrace of the empire, and the joy of the Goths. Gaudet, cum viderit, hostes. Id sentit jam dies viros. Right arrow curving left. The poet's lively description of his deformity, I 110, 125, is confirmed by the authentic testimony of Chrysostom, Tom. 3, page 384, edit Montfaucon. Who observes that, when the paint was washed away, the face of Eutropius appeared more ugly and wrinkled than that of an old woman. Claudian remarks, I 469, and the remark must have been founded on experience, that there was scarcely an interval between the youth and the decrepit age of a eunuch. Right arrow curving left. Eutropius appears to have been a native of Armenia or Assyria. His 3 services, which Claudian more particularly describes, were these. He spent many years as the catamite of Ptolemy, a groom or soldier of the imperial stables. Ptolemy gave him to the old general Orynthius, for whom he very skillfully exercised the profession of a pimp. He was given, on her marriage, to the daughter of Orynthius. And the future consul was employed to comb her hair, to present the silver ewer, to wash and to fan his mistress in hot weather. Cl. I 31, 137. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, L. I, in Eutropium 1, 22, after enumerating the various prodigies of monstrous births, speaking animals, showers of blood or stones, double suns, etc. adds, with some exaggeration. Omnia cesserunt eunucho consul monstra. The first book concludes with a noble speech of the goddess of Rome to her favorite Honorius, deprecating the new ignominy to which she was exposed. Right arrow curving left. Flavius Malleus Theodorus, whose civil honors and philosophical works have been celebrated by Claudian in a very elegant panegyric. Right arrow curving left. Mu epsilon theta omega nu delta delta eta tau pi lambda omicron tau, drunk with riches, is the forcible expression of Zosimus, L.V., page 301. And the avarice of Eutropius is equally execrated in the lexicon of Suedas and the chronicle of Marcellinus. Chrysostom had often admonished the favorite, of the vanity and danger of immoderate wealth, Tom. 3, page 381. Right arrow curving left. Certantum sep duorum. Diversum suspendit onus, cum pondera judex. Virgit, etiam geminas nutat provincia lances. Claudian, I 192, 209, so curiously distinguishes the circumstances of the sale that they all seem to allude to particular anecdotes. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, I 154, 170, mentions the guilt and exile of Abundantius. Nor could he fail to quote the example of the artist who made the first trial of the brazen bull which he presented to Phalaris. See Zosimus, L.V., page 302. Jerome, Tom. I, page 26. The difference of place is easily reconciled, but the decisive authority of Asterius of Amasia, Oratio 4, p. 76, apud Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V, page 435, must turn the scale in favor of Pitius. Right arrow curving left. Suedas, most probably from the history of Eunapius, has given a very unfavorable picture of Timasius. The account of his accuser, the judges, trial, etc., is perfectly agreeable to the practice of ancient and modern courts. See Zosimus, L.V., pages 298, 300. I am almost tempted to quote the Romance of a Great Master, Fielding's Works, Volume 4, p. 49, etc., octavo edition, which may be considered as the history of human nature. Right arrow curving left. The great oasis was one of the spots in the sands of Libya watered with springs, and capable of producing wheat, barley, and palm trees. It was about 3 days' journey from north to south, about half a day in breadth, and at the distance of about 5 days' march to the west of Abydos on the Nile. C. D'Anville, Memoirs sur l'Égypte, pages 186, 188. The barren desert which encompasses Oasis, Zosimus, L.V. p. 300, has suggested the idea of comparative fertility, and even the epithet of the happy island, Herodotus, L. 3 c. 26, right arrow curving left. The line of Claudian, in Eutropium, L. I 180. Marmericus Claris Violator Ketibus Hammon 9022. Evidently alludes to his persuasion of the death of Timasius. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 8c. 7. He speaks from report tau iota nu omicron pi upsilon theta mu eta nu. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. V., page 300. Yet he seems to suspect that this rumor was spread by the friends of Eutropius. Right arrow curving left. See the Theodosian Code, L. 9 tit. 14, ad legem, Corneliam de Sicarius, leg. 3, and the Code of Justinian, L. 9 tit. 8 ad legem, Julium de Majestate, leg. 5, the alteration of the title, from murder to treason, was an improvement of the subtle Tribonian. Godefroy, in a formal dissertation which he has inserted in his commentary, illustrates this law of Arcadius, and explains all the difficult passages which had been perverted by the jurisconsults of the darker ages. See Tom. 3, pages 88, 111, right arrow curving left. Bartolus understands a simple and naked consciousness, without any sign of approbation or concurrence. For this opinion, says Baldus, he is now roasting in hell. For my own part, continues the discreet Haenexius, Elementa Jura Civilis, L. 4, page 411, I must approve the theory of Bartolus, but in practice I should incline to the sentiments of Baldus. Yet Bartolus was gravely quoted by the lawyers of Cardinal Richelieu, and Eutropius was indirectly guilty of the murder of the virtuous de Thou. Right arrow curving left. Godefroy, Tom. 3, page 89. It is, however, suspected that this law, so repugnant to the maxims of Germanic freedom, has been surreptitiously added to the Golden Bull. Right arrow curving left. A copious and circumstantial narrative, which he might have reserved for more important events, is bestowed by Zosimus, L.V., pages 304, 312, on the revolt of Tribigild and Gynas. See likewise Socrates, L. 6c. 6, and Sozomen, L. 8c. 4. The second book of Claudian against Eutropius is a fine, though imperfect, piece of history. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, in Eutropium, L. 2:237, 250, very accurately observes that the ancient name and nation of the Phrygians extended very far on every side, till their limits were contracted by the colonies of the Bithynians of Thrace, of the Greeks, and at last of the Gauls. His description, 2:257, 272, of the fertility of Phrygia, and of the 4 rivers that produced gold, is just and picturesque. Right arrow curving left. Xenophon, Anabasis, L. I, pages 11, 12, edit. Hutchinson. Strabo, L. 12, page 865, edit. Amsterdami, Quintus Curtius, L. 3, c. 1. Claudian compares the junction of the Marsyas and Meander to that of the Saône and the Rhône. With this difference, however, that the smaller of the Phrygian rivers is not accelerated, but retarded, by the larger. Right arrow curving left. Selgi, a colony of the Lacedaemonians, had formerly numbered 20,000 citizens, but in the age of Zosimus it was reduced to a Pyomicron Lambdicinuata, or small town. See Salarius, Geographia Antiqua, Tom. 2, page 117. Right arrow curving left. The Council of Eutropius, in Claudian, may be compared to that of Domitian in the 4th satire of Juvenal. The principal members of the former were, Juvines protervi lascivique senas, one of them had been a cook, a second a woolcomber. The language of their original profession exposes their assumed dignity, and their trifling conversation about tragedies, dancers, etc., is made still more ridiculous by the importance of the debate. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, L. 2376, 461, has branded him with infamy, and Zosimus, in more temperate language, confirms his reproaches. L. v. page 305. Right arrow curving left. The conspiracy of Gynes and Tribigild, which is attested by the Greek historian, had not reached the ears of Claudian, who attributes the revolt of the Ostrogoth to his own martial spirit and the advice of his wife. Right arrow curving left. This anecdote, which Philostorgius alone has preserved, L. 11c. 6, and Gothofridis Dissertations, pages 451, 456, is curious and important, since it connects the revolt of the Goths with the secret intrigues of the palace. Right arrow curving left. See the homily of Chrysostom, Tom. 3, pages 381, 386, which the exordium is particularly beautiful. Socrates, L. 6c. 5, Sozomen, L. 8c. 7. Montfaucon, in his Life of Chrysostom, Tom. 13, page 135, too hastily supposes that Tribigild was actually in Constantinople, and that he commanded the soldiers who were ordered to seize Eutropius. Even Claudian, a pagan poet, Prefatio ad L. 2, in Eutropium 27, has mentioned the flight of the eunuch to the sanctuary. Suppliciterque pius humilis prostratus ad eris. Mitigat iratas voci tremant neurus. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom, in another homily, Tom. 3, p. 386, affects to declare that Eutropius would not have been taken, had he not deserted the church. Zosimus, L. v. p. 313, on the contrary, pretends that his enemies forced him xi alpha rho pi sigma alpha nu tau epsilon alpha tau nu from the sanctuary. Yet the promise is an evidence of some treaty, and the strong assurance of Claudian, Prefatio ad L. 246. Sed tamen exemplo non ferriere tua, may be considered as an evidence of some promise. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 9 tit. 11 leg. 14, the date of that law, Jan. 17, AD 399, is erroneous and corrupt, since the fall of Eutropius could not happen till the autumn of the same year. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V, page 780. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. V. p. 313, Philistorgius, L. 11 c. 6. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 4001, 500. Zosimus, L. V., pages 313, 323, Socrates, L. 6 c. 4, Sozomen, L. 8 c. 4, and Theodoret, L. V. c. 32, 33, represent, though with some various circumstances, the conspiracy, defeat, and death of Gainas. Right arrow curving left. Sigma alpha epsilon phi eta mu alpha rho tau rho iota omicron nu, is the expression of Zosimus himself, L. V. p. 314, who inadvertently uses the fashionable language of the Christians. Evagrius describes, L. 2 c. 3, the situation, architecture, relics, and miracles of that celebrated church, in which the General Council of Chalcedon was afterwards held. Right arrow curving left. The pious remonstrances of Chrysostom, which do not appear in his own writings, are strongly urged by Theodoret, but his insinuation that they were successful is disproved by facts. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. V, page 383, has discovered that the emperor, to satisfy the rapacious demands of Gainas, was obliged to melt the plate of the Church of the Apostles. Right arrow curving left. The ecclesiastical historians, who sometimes guide and sometimes follow the public opinion, most confidently assert that the palace of Constantinople was guarded by legions of angels. Right arrow curving left. Zosmius, L. V., page 319, mentions these galleys by the name of Liburnians, and observes that they were as swift, without explaining the difference between them, as the vessels with 50 oars. But that they were far inferior in speed to the triremes, which had been long disused. Yet he reasonably concludes, from the testimony of Polybius, that galleys of a still larger size had been constructed in the Punic Wars. Since the establishment of the Roman Empire over the Mediterranean, the useless art of building large ships of war had probably been neglected and at length forgotten. Right arrow curving left. Edmund Chichel, Travels in Turkey and Back to England, pages 61, 63, 72, 76, proceeded from Gallipoli, through Hadrianople, to the Danube, in about 15 days. He was in the train of an English ambassador, whose baggage consisted of 71 wagons. That learned traveler has the merit of tracing a curious and unfrequented route. Right arrow curving left. Fravitta, according to Zosimus, though a pagan, received the honors of the consulate. Zosimus v. c. 20. On Fravitta, see a very imperfect fragment of Eunapius, my 2290, in Niebuhr, 92. M. Right arrow curving left. The narrative of Zosimus, who actually leads Gainas beyond the Danube, must be corrected by the testimony of Socrates and Sozomen, that he was killed in Thrace. And by the precise and authentic dates of the Alexandrian, or Paschal, Chronicle, page 307. The naval victory of the Hellespont is fixed to the month Apuleius, the 10th of the calends of January, December 23. The head of Gainas was brought to Constantinople the 3rd of the nones of January, January 3rd, in the month Audinius. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius Scholasticus acquired much fame by his poem on the Gothic War, in which he had served. Near 40 years afterwards, Ammonius recited another poem on the same subject, in the presence of the Emperor Theodosius. See Socrates, L. 6 c. 6. Right arrow curving left. The 6th book of Socrates, the 8th of Sozomen, and the 5th of Theodoret afford curious and authentic materials for the life of John Chrysostom. Besides those general historians, I have taken for my guides the 4 principal biographers of the saint. The author of a partial and passionate vindication of the Archbishop of Constantinople, composed in the form of a dialogue, and under the name of his zealous partisan Palladius. Bishop of Helenopolis, Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 11, pages 500, 533. It is inserted among the works of Chrysostom, tom. 13, pages 190, edit. Montfaucon. The Moderate Erasmus, Tom. 3, Epistola MCL, pages 1331, 1347, edit. Lugduni Batavorum. His vivacity and good sense were his own, his errors, in the uncultivated state of ecclesiastical antiquity, were almost inevitable. The learned Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 11, pages 1, 405, 547, 626, etc., etc., who compiles the lives of the saints with incredible patience and religious accuracy. He has minutely searched the voluminous works of Chrysostom himself. Father Montfaucon, who has perused those works with the curious diligence of an editor, discovered several new homilies, and again reviewed and composed the Life of Chrysostom, Opera Chrysostom. Tom. 13, pages 91, 177. Right arrow curving left. As I am almost a stranger to the voluminous sermons of Chrysostom, I have given my confidence to the two most judicious and moderate of the ecclesiastical critics, Erasmus, Tom. 3, page 1344, and Dupin, Bibliothèque ecclésiastique, tom. 3, page 38, yet the good taste of the former is sometimes vitiated by an excessive love of antiquity. And the good sense of the latter is always restrained by prudential considerations. Right arrow curving left. The females of Constantinople distinguished themselves by their enmity or their attachment to Chrysostom. 3 noble and opulent widows, Marsa, Castricia, and Eugraphia, were the leaders of the persecution. Palladius, Dialogue on the Life of Chrysostom, tom. 13, page 14. It was impossible that they should forgive a preacher who reproached their affectation to conceal, by the ornaments of dress, their age and ugliness. Palladius, page 27. Olympius, by equal zeal, displayed in a more pious cause, has obtained the title of saint. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 11, pages 416, 440. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, and more especially Socrates, have defined the real character of Chrysostom with a temperate and impartial freedom, very offensive to his blind admirers. Those historians lived in the next generation, when party violence was abetted, and had conversed with many persons intimately acquainted with the virtues and imperfections of the saint. Right arrow curving left. Palladius, tom. 13, page 40, etc., very seriously defends the archbishop. He never tasted wine. The weakness of his stomach required a peculiar diet. Business, or study, or devotion, often kept him fasting till sunset. He detested the noise and levity of great dinners. He saved the expense for the use of the poor. He was apprehensive, in a capital like Constantinople, of the envy and reproach of partial invitations. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom declares his free opinion, tom. 9 hom. 3 in Acts of the Apostles, page 29, that the number of bishops who might be saved bore a very small proportion to those who would be damned. Right arrow curving left. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 11, pages 441, 500. Right arrow curving left. I have purposely omitted the controversy which arose among the monks of Egypt concerning Origenism and anthropomorphism, the dissimulation and violence of Theophilus. His artful management of the simplicity of Epiphanius, the persecution and flight of the long, or tall, brothers, the ambiguous support which they received at Constantinople from Chrysostom, etc. etc. Right arrow curving left. Photius, pp. 53, 60, has preserved the original acts of the Synod of the Oak, which destroy the false assertion that Chrysostom was condemned by no more than 36 bishops, of whom 29 were Egyptians. 45 bishops subscribed his sentence. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 11, p. 595.9023. Right arrow curving left. Palladius owns, p. 30, that if the people of Constantinople had found Theophilus, they would certainly have thrown him into the sea. Socrates mentions, L. 6c. 17, a battle between the mob and the sailors of Alexandria, in which many wounds were given and some lives were lost. The massacre of the monks is observed only by the pagan Zosimus, L.v. p. 324, who acknowledges that Chrysostom had a singular talent to lead the illiterate multitude, nu gamma rho nu theta rho omega pi omicron gamma omicron nu chi lambda omicron nu pi alpha gamma sigma theta alpha iota delta epsilon iota nu. Right arrow curving left. See Socrates, L. 6c. 18. Sozomen, L. 8c. 20. Zosimus, L. v. pages 324, 327, mentions, in general terms, his invectives against Eudoxia. The homily, which begins with those famous words, is rejected as spurious. Montfaucon, Tom. 13, page 151. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 11, page 603. Right arrow curving left. We might naturally expect such a charge from Zosimus, L.v. p. 327, but it is remarkable enough that it should be confirmed by Socrates, L. 6c. 18, and the Paschal Chronicle, page 307. Right arrow curving left. He displays those specious motives, post reditum in Senatu, c. 13, 14, in the language of an orator and a politician. Right arrow curving left. 242 of the epistles of Chrysostom are still extant, opera omnia quae extant, Tom. 3, pages 528, 736. They are addressed to a great variety of persons and show a firmness of mind much superior to that of Cicero in his exile. The 14th epistle contains a curious narrative of the dangers of his journey. Right arrow curving left. After the exile of Chrysostom, Theophilus published an enormous and horrible volume against him, in which he perpetually repeats the polite expressions of Hostem Humanitatis. Sacrilegorum Principem, Emundum Daemonem. He affirms that John Chrysostom had delivered his soul to be adulterated by the devil, and wishes that some further punishment, adequate, if possible, to the magnitude of his crimes, may be inflicted on him. St. Jerome, at the request of his friend Theophilus, translated this edifying performance from Greek into Latin. See Facundus of Hermiana, Pro Defension Trium Capitulorum, L. 6c. 5, published by Sermond, Opera Varia, Tom. 2, pages 595, 597. Right arrow curving left. His name was inserted by his successor Atticus in the diptychs of the Church of Constantinople, AD 418. 10 years afterwards he was revered as a saint. Cyril, who inherited the place and the passions of his uncle Theophilus, yielded with much reluctance. See Facundus of Hermiana, L. 4, c. 1. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 14, pages 277, 283. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 7c. 45. Theodoret, L. v. c. 36. This event reconciled the Joanites, who had hitherto refused to acknowledge his successors. During his lifetime the Joanites were respected by the Catholics as the true and orthodox communion of Constantinople. Their obstinacy gradually drove them to the brink of schism. Right arrow curving left. According to some accounts, Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 438, no. 9, 10, the emperor was forced to send a letter of invitation and excuses before the body of the ceremonious saint could be moved from Comana. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. v., page 315. The chastity of an empress should not be impeached without producing a witness, but it is astonishing that the witness should write and live under a prince whose legitimacy he dared to attack. We must suppose that his history was a party libel, privately read and circulated by the pagans. Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. v. page 782, is not averse to brand the reputation of Eudoxia. Right arrow curving left. Porphyry of Gaza. His zeal was transported by the order which he had obtained for the destruction of 8 pagan temples of that city. See the curious details of his life, Baronius, AD 401, number 17, 51, originally written in Greek, or perhaps in Syriac, by a monk, one of his favorite deacons. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 11c. 8, and Godefroy, Dissertations, page 457. Right arrow curving left. Jerome, Tom. 6, pp. 73, 76, describes in lively colors the regular and destructive march of the locusts, which spread a dark cloud between heaven and earth over the land of Palestine. Seasonable winds scattered them, partly into the Dead Sea and partly into the Mediterranean. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, de Bello Persico, L. IC, 2, page 8, edit. Louvre. Right arrow curving left. Agathias, L. 4, pages 136, 137. Although he confesses the prevalence of the tradition, he asserts that Procopius was the first who had committed it to writing. Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. 6, p. 597, argues very sensibly on the merits of this fable. His criticism was not warped by any ecclesiastical authority. Both Procopius and Agathias are half-pagans. 9024 right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 7 cl. Anthemius was the grandson of Philip, one of the ministers of Constantius, and the grandfather of the emperor Anthemius. After his return from the Persian embassy, he was appointed consul and praetorian prefect of the East, in the year 405, and held the prefecture about 10 years. See his honors and praises in Godefroy, Codex Theodotionus, tom. 6, page 350. Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. 6, page 1, etc. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 9c. 5. He saw some Syri at work near Mount Olympus, in Bithynia, and cherished the vain hope that those captives were the last of the nation. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodotionus, L. 7 tit. 15, L. 15 tit. I leg. 49, right arrow curving left. Sozomen has filled 3 chapters with a magnificent panegyric of Pulcheria, L. 9c. 1, 3, and Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 15, pp. 171, 184, has dedicated a separate article to the honor of Saint Pulcheria, Virgin and Empress. 9025 right arrow curving left. Suedos, Excerpta Legationum, p. 68, in Corpus Scriptorum Historiae Byzantini, pretends, on the credit of the Nestorians, that Pulcheria was exasperated against their founder, because he censured her connection with the beautiful Paulinus and her incest with her brother Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. See du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, page 70. Flaxilla, the eldest daughter, either died before Arcadius, or, if she lived till the year 431, Marcellinus, Chronicon. Some defect of mind or body must have excluded her from the honors of her rank. Right arrow curving left. She was admonished, by repeated dreams, of the place where the relics of the 40 martyrs had been buried. The ground had successively belonged to the house and garden of a woman of Constantinople, to a monastery of Macedonian monks, and to a church of St. Thyrsus, erected by Caesarius, who was consul AD 397, and the memory of the relics was almost obliterated. Notwithstanding the charitable wishes of Dr. Jordan, Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, tom. 4, page 234, it is not easy to acquit Pulcheria of some share in the pious fraud, which must have been transacted when she was more than 35 years of age. Right arrow curving left. There is a remarkable difference between the two ecclesiastical historians, who in general bear so close a resemblance. Sozeman, L. 9c. 1. Ascribes to Pulcheria the government of the empire and the education of her brother, whom he scarcely condescends to praise. Socrates, though he affectedly disclaims all hopes of favor or fame, composes an elaborate panegyric on the emperor, and cautiously suppresses the merits of his sister, L. 7c. 22, 42. Philostorgius, L. 12c. 7, expresses the influence of Pulcheria in gentle and courtly language, tau beta alpha sigma iota lambda iota kappa sigma eta mu epsilon iota pi eta rho epsilon tau omicron upsilon mu nu eta kappa alpha delta iota epsilon upsilon theta nu omicron theta sigma alpha. Suedas, Excerpta Legationum, p. 53, gives a true character of Theodosius, and I have followed the example of Tillemont, Tom. 6, page 25, in borrowing some strokes from the modern Greeks. Right arrow curving left. Theodoret, L.V.C. 37. The Bishop of Cyrrhus, one of the first men of his age for his learning and piety, applauds the obedience of Theodosius to the divine laws. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 7c. 21, mentions her name, Athenais, the daughter of Leontius, an Athenian sophist, her baptism, marriage, and poetical genius. The most ancient account of her history is in John Malala's, Part 2, pp. 20, 21, edit. Venedius, 1743, and in the Paschal Chronicle, pages 311, 312. Those authors had probably seen original pictures of the Empress Eudocia. The modern Greeks, Zonaras, Cedrinus, etc., have displayed the love, rather than the talent, of fiction. From Nicephorus, indeed, I have ventured to assume her age. The writer of a romance would not have imagined that Athenais was near 28 years old when she inflamed the heart of a young emperor. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 7c. 21, Photius, pages 413, 420. The Homeric cento is still extant, and has been repeatedly printed, but the claim of Eudocia to that insipid performance is disputed by the critics. See Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. I, page 357. The Ionia, a miscellaneous dictionary of history and fable, was compiled by another empress of the name of Eudocia, who lived in the 11th century, and the work is still extant in manuscript. Right arrow curving left. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 438, 439, is copious and florid, but he is accused of placing the lies of different ages on the same level of authenticity. Right arrow curving left. In this short view of the disgrace of Eudocia, I have imitated the caution of Evagrius, L. IC. 21, and Count Marcel Linus, in Chronicon, AD 440 and 444. The two authentic dates assigned by the latter overturn a great part of the Greek fictions, and the celebrated story of the apple, etc., is fit only for the Arabian Nights, where something not very unlike it may be found. Right arrow curving left. Priscus, in Excerpta Legationum, p. 69, a contemporary, and a courtier, dryly mentions her pagan and Christian names, without adding any title of honor or respect. Right arrow curving left. For the two pilgrimages of Eudocia, and her long residence at Jerusalem, her devotion, alms, etc., see Socrates, L. 7c. 47, and Evagrius, L. IC. 20, 22. The Paschal Chronicle may sometimes deserve regard, and, in the domestic history of Antioch, John Malalas becomes a writer of good authority. The Abbé Guény, in a memoir on the fertility of Palestine, of which I have only seen an extract, calculates the gifts of Eudocia at 20,488 pounds of gold, above 800,000 pounds sterling. Right arrow curving left. Theodoret, L.V.C. 39. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclésiastiques, Tom. 12 356, 364. Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, Tom. 3, page 396, Tom. 4, page 61. Theodoret blames the rashness of Abdas, but extols the constancy of his martyrdom. Yet I do not clearly understand the casuistry which prohibits our repairing the damage which we have unlawfully committed. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 7c. 18, 21, is the best author for the Persian War. We may likewise consult the 3 Chronicles, the Paschal and those of Marcellinus and Malalas. Right arrow curving left. This account of the ruin and division of the kingdom of Armenia is taken from the 3rd book of the Armenian history of Moses of Chorene. Deficient as he is in every qualification of a good historian, his local information, his passions, and his prejudices are strongly expressive of a native and contemporary. Procopius, De Edificiis, L. 3c. 1, 5, relates the same facts in a very different manner. But I have extracted the circumstances the most probable in themselves and the least inconsistent with Moses of Chorene. Right arrow curving left. The Western Armenians used the Greek language and characters in their religious offices. But the use of that hostile tongue was prohibited by the Persians in the eastern provinces, which were obliged to use the Syriac. Till the invention of the Armenian letters by Mesrobes in the beginning of the 5th century and the subsequent version of the Bible into the Armenian language. An event which relaxed the connection of the church and nation with Constantinople. Right arrow curving left. The division of Armenia, according to M. St. Martin, took place much earlier, AD 390. The Eastern or Persian division was 4 times as large as the Western or Roman. This partition took place during the reigns of Theodosius I, and Varaniz, Bahram, IV. St. Martin, Supplement to Lebeau, 4429. This partition was but imperfectly accomplished, as both parts were afterwards reunited under Khosrow, who paid tribute both to the Roman Emperor and to the Persian king. V 439. M. Right arrow curving left. Moses Coronensis, L. 3c. 59, page 309, and page 358. Procopius, De Edificiis, L. 3c. 5. Theodosiopolis stands, or rather stood, about 35 miles to the east of Erzurum, the modern capital of Turkish Armenia. C. D'Anville, Géographie ancienne, Tom. 2, pages 99, 100. Right arrow curving left. Khosrow, according to Procopius, who calls him Arsaces, the common name of the Armenian kings, and the Armenian writers, bequeathed to his 2 sons, to Tigranes the Persian. To Arsaces the Roman, division of Armenia, AD 416. With the assistance of the discontented nobles the Persian king placed his son Sapor on the throne of the Eastern division. The Western at the same time was united to the Roman Empire, and called the Greater Armenia. It was then that Theodosiopolis was built. Sapor abandoned the throne of Armenia to assert his rights to that of Persia. He perished in the struggle, and after a period of anarchy, Bahram V, who had ascended the throne of Persia, placed the last native prince, Artaxerxes, son of Bahram Shapur, on the throne of the Persian division of Armenia. St. Martin v 506. This Artaxerxes was the Artasires of Gibbon. The Archbishop Isaac is called by the Armenians the Patriarch Sahag. St. Martin 629. M. Right arrow curving left. Moses Coronensis, L. 3c. 63, page 316. According to the institution of Saint Gregory, the Apostle of Armenia, the Archbishop was always of the royal family. A circumstance which, in some degree, corrected the influence of the sacerdotal character, and united the mitre with the crown. Right arrow curving left. A branch of the royal house of Arsaces still subsisted with the rank and possessions, as it should seem, of Armenian satraps. See Moses Coronensis, L. 3c. 65, page 321. Right arrow curving left. Valorsaces was appointed king of Armenia by his brother, the Parthian monarch, immediately after the defeat of Antiochus Sides, Moses Coronensis, L. 2c. 2 p. 85, 130 years before Christ. 90-26. Without depending on the various and contradictory periods of the reigns of the last kings, we may be assured that the ruin of the Armenian kingdom happened after the Council of Chalcedon. AD 431, L. 3 c. 61, page 312, and under Varamus, or Bahram, king of Persia, L. 3 c. 64, page 317, who reigned from AD 420 to 440. See Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, tom. 3, page 396. 9027. Right arrow curving left. Artesires or Artiskir was probably sent to the Castle of Oblivion. St. Martin 631. M. Right arrow curving left. The duration of the Armenian kingdom, according to M. St. Martin, was 580 years. M. Right arrow curving left. See here in chapter 31. Right arrow curving left. Tau sigma upsilon nu epsilon chi kappa alpha tau sigma tau mu alpha phi iota lambda mu alpha tau alpha, is the expression of Olympiodorus, Opud Photius, p. 197, who means, perhaps, to describe the same caresses which Muhammad bestowed on his daughter Fatima. Quando, says the Prophet himself, quando subit mihi desiderium paradisi, oscular eam, eti ingera linguam meme in os aegis. But this sensual indulgence was justified by miracle and mystery. And the anecdote has been communicated to the public by the Reverend Father Ludovico Maracci in his version and confutation of the Quran, tom. I, page 32. Right arrow curving left. For these revolutions of the Western Empire, consult Olympiodorus, Opud Photius, pages 192, 193, 196, 197, 200, Sozomen, L. 9c. 16, Socrates, L. 723, 24, Philostorgius, L. 12c. 10, 11, and Godefroy, Dissertations, page 486, Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 3, pages 182, 183, Theophanes, in Chronographia, pages 72, 73, and the Chronicles. Right arrow curving left. C. Grotius, De Jure Belli et Paces, L. 2c. 7. He has laboriously, but vainly, attempted to form a reasonable system of jurisprudence from the various and discordant modes of royal succession, which have been introduced by fraud or force, by time or accident. Right arrow curving left. The original writers are not agreed, see Muratori, Annali d'Italia, tom. 4, page 139, whether Valentinian received the imperial diadem at Rome or Ravenna. In this uncertainty, I am willing to believe that some respect was shown to the Senate. Right arrow curving left. The Count du But, Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, tom. 7, pp. 292, 300, has established the reality, explained the motives, and traced the consequences of this remarkable cession. Right arrow curving left. See the first novel of Theodosius, by which he ratifies and communicates, AD 438, the Theodosian Code. About 40 years before that time, the unity of legislation had been proved by an exception. The Jews, who were numerous in the cities of Apulia and Calabria, produced a law of the East to justify their exemption from municipal offices, Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. 8 leg. 13. And the Western Emperor was obliged to invalidate, by a special edict, the law, quam constat mais partibus esse damnasam. Codex Theodosianus, L. 11 tit. I leg. 158, right arrow curving left. Cassiodorus, Varierum, L. 11, Epistola 1, page 238, has compared the regencies of Placidia and Amalasuntha. He arraigns the weakness of the mother of Valentinian, and praises the virtues of his royal mistress. On this occasion, flattery seems to have spoken the language of truth. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 12c. 12, and Godefroy's Dissertations, page 493, etc. And Renatus Frigeridus, apud Gregorii Tyrannici, L. 2c. 8, in Tom. 2, page 163. The father of Aetius was Gaudentius, an illustrious citizen of the province of Scythia, and master general of the cavalry. His mother was a rich and noble Italian. From his earliest youth, Aetius, as a soldier and a hostage, had conversed with the barbarians. Right arrow curving left. For the character of Boniface, see Olympiodorus, apud Photius, page 196, and St. Augustine, apud Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 13, pages 712, 715, 886. The Bishop of Hippo at length deplored the fall of his friend, who, after a solemn vow of chastity, had married a second wife of the Arian sect, and who was suspected of keeping several concubines in his house. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 3, 4, pages 182, 186, relates the fraud of Aetius, the revolt of Boniface, and the loss of Africa. This anecdote, which is supported by some collateral testimony, see Ruinart, Commentarius Historicus de Persecution Vandalica, pp. 420, 421, seems agreeable to the practice of ancient and modern courts, and would be naturally revealed by the repentance of Boniface. Right arrow curving left. See the Chronicles of Prosper and Idatius. Salvian, de Gubernation Dei, L. 7, page 246, Paris, 1608, ascribes the victory of the Vandals to their superior piety. They fasted, they prayed, they carried a Bible in the front of the host, with the design, perhaps, of reproaching the perfidy and sacrilege of their enemies. Right arrow curving left. Geisericus, his name is variously expressed, statura mediocris et equi casu claudicans, animo profundus, sermon raris, luxurii contemptor, ira turbidus, habendi cupidus. Ad solicitandas gentis providentissimus, semina contentionum jacera, adia misere paradis. Jornans, de rebus jedicis, c. 33, page 657. This portrait, which is drawn with some skill, and a strong likeness, must have been copied from the Gothic history of Cassiodorus. Right arrow curving left. See the Chronicle of Idatius. That bishop, a Spaniard and a contemporary, places the passage of the Vandals in the month of May, of the year of Abraham, which commences in October, 2444. This date, which coincides with AD 429, is confirmed by Isidore, another Spanish bishop, and is justly preferred to the opinion of those writers who have marked for that event one of the 2 preceding years. See page I, Critica Baronii, tom. 2, page 205, etc. Right arrow curving left. Compare Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 5, page 190, and Victor Vitensis, de Persecutio Vandalica, L. IC. 1, page 3, edit. Ruinart. We are assured by Idatius that Genseric evacuated Spain, cum Vandalis omnibus earunc familias, and Pisidius, in Vita Augustini, c. 28, apud Ruinart, p. 427, describes his army as manus ingens Imanium gentium Vandalorum et Alanorum, commixtam secum habens Gothrum gentem, alierumc divers eram personas. Right arrow curving left. For the manners of the Moors, see Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. 2c. 6, page 249, for their figure and complexion, M. de Buffon, Histoire naturelle, tom. 3, page 430. Procopius says in general that the Moors had joined the Vandals before the death of Valentinian, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 5, p. 190, and it is probable that the independent tribes did not embrace any uniform system of policy. Right arrow curving left. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 13, pages 516, 558. And the whole series of the persecution in the original monuments, published by Dupin at the end of Optatus, pages 323, 515. Right arrow curving left. The Donatist bishops, at the Conference of Carthage, amounted to 279, and they asserted that their whole number was not less than 400. The Catholics had 286 present, 120 absent, besides 64 vacant bishoprics. Right arrow curving left. The fifth title of the 16th book of the Theodosian Code exhibits a series of the imperial laws against the Donatists, from the year 400 to the year 428. Of these the 54th law, promulgated by Honorius, AD 414, is the most severe and effectual. Right arrow curving left. Saint Augustine altered his opinion with regard to the proper treatment of heretics. His pathetic declaration of pity and indulgence for the Manichaeans has been inserted by Mr. Locke, Volume 3, page 469, among the choice specimens of his commonplace book. Another philosopher, the celebrated Bell, Tom. 2, pp. 445, 496, has refuted, with superfluous diligence and ingenuity, the arguments by which the Bishop of Hippo justified, in his old age, the persecution of the Donatists. Right arrow curving left. C. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 13, pages 586, 592, 806. The Donatists boasted of thousands of these voluntary martyrs. Augustine asserts, and probably with truth, that these numbers were much exaggerated. But he sternly maintains that it was better that some should burn themselves in this world than that all should burn in hell flames. Right arrow curving left. According to St. Augustine and Theodoret, the Donatists were inclined to the principles, or at least to the party, of the Arians, which Genseric supported. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, page 68. Right arrow curving left. C. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 428, number 7, AD 439, number 35. The cardinal, though more inclined to seek the cause of great events in heaven than on the earth, has observed the apparent connection of the Vandals and the Donatists. Under the reign of the barbarians, the schismatics of Africa enjoyed an obscure peace of 100 years, at the end of which we may again trace them by the fight of the imperial persecutions. C. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, page 192, etc. Right arrow curving left. In a confidential letter to Count Boniface, St. Augustine, without examining the grounds of the quarrel, piously exhorts him to discharge the duties of a Christian and a subject. To extricate himself without delay from his dangerous and guilty situation. And even, if he could obtain the consent of his wife, to embrace a life of celibacy and penance. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 13, page 890. The bishop was intimately connected with Darius, the minister of peace, Edom, tom. 13, page 928. Right arrow curving left. The original complaints of the desolation of Africa are contained in a letter from Capreolus, Bishop of Carthage, to excuse his absence from the Council of Ephesus, apud ruinart, p. 427. In the Life of Saint Augustine, by his friend and colleague Pisidius, apud ruinart, page 427. In the History of the Vandalic Persecution, by Victor Vitensis, L. IC 1, 3, edit. Ruinart. The last picture, which was drawn 60 years after the event, is more expressive of the author's passions than of the truth of facts. Right arrow curving left. C. Salarius, Geographia Antiqua, tom. 2 Part 2, page 112, Leo Africanus in Remusio, tom. I folio 70, L'Afrique de Marmel, tom. 2, pages 434, 437, Shaw's Travels, pages 46, 47. The old Hippo Regius was finally destroyed by the Arabs in the 7th century. But a new town, at the distance of 2 miles, was built with the materials, and it contained, in the 16th century, about 300 families of industrious, but turbulent, manufacturers. The adjacent territory is renowned for a pure air, a fertile soil, and plenty of exquisite fruits. Right arrow curving left. The Life of St. Augustine, by Tillemont, fills a quarto volume, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 13, of more than 1,000 pages. And the diligence of that learned Jansenist was excited on this occasion by factious and devout zeal for the founder of his sect. Right arrow curving left. Such at least is the account of Victor Vitensis, De Persecution Vandalica, L. IC. 3, though Gennadius seems to doubt whether any person had read, or even collected, all the works of St. Augustine. See Hieronymus, Opera Omnia, tom. I, page 319, in Catalogus Scriptorum Ecclesiasticorum. They have been repeatedly printed, and Depan, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, tom. 3, pp. 158, 257, has given a large and satisfactory abstract of them, as they stand in the last edition of the Benedictines. My personal acquaintance with the Bishop of Hippo does not extend beyond the Confessions and the City of God. Right arrow curving left. In his early youth, Confessions I-14, St. Augustine disliked and neglected the study of Greek, and he frankly owns that he read the Platonists in a Latin version, Confessions 7-9. Some modern critics have thought that his ignorance of Greek disqualified him from expounding the Scriptures. And Cicero or Quintilian would have required the knowledge of that language in a professor of rhetoric. Right arrow curving left. These questions were seldom agitated from the time of St. Paul to that of St. Augustine. I am informed that the Greek fathers maintain the natural sentiments of the semi-Pelagians, and that the orthodoxy of St. Augustine was derived from the Manichaean school. Right arrow curving left. The Church of Rome has canonized Augustine, and reprobated Calvin. Yet as the real difference between them is invisible even to a theological microscope, the Molinists are oppressed by the authority of the saint. And the Jansenists are disgraced by their resemblance to the heretic. In the meanwhile, the Protestant Arminians stand aloof, and deride the mutual perplexity of the disputants. See a curious review of the controversy, by Leclerc, Bibliothèque Universelle, tom. 14, pages 144, 398. Perhaps a reasoner still more independent may smile in his turn, when he peruses an Arminian commentary on the Epistle to the Romans. Right arrow curving left. Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, p. 67, on one side, the head of Valentinian. On the reverse, Boniface, with a scourge in one hand and a palm in the other, standing in a triumphal car, which is drawn by 4 horses, or, in another medal, by 4 stags, an unlucky emblem. I should doubt whether another example can be found of the head of a subject on the reverse of an imperial medal. 9028 See La Science de Médailles, by the Père Jobert, tom. I, pages 132, 150, edit. Of 1739, by the Baron de la Bataille. Eckhel, Volume 8, page 293, explains these as private medals issued in honor of a charioteer named Bonifacius, b. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 3, page 185, continues the history of Boniface no further than his return to Italy. His death is mentioned by Prosper and Marcellinus. The expression of the latter, that Aetius, the day before, had provided himself with a longer spear, implies something like a regular duel. Right arrow curving left. See Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 4, p. 186, Valentinian published several humane laws, to relieve the distress of his Numidian and Mauritanian subjects. He discharged them, in a great measure, from the payment of their debts, reduced their tribute to 1/8, and gave them a right of appeal from their provincial magistrates to the prefect of Rome. Codex Theodosianus, tom. 6 Novelli, pages 11, 12. Right arrow curving left. Victor Vitensis, De Persecution Vandalica, L. 2c. 5, page 26. The cruelties of Genseric towards his subjects are strongly expressed in Prosper's Chronicle, AD 442. Right arrow curving left. Pisidius, in Vita Augustini, c. 28, apud Ruinart, page 428. Right arrow curving left. See the Chronicles of Idatius, Isidore, Prosper, and Marcellinus. They mark the same year, but different days, for the surprisal of Carthage. Right arrow curving left. The picture of Carthage, as it flourished in the 4th and 5th centuries, is taken from the Expositio Totius Mundi, pages 17, 18, in the 3rd volume of Hudson's Geography Graeci Minoris. From Ausonius, De Claris Urbibus, pages 228, 229, and principally from Salvian, De Gubernation Dei, L. 7, pages 257, 258. I am surprised that the Notitia should not place either a mint or an arsenal at Carthage, but only a gymnasium or female manufacturer. Right arrow curving left. The anonymous author of the Expositio Totius Mundi compares, in his barbarous Latin, the country and the inhabitants. And, after stigmatizing their want of faith, he coolly concludes, difficile autem inter eos invenitur bonus, tamen in multis posse boni esse passant. p. 18. Right arrow curving left. He declares that the peculiar vices of each country were collected in the Sink of Carthage, L. 7, page 257. In the indulgence of vice the Africans applauded their manly virtue. Eti illi esse magis virilis fortitudinis esse crederant, ca maxime vires fominae usus probositate frigissant, page 268. The streets of Carthage were polluted by effeminate wretches, who publicly assumed the countenance, the dress, and the character of women, page 264. If a monk appeared in the city, the holy man was pursued with impious scorn and ridicule, detestantibus ridentium caccinis, page 289. Right arrow curving left. Compare Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 5, pp. 189, 190, and Victor Vitensis, De Persecution Vandalica, L. IC. 4. Right arrow curving left. Ruinart, pp. 441, 457, has collected from Theodoret and other authors the misfortunes, real and fabulous, of the inhabitants of Carthage. Right arrow curving left. The choice of fabulous circumstances is of small importance. Yet I have confined myself to the narrative which was translated from the Syriac by the care of Gregory of Tours, Tyrannici de Gloria Martyrum, L. IC. 95, in Maxima Bibliotheca Veterum Patrum, Tom. 11, page 856, to the Greek acts of their martyrdom, apud Photius, pages 1400, 1401, and to the annals of the Patriarch Eutychius, Tom. I, pages 391, 531, 532, 535, ver. Pocock. Right arrow curving left. Two Syriac writers, as they are quoted by Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, Tom. I, pp. 336, 338, place the resurrection of the 7 sleepers in the year 736, AD 425, or 748, AD 437, of the era of the Seleucids. Their Greek acts, which Photius had read, assign the date of the 38th year of the reign of Theodosius, which may coincide either with AD 439, or 446. The period which had elapsed since the persecution of Decius is easily ascertained. And nothing less than the ignorance of Muhammad, or the legendaries, could suppose an interval of 300 or 400 years. Right arrow curving left. James, one of the Orthodox fathers of the Syrian Church, was born AD 452, he began to compose his sermons AD 474. He was made Bishop of Batni, in the district of Sarug, and province of Mesopotamia, AD 519, and died AD 521, Assamani, Tom. I. Pages 288, 289. For the homily De Pueris Efficinis, cpp. 335, 339, though I could wish that Assamani had translated the text of James of Serug, instead of answering the objections of Baronius. Right arrow curving left. See the Acta Sanctorum of the Bollandists, Menses Julie, Tom. 6, pages 375, 397. This immense calendar of saints, in 126 years, 1644, 1770, and in 50 volumes in folio, has advanced no further than the 7th day of October. The suppression of the Jesuits has most probably checked an undertaking, which, through the medium of fable and superstition, communicates much historical and philosophical instruction. Right arrow curving left. See Marachi, Al-Qurani Surah 18 Tom. 2, pages 420, 427, and Tom. I Part 4, page 103. With such an ample privilege, Muhammad has not shown much taste or ingenuity. He has invented the dog, Al-Rakim, of the 7 sleepers, the respect of the sun, who altered his course twice a day that he might not shine into the cavern. And the care of God himself, who preserved their bodies from putrefaction, by turning them to the right and left. Right arrow curving left. See D. Herbalot, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 139. And Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, pages 39, 40. Right arrow curving left. Paul, the deacon of Aquileia, De Gestis Langobardorum, L. IC. 4, pages 745, 746, edit. Grotius, who lived towards the end of the 8th century, has placed in a cavern, under a rock, on the shore of the ocean, the 7 sleepers of the north, whose long repose was respected by the barbarians. Their dress declared them to be Romans, and the deacon conjectures that they were reserved by Providence as the future apostles of those unbelieving countries. Right arrow curving left. The authentic materials for the history of Attila may be found in Jornan's De Rebus Judicis, c. 34, 50, pages 660, 688, edit. Grotius, and Priscus, Excerpta Legationum, pp. 33, 76, Paris, 1648. I have not seen the Lives of Attila, composed by Juvencus Caelius Calenus Dalmatinus, in the 12th century, or by Nicholas Alahus, Archbishop of Gran, in the 16th. See Mascu's History of the Ancient Germans 923, and Maffei, Osservazioni Letterari, Tom. I, pages 88, 89. Whatever the modern Hungarians have added must be fabulous. And they do not seem to have excelled in the art of fiction. They suppose that when Attila invaded Gaul and Italy, married innumerable wives, etc., he was 120 years of age. Johannes de Thurox, Chronica Hungarorum, Part 1 c. 22, in Scriptores Rerum Hungaricarum, Tom. I, page 76. Right arrow curving left. Hungary has been successively occupied by 3 Scythian colonies, 1. The Huns of Attila, 2. The Ibers, in the 6th century, and 3. The Turks or Magyars, AD 889, the immediate and genuine ancestors of the modern Hungarians, whose connection with the 2 former is extremely faint and remote. The Prodromus ad Refutationem Alcoran and Notitia of Matthew Belius appear to contain a rich fund of information concerning ancient and modern Hungary. I have seen the extracts in Bibliothèque Ancienne et Moderne, Tom. XXI, pages 1, 51, and Bibliothèque Raisonnée, Tom. 16, pages 127, 175.90-29 right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 7c. 43. Theodoret, L. v. c. 36. Tillemont, who always depends on the faith of his ecclesiastical authors, strenuously contends, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. 6, pages 136, 607, that the wars and personages were not the same. Right arrow curving left. See Priscus, pages 47, 48, and Histoire anciens de peuples de l'Europe, tom. 7 c. 12, 15. Right arrow curving left. Priscus, page 39. The modern Hungarians have deduced his genealogy, which ascends, in the 35th degree, to Ham, the son of Noah. Yet they are ignorant of his father's real name, de Gines, Histoire de Huns, tom. 2, page 297. Right arrow curving left. Compare Journans, c. 35, page 661, with Buffon, Histoire naturelle, tom. 3, page 380. The former had a right to observe, origines sui signa restituens. The character and portrait of Attila are probably transcribed from Cassiodorus. Right arrow curving left. Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, ver. Pocock, page 281. Genealogical History of the Tartars, by Abulghazi Bahadur Khan, Part 3 c. 15, Part 4 c. 3. Histoire du Grand Genghis Khan, par Pétis de la Croix, L. 1, c. 1, 6. The relations of the missionaries who visited Tartary in the 13th century, see the 7th volume of the Histoire de Voyages, express the popular language and opinions. Zingis is styled the Son of God, etc., etc. Right arrow curving left. Nec templum apud eos visitor, aut delubrum, ne tegurium cadem culmo tectum cerni usquam potest. Sed gladius barbarico ritu humi figiter nudus, Jumc ut martem regionum quas circumcircant presulum vericundius collant. Ammianus Marcellinus XXXI2, and the learned notes of Lindenbrogius and Valesius. Right arrow curving left. Priscus relates this remarkable story, both in his own text, p. 65, and in the quotation made by Journans, c. 35, page 662. He might have explained the tradition, or fable, which characterized this famous sword, and the name as well as attributes of the Scythian deity, whom he has translated into the Mars of the Greeks and Romans. Right arrow curving left. Herodotus, L. 4c. 62. For the sake of economy, I have calculated by the smallest stadium. In the human sacrifices, they cut off the shoulder and arm of the victim, which they threw up into the air, and drew omens and presages from the manner of their falling on the pile. Right arrow curving left. Priscus, page 55. A more civilized hero, Augustus himself, was pleased if the person on whom he fixed his eyes seemed unable to support their divine luster, Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 79. Right arrow curving left. The Count du But, Histoire anciens de peuples de l'Europe, tom. 7, pages 428, 429, attempts to clear Attila from the murder of his brother, and is almost inclined to reject the concurrent testimony of Journans and the contemporary chronicles. Right arrow curving left. Fortissimarum gentium dominus, ca inaudita ante se potentia, sola Scythica et Germanica regna possedit. Journans, c. 49, page 684. Priscus, pages 64, 65. M. De Gines, by his knowledge of the Chinese, has acquired, tom. 2, pages 295, 301, an adequate idea of the empire of Attila. Right arrow curving left. See Histoire de Huns, tom. 2, page 296. The Jugeon believed that the Huns could excite at pleasure storms of wind and rain. This phenomenon was produced by the stone Gezi, to whose magic power the loss of a battle was ascribed by the Mohammedan Tartars of the 14th century. See Cherfedin Ali, Histoire de Timurbeck, tom. I, pages 82, 83. Right arrow curving left. Journans, c. 35, page 661, c. 37, page 667. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 6, pages 129, 138. Corneille has represented the pride of Attila to his subject kings, and his tragedy opens with these two ridiculous lines. Ils ne sont pas Venus, nos deux rois. Qui on leur dit. Chu ils font trop attendre, et chu Attila s'ennuie. The two kings of the Gepidae and the Ostrogoths are profound politicians and sentimental lovers, and the whole piece exhibits the defects, without the genius, of the poet. Right arrow curving left. Alii per Caspia claustra. Armeniasque nevis, inopino tramite ducti. Invidunt orientis opes, jam pascua fumant. Cappadocum, volacrumque parens argius equorum. Jam rubit altus halles, necse defendit iniquo. Monte Silix, Syrii tractus vastantur amini. Aswatum choris, et lata plebe conorum. Proterit imbellum sonipes hostilis orintem. Claudian, in Rufinum, L. 228, 35. See likewise, in Eutropium, L. I 243, 251, and the strong description of Jerome, who wrote from his feelings, Tom. I, page 26, ad Heliodorus, p. 200, ad Ocean. Philostorgius, L. 9c. 8, mentions this eruption. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has made a curious mistake. Basic and Cursic were the names of the commanders of the Huns. Eta alpha rho epsilon lambda upsilon theta nu alpha iota delta tau nu mu delta omega nu tau epsilon beta alpha sigma chi kappa omicron upsilon rho sigma iota chi. Nu delta rho alpha tau nu beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon omega nu sigma kappa upsilon theta nu kappa alpha pi omicron lambda omicron pi lambda theta omicron upsilon rho chi omicron nu tau alpha. Priscus, edit. Bonn, page 200. M. Right arrow curving left. See the original conversation in Priscus, pages 64, 65. Right arrow curving left. Priscus, page 331. His history contained a copious and elegant account of the war. Evagrius, L. IC. 17, but the extracts which relate to the embassies are the only parts that have reached our times. The original work was accessible, however, to the writers from whom we borrow our imperfect knowledge, Jornans, Theophanes, Count Marcel Linus, Prosper Tiro, and the author of the Alexandrian. Or Pascal, Chronicle. M. Dubutte, Histoire anciens de peuples de l'Europe, tom. 7c. 15, has examined the cause, the circumstances, and the duration of this war, and will not allow it to extend beyond the year 444. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, de Edificius, L. 4c. 5. These fortresses were afterwards restored, strengthened, and enlarged by the Emperor Justinian, but they were soon destroyed by the Ibers, who succeeded to the power and possessions of the Huns. Right arrow curving left. Septuaginta civitates, says Prosper Tiro, depredation vastati. The language of Count Marcel Linus is still more forcible. Pene totum Europam, invasis exisisque civitatibus at Castellis, conrasit. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. 6, pages 106, 107, has paid great attention to this memorable earthquake, which was felt as far from Constantinople as Antioch and Alexandria, and is celebrated by all the ecclesiastical writers. In the hands of a popular preacher, an earthquake is an engine of admirable effect. Right arrow curving left. He represented to the emperor of the Moguls that the four provinces, Petchali, Chantong, Chansi, and Liatong, which he already possessed might annually produce, under a mild administration, 500,000 ounces of silver, 400,000 measures of rice, and 800,000 pieces of silk. Antoine Gobel, Histoire de Genghis et de toute la dynastie de Mongols, pages 58, 59. Yeluchase, such was the name of the Mandarin, was a wise and virtuous minister, who saved his country and civilized the conquerors. 9030 right arrow curving left. Particular instances would be endless. But the curious reader may consult the Life of Genghis Khan, by Pétis de la Croix, the Histoire de Mongols, and the 15th book of the History of the Huns. Right arrow curving left. At Maru, 1,300,000. At Herat, 1,600,000. At Nizapur, 1,747,000. Derbalat, Bibliothèque Orientale, pages 380, 381. I use the orthography of D'Anville's maps. It must, however, be allowed that the Persians were disposed to exaggerate their losses, and the Moguls to magnify their exploits. Right arrow curving left. Cherfeddin Ali, his servile panegyrist, would afford us many horrid examples. In his camp before Delhi, Timur massacred 100,000 Indian prisoners, who had smiled when the army of their countrymen appeared in sight. Histoire de Timur-Bek, Tom. 3, page 90. The people of Ispahan supplied 70,000 human skulls for the structure of several lofty towers. Edom, Tom. I, page 434. A similar tax was levied on the revolt of Baghdad. Tom. 3, page 370. And the exact account, which Cherfeddin was not able to procure from the proper officers, is stated by another historian, Ahmed Arab Sayyida, Tom. 2, page 175, ver. Manger, at 90,000 heads. Right arrow curving left. The ancients, Jornans, Priscus, etc., are ignorant of this epithet. The modern Hungarians have imagined that it was applied, by a hermit of Gaul, to Attila, who was pleased to insert it among the titles of his royal dignity. Moscow 923, and Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. 6, page 143. Right arrow curving left. The missionaries of St. Chrysostom had converted great numbers of the Scythians, who dwelt beyond the Danube in tents and wagons. Theodoret, L.V.C. 31. Photius, page 1517. The Mohammedans, the Nestorians, and the Latin Christians thought themselves secure of gaining the sons and grandsons of Zingis, who treated the rival missionaries with impartial favor. Right arrow curving left. The Germans, who exterminated Varus and his legions, had been particularly offended with the Roman laws and lawyers. One of the barbarians, after the effectual precautions of cutting out the tongue of an advocate and sewing up his mouth, observed with much satisfaction that the viper could no longer hiss. Florus 412. Right arrow curving left. Priscus, page 59. It should seem that the Huns preferred the Gothic and Latin languages to their own, which was probably a harsh and barren idiom. Right arrow curving left. Philip de Comines, in his admirable picture of the last moments of Louis XI, Memoirs, L. 6c. 12, represents the insolence of his physician, who, in 5 months, extorted 54,000 crowns and a rich bishopric from the stern avaricious tyrant. Right arrow curving left. Priscus, p. 61, extols the equity of the Roman laws, which protected the life of a slave. Auxiliar solent, says Tacitus of the Germans, non disciplina et severitate, sed impetu et ira, ut inimicum, nisi quod impune. De moribus Germanorum, c. 25. The Heruli, who were the subjects of Attila, claimed and exercised the power of life and death over their slaves. See a remarkable instance in the 2nd book of Agathias. Right arrow curving left. See the whole conversation in Priscus, pages 59, 62. Right arrow curving left. Nova iterum orienti assurgit ruina, quum nulla ab occidentalibus ferenter auxilia. Prosper Tiro composed his chronicle in the West, and his observation implies a censure. Right arrow curving left. 5 in the last edition of Priscus. Niebuhr, Corpus Scriptorum Historiae Byzantini, page 147. M. Right arrow curving left. According to the description, or rather invective, of Chrysostom, an auction of Byzantine luxury must have been very productive. Every wealthy house possessed a semicircular table of massy silver, such as 2 men could scarcely lift, a vase of solid gold of the weight of 40 pounds, cups, dishes of the same metal, etc. Right arrow curving left. The articles of the treaty, expressed without much order or precision, may be found in Priscus, pages 34, 37, 53, etc. Count Marcellinus dispenses some comfort by observing, first, that Attila himself solicited the peace and presents which he had formerly refused, and, secondly, that, about the same time, the ambassadors of India presented a fine large tame tiger to the Emperor Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. Priscus, pages 35, 36. Among the 182 forts, or castles, of Thrace, enumerated by Procopius, de Edificiis, L. 4c. 11 tom. 2, page 92, edit. Paris, there is one of the name of Esimontu, whose position is doubtfully marked, in the neighborhood of Anchialus and the Euxine Sea. The name and walls of Asamuntium might subsist till the reign of Justinian, but the race of its brave defenders had been carefully extirpated by the jealousy of the Roman princes. But the town appears again in the reign of Maurice, and there, this note, Gibbon corrects his statement here. B. Right arrow curving left. The peevish dispute of Saint Jerome and St. Augustine, who labored, by different expedients, to reconcile the seeming quarrel of the two apostles, Saint Peter and St. Paul, depends on the solution of an important question, Middleton's Works, Volume 2, pp. 5, 10, which has been frequently agitated by Catholic and Protestant divines, and even by lawyers and philosophers of every age. Right arrow curving left. Montesquieu, Considérations sur les causes de la grandeur de Rome et de leur décadence, c. 19, has delineated, with a bold and easy pencil, some of the most striking circumstances of the pride of Attila and the disgrace of the Romans. He deserves the praise of having read the fragments of Priscus, which have been too much disregarded. Right arrow curving left. See Priscus, pages 69, 71, 72, etc. I would fain believe that this adventurer was afterwards crucified by the order of Attila, on a suspicion of treasonable practices, but Priscus, p. 57, has too plainly distinguished two persons of the name of Constantius, who, from the similar events of their lives, might have been easily confounded. Right arrow curving left. In the Persian treaty, concluded in the year 422, the wise and eloquent Maximin had been the assessor of Ardaburius, Socrates, L. 7c. 20. When Marcian ascended the throne, the office of Great Chamberlain was bestowed on Maximin, who is ranked, in the public edict, among the four principal ministers of state, novelli ad calcem codex Theodosianus, p. 31, he executed a civil and military commission in the eastern provinces, and his death was lamented by the savages of Ethiopia, whose incursions he had repressed. See Priscus, pages 40, 41. Right arrow curving left. Priscus was a native of Panium in Thrace, and deserved, by his eloquence, an honorable place among the sophists of the age. His Byzantine history, which related to his own times, was comprised in 7 books. See Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 6, pages 235, 236. Notwithstanding the charitable judgment of the critics, I suspect that Priscus was a pagan. 9031 Right arrow curving left. 70 Stadia. Priscus, page 173. M. Right arrow curving left. He was forbidden to pitch his tents on an eminence because Attila's were below on the plain. Priscus, page 173. M. Right arrow curving left. The Huns themselves still continued to despise the labors of agriculture, they abused the privilege of a victorious nation. And the Goths, their industrious subjects who cultivated the earth, dreaded their neighborhood, like that of so many ravenous wolves. Priscus, page 45. In the same manner the Sarts and Tajiks provide for their own subsistence, and for that of the Uzbek Tartars, their lazy and rapacious sovereigns. See Genealogical History of the Tartars, pp. For 23, 455, etc. Right arrow curving left. It is evident that Priscus passed the Danube and the Theiss, and that he did not reach the foot of the Carpathian hills. Agria, Tokay, and Jasperin are situated in the plain circumscribed by this definition. M. Du But, Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, tom. 7, page 461, has chosen Tokay, Otrakasse, p. 180, Apud Moscou, 923, a learned Hungarian, has preferred Jasperin, a place about 36 miles westward of Buda and the Danube. 9032 right arrow curving left. The royal village of Attila may be compared to the city of Karakorum, the residence of the successors of Zingis, which, though it appears to have been a more stable habitation, did not equal the size or splendor of the town and abbey of Asti. Denis, in the 13th century, see Rebruckes, in the Histoire générale de Voyages, tom. 7, page 286. The camp of Orangib, as it is so agreeably described by Bernier, tom. 2, pp. 217, 235, blended the manners of Scythia with the magnificence and luxury of Hindostan. Right arrow curving left. The name of this queen occurs 3 times in Priscus, and always in a different form, Circa, Krika, and Rika. The Scandinavian poets have preserved her memory under the name of Herkia. St. Martin 6192. M. Right arrow curving left. When the Moguls displayed the spoils of Asia in the Diet of Tunkat, the throne of Zingis was still covered with the original black felt carpet on which he had been seated when he was raised to the command of his warlike countrymen. See Histoire du Grand Genghis Khan v. c. 9. Right arrow curving left. Escom, nu gamma alpha mu epsilon nu theta upsilon gamma alpha tau rho alpha sigma kappa mu beta omicron lambda epsilon tau omicron, pi lambda epsilon sigma tau alpha mu nu chi omega nu gamma alpha mu epsilon tau, gamma mu epsilon nu omicron delta kappa alpha tau eta nu kappa alpha tau nu omicron nu tau nu sigma kappa upsilon theta iota kappa nu. Was this his own daughter, or the daughter of a person named Escom? Gibbon has written incorrectly Eslam, an unknown name. The officer of Attila, called Eslas, is spelled eta sigma lambda alpha. In either case the construction is imperfect. A good Greek writer would have introduced an article to determine the sense, either tau nu alpha tau omicron theta upsilon gamma tau epsilon rho alpha, or tau nu tau omicron sigma kappa mu theta upsilon gamma tau epsilon rho alpha. Nor is it quite clear whether Scythian usage is adduced to excuse the polygamy, or a marriage, which would be considered incestuous in other countries. The Latin version has carefully preserved the ambiguity, filium escam uxorum. I am not inclined to construe it, his own daughter. Though I have too little confidence in the uniformity of the grammatical idioms of the Byzantines, though Priscus is one of the best, to express myself without hesitation. M. Right arrow curving left. This passage is remarkable from the connection of the name of Attila with that extraordinary cycle of poetry which is found in different forms in almost all the Teutonic languages. A Latin poem, De Prima Expedition Attili Regis Honorum in Gallias, was published in the year 1780, by Federico Fischer at Leipzig. It contains, with the continuation, 1,452 lines. It abounds in metrical faults, but is occasionally not without some rude spirit and some copiousness of fancy in the variation of the circumstances in the different combats of the hero Walther, Prince of Aquitania. It contains little which can be supposed historical, and still less which is characteristic concerning Attila. It relates to a first expedition of Attila into Gaul, which cannot be traced in history, during which the kings of the Franks, of the Burgundians, and of Aquitaine submit themselves and give hostages to Attila, the king of the Franks, a personage who seems the same with the Hagen of Teutonic romance. The king of Burgundy, his daughter Hildegund, the king of Aquitaine, his son Walther. The main subject of the poem is the escape of Walther and Hildegund from the camp of Attila, and the combat between Walther and Gunther, king of the Franks, with his 12 peers, among whom is Hagen. Walther had been betrayed while he passed through Worms, the city of the Frankish king, by paying for his ferry over the Rhine with some strange fish which he had caught during his flight, and which were unknown in the waters of the Rhine. Gunther was desirous of plundering him of the treasure, which Walther had carried off from the camp of Attila. The author of this poem is unknown, nor can I, on the vague and rather doubtful allusion to Thule as Iceland, venture to assign its date. It was, evidently, recited in a monastery, as appears by the first line, and no doubt composed there. The faults of meter would point out a late date. And it may have been formed upon some local tradition, as Walther, the hero, seems to have turned monk. This poem, however, in its character and its incidents, bears no relation to the Teutonic cycle, of which the Nibelungenlied is the most complete form. In this, in the Heldenbuch, in some of the Danish sagas, in countless lays and ballads in all the dialects of Scandinavia, appears King Etzel, Attila, in strife with the Burgundians and the Franks. With these appears, by a poetic anachronism, Dietrich of Bern, Theodoric of Verona, the celebrated Ostrogothic king. And many other very singular coincidences of historic names, which appear in the poems. See Lockman Critic der Sage in his volume of various readings to the Nibelungen, Berlin, 1836, page 336. I must acknowledge myself unable to form any satisfactory theory as to the connection of these poems with the history of the time, or the period, from which they may date their origin. Notwithstanding the laborious investigations and critical sagacity of the Schlegels, the Grimms, of P. E. Müller and Lockman, and a whole host of German critics and antiquaries. Not to omit our own countryman, Mr. William Herbert, whose theory concerning Attila is certainly neither deficient in boldness nor originality. I conceive the only way to obtain anything like a clear conception on this point would be what Lockman has begun, see above. Patiently to collect and compare the various forms which the traditions have assumed, without any preconceived, either mythical or poetical, theory, and, if possible, to discover the original basis of the whole rich and fantastic legend. One point, which to me is strongly in favor of the antiquity of this poetic cycle, is that the manners are so clearly anterior to chivalry, and to the influence exercised on the poetic literature of Europe by the chivalrous poems and romances. I think I find some traces of that influence in the Latin poem, though strained through the imagination of a monk. The English reader will find an amusing account of the German Nibelungen and Heldenbuch, and of some of the Scandinavian sagas. In the volume of Northern Antiquities published by Henry William Weber, the friend of Sir Walter Scott. Scott himself contributed a considerable, no doubt far the most valuable, part to the work. See also the various German editions of the Nibelungen, to which Lockman, with true German perseverance, has compiled a thick volume of various readings. The Heldenbuch, the old Danish poems by Grimm, the Eddas, etc. Herbert's Attila, King of the Huns, page 510, ed. Seek. M. Right arrow curving left. If we may believe Plutarch, in Parallel Lives, Demetrio, Tom. V. p. 24, it was the custom of the Scythians, when they indulged in the pleasures of the table, to awaken their languid courage by the martial harmony of twanging their bowstrings. Right arrow curving left. The Scythian was an idiot or lunatic, the more a regular buffoon. M. Right arrow curving left. The curious narrative of this embassy, which required few observations, and was not susceptible of any collateral evidence, may be found in Priscus, pages 49, 70. But I have not confined myself to the same order. And I had previously extracted the historical circumstances, which were less intimately connected with the journey and business of the Roman ambassadors. Right arrow curving left. M. De Tillemont has very properly given the succession of chamberlains, who reigned in the name of Theodosius. Chrysaphius was the last, and, according to the unanimous evidence of history, the worst of these favorites. See Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 6, pages 117, 119, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 15, p. 438, his partiality for his godfather, the heresiarchutics, engaged him to persecute the Orthodox party. Right arrow curving left. This secret conspiracy and its important consequences may be traced in the fragments of Priscus, pages 37, 39, 54, 70, 72. The chronology of that historian is not fixed by any precise date. But the series of negotiations between Attila and the Eastern Empire must be included within the 3 or 4 years which are terminated, AD 450, by the death of Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. Theodorus the Reader, C. Valesius, Historia Ecclesiastica, Tom. 3, page 563, and the Paschal Chronicle mention the fall, without specifying the injury. But the consequence was so likely to happen, and so unlikely to be invented, that we may safely give credit to Nicephorus Callistus, a Greek of the 14th century. Right arrow curving left. Pulcherii nutu, says Count Marcel Linus, sua cum avaritia interemptus est. She abandoned the eunuch to the pious revenge of a son whose father had suffered at his instigation. 9033 right arrow curving left. Procopius, de bello vandalico, L. IC, 4. Evagrius, L. 2c, 1. Theophanes, pages 90, 91. Novelli ad Calcem Codex Theodosianus, Tom. 6, page 30. The praises which St. Leo and the Catholics have bestowed on Marcian are diligently transcribed by Baronius, as an encouragement for future princes. Right arrow curving left. See Priscus, pages 39, 72. Right arrow curving left. The Alexandrian or Paschal Chronicle, which introduces this haughty message during the lifetime of Theodosius, may have anticipated the date. But the dull annalist was incapable of inventing the original and genuine style of Attila. Right arrow curving left. The second book of the Histoire critique de l'établissement de la monarchie Françoise dans les Gaules, Tom. I, pp. 189, 424, throws great light on the state of Gaul when it was invaded by Attila, but the ingenious author, the Abbé Dubos, too often bewilders himself in system and conjecture. Right arrow curving left. Victor Vitensis, De Persecution Vandalica, L. IC, 6, page 8, edit. Ruinart, calls him, Acer concilio et strenuus in bello. But his courage, when he became unfortunate, was censured as desperate rashness, and Sebastian deserved, or obtained, the epithet of Proceps, Sidonius Apollinaris, Carmen 9, 181. His adventures in Constantinople, in Sicily, Gaul, Spain, and Africa are faintly marked in the chronicles of Marcellinus and Idatius. In his distress he was always followed by a numerous train. Since he could ravage the Hellespont and Propontis and seize the city of Barcelona. Right arrow curving left. Rea publici Romani singularitor natus, que superb iam sueverum, Francarumque barbarium immensus cedibus servire imperio Romano coegiset. Jornans, de rebus jedicis, c. 34, page 660. Right arrow curving left. Some valuable fragments of a poetical panegyric on Aetius by Marabods, a Spaniard, have been recovered from a palimpsest MS by the sagacity and industry of Niebuhr. They have been reprinted in the new edition of the Byzantine historians. The poet speaks in glowing terms of the long, anosa, peace enjoyed under the administration of Aetius. The verses are very spirited. The poet was rewarded by a statue publicly dedicated to his honor in Rome. Denuvii cum pace redit, tenenque furor. Exut, eti nigro candentes ether terras. Marte sua caruis jubit. Dedit oscia ferro. Caucasus, eti savi condemnant prelia regis. Addidit hiberni famulantia fodera renus. Orbis. Vertical ellipsis. Lustrat aramoricos jam midier incola saltus. Perdidit eti mores tellus, atswatac sivo. Crimen quisitas silvis solare rapinus. Dicit inexpertus sererum committer campis. Caesarioque dio manus oblictata labori. Sustinet acceptas nostro sub consul legis. Id quam vis jedicis sulcum confundat eritris. Barbara vicini refugit consortia gentis. Maribods, page 11. M. Right arrow curving left. Cum Scythicis succumberet ensibus orbis. Telic tarpius premerent arctoa secures. Hostilum fregit rabium, pignusque superbi. Foederis eti mundi pretium fut. Hinc modo voti. Rata fides, validus quat dux primat impiger armis. Edimut quos pace puer, belumque repressit. Igneris quid bella ferent. Stupura Pharisees. In tenero jam membra giti. Rex ipsi, verendum. Miratus pueri decus et prudentia fatum. Lumina, primivas didirat gestar feretras. Laudabatque manus librantem et tela gerentum. Oblitus quat noster erat. Pro nescia regis. Corda, ferris quanto populus discrimin constet. Quat latium docet arma dusum. Maribods, panegyric, page 15. M. Right arrow curving left. This portrait is drawn by Renatus Profuturus Frigeridus, a contemporary historian, known only by some extracts which are preserved by Gregory of Tours, L. 2c8, in Tom. 2, page 163. It was probably the duty, or at least the interest, of Renatus to magnify the virtues of Aetius, but he would have shown more dexterity if he had not insisted on his patient, forgiving disposition. Right arrow curving left. Incessor libis, quamvis, fatalibus armis. Ossus elise solium rescindere regni. Millibus arctois tyrias compleverat arses. Nunc hostem exudus pactis proprioribus arsit. Romanam vincire fidem, latiosque parentes. Ad numerare sib, sociamque in texera prolum. Maribods, page 12. M. Right arrow curving left. The embassy consisted of Count Romulus, of Promotus, president of Naricum, and of Romanus, the military duke. They were accompanied by Tatalus, an illustrious citizen of Potovio, in the same province, and father of Orestes, who had married the daughter of Count Romulus. See Priscus, pages 57, 65. Cassiodorus, Variarum I4, mentions another embassy, which was executed by his father and Carpilio, the son of Aetius. And, as Attila was no more, he could safely boast of their manly intrepid behavior in his presence. Right arrow curving left. Deserta Valentini urbis rura alanis parcenda trudunter. Prosperi Tyrones, Chronicon in Historiens de France, Tom. I, page 639. A few lines afterwards, Prosper observes that lands in the ulterior Gaul were assigned to the Alani. Without admitting the correction of Dubos, Tom. I, page 300, the reasonable supposition of 2 colonies or garrisons of Alani will confirm his arguments and remove his objections. Right arrow curving left. See Prosper Tyro, page 639. Sidonius, Panegyricus of Itus, 246, complains, in the name of Auvergne, his native country. Latoria Scythicos equites tunc forte sub acto. Celsus Aramorico. Geticum rapibat in agmen. Per terras, Avern, tuas, caproxima quidu. Discursu, flammis, faro, faratate, rapinus. Delibant. Paces volentes nomen inane. Another poet, Paulinus of Perigord, confirms the complaint. Nam socium vix ferae quis, could durier host. See Dubos, Tom. I, page 330. Right arrow curving left. Theodoric II, the son of Theodoric I, declares to Avitus his resolution of repairing or expiating the faults which his grandfather had committed. Quae noster peccavit avis. Quem fuscat id unum. Quod te, Roma, capit. Sidonius, Panegyricus of Itus, 505. This character, applicable only to the great Alaric, establishes the genealogy of the Gothic kings, which has hitherto been unnoticed. Right arrow curving left. The name of Sapaudia, the origin of Savoy, is first mentioned by Ammianus Marcellinus, and 2 military posts are ascertained by the Notitia within the limits of that province. A cohort was stationed at Grenoble in Dauphiné, and Eberdunum, or Iverdun, sheltered a fleet of small vessels which commanded the lake of Neuchâtel. See Valesius, Notitia Galliarum, page 503. Danville, Notice de Lancian Gaul, pages 284, 579. Right arrow curving left. Salvian has attempted to explain the moral government of the deity. A task which may be readily performed by supposing that the calamities of the wicked are judgments, and those of the righteous, trials. Right arrow curving left. Capto terrorum damna patebant. Littorio, in rodunum proprios producere fines. Fendoridi fixum, nec erat pugner necess. Sed migrare gidis. Rabidum trux aspirat iram. Victor, quat sensit sithicum sub moenibus hostem. Imputat, edi nihil est gravius, si forsitan unquam. Vincere contingat, trepido. Panegyricus Avitus, 300, etc. Sicyonius then proceeds, according to the duty of a panegyrist, to transfer the whole merit from Aetius to his minister Avitus. Right arrow curving left. Theodoric too revered, in the person of Avitus, the character of his preceptor. Mihi Romula dudum. Per te jura placent. Parvumque ediscere juscit. Ad tua verba pater, docili quo prisca Marones. Carmine moliret sithicos mihi pagina mores. Sidonius, Panegyricus Avitus, 495, etc. Right arrow curving left. Our authorities for the reign of Theodoric I are, Jornans, De Rebus Jedicis, c. 34, 36, and the Chronicles of Idatius and the 2 Prospers, inserted in the Historians of France, tom. I, pages 612, 640. To these we may add Salvian, De Gubernation Dei, L. 7, pages 243, 245, and the Panegyric of Avitus, by Sidonius. Right arrow curving left. Regis cranidos se creavis de prima, etu te ita dicam nobiliori suorum familia, Gregorii Tyrannici, L. 2c. 9, page 166, of the 2nd volume of the Historians of France. Gregory himself does not mention the Merovingian name, which may be traced, however, to the beginning of the 7th century as the distinctive appellation of the royal family, and even of the French monarchy. An ingenious critic has deduced the Merovingians from the great Maroboduus. And he has clearly proved that the prince who gave his name to the first race was more ancient than the father of Childeric. See Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. XX, pages 52, 90, tom. XXX, pages 557, 587. Right arrow curving left. This German custom, which may be traced from Tacitus to Gregory of Tours, was at length adopted by the emperors of Constantinople. From a MS. Of the 10th century Montfaucon has delineated the representation of a similar ceremony, which the ignorance of the age had applied to King David. See Les Monuments de la Monarchie Françoise, tom. I. Discours préliminaires. Right arrow curving left. Caesaris prolixa, crinium flagellis per terga demissus, etc. See the preface to the 3rd volume of the Historians of France, and the Abbé Lebeuf, Dissertatio tom. 3, pages 47, 79. This peculiar fashion of the Merovingians has been remarked by natives and strangers, by Priscus, tom. I, page 608, by Agathias, tom. 2, page 49, and by Gregory of Tours, L. 318, 624, 810, tom. 2, pages 196, 278, 316. Right arrow curving left. See an original picture of the figure, dress, arms, and temper of the ancient Franks in Sidonius Apollinaris, Panegyricus Majorianus, 238, 254. And such pictures, though coarsely drawn, have a real and intrinsic value. Father Gabriel Daniel, Histoire de la Milice Françoise, tom. I, pages 2, 7, has illustrated the description. Right arrow curving left. Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, pages 271, 272. Some geographers have placed Dispargum on the German side of the Rhine. See a note of the Benedictine editors to the Historians of France, tom. 2, page 166. Right arrow curving left. The Carbonarian wood was that part of the great forest of the Ardennes which lay between the Escaut, or Scheldt, and the Meuse. Valesius, Notitia Galliarum, page 126. Right arrow curving left. Gregorii Tyrannici, L. 2c. 9, in tom. 2, pages 166, 167. Fredegar, Epitome, c. 9, page 395. Gesta Regum Francorum, c. 5, in tom. 2, page 544. Vita Sancti Remigii ab Hincmar, in tom. 3, page 373. Right arrow curving left. Francus qua cloio patens. Attribatum terris pervaserat. Panegyricus Majorianus, 213. The precise spot was a town or village called Vicus Helena. And both the name and place are discovered by modern geographers at Lens. See Valesius, Notitia Galliarum, page 246. Longueru, Description de la France, tom. 2, page 88. Right arrow curving left. See a vague account of the action in Sidonius, Panegyricus Majorianus, 212, 230. The French critics, impatient to establish their monarchy in Gaul, have drawn a strong argument from the silence of Sidonius. Who dares not insinuate that the vanquished Franks were compelled to repass the Rhine? Dubos, tom. I, page 322. Right arrow curving left. Salvian, De Gubernation des, L. 6, has expressed, in vague and declamatory language, the misfortunes of these three cities, which are distinctly ascertained by the learned Moscou, History of the Ancient Germans 921. Right arrow curving left. Priscus, in relating the contest, does not name the two brothers, the second of whom he had seen at Rome, a beardless youth, with long, flowing hair, Historians of France, tom. I, pp. 607, 608. The Benedictine editors are inclined to believe that they were the sons of some unknown king of the Franks who reigned on the banks of the Neckar, but the arguments of M. Etienne de Foncemain, Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. 8, p. 464, seem to prove that the succession of Clodion was disputed by his two sons, and that the younger was Merovius, the father of Childeric. 9034 Right arrow curving left. Under the Merovingian race the throne was hereditary, but all the sons of the deceased monarch were equally entitled to their share of his treasures and territories. See the dissertations of M. de Foncemain in the 6th and 8th volumes of the Memoirs de l'Académie. Right arrow curving left. A medal is still extant which exhibits the pleasing countenance of Honoria, with the title of Augusta. And on the reverse the improper legend of Salus Rea Publico round the monogram of Christ. See Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, pages 67, 73. Right arrow curving left. See Priscus, pages 39, 40. It might be fairly alleged that, if females could succeed to the throne, Valentinian himself, who had married the daughter and heiress of the younger Theodosius, would have asserted her right to the Eastern Empire. Right arrow curving left. The adventures of Honoria are imperfectly related by Jornans, De Regnorum ac Temporum Succession, c. 97, and De Rebus Jedicis, c. 42, page 674. And in the Chronicles of Prosper and Marcellinus. But they cannot be made consistent, or probable, unless we separate, by an interval of time and place, her intrigue with Eugenius, and her invitation of Attila. Right arrow curving left. Exegeras mihi, ut promiterum tibi, Attili bellum stylo me posteris intimaturum, coeprum scriberi, sed operis erepti fas perspecto, taduit in chos. Sidonius Apollinaris, L. 8, Epistola 15, page 246. Right arrow curving left. Subito cum rupta tumultu. Barbares totas in te transfuderat arctos. Gallia. Pugnasem rugum comitanti gelono. Gepida trux sequitur. Cyrum Burgundio cogit. Chunus, Bellanotus, Nurus, Basterna, Turingus. Bructerus, ulvosa vel quem nicer abluit unda. Prorumpit Francus. Cessidit cedo secta bipenni. Hercinia in lintrace, eti renum texud alno. Eti jam terrificis diffuderat Attila termis. In campos se, belga, tuos. Panegyricus avitus, 319, etc. Right arrow curving left. The most authentic and circumstantial account of this war is contained in Jornan's De Rebus Jedicis, c. 36, 41, pp. 662, 672, who has sometimes abridged, and sometimes transcribed, the larger history of Cassiodorus. Jornan's, a quotation which it would be superfluous to repeat, may be corrected and illustrated by Gregory of Tours, L. 2c. 5, 7, and the Chronicles of Idatius, Isidore, and the two Prospers. All the ancient testimonies are collected and inserted in the historians of France. But the reader should be cautioned against a supposed extract from the Chronicle of Idatius, among the fragments of Fretigarius, Tom. 2, p. 462, which often contradicts the genuine text of the Galician bishop. Right arrow curving left. The ancient legendaries deserve some regard, as they are obliged to connect their fables with the real history of their own times. See the lives of Saint Lupus, St. Aenianus, the bishops of Metz, Saint Genevieve, etc., in the Historians of France, Tom. I. pages 644, 645, 649, Tom. 3, page 369. Right arrow curving left. The Skepticism of the Count du But, Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, Tom. 7, pages 539, 540, cannot be reconciled with any principles of reason or criticism. Is not Gregory of Tours precise and positive in his account of the destruction of Metz? At the distance of no more than 100 years, could he be ignorant, could the people be ignorant, of the fate of a city, the actual residence of his sovereigns, the kings of Austrasia? The learned count, who seems to have undertaken the apology of Attila and the barbarians, appeals to the false Idatius, Parsons Germanii et Gallii. And forgets that the true Idatius had explicitly affirmed, plurimi civitates effracti, among which he enumerates Metz. Right arrow curving left. Vix licerat Alpes. Aetius, tenu, itirerum sine melita ducens. Rober, in auxilius Geticum male credulus agmen. In casum proprius presumens id for castris. Panegyricus avitus, 328, etc. Right arrow curving left. The policy of Attila, of Aetius, and of the Visigoths is imperfectly described in the Panegyric of Avitus and the 36th chapter of Jornan's. The poet and the historian were both biased by personal or national prejudices. The former exalts the merit and importance of Avitus, Orbis, Avite, Salus, etc. The latter is anxious to show the Goths in the most favorable light. Yet their agreement, when they are fairly interpreted, is a proof of their veracity. Right arrow curving left. The review of the army of Aetius is made by Jornan's, c. 36, page 664, edit. Grotius, Tom. 2, page 23, of the Historians of France, with the notes of the Benedictine editor. The laity were a promiscuous race of barbarians, born or naturalized in Gaul. And the Riparii, or Ripuarii, derived their name from their post on the three rivers, the Rhine, the Meuse, and the Moselle. The Armoricans possessed the independent cities between the Seine and the Loire. A colony of Saxons had been planted in the diocese of Bayeux, the Burgundians were settled in Savoy. And the Brions were a warlike tribe of Rhaetians, to the east of the Lake of Constance. Right arrow curving left. Aurelianensis urbis obsidio, Opignatio, Eruptio, Nec direptio, Sidonius Apollinaris, L. 8, Epistola 15, page 246. The preservation of Orleans might easily be turned into a miracle, obtained and foretold by the holy bishop. Right arrow curving left. The common editions read XCM, but there is some authority of manuscripts, and almost any authority is sufficient, for the more reasonable number of XVM. Right arrow curving left. Chalons or Duro Catalanum, afterwards Catalani, had formerly made a part of the territory of Rheims, from whence it is distant only 27 miles. See Valesius, Notitia Galliarum, p. 136, Danville, Notice de Lancian Gaul, pages 212, 279. Right arrow curving left. The name of Campania, or Champagne, is frequently mentioned by Gregory of Tours. And that great province, of which Rheims was the capital, obeyed the command of a duke. Valesius, Notitia Galliarum, pages 120, 123. Right arrow curving left. I am sensible that these military orations are usually composed by the historian, yet the old Ostrogoths, who had served under Attila, might repeat his discourse to Cassiodorus. The ideas, and even the expressions, have an original Scythian cast, and I doubt whether an Italian of the 6th century would have thought of the Hujus Certaminis Gaudia. Right arrow curving left. The expressions of Jornans, or rather of Cassiodorus, are extremely strong. Bellum atrox, multiplex, imane, pertinax, cui simile nulla usquam nerat antiquitas, ubi talia gesta referuntur, ut nihil esset quat in vita sua conspicera patuisset egregius. Ca hujus miraculi priveriter aspectu. Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, pp. 392, 393, attempts to reconcile the 162,000 of Jornans with the 300,000 of Idatius and Isidore, by supposing that the larger number included the total destruction of the war. The effects of disease, the slaughter of the unarmed people, etc. Right arrow curving left. The Count du But, Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, tom. 7, pp. 554, 573, still depending on the false, and again rejecting the true, Idatius, has divided the defeat of Attila into two great battles, the former near Orleans, the latter in Champagne. In the one, Theodoric was slain. In the other, he was revenged. Right arrow curving left. Jornans, De Rebus Jedicis, c. 41, page 671. The policy of Aetius and the behavior of Torismond are extremely natural. And the patrician, according to Gregory of Tours, L. 2c. 7, page 163, dismissed the prince of the Franks by suggesting to him a similar apprehension. The false Idatius ridiculously pretends that Aetius paid a clandestine nocturnal visit to the kings of the Huns and of the Visigoths, from each of whom he obtained a bribe of 10,000 pieces of gold as the price of an undisturbed retreat. Right arrow curving left. These cruelties, which are passionately deplored by Theodoric, the son of Clovis, Gregory of Tours, L. 3c. 10, page 190, suit the time and circumstances of the invasion of Attila. His residence in Thuringia was long attested by popular tradition, and he is supposed to have assembled a Kurultai, or diet, in the territory of Eisenach. See Moscou 930, who settles with nice accuracy the extent of ancient Thuringia, and derives its name from the Gothic tribe of the Thuringi. Right arrow curving left. Machinus constructus, omnibusque tormentorum generibus ad habitus. Jornans, c. 42, page 673. In the 13th century, the Mughals battered the cities of China with large engines constructed by the Mohammedans or Christians in their service, which threw stones from 150 to 300 pounds weight. In the defense of their country, the Chinese used gunpowder, and even bombs, above 100 years before they were known in Europe. Yet even though celestial, or infernal, arms were insufficient to protect a pusillanimous nation. See Gobel, Histoire de Mongols, pages 70, 71, 155, 157, etc. Right arrow curving left. The same story is told by Jornans, and by Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 4, pages 187, 188, nor is it easy to decide which is the original. But the Greek historian is guilty of an inexcusable mistake in placing the siege of Aquileia after the death of Aetius. Right arrow curving left. Jornans, about 100 years afterwards, affirms that Aquileia was so completely ruined, ita ut vix aegis vestigia, ut apparient, reliquerant. See Jornans, De Rebus Genesis, c. 42, p. 673, Paulus Diaconus, L. 2c. 14, page 785. Liutprand, Historia Atonis, L. 3c. 2. The name of Aquileia was sometimes applied to Forum Julii, Cividad del Friuli, the more recent capital of the Venetian province. 9035 right arrow curving left. In describing this war of Attila, a war so famous but so imperfectly known, I have taken for my guides two learned Italians who considered the subject with some peculiar advantages, Sigonius, Historiarum de Occidentali Imperio, L. 13 in his works, Tom. I, pages 495, 502, and Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 4, pages 229, 236, octavo edition. Right arrow curving left. This anecdote may be found under two different articles, mu epsilon delta iota lambda alpha nu omicron nu, and kappa rho upsilon kappa omicron, of the miscellaneous compilation of Suedas. Right arrow curving left. Leo responded, Humana, hoc pictum manu. Vidirs hominum dejectum, si pingir. Leons si rent. Appendix ad Phaedrus, Fable XXV. The lion in Phaedrus very foolishly appeals from pictures to the amphitheater, and I am glad to observe that the native taste of La Fontaine, L. 3, Fable X, has omitted this most lame and impotent conclusion. Right arrow curving left. Paul the Deacon, De Gestis Langobardorum, L. 2c. 14, p. 784, describes the provinces of Italy about the end of the 8th century. Venetia non solum in paucis insulis quas nunc Venetias decimus, constat. Sed aegis terminus a Pannonii finibus usque aduum fluvium protolator. The history of that province till the age of Charlemagne forms the first and most interesting part of the Verona Illustrata, pp. 1, 388, in which the Marquis Scipio Maffei has shown himself equally capable of enlarged views and minute disquisitions. Right arrow curving left. This emigration is not attested by any contemporary evidence, but the fact is proved by the event, and the circumstances might be preserved by tradition. The citizens of Aquileia retired to the Isle of Gratus, those of Padua to Rivus Altus, or Rialto, where the city of Venice was afterwards built, etc. Right arrow curving left. The topography and antiquities of the Venetian islands, from Gratus to Clodia, or Chioggia, are accurately stated in the De Italia Medii Evae Dissertatio Chorographica, pages 151, 155. Right arrow curving left. Cassiodorus, Variarum, L. 12, Epistola 24. Maffei, Verona Illustrata, Part 1, pp. 240, 254, has translated and explained this curious letter, in the spirit of a learned antiquarian and a faithful subject, who considered Venice as the only legitimate offspring of the Roman Republic. He fixes the date of the epistle, and consequently the prefecture, of Cassiodorus, AD 523. And the Marquis's authority has the more weight, as he prepared an edition of his works and actually published a dissertation on the true orthography of his name. See Osservazioni Letterari, Tom. 2, pages 290, 339. Right arrow curving left. The learned Count Jacopo Filiassi has proved in his memoirs upon the Veneti, Memory Storage de Veneti Primi e Secondi del Conte Giacomo Filiassi, t. 6, Venezia, 1796, that, from the most remote period, this nation, which occupied the country which has since been called the Venetian States or Terra Firma, likewise inhabited the islands scattered upon the coast, and that from thence arose the names of Venetia Prima and Secunda, of which the first applied to the mainland and the second to the islands and lagoons. From the time of the Pelasgi and of the Etrurians, the first Veneti, inhabiting a fertile and pleasant country, devoted themselves to agriculture, the second, placed in the midst of canals at the mouth of several rivers, conveniently situated with regard to the islands of Greece, as well as the fertile plains of Italy, applied themselves to navigation and commerce. Both submitted to the Romans a short time before the Second Punic War, yet it was not till after the victory of Marius over the Cimbri that their country was reduced to a Roman province. Under the emperors, Venetia Prima obtained more than once, by its calamities, a place in history. But the maritime province was occupied in salt works, fisheries, and commerce. The Romans have considered the inhabitants of this part as beneath the dignity of history, and have left them in obscurity. They dwelt there until the period when their islands afforded a retreat to their ruined and fugitive compatriots. Sismondi, Histoire de Républiques Italiennes du Moyen Âge, Volume 1, page 313. G. Compare, On the Origin of Venice, Daru, Histoire de la République de Venise, Volume 1 c. 1. M. Right arrow curving left. C. In the second volume of Amelot de la Houssaye, Histoire du Gouvernement de Venise, a translation of the famous Squitinio. This book, which has been exalted far above its merits, is stained in every line with the disingenuous malevolence of party. But the principal evidence, genuine and apocryphal, is brought together, and the reader will easily choose the fair medium. Right arrow curving left. Sermond, Note ad Sidonius Apollinaris, p. 19, has published a curious passage from the Chronicle of Prosper. Attila, redintegratus viribus, quas in Gallia immiserat, Italiam ingredi per Pannonias intendit. Nihil duce nostro ideo secundum prioris belli opera perspicient, etc. He reproaches Aetius with neglecting to guard the Alps, and with a design to abandon Italy. But this rash censure may at least be counterbalanced by the favorable testimonies of Idatius and Isidore. Right arrow curving left. See the original portraits of Avienus and his rival Basilius, delineated and contrasted in the epistles, I-9, page 22, of Sidonius. He had studied the characters of the two chiefs of the Senate, but he attached himself to Basilius, as the more solid and disinterested friend. Right arrow curving left. The character and principles of Leo may be traced in 141 original epistles, which illustrate the ecclesiastical history of his long and busy pontificate, from AD 440 to 461. See de Pan, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. 3 Part 2, pages 120, 165. Right arrow curving left. Tardus ingens ubi flexibus erit. Mincius, edi tenera praetexit arundine rippas. Vertical ellipsis. And lacus tantos, te lari maxime, tec. Fluctibus, ed fremitu assurgens benes marino. Right arrow curving left. The Marquis Maffei, Verona Illustrata, Part 1, pages 95, 129, 221, Part 2, pages 2, 6, has illustrated with taste and learning this interesting topography. He places the interview of Attila and Saint Leo near Areolica, or Ardelica, now Peschiera, at the conflux of the lake and river. Ascertains the villa of Catullus, in the delightful peninsula of Sirmio, and discovers the Andes of Virgil, in the village of Bands, precisely situate, quasi subducere coles incipient. Where the Veronese hills imperceptibly slope down into the plain of Mantua. 9036 right arrow curving left. Si statum infesto agmen urbum pedicent, grande discrimen esset, sed in Venetia quo fir tractu Italia malissima est, ipsa soli calic clementia rober elanquit. Ad hoc panis usu carnisque cocti, edi dulcedine vini mitigatos, etc. This passage of Florus, 3:3, is still more applicable to the Huns than to the Cimbri. And it may serve as a commentary on the celestial plague with which Idatius and Isidore have afflicted the troops of Attila. Right arrow curving left. The historian Priscus had positively mentioned the effect which this example produced on the mind of Attila. Journans, c. 42, page 673. Right arrow curving left. The picture of Raphael is in the Vatican. The basso, or perhaps the alto, relievo of Algardi, on one of the altars of Saint Peter, C. Dubos, Reflections critique sur la poésie et sur la peinture, tom. I. Pages 519, 520. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 452, number 57, 58, bravely sustains the truth of the apparition, which is rejected, however, by the most learned and pious Catholics. Right arrow curving left. Attila, ut Priscus historicus refert, extinctionis sui tempori, puellum ildico nomini, decoram, vald, sibi matrimonium post innumerabiles uxors, socians. Journans, c. 49, pages 683, 684. He afterwards adds, c. 50, page 686 Filii Attili, quorum per licentium libidinis poen populus fiut. Polygamy has been established among the Tartars of every age. The rank of plebeian wives is regulated only by their personal charms, and the fated matron prepares, without a murmur, the bed which is destined for her blooming rival. But in royal families the daughters of Khans communicate to their sons a prior right of inheritance. See Genealogical History of the Tartars, pages 406, 408. Right arrow curving left. The report of her guilt reached Constantinople, where it obtained a very different name. And Marcellinus observes that the tyrant of Europe was slain in the night by the hand and the knife of a woman. Corneille, who has adapted the genuine account to his tragedy, describes the eruption of blood in 40 bombast lines, and Attila exclaims with ridiculous fury. Sil anivud esserator, his blood. Dit il, on me paiera ce que men va couter. Right arrow curving left. The curious circumstances of the death and funeral of Attila are related by Journans, c. 49, pages 683, 685, and were probably transcribed from Priscus. Right arrow curving left. See Journans, de rebus jedicis, c. 50, pages 685, 688. His distinction of the national arms is curious and important. Nam ibi admirandum rear fui spectaculum, ubi cernere erat cunctus, pugnantem Gautham ens furentem, jepidem in vulnere suorum cuncta tela frangentum, suivum pedi, hunum sagita presumir. Alanum gravi, herulum levi, armatura, acium instrura. I am not precisely informed of the situation of the river Netad. Right arrow curving left. Two modern historians have thrown much new light on the ruin and division of the empire of Attila, M. Du Butte, by his laborious and minute diligence, tom. 8, pages 3, 31, 68, 94, and M. de Guines, by his extraordinary knowledge of the Chinese language and writers. See Histoire de Huns, tom. 2, pages 315, 319, right arrow curving left. The praises awarded by Gibbon to the character of Aetius have been animadverted upon with great severity. See Mr. Herbert's Attila, King of the Huns, page 321. I am not aware that Gibbon has dissembled or palliated any of the crimes or treasons of Aetius. But his position at the time of his murder was certainly that of the preserver of the empire. The conqueror of the most dangerous of the barbarians, it is by no means clear that he was not innocent of any treasonable designs against Valentinian. If the early acts of his life, the introduction of the Huns into Italy, and of the Vandals into Africa, were among the proximate causes of the ruin of the empire, his murder was the signal for its almost immediate downfall. Right arrow curving left. Placidia died at Rome, November 27, AD 450. She was buried at Ravenna, where her sepulchre, and even her corpse, seated in a chair of cypress wood, were preserved for ages. The empress received many compliments from the Orthodox clergy, and St. Peter Chrysologus assured her that her zeal for the Trinity had been recompensed by an august trinity of children. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 6, page 240, right arrow curving left. Etiam placidus mactavit semavir amens, is the expression of Sidonius, Panegyricus of Vitus, 359. The poet knew the world, and was not inclined to flatter a minister who had injured or disgraced Avitus and Majorian, the successive heroes of his song. Right arrow curving left. With regard to the cause and circumstances of the deaths of Aetius and Valentinian, our information is dark and imperfect. Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 4, pp. 186, 188, is a fabulous writer for the events which precede his own memory. His narrative must therefore be supplied and corrected by 5 or 6 chronicles, none of which were composed in Rome or Italy, and which can only express, in broken sentences, the popular rumors as they were conveyed to Gaul, Spain, Africa, Constantinople, or Alexandria. Right arrow curving left. This interpretation of Vedius, a celebrated augur, was quoted by Varro in the 18th book of his Antiquities. Censorinus, De Die Natali, c. 17, pages 90, 91, edit. Haverkamp. Right arrow curving left. According to Varro, the 12th century would expire AD 447, but the uncertainty of the true era of Rome might allow some latitude of anticipation or delay. The poets of the age, Claudian, De Bello Gedico 265, and Sidonius, in Panegyricus of Vitus 357, may be admitted as fair witnesses of the popular opinion. Jam reputant annos, interceptic volatu. Vulturis, incident properatus secula metis. Vertical ellipsis. Jam prop fata tuae bicinas vulturis alas. Impulbent. Cis namque tuos, size, Roma, labors. C. Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, pages 340, 346. Right arrow curving left. The 5th book of Salvian is filled with pathetic lamentations and vehement invectives. His immoderate freedom serves to prove the weakness, as well as the corruption, of the Roman government. His book was published after the loss of Africa, AD 439, and before Attila's war, AD 451. Right arrow curving left. The Bagaudi of Spain, who fought pitched battles with the Roman troops, are repeatedly mentioned in the Chronicle of Idatius. Salvian has described their distress and rebellion in very forcible language. Itac nomen civium Romanorum, nunc ultro repudiator ac fugitor, nec vile tamen sed etiam abominable poen habiter. Eti hinc est ut etiam hae quid ad barbaros non confugiant. Barbari tamen esse cogunter, silicet ut est pars magna Hispanorum, eti non minima gallorum. De Bagaudis nunc mihi sermo est, que per malos judices eti cruentos spoliati, afflicti, necati postquam jus Romani libertatis amiserant, etiam honorem Romani nominis perdiderant. Vacamus rebels, vacamus perditos quos esse compulimus criminosos. De Gubernation Dei, L.V., pages 158, 159. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius Apollinaris composed the 13th epistle of the 2nd book to refute the paradox of his friend Cyranus, who entertained a singular, though generous, enthusiasm for the deceased emperor. This epistle, with some indulgence, may claim the praise of an elegant composition, and it throws much light on the character of Maximus. Right arrow curving left. Clientum, previa, pedisequa, circumfusa, populositas, is the train which Sidonius himself, L.I. Epistola 9, assigns to another senator of rank. Right arrow curving left. Districtus ensis cui super impia. Servus pendet, non siculo dapes. Dulcem elabrabunt saporum. Non avium citharec contus. Somnum reducent. Horatius, Carmina 3:1. Sidonius concludes his letter with the story of Damocles, which Cicero, Tusculani Questions v 20:21, had so inimitably told. Right arrow curving left. Notwithstanding the evidence of Procopius, Evagrius, Idatius, Marcellinus, etc., the learned Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 4, p. 249, doubts the reality of this invitation, and observes, with great truth, non si puo dar quanto sia facile il popolo assognare e spacciare voci false. But his argument, from the interval of time and place, is extremely feeble. The figs which grew near Carthage were produced to the Senate of Rome on the third day. Right arrow curving left. Infidoque tibi Burgundio ductu. Extorquit trepidas mactandi principis ires. Sidonius in Panegyricus Avitus, 442. A remarkable line, which insinuates that Rome and Maximus were betrayed by their Burgundian mercenaries. Right arrow curving left. The apparent success of Pope Leo may be justified by Prosper in the Historia Macella, but the improbable notion of Baronius, AD 455, no. 13, that Genseric spared the three apostolical churches is not countenanced even by the doubtful testimony of the Liber Pontificalis. Right arrow curving left. The profusion of Catullus, the first who gilt the roof of the Capitol, was not universally approved, Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 33:18. But it was far exceeded by the emperors, and the external gilding of the temple cost Domitian 12,000 talents, £2,400,000. The expressions of Claudian and Rutilius, Lus metallio emula, fastigia astris. And confundunt vagos de lubra mycantia vices, manifestly prove that this splendid covering was not removed either by the Christians or the Goths. See Donatus, De Roma Antiqua, L. 2c. 6, page 125. It should seem that the roof of the Capitol was decorated with gilt statues and chariots drawn by 4 horses. Right arrow curving left. The curious reader may consult the learned and accurate treatise of Hadrian Rieland, De Spoliis Templi Hierosolymitani in Arcu Titiano Romi Conspicuous, in 12, Trajecti ad Renum, 1716. Right arrow curving left. The vessel which transported the relics of the Capitol was the only one of the whole fleet that suffered shipwreck. If a bigoted sophist, a pagan bigot, had mentioned the accident, he might have rejoiced that this cargo of sacrilege was lost in the sea. Right arrow curving left. See Victor Vitensis, De Persecution Vandalica, L. IC. 8, pages 11, 12, edit. Ruin art. Deogratius governed the Church of Carthage only 3 years. If he had not been privately buried, his corpse would have been torn piecemeal by the mad devotion of the people. Right arrow curving left. The general evidence for the death of Maximus and the sack of Rome by the Vandals is comprised in Sidonius, Panegyricus Avitus, 441, 450, Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 4, 5, pp. 188, 189, and L. 2c. 9, page 255, Evagrius, L. 2c. 7, Jornans, De Rebus Jedicis, c. 45, page 677, and the Chronicles of Idatius, Prosper, Marcellinus, and Theophanes under the proper year. Right arrow curving left. The private life and elevation of Avitus must be deduced, with becoming suspicion, from the panegyric pronounced by Sidonius Apollinaris, his subject and his son-in-law. Right arrow curving left. After the example of the younger Pliny, Sidonius, L. 2c. 2, has labored the florid, prolix, and obscure description of his villa, which bore the name, Avitacum, and had been the property of Avitus. The precise situation is not ascertained. Consult, however, the notes of Sauveron and Sermond. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius, L. 2, Epistola 9, has described the country life of the Gallic nobles, in a visit which he made to his friends, whose estates were in the neighborhood of Nimes. The morning hours were spent in the spharisterium, or tennis court, or in the library, which was furnished with Latin authors, profane and religious. The former for the men, the latter for the ladies. The table was twice served, at dinner and supper, with hot meat, boiled and roast, and wine. During the intermediate time, the company slept, took the air on horseback, and used the warm bath. Right arrow curving left. 70 lines of panegyric, 505, 575, which describe the importunity of Theodoric and of Gaul, struggling to overcome the modest reluctance of Avitus, are blown away by 3 words of an honest historian, Romanum ambissit imperium, Gregorii Tyrannici, L. 2c. 11, in Tom. 2, page 168. Right arrow curving left. Isidore, Archbishop of Seville, who was himself of the blood royal of the Goths, acknowledges and almost justifies, Historia Gotharum, Vandalorum, and Lanbogardorum, p. 718, the crime which their slave Jornans had basely dissembled, c. 43, page 673. Right arrow curving left. This elaborate description, L. I, Epistola 2, pages 2, 7, was dictated by some political motive. It was designed for the public eye, and had been shown by the friends of Sidonius before it was inserted in the collection of his epistles. The first book was published separately. See Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. 16, page 264. Right arrow curving left. I have suppressed in this portrait of Theodoric several minute circumstances and technical phrases, which could be tolerable, or indeed intelligible, to those only who, like the contemporaries of Sidonius, had frequented the markets where naked slaves were exposed to sale. Du Bois, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, page 404. Right arrow curving left. Vitias ib elegant iam Grecam, abundant iam Gallicanam, celeritatem Italum, publicum pompam, privatam diligent iam, reg iam disciplinam. Right arrow curving left. Tunc etiam ego aliquid obsecraturus feliciter vincer, et mihi tabula perit ut causa salvator. Sidonius of Auvergne was not a subject of Theodoric. But he might be compelled to solicit either justice or favor at the court of Toulouse. Right arrow curving left. Theodoric himself had given a solemn and voluntary promise of fidelity, which was understood both in Gaul and Spain. Romi sum, te duce, amicus. Principi te, Miles. Sidonius, Panegyrus Avitus, 511. Right arrow curving left. Quic sinu pelagi jactat se bracara dives. Ausonius, De Claris Urbibus, page 245. From the design of the king of the Suevi, it is evident that the navigation from the ports of Galicia to the Mediterranean was known and practiced. The ships of Bracara, or Braga, cautiously steered along the coast, without daring to lose themselves in the Atlantic. Right arrow curving left. This civic war is the most authentic part of the chronicle of Idatius, who, as bishop of Iria Flavia, was himself a spectator and a sufferer. Jornans, c. 44, pp. 675, 677, has expatiated with pleasure on the Gothic victory. Right arrow curving left. In one of the porticos or galleries belonging to Trajan's library, among the statues of famous writers and orators, Sidonius Apollinaris, L. 9, Epistola 16, page 284. Carmen 8, page 350. Right arrow curving left. Luxurios agira valens a senatoribus projectus est, is the concise expression of Gregory of Tours, L. 2c. 11 in Tom. 2, page 168. An old chronicle, in Tom. 2, page 649, mentions an indecent jest of Avitus, which seems more applicable to Rome than to Treves. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius, Panegyricus Anthemius 302, etc., praises the royal birth of Ricimer, the lawful heir, as he chooses to insinuate, both of the Gothic and Suevic kingdoms. Right arrow curving left. See the Chronicle of Idatius. Jornans, c. 44, page 676, styles him, with some truth, virum egregium, in pene tune in Italia ad exercitum singularum. Right arrow curving left. Parsons Innocentiae Vidi is the compassionate but contemptuous language of Victor Tunyanensis, in Chronicon, apud Scaliger Eusebii. In another place, he calls him vir totius simplicitatis. This commendation is more humble, but it is more solid and sincere, than the praises of Sidonius. Right arrow curving left. He suffered, as it is supposed, in the persecution of Diocletian, Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. V, pages 279, 696. Gregory of Tours, his peculiar votary, has dedicated to the glory of Julian the martyr an entire book, Tyrannici de Gloria Martyrum, L. 2 in Maxima Bibliotheca Veterum Patrum, Tom. 11, pp. 861-871, in which he relates about 50 foolish miracles performed by his relics. Right arrow curving left. Gregory of Tours, L. 2c. 11, page 168, is concise, but correct, in the reign of his countrymen. The words of Idatius, cadet imperio, caret et vita, seem to imply that the death of Avitus was violent, but it must have been secret, since Evagrius, L. 2c. 7, could suppose that he died of the plague. Right arrow curving left. After a modest appeal to the examples of his brethren, Virgil and Horace, Sidonius honestly confesses the debt, and promises payment. Sic mihi diverso nuper sub Marte cadenti. Jussisti placido victor ut esse animo. Serviat ergo tibi servati lingua pote. Atque vitae laus tua sit precium. Sidonius Apollinaris, Carmen 4, page 308. C. Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, Tom. I, page 448, etc. Right arrow curving left. The words of Procopius deserve to be transcribed, Omicron tau Omicron gamma rho mu alpha iota Omicron rho nu Omicron xi mu pi alpha nu tau Omicron pi Omicron tau epsilon omega mu alpha omega nu beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon upsilon kappa tau alpha pi epsilon rho omega nu rho epsilon tau pi sigma. And afterwards, nu rho tau mu nu epsilon tau Omicron pi eta kappa Omicron upsilon mu tau rho iota Omicron gamma Omicron nu, phi Omicron beta epsilon rho delta tau Omicron pi Omicron lambda epsilon mu Omicron upsilon, de bello vandalico, L. IC. 7, page 194. A concise but comprehensive definition of royal virtue. Right arrow curving left. The panegyric was pronounced at Lyons before the end of the year 458, while the emperor was still consul. It has more art than genius and more labor than art. The ornaments are false or trivial, the expression is feeble and prolix, and Sidonius wants the skill to exhibit the principal figure in a strong and distinct light. The private life of Majorian occupies about 200 lines, 107, 305. Right arrow curving left. She pressed his immediate death, and was scarcely satisfied with his disgrace. It should seem that Aetius, like Belisarius and Marlborough, was governed by his wife, whose fervent piety, though it might work miracles, Gregorii Tyrannici, L. 2c. 7, p. 162, was not incompatible with base and sanguinary counsels. Right arrow curving left. The Alemanni had passed the Rhaetian Alps, and were defeated in the Campi Canini, or valley of Bellinzone, through which the Tesin flows. In its descent from Mount Agila to the Lago Maggiore, Claverius, Italia Antiqua, Tom. I. pages 100, 101. This boasted victory over 900 barbarians, Panegyricus Majorianus, 373, etc., betrays the extreme weakness of Italy. Right arrow curving left. Imperatorum me factum, P.C. Electionis vestrae arbitrio, edi fortissimi exercitus ordination agnosite, novella Majorianus, tit. 3, page 34, ad calcem codex Theodosianus. Sidonius proclaims the unanimous voice of the empire. Postquam ordine vobis. Ordo omnis regnum dedirat, plebs, curia, miles. Etica lega simul. 386. This language is ancient and constitutional, and we may observe that the clergy were not yet considered as a distinct order of the state. Right arrow curving left. Either dilations or dilations would afford a tolerable reading, but there is much more sense and spirit in the latter, to which I have therefore given the preference. Right arrow curving left. Ab externo host eti a domestica clade liberavimus, by the latter, Majorian must understand the tyranny of Avitus, whose death he consequently avowed as a meritorious act. On this occasion, Sidonius is fearful and obscure. He describes the 12 Caesars, the nations of Africa, etc., that he may escape the dangerous name of Avitus, 305, 369. Right arrow curving left. See the whole edict or epistle of Majorian to the Senate, Novelli, tit. 4, page 34. Yet the expression, regnum nostrum, bears some taint of the age, and does not mix kindly with the word respublica, which he frequently repeats. Right arrow curving left. See the laws of Majorian, they are only 9 in number, but very long and various, at the end of the Theodosian Code, Novelli, L. 4, pages 32, 37. Godefroy has not given any commentary on these additional pieces. Right arrow curving left. Fessus provincialium varia at multiplici tributorum exaction fortunas, et extraordinarius fiscalium solutionum oneribus atritas, etc. Novella Majorianus, tit. 4, page 34. Right arrow curving left. The Learned Greaves, Volume 1, pp. 329, 331, has found, by a diligent inquiry, that auriae of the Antonines weighed 118, and those of the 5th century only 68, English grains. Majorian gives currency to all gold coin, excepting only the Gallic solidus, from its deficiency, not in the weight, but in the standard. Right arrow curving left. The whole edict, Novella Majorianus, tit. 6, p. 35, is curious. Antiquorum etium dissipator speciosa constructio, etut aliquid reparitor, magna durunter. Hinc jam occasio nascitur, ut etium unusquisque privatum edificium construens, per gratiam judicum, presumir de publicis locis necessaria, et transfere non dubitet, etc. With equal zeal, but with less power, Petrarch, in the 14th century, repeated the same complaints. Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, Tom. I. pages 326, 327. If I prosecute this history, I shall not be unmindful of the decline and fall of the city of Rome, an interesting object, to which my plan was originally confined. Right arrow curving left. The emperor chides the lenity of Rogation, consular of Tuscany, in a style of acrimonious reproof, which sounds almost like personal resentment, Novella Majorianus, tit. 9, page 47. The law of Majorian, which punished obstinate widows, was soon afterwards repealed by his successor Severus, Novella Severus, tit. I, page 37, right arrow curving left. Sidonius, Panegyricus Majorianus, 385, 440. Right arrow curving left. The Review of the Army, and Passage of the Alps, contain the most tolerable passages of the Panegyric, 470, 552. M. Du But, Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, Tom. 8, pp. 49, 55, is a more satisfactory commentator than either Sauveron or Sermond. Right arrow curving left. Tau mu nu pi lambda omicron iota, tau delta lambda gamma omicron iota, is the just and forcible distinction of Priscus, excerpta legationum, p. 42, in a short fragment, which throws much light on the history of Majorian. Jornans has suppressed the defeat and alliance of the Visigoths, which were solemnly proclaimed in Galicia, and are marked in the Chronicle of Aidatius. Right arrow curving left. Florus, L. 2c. 2. He amuses himself with the poetical fancy that the trees had been transformed into ships. And indeed the whole transaction, as it is related in the first book of Polybius, deviates too much from the probable course of human events. Right arrow curving left. Interia duplici texas dum littor classum. Inferno superoque mari, cadet omnis in equor. Silva tibi, etc. Sidonius, Panegyricus Majorianus, 441, 461. The number of ships which Priscus fixed at 300 is magnified by an indefinite comparison with the fleets of Agamemnon, Xerxes, and Augustus. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC 8, p. 194, when Genseric conducted his unknown guest into the arsenal of Carthage, the arms clashed of their own accord. Majorian had tinged his yellow locks with a black color. Right arrow curving left. Spoliusque potatus. Immensus, robex luciu jam perdidit omni. Quo valuit dum pauper erat. Panegyricus Majorianus, 330. He afterwards applies to Genseric, unjustly as it should seem, the vices of his subjects. Right arrow curving left. He burnt the villages, and poisoned the springs, Priscus, page 42. Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, page 475, observes that the magazines which the Moors buried in the earth might escape his destructive search. 200 or 300 pits are sometimes dug in the same place, and each pit contains at least 400 bushels of corn. Shaw's Travels, page 139. Right arrow curving left. Aidatius, who was safe in Galicia from the power of Ricimer, boldly and honestly declares, Vandali per proditeres admoniti, etc., he dissembles, however, the name of the traitor. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC 8, page 194. The testimony of Aidatius is fair and impartial. Majorianum de Gallius Romum redointem, iti Romano imperio vel nomini residential necessarias ordinantum. Richimer livor persitus, iti in vidorum concilio fultus, fraude interficit circumventum. Some read sueverum, and I am unwilling to efface either of the words, as they express the different accomplices who united in the conspiracy against Majorian. Right arrow curving left. See the epigrams of Ennodius, no. CXXXV inter Sermond, Opera Varia, tom. I, page 1903. It is flat and obscure. But Ennodius was made Bishop of Pavia 50 years after the death of Majorian, and his praise deserves credit and regard. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius gives a tedious account, L. I, Epistola 11, pp. 25, 31, of a supper at Arles, to which he was invited by Majorian, a short time before his death. He had no intention of praising a deceased emperor, but a casual disinterested remark, subrasit Augustus. Ut erat, auctoritate servatia, cum se communioni didicit, Josi plenus, outweighs the 600 lines of his venal panegyric. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius, Panegyricus Anthemius, 317, dismisses him to heaven. Auxerat Augustus naturi leg severus. Devorum numerum. And an old list of the emperors, composed about the time of Justinian, praises his piety, and fixes his residence at Rome. Sermondus note ad Sidonius, pages 111, 112. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, who is always scandalized by the virtues of infidels, attributes this advantageous portrait of Marcel Linus, which Suédos has preserved, to the partial zeal of some pagan historian, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 6, page 330, right arrow curving left. Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC, 6, page 191. In various circumstances of the life of Marcel Linus, it is not easy to reconcile the Greek historian with the Latin chronicles of the times. Right arrow curving left. I must apply to Aegidius the praises which Sidonius, Panegyricus Majorianus, 553, bestows on a nameless master general, who commanded the rearguard of Majorian. Aedatius, from public report, commends his Christian piety, and Priscus mentions, page 42, his military virtues. Right arrow curving left. Gregorii Tyrannosae, L. 2c. 12, in tom. 2, page 168. The Père Daniel, whose ideas were superficial and modern, has started some objections against the story of Childeric, Historiens de France, tom. I preface historique, page 77, etc. But they have been fairly satisfied by Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, pages 460, 510, and by two authors who disputed the prize of the Academy of Soissons, pages 131, 177. 310, 339. With regard to the term of Childeric's exile, it is necessary either to prolong the life of Aegidius beyond the date assigned by the Chronicle of Aedatius, or to correct the text of Gregory, by reading quarto anno, instead of octavo. Right arrow curving left. The naval war of Genseric is described by Priscus, Excerpta Legationum, page 42, Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 5, pages 189, 190, and c. 22, p. 228, Victor Vitensis, De Persecution Vandalica, L. IC. 17, and Ruinart, pp. 467, 481, and in 3 panegyrics of Sidonius, whose chronological order is absurdly transposed in the editions both of Sauveron and Sermond. Avitus Carmen 7, 441, 451. Majorianus Carmen v. 327, 350, 385, 440. Anthemius Carmen 2, 348, 386. In one passage the poet seems inspired by his subject, and expresses a strong idea by a lively image. Hinc vandalus hostis. Urgit. Eti in nostrum numerosa class quotanes. Militat excidium, conversoque ordine fati. Torrida Caucasios infert mihi bursa furors. Right arrow curving left. The poet himself is compelled to acknowledge the distress of Ricimer. Praeterea invictus Ricimer, quem publica fata. Respicient. Proprio salas vix Marte repellit. Piratam per rura vagum. Italy addresses her complaint to the Tiber, and Rome, at the solicitation of the river god, transports herself to Constantinople, renounces her ancient claims, and implores the friendship of Aurora, the goddess of the East. This fabulous machinery, which the genius of Claudian had used and abused, is the constant and miserable resource of the muse of Sidonius. Right arrow curving left. Volume 3 of the quarto edition ended with the fall of the Western Empire, i.e. chapter 38. B. Right arrow curving left. The original authors of the reigns of Marcian, Leo, and Zeno are reduced to some imperfect fragments, whose deficiencies must be supplied from the more recent compilations of Theophanes, Zonaras, and Cedrinus. Right arrow curving left. Saint Pulcheria died AD 453, 4 years before her nominal husband, and her festival is celebrated on the 10th of September by the modern Greeks. She bequeathed an immense patrimony to pious, or at least to ecclesiastical, uses. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 15, pages 181, 184. Right arrow curving left. See Procopius, de bello vandalico, L. IC. 4, page 185. Right arrow curving left. From this disability of Aspar to ascend the throne, it may be inferred that the stain of heresy was perpetual and indelible, while that of barbarism disappeared in the second generation. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes, page 95. This appears to be the first origin of a ceremony which all the Christian princes of the world have since adopted, and from which the clergy have deduced the most formidable consequences. Right arrow curving left. Cedrinus, pages 345, 346, who was conversant with the writers of better days, has preserved the remarkable words of Aspar, beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon. Tau nu tau alpha tau eta nu tau nu lambda omicron upsilon rho lambda delta alpha pi epsilon rho iota beta lambda eta mu nu omicron chi rho delta iota alpha psi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Right arrow curving left. The power of the Isaurians agitated the Eastern Empire in the two succeeding reigns of Zeno and Anastasius. But it ended in the destruction of those barbarians, who maintained their fierce independences about 230 years. Right arrow curving left. Tali tu civis aburb. Procopio genitor Micas. Cui prisca propago. Augustus venit a proavis. The poet, Sidonius, Panegyricus Anthemius, 67, 306, then proceeds to relate the private life and fortunes of the future emperor, with which he must have been imperfectly acquainted. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius discovers, with tolerable ingenuity, that this disappointment added new luster to the virtues of Anthemius, 210, etc. Who declined one scepter and reluctantly accepted another, 22, etc. Right arrow curving left. The poet again celebrates the unanimity of all orders of the state, 15, 22. And the Chronicle of Idatius mentions the forces which attended his march. Right arrow curving left. Interveni autumn nuptias patriciae recimeris, cui filia perennis Augusti in spem publici securitatis copulabator. The journey of Sidonius from Lyons, and the festival of Rome, are described with some spirit, L. I. Epistola 5, pages 9, 13, Epistola 9, page 21. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius, L. I. Epistola 9, pp. 23, 24, very fairly states his motive, his labor, and his reward. Hic ipsi panegyricus, si non judicium, certa eventum, boni operis, accipit. He was made Bishop of Clermont, AD 471. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 16, page 750. Right arrow curving left. The palace of Anthemius stood on the banks of the Propontis. In the 9th century, Alexius, the son-in-law of the Emperor Theophilus, obtained permission to purchase the ground, and ended his days in a monastery which he founded on that delightful spot. Ducange, Constantinopolis Christiana, pages 117, 152. Right arrow curving left. Papa Hilarius, apud beatum petrum apostolum, palamini id fieret, clara voci constrinxit, in tantum ut non ea facienda cum interposition juramenti idem permitterit imperator. Gelasius, Epistola ad Andronicum, apud Baronius, AD 467, number 3. The cardinal observes, with some complacency, that it was much easier to plant heresies at Constantinople than at Rome. Right arrow curving left. Damascius, in the life of the philosopher Isidore, apud Photius, page 1049. Damascius, who lived under Justinian, composed another work, consisting of 570 preternatural stories of souls, demons, apparitions, the dotage of Platonic paganism. Right arrow curving left. In the poetical works of Sidonius, which he afterwards condemned, L. 9, Epistola 16, page 285, the fabulous deities are the principal actors. If Jerome was scourged by the angels for only reading Virgil, the Bishop of Clermont, for such a vile imitation, deserved an additional whipping from the muses. Right arrow curving left. Ovid, Fastorum Libri Sex, L. 2267, 452, has given an amusing description of the follies of antiquity, which still inspired so much respect that a grave magistrate, running naked through the streets, was not an object of astonishment or laughter. Right arrow curving left. See Dionysi Halicarnassensis, L. I, pages 25, 65, edit. Hudson. The Roman Antiquaries, Donatus, L. 2c. 18, pages 173, 174, and Nardini, pp. 386, 387, have labored to ascertain the true situation of the Lupercal. Right arrow curving left. Baronius published, from the Misses of the Vatican, this epistle of Pope Gelasius, AD 496, no. 28, 45, which is entitled Adversus Andromachum Senatorum, Caeterosque Romanos, ca Lupercalia secundum morum pristinum calenda constitubunt. Gelasius always supposes that his adversaries are nominal Christians, and, that he may not yield to them in absurd prejudice, he imputes to this harmless festival all the calamities of the age. Right arrow curving left. Itac nos cabus totius mundi regimen commisit superna provisio. Pius et triumphator semper Augustus filius noster Anthemius, licet divina majestas et nostra creatio pietati aegis plenum imperii commiserat potestatem, etc. Such is the dignified style of Leo, whom Anthemius respectfully names Dominus et Pater meus princeps sacratissimus Leo. See Novella Anthemius, tit. 2, 3, page 38, ad calcem codex Theodosianus. Right arrow curving left. The expedition of Heraclius is clouded with difficulties. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 6, p. 640, and it requires some dexterity to use the circumstances afforded by Theophanes without injury to the more respectable evidence of Procopius. Right arrow curving left. The march of Cato from Berenice, in the province of Cyrene, was much longer than that of Heraclius from Tripoli. He passed the deep sandy desert in 30 days, and it was found necessary to provide, besides the ordinary supplies, a great number of skins filled with water, and several Scylli, who were supposed to possess the art of sucking the wounds which had been made by the serpents of their native country. See Plutarch in Parallel Lives, Cato Udicensis, tom. 4, page 275. Straboni's Geographica, L. 17, page 1193. Right arrow curving left. The principal sum is clearly expressed by Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 6, page 191, the smaller constituent parts, which Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 6, page 396, has laboriously collected from the Byzantine writers, are less certain and less important. The historian Malchus laments the public misery, excerpta ex sueda in Corpus Scriptorum Historiae Byzantini, page 58. But he is surely unjust when he charges Leo with hoarding the treasures which he extorted from the people. 9037 Right arrow curving left. This promontory is 40 miles from Carthage. Procopius, L. IC. 6, p. 192, and 20 leagues from Sicily. Shaw's Travels, page 89. Scipio landed farther in the bay, at the fair promontory. See the animated description of Livy Zix 26, 27. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes, p. 100, affirms that many ships of the Vandals were sunk. The assertion of Jornans, De Regnorum AC Temporum Succession, that Basiliscus attacked Carthage must be understood in a very qualified sense. Right arrow curving left. Damascus in Vita Isidori, apud Photius, page 1048. It will appear, by comparing the 3 short chronicles of the times, that Marcellinus had fought near Carthage and was killed in Sicily. Right arrow curving left. According to Litus, Leo, distracted by this and the other calamities of his reign, particularly a dreadful fire at Constantinople, abandoned the palace, like another Orestes, and was preparing to quit Constantinople forever. L. 3 c. 44, page 230. M. Right arrow curving left. For the African War, see Procopius, de Bello Vandalico, L. IC. 6, pages 191, 193, Theophanes, pages 99, 101, Cedrinus, pages 349, 350, and Zonaras, Tom. 2 L14, pp. 50, 51. Montesquieu, Consideration sur les causes de la grandeur de Rome et de leur décadence, c. XX Tom. 3, p. 497, has made a judicious observation on the failure of these great naval armaments. Right arrow curving left. Jornans is our best guide through the reigns of Theodoric II and Euric, de Rebus Jedicis, c. 44, 47, pages 675, 681. Idatius ends too soon, and Isidore is too sparing of the information which he might have given on the affairs of Spain. The events that relate to Gaul are laboriously illustrated in the third book of the Abbé Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, pages 424, 620. Right arrow curving left. C. Mariana, Historiae de Rebus Hispaniae, tom. IL, v. c. 5, page 162. Right arrow curving left. An imperfect, but original, picture of Gaul, more especially of Auvergne, is shown by Sidonius, who, as a senator and afterwards as a bishop, was deeply interested in the fate of his country. CL v. Epistolae 1, 5, 9, etc. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius, L. 3, Epistola 3, pages 65, 68. Gregorii Tyrannici, L. 2c. 24, in tom. 2, page 174. Jornans, c. 45, page 675. Perhaps Ecdicius was only the son-in-law of Avitus, his wife's son by another husband. Right arrow curving left. Si nulli a republica vires, nulla praesidia, si nulli, quantum rumor est, anthemi principis ops, statuit, te auctor, nobilitas, seu patrium dimitir seu capillos, Sidonius, L. 2, Epistola 1, page 33. The last words, sermoned, note, page 25, may likewise denote the clerical tonsure, which was indeed the choice of Sidonius himself. Right arrow curving left. The history of these Britons may be traced in Jornans, c. 45, page 678, Sidonius, L. 3, Epistola 9, pages 73, 74, and Gregory of Tours, L. 2c. 18, in tom. 2, page 170. Sidonius, who styles these mercenary troops argutos, armados, tumultuosos, virtut numero, contubernio contumaces, addresses their general in a tone of friendship and familiarity. Right arrow curving left. See Sidonius, L. I, Epistola 7, pages 15, 20, with sermon's notes. This letter does honor to his heart, as well as to his understanding. The prose of Sidonius, however vitiated by a false and affected taste, is much superior to his insipid verses. Right arrow curving left. When the capital ceased to be a temple, it was appropriated to the use of the civil magistrate, and it is still the residence of the Roman senator. The jewelers, etc., might be allowed to expose their precious wares in the porticos. Right arrow curving left. Haec ad regem Gotharum, carta videbator midi, pacem cum Greco imperator dissuadens, Britannos super ligerum cedos impuniri opordera, demons trans. Cum Burgundianibus jur gentium Gallias dividi debir confirmans. Right arrow curving left. Senatus consultum Tiberianum, sermon note, page 17, but that law allowed only 10 days between the sentence and execution, the remaining 20 were added in the reign of Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. Catilina Seculi Nostrae. Sidonius, L. 2, Epistola 1, page 33, L. v. Epistola 13, page 143, L. 7, Epistola 7, page 185. He execrates the crimes and applauds the punishment of Serenatus, perhaps with the indignation of a virtuous citizen, perhaps with the resentment of a personal enemy. Right arrow curving left. Ricimer, under the reign of Anthemius, defeated and slew in battle Beorger, king of the Alani, Jornans, c. 45, page 678. His sister had married the king of the Burgundians, and he maintained an intimate connection with the Suevic colony established in Pannonia and Noricum. Right arrow curving left. Galatam Concitatum. Sermond, in his notes to Ennodius, applies this appellation to Anthemius himself. The emperor was probably born in the province of Galatia, whose inhabitants, the Gallo-Grecians, were supposed to unite the vices of a savage and a corrupted people. Right arrow curving left. Epiphanius was 30 years bishop of Pavia, AD 467, 497, see Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 16, page 788. His name and actions would have been unknown to posterity if Ennodius, one of his successors, had not written his life, sermoned, opera varia, tom. I, pp. 1647, 1692, in which he represents him as one of the greatest characters of the age. Right arrow curving left. Ennodius, pages 1659, 1664, has related this embassy of Epiphanius. And his narrative, verbose and turgid as it must appear, illustrates some curious passages in the fall of the Western Empire. Right arrow curving left. Priscus, Excerpta Legationum, page 74. Procopius, De Bello Vandalico, L. IC, 6, page 191. Eudoxia and her daughter were restored after the death of Majorian. Perhaps the consulship of Olybrius, AD 464, was bestowed as a nuptial present. Right arrow curving left. The hostile appearance of Olybrius is fixed, notwithstanding the opinion of Pagi, by the duration of his reign. The secret connivance of Leo is acknowledged by Theophanes and the Paschal Chronicle. We are ignorant of his motives. But in this obscure period, our ignorance extends to the most public and important facts. Right arrow curving left. Of the 14 regions, or quarters, into which Rome was divided by Augustus, only one, the Janiculum, lay on the Tuscan side of the Tiber. But, in the 5th century, the Vatican suburb formed a considerable city. And in the ecclesiastical distribution, which had been recently made by Simplicius, the reigning pope, 2 of the 7 regions, or parishes, of Rome depended on the Church of St. Peter. See Nardini, Roma Antica, page 67. It would require a tedious dissertation to mark the circumstances in which I am inclined to depart from the topography of that learned Roman. Right arrow curving left. Nuper anthemi et recimeris civili furor subversa est Gelasius, in Epistola ad adversus Andromachum Senatorum, apud Baronius, AD 496, number 42, Sigonius, tom. Il. 14 Historiarum de Occidentali Imperio, pages 542, 543, and Muratori, Annali d'Italia, tom. 4, pages 308, 309, with the aid of a less imperfect MS. Of the Historia Macella, have illustrated this dark and bloody transaction. Right arrow curving left. Such had been the siva ac deformis urb tota facies, when Rome was assaulted and stormed by the troops of Vespasian, see Tacitus, Historiae 382, 83. And every cause of mischief had since acquired much additional energy. The revolution of ages may bring round the same calamities, but ages may revolve without producing a Tacitus to describe them. Right arrow curving left. See Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, pages 74, 75. Ariobindus, who appears to have married the niece of the Emperor Justinian, was the eighth descendant of the elder Theodosius. Right arrow curving left. The last revolutions of the Western Empire are faintly marked in Theophanes, page 102, Jornans, c. 45, p. 679, the Chronicle of Marcellinus, and the fragments of an anonymous writer, published by Valesius at the end of Ammianus, pages 716, 717. If Photius had not been so wretchedly concise, we should derive much information from the contemporary histories of Malchus and Candidus. See his extracts, pages 172, 179. Right arrow curving left. See Gregorii Tyrannici, L. 2c. 28, in Tom. 2, page 175. Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, Tom. I, page 613. By the murder or death of his two brothers, Gundobald acquired the sole possession of the kingdom of Burgundy, whose ruin was hastened by their discord. Right arrow curving left. Julius Nepos Armis Parator Summus Augustus AC Moribus. Sidonius, L. v. Epistola 16, page 146. Nepos had given to Ecdicius the title of patrician, which Anthemius had promised, decessoris anthemi fidem absolvit. Cl. 8, Epistola 7, page 224. Right arrow curving left. Epiphanius was sent ambassador from Nepos to the Visigoths for the purpose of ascertaining the fines Imperii Italici, Endnotes in Sermon, Tom. I, pages 1665, 1669. His pathetic discourse concealed the disgraceful secret, which soon excited the just and bitter complaints of the Bishop of Clermont. Right arrow curving left. Malchus, Apud Photius, page 172. Ennodius, Epigram LXXXII in Sermon, Opera Varia, Tom. I, page 1879. Some doubt may however be raised on the identity of the emperor and the archbishop. Right arrow curving left. Our knowledge of these mercenaries, who subverted the Western Empire, is derived from Procopius, de Bello Gothico, L. I.C. I, page 308. The popular opinion and the recent historians represent Odoacer in the false light of a stranger and a king, who invaded Italy with an army of foreigners, his native subjects. Right arrow curving left. Orestes, ca eo tempori quando Attila ad Italiam venit, se illi junxit, id aegis notarius factus fuerat. Anonymous Valesianus, page 716. He is mistaken in the date. But we may credit his assertion that the secretary of Attila was the father of Augustulus. Right arrow curving left. See Ennodius, in Vita Sancti Epiphani, Sermon, Tom. I, pages 1669, 1670. He adds weight to the narrative of Procopius, though we may doubt whether the devil actually contrived the siege of Pavia to distress the bishop and his flock. Right arrow curving left. Manso observes that the evidence which identifies Id Khan, the father of Odoacer, with the colleague of Orestes, is not conclusive. Geschichte de Ostgothischen Reichs, page 32. But St. Martin inclines to agree with Gibbon, note, 675. M. Right arrow curving left. Jornans, c. 53, 54, pages 692, 695. M. Du But, Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, Tom. 8, pp. 221, 228, has clearly explained the origin and adventures of Odoacer. I am almost inclined to believe that he was the same who pillaged Angers and commanded a fleet of Saxon pirates on the ocean. Gregorii Tyrannici, L. 2c. 18, in Tom. 2, p. 170.9038 right arrow curving left. Vade ad Italiam, vade velissimus nunc pellibus cupertis, sed multi cedo plurima largituris. Anonymous Valesianus, page 717. He quotes the life of Saint Severinus, which is extant, and contains much unknown and valuable history. It was composed by his disciple Eugippius, AD 511, 30 years after his death. C. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 16, pages 168-181. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes, who calls him a Goth, affirms that he was educated, nursed, pyroalphaphinu tauomicron, in Italy, page 102. And as this strong expression will not bear a literal interpretation, it must be explained by long service in the imperial guards. Right arrow curving left. Nomen regis odoacer assumpsit, cum tamen nec purpura nec regalibus uteritor insignibus. Cassiodorus in Chronicon, AD 476. He seems to have assumed the abstract title of a king, without applying it to any particular nation or country. 9039 right arrow curving left. Malchus, whose loss excites our regret, has preserved, in Excerpta Legationum, page 93, this extraordinary embassy from the Senate to Zeno. The anonymous fragment, p. 717, and the extract from Candidus, Apud Photius, page 176, are likewise of some use. Right arrow curving left. The precise year in which the Western Empire was extinguished is not positively ascertained. The vulgar era of AD 476 appears to have the sanction of authentic chronicles. But the two dates assigned by Jornans, c. 46, page 680, would delay that great event to the year 479, and though M. Du Buet has overlooked his evidence, he produces, tom. 8, pages 261-288, many collateral circumstances in support of the same opinion. Right arrow curving left. See his medals in Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, p. 81, Priscus, Excerpta Legationum, page 56, Maffei, Osservazioni Letterari, tom. 2, page 314. We may allege a famous and similar case. The meanest subjects of the Roman Empire assumed the illustrious name of Patricius, which, by the conversion of Ireland, has been communicated to a whole nation. Right arrow curving left. Ingrediens autem raven nam deposut Augustulum de regno, cujus infantiam misertus concessit ei sanguinum. Eti quia pulcher erat, tamen donavit ei redditum sex Aemilia Salidos, eti misit eum intra campanium cum parentibus sui libera vivere. Anonymous Valesianus, page 716. Jornan says, c. 46, p. 680, in Luculano Campanii Castello Exilii Pena Damnavit. Right arrow curving left. See the eloquent declamation of Seneca, Epistulae Moralis LXXXVI. The philosopher might have recollected that all luxury is relative. And that the elder Scipio, whose manners were polished by study and conversation, was himself accused of that vice by his ruder contemporaries, Livy Zix 19. Right arrow curving left. Sylla, in the language of a soldier, praised his Peritia Castromatandi, Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 18:7. Phaedrus, who makes its shady walks, Loida Viridia, the scene of an insipid fable, 2:5, has thus described the situation. Caesar Tiberius quum petens Neapolium. In missinensum villam venissit suam. Quae monti summo passita luculi manu. Prospectat siculum et prospisit tuscum mare. Right arrow curving left. From 7 myriads and a half to 250 myriads of drachmae. Yet even in the possession of Marius, it was a luxurious retirement. The Romans derided his indolence, they soon bewailed his activity. See Plutarch, in Parallel Lives, Mario, tom. 2, page 524. Right arrow curving left. Lucullus had other villas of equal, though various, magnificence, at Baiae, Naples, Tusculum, etc. He boasted that he changed his climate with the storks and cranes. Plutarch, in Parallel Lives, Lucullus, tom. 3, page 193. Right arrow curving left. Severinus died in Naricum, AD 482. 6 years afterwards, his body, which scattered miracles as it passed, was transported by his disciples into Italy. The devotion of a Neapolitan lady invited the saint to the Lucullan villa, in the place of Augustulus, who was probably no more. See Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 496, No. 50, 51, and Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 16, pages 178, 181, from the original life by Eugipius. The narrative of the last migration of Severinus to Naples is likewise an authentic piece. Right arrow curving left. The consular fasti may be found in Pagi or Muratori. The consuls named by Odoacer, or perhaps by the Roman Senate, appear to have been acknowledged in the Eastern Empire. Right arrow curving left. Sidonius Apollinaris, L. I, Epistola 9, page 22, edit. Sermond, has compared the two leading senators of his time, AD 468, Gennadius Avienus and Caecina Basilius. To the former he assigns the specious, to the latter the solid, virtues of public and private life. A Basilius Jr., possibly his son, was consul in the year 480. Right arrow curving left. Epiphanius interceded for the people of Pavia. And the king first granted an indulgence of 5 years, and afterwards relieved them from the oppression of Pelagius, the praetorian prefect, and Nodius in Vita Sancti Epiphani, in Sermond. Opera Varia, tom. I, pages 1670, 1672. Right arrow curving left. See Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 483, number 10, 15. 16 years afterwards the irregular proceedings of Basilius were condemned by Pope Symmachus in a Roman synod. Right arrow curving left. The wars of Odoacer are concisely mentioned by Paul the Deacon, De Gestis Langobardorum, L. IC, 19, page 757, edit. Grotius, and in the two Chronicles of Cassiodorus and Caspinian. The Life of Saint Severinus by Eugipius, which the Count du But, Histoire anciens de Pouples de l'Europe, tom. 8c. 1, 4, 8, 9, has diligently studied, illustrates the ruin of Naricum and the Bavarian antiquities. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, Annals 353. The Recherches historiques et critiques sur l'administration de terres chez les Romains, pages 351, 361, clearly state the progress of internal decay. Right arrow curving left. A famine which afflicted Italy at the time of the eruption of Odoacer, king of the Heruli, is eloquently described in prose and verse by a French poet, Les Mois, tom. 2, pages 174, 205, edit. In 12mo. I am ignorant from whence he derives his information, but I am well assured that he relates some facts incompatible with the truth of history. Right arrow curving left. See the 39th Epistle of St. Ambrose, as it is quoted by Muratori, Dissertazioni sopra l'Antichità Italiane, tom. I Dissertation XXI, page 354. Right arrow curving left. Emilia, Tuscia, Ceterec provincii in cabus hominum prope nullus existit. Gelasius, Epistola ad Andromachum, apud Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 496, number 36. Right arrow curving left. Danina supposes that the barbarians were compelled by necessity to turn their attention to agriculture. Italy, either imperfectly cultivated or not at all, by the indolent or ruined proprietors, not only could not furnish the imposts on which the pay of the soldiery depended, but not even a certain supply of the necessaries of life. The neighboring countries were now occupied by warlike nations, the supplies of corn from Africa were cut off, foreign commerce nearly destroyed. They could not look for supplies beyond the limits of Italy, throughout which the agriculture had been long in a state of progressive but rapid depression. Danina, Revolutions d'Italia, LVC 1. M. Right arrow curving left. Verumque confitentibus, latifundia perdidir Italium. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 18:7. Right arrow curving left. Such are the topics of consolation, or rather of patience, which Cicero, Epistulae ad Familiars, L. 9, Epistola 17, suggests to his friend Papirius Paetus, under the military despotism of Caesar. The argument, however, of vivere pulcherrimum duci, is more forcibly addressed to a Roman philosopher, who possessed the free alternative of life or death. Right arrow curving left. Compare, On the Desolation and Change of Property in Italy, Manso, Geschichte des Ostgothischen Reichs, Part 2, page 73, ed. Seek. M. Right arrow curving left. The origin of the monastic institution has been laboriously discussed by Thomasin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. I, pp. 1119, 1426, and Hippolyte Heliot, L'Histoire de Ordres Monastiques, Tom. I, pages 1, 66. These authors are very learned, and tolerably honest, and their difference of opinion shows the subject in its full extent. Yet the cautious Protestant, who distrusts any popish guides, may consult the 7th book of Bingham's Antiquities of the Christian Church. Right arrow curving left. See Eusebius, Demonstratio Evangelica, L. I, pp. 20, 21, edit. Greece, Roberti Stephani, Paris, 1545. In his Ecclesiastical History, published 12 years after the demonstration, Eusebius, L. 2c. 17, asserts the Christianity of the Therapeuti, but he appears ignorant that a similar institution was actually revived in Egypt. Right arrow curving left. John Cassian, Collations Patrum in Sedeca Eremo 1805, claims this origin for the institution of the Cenobites, which gradually decayed till it was restored by Antony and his disciples. Right arrow curving left. It has before been shown that the first Christian community was not strictly coenobitic. See here in chapter 15. M. Right arrow curving left. Phi epsilon lambda iota mu tau alpha tau omicron nu gamma rho tau iota chi rho mu alpha epsilon nu theta rho pi omicron upsilon lambda theta omicron sigma alpha theta epsilon omicron tau omicron iota alpha tau eta phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi alpha. These are the expressive words of Sozomen, who copiously and agreeably describes, L. IC. 12, 14, the origin and progress of this monkish philosophy. See Johann Caspar Susser, Thesaurus Ecclesiasticus, Tom. 2, page 1441. Some modern writers, Lipsius, Tom. 4, p. 448, Manuductiones ad Stoicam Philosophiam 313, and François de la Mothe Louveire, Tom. 9 de la Vertu de Païens, pp. 228, 262, have compared the Carmelites to the Pythagoreans, and the Cynics to the Capucins. Right arrow curving left. The Carmelites derive their pedigree, in regular succession, from the prophet Elijah. See the Theses of Béziers, AD 1682, in Belles Nouvelles de la République de Lettres, over diverse. Tom. I, page 82, etc., and the Prolix Irony of the Ordres Monastiques, an anonymous work, Tom. I, pages 1, 433, Berlin, 1751. Rome and the Inquisition of Spain silenced the profane criticism of the Jesuits of Flanders. Heliot, L'Histoire de Ordres Monastiques, Tom. I, pp. 282, 300, and the statue of Elijah, the Carmelite, has been erected in the Church of St. Peter. Voyages du P. Labat de l'Ordre de Ff. Prêcheurs, en Espagne et en Italy, Tom. 3, page 87. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae v. 15. Gens sola, et in toto orb praeter ceteris mira, sine ola femina, omni venir abdicata, sine pecunia, socia palmarum. Ita per seculorum milia, incredible dictu, gens aeterna est in qua nemo nascitur. Tam foecunda illis alirum vitae poenitentia est. He places them just beyond the noxious influence of the lake, and names Engaddi and Masada as the nearest towns. The Laura and monastery of St. Sabas could not be far distant from this place. C. Reland, Palestina, Tom. I, page 295, Tom. 2, pages 763, 874, 880, 890. Right arrow curving left. C. Athanasius, Opera, Tom. 2, pages 450, 505, and the Vitae Patrum, pages 26, 74, with Roswide's annotations. The former is the Greek original, the latter a very ancient Latin version by Evagrius, the friend of Saint Jerome. Right arrow curving left. Gamma rho mu alpha tau alpha mu nu mu alpha theta epsilon nu omicron kappa nu sigma chi epsilon tau omicron, Athanasius, Tom. 2 in Vita S. Antoni, p. 452, and the assertion of his total ignorance has been received by many of the ancients and moderns. But Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 7, p. 666, shows, by some probable arguments, that Antony could read and write in the Coptic, his native tongue, and that he was only a stranger to the Greek letters. The philosopher Synesius, p. 51, acknowledges that the natural genius of Antony did not require the aid of learning. Right arrow curving left. Aruri autem erant ei trecenti ubers, et vald optimi, Vitae Patrum, L. I, page 36. If the Arura be a square measure of 100 Egyptian cubits, Roswide, onomasticon ad Vitae Patrum, pp. 1014, 1015, and the Egyptian cubit of all ages be equal to 22 English inches, Greaves, Volume 1, page 233, the Arura will consist of about 3/4 of an English acre. Right arrow curving left. The description of the monastery is given by Jerome, Tom. I, pages 248, 249, in Vita Hilarionis, and the Père Claude Sicard, Memoirs de Missions de la Compagnie de Jesus dans le Levant, Tom. V, pages 122, 200. Their accounts cannot always be reconciled, the father painted from his fancy, and the Jesuit from his experience. Right arrow curving left. Jerome, Tom. I, page 146, ad Eustochium. Historia Lausiaca, c. 7, in Vitae Patrum, page 712. The Père Sicard, Missions du Levant, Tom. 2, pp. 29, 79, visited and has described this desert, which now contains 4 monasteries and 20 or 30 monks. C. D'Anville, Memoirs sur l'Égypte, page 74. Right arrow curving left. Taban is a small island in the Nile, in the diocese of Tentyra or Dendra, between the modern town of Gurge and the ruins of ancient Thebes, D'Anville, page 194. M. De Tillemont doubts whether it was an isle. But I may conclude, from his own facts, that the primitive name was afterwards transferred to the great monastery of Bau or Pabau, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 7, pages 678, 688. Right arrow curving left. See in the Codex Regularum, published by Lucas Holstenius, Rome, 1661, a preface of Saint Jerome to his Latin version of the Rule of Pachomius, Tom. I, page 61. Right arrow curving left. Rufinus, c. 5, in Vitae Patrum, page 459. He calls it Civitas Ampla Vald et Populosa, and reckons 12 churches. Strabo, L. 17, p. 1166, and Ammianus, XXII 16, have made honorable mention of Oxyrhynchus, whose inhabitants adored a small fish in a magnificent temple. Right arrow curving left. Quanti populi habenter in urbibus, tante pene habenter in desertis multitudines monacorum. Rufinus, c. 7, in Vitae Patrum, page 461. He congratulates the fortunate change. Right arrow curving left. The introduction of the monastic life into Rome and Italy is occasionally mentioned by Jerome, Tom. I. Pages 119, 120, 199. Right arrow curving left. See the Life of Hilarion, by St. Jerome, Tom. I. pp. 241, 252. The stories of Paul, Hilarion, and Malchus, by the same author, are admirably told, and the only defect of these pleasing compositions is the want of truth and common sense. Right arrow curving left. His original retreat was in a small village on the banks of the Iris, not far from Neo-Caesarea. The 10 or 12 years of his monastic life were disturbed by long and frequent avocations. Some critics have disputed the authenticity of his ascetic rules, but the external evidence is weighty, and they can only prove that it is the work of a real or affected enthusiast. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 9, pages 636, 644. Heliot, L'Histoire de Ordres Monastiques, tom. I, pages 175, 181. Right arrow curving left. See his life, and the 3 dialogues by Sulpicius Severus, who asserts, Dialogue I. 16, that the booksellers of Rome were delighted with the quick and ready sale of his popular work. Right arrow curving left. When Hilarion sailed from Perietonium to Cape Pichinus, he offered to pay his passage with a book of the Gospels. Posthumian, a Gallic monk, who had visited Egypt, found a merchant ship bound from Alexandria to Marseilles, and performed the voyage in 30 days, Sulpicius Severus, Dialogue I. 1. Athanasius, who addressed his Life of St. Antony to the foreign monks, was obliged to hasten the composition that it might be ready for the sailing of the fleets, tom. 2, page 451. Right arrow curving left. See Jerome, Tom. I, page 126, Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, tom. 4, page 92, pages 857, 919, and Geddes, Church History of Ethiopia, pages 29, 31. The Abyssinian monks adhere very strictly to the primitive institution. Right arrow curving left. Camden's Britannia, Volume 1, pages 666, 667. Right arrow curving left. All that learning can extract from the rubbish of the Dark Ages is copiously stated by Archbishop Usher in his Britannicarum Ecclesiarum Antiquitates, cap. 16, pages 425, 503. Right arrow curving left. This small though not barren spot, Iona, High, or Columkill, only 2 miles in length, AUD 1 mile in breadth, has been distinguished by the monastery of St. Columba, founded AD 566. Whose abbot exercised an extraordinary jurisdiction over the bishops of Caledonia. By a classic library, which afforded some hopes of an entire Livy. And by the tombs of 60 kings, Scots, Irish, and Norwegians, who reposed in holy ground. See Usher, pages 311, 360, 370, and Buchanan, Rerum Scoticarum Historia, L. 2, page 15, edit. Ruddiman. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom, in the first tome of the Benedictine edition, has consecrated 3 books to the praise and defense of the monastic life. He is encouraged, by the example of the Ark, to presume that none but the elect, the monks, can possibly be saved, L. I, pages 55, 56. Elsewhere indeed he becomes more merciful, L. 3, pp. 83, 84, and allows different degrees of glory, like the sun, moon, and stars. In his lively comparison of a king and a monk, L. 3, pp. 116, 121, he supposes, what is hardly fair, that the king will be more sparingly rewarded and more rigorously punished. Right arrow curving left. Thomasin, Discipline de l'Église, tom. I, pp. 1426, 1469, and Mabillon, Ouvrages Posthumes, tom. 2, pages 115, 158. The monks were gradually adopted as a part of the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Middleton, Volume 1, p. 110, liberally censures the conduct and writings of Chrysostom, one of the most eloquent and successful advocates for the monastic life. Right arrow curving left. Jerome's devout ladies form a very considerable portion of his works, the particular treatise which he styles the Epitaph of Paula, Tom. I, pp. 169-192, is an elaborate and extravagant panegyric. The exordium is ridiculously turgid: if all the members of my body were changed into tongues, and if all my limbs resounded with a human voice, yet should I be incapable, etc. Right arrow curving left. Socris de esse coepisti, Jerome, Tom. I, page 140, ad Eustochium. Rufinus, in Hieronymus, Opera Omnia, Tom. 4, p. 223, who was justly scandalized, asks his adversary, from what pagan poet he had stolen an expression so impious and absurd. Right arrow curving left. Nunc autem venient plurumque ad hanc professionum servitudis Dei, ediex condition servili, vel idiom liberati, vel propter hoc ad dominus liberati civ liberandi. Et ex vita rusticana et ex opificum exercitation, et plebeo labor. Augustine, de Opere Monachorum, c. 22, apud Thomasin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. 3, page 1094. The Egyptian who blamed Arsenius owned that he led a more comfortable life as a monk than as a shepherd. C. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 14, page 679. Right arrow curving left. A Dominican friar, Voyages du P. Labat, Tom. I, page 10, who lodged at Cadiz in a convent of his brethren, soon understood that their repose was never interrupted by nocturnal devotion. Quoiqu'on n'enilés pas de sonner pour l'édification du peuple. Right arrow curving left. See a very sensible preface of Lucas Holstenius to the Codex Regularum. The emperors attempted to support the obligation of public and private duties, but the feeble dikes were swept away by the torrent of superstition. And Justinian surpassed the most sanguine wishes of the monks, Thomasin, Tom. I, pages 1782, 1799, and Bingham, L. 7c. 3, page 253. 9040 right arrow curving left. The monastic institutions, particularly those of Egypt, about the year 400, are described by four curious and devout travelers, Rufinus, Vitae Patrum, L. 2, 3, pp. 424, 536, Posthumian, Sulpicius Severus, Dialogue, Palladius, Historia Lausiaca in Vitae Patrum, pages 709, 863, and Cassian, C. in Tom. 7 Maxima Bibliotheca Veterum Patrum, his 4 first books of institutes, and the 24 collations or conferences. Right arrow curving left. The example of Malchus, Jerome, Tom. I, p. 256, and the design of Cassian and his friend, Collations Ziv 1, are incontestable proofs of their freedom, which is elegantly described by Erasmus in his Life of Saint Jerome. C. Chardin, Histoire des Sacraments, Tom. 6, pages 279, 300. Right arrow curving left. See the Laws of Justinian, Novella CXXIA, number 42, and of Louis the Pious, in the Historians of France, Tom. 6, p. 427, and the Actual Jurisprudence of France, in Jean-Baptiste Denisart, Collection de Décisions Nouvelles et de Notions Relatives à la Jurisprudence Actuelle, Tom. 4, page 855, etc. Right arrow curving left. The ancient Codex Regularum, collected by Benedict Aenianus, the reformer of the monks in the beginning of the 9th century, and published in the 17th by Lucas Holstenius, contains 30 different rules for men and women. Of these, 7 were composed in Egypt, 1 in the East, 1 in Cappadocia, 1 in Italy, 1 in Africa, 4 in Spain, 8 in Gaul, or France, and 1 in England. Right arrow curving left. The rule of Columbanus, so prevalent in the West, inflicts 100 lashes for very slight offenses, Codex Regularum, Part 2, page 174. Before the time of Charlemagne, the abbots indulged themselves in mutilating their monks, or putting out their eyes. A punishment much less cruel than the tremendous vade in pace, the subterraneous dungeon, or sepulchre, which was afterwards invented. See an admirable discourse of the learned Mabillon, Ouvrages posthumes, tom. 2, pages 321, 336, who, on this occasion, seems to be inspired by the genius of humanity. For such an effort, I can forgive his defense of the holy terror of Vendôme, pages 361, 399. Right arrow curving left. Sulpicius Severus, Dialogue I 12, 13, page 532, etc. Cassianus, De Institutis Coenobiorum, L. 4c. 26, 27. Praecipua ibi virtus et prima est obedientia. Among the Verba Signorum, in Vitae Patrum, L.V., page 617, the 14th libel or discourse is on the subject of obedience. And the Jesuit Roswide, who published that huge volume for the use of convents, has collected all the scattered passages in his 2 copious indexes. Right arrow curving left. Dar. Jordan, Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 4, page 161, has observed the scandalous valor of the Cappadocian monks, which was exemplified in the banishment of Chrysostom. Right arrow curving left. Cassian has simply, though copiously, described the monastic habit of Egypt, De Institutis Coenobiorum, L. 1, to which Sozomen, L. 3 c. 14, attributes such allegorical meaning and virtue. Right arrow curving left. Regula Benedicti No. 55, in Codex Regularum, Part 2, page 51. Right arrow curving left. See the Rule of Feriolus, Bishop of Usez, No. 31, in Codex Regularum, Part 2, p. 136, and of Isidore, Bishop of Seville, No. 13, in Codex Regularum, Part 2, page 214. Right arrow curving left. Some partial indulgences were granted for the hands and feet. Totum autem corpus nemo unget nisi causa infirmitatis, nec levabiter aqua nudo corpori, nisi languor perspicuous sit. Regula Pachomius 92, Part 1, page 78, right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Vita S. Antoni, c. 47, boasts of Antony's holy horror of clear water, by which his feet were uncontaminated, except under dire necessity. M. Right arrow curving left. St. Jerome, in strong but indiscreet language, expresses the most important use of fasting and abstinence, non quod Deus universitatis creator et dominus, intestinorum nostrorum rugitu. Et inanitate ventris, pulmonisque ardor delectator, sed quod aliter puticitia tuta esse non possit. Opera Omnia, Tom. I, page 137, Ad Eustocium. See the 12th and 22nd collations of Cassian, De Castitate and De Illusionibus Nocturnis. Right arrow curving left. Edicitas in Grisis Gula Est, in Gallis Natura, Dialogue I c. 4, page 521. Cassian fairly owns that the perfect model of abstinence cannot be imitated in Gaul, on account of the arum temporis, and the qualitas nostrae fragilitatis, De Institutis Coenobiorum 411. Among the Western rules, that of Columbanus is the most austere. He had been educated amidst the poverty of Ireland, as rigid perhaps, and inflexible, as the abstemious virtue of Egypt. The rule of Isidore of Seville is the mildest. On holidays he allows the use of flesh. Right arrow curving left. Those who drink only water and have no nutritious liquor ought, at least, to have 1.5 pounds, 24 ounces, of bread every day. The State of the Prisons in England and Wales, page 40, by Mr. John Howard. Right arrow curving left. See Cassianus, Collations Sanctorum Patrum, L. 219, 21. The small loaves, or biscuit, of 6 ounces each, had obtained the name of Paximatia, Roswide, Onomasticon ad vitae patrum, page 1045. Pachomius, however, allowed his monks some latitude in the quantity of their food, but he made them work in proportion as they ate. Palladius in Historia Lausiaca, c. 38, 39, in Vitae Patrum, l. 8, pages 736, 737. Right arrow curving left. See the banquet to which Cassian, Collation 8:1, was invited by Serenus, an Egyptian abbot. Right arrow curving left. See the Rule of Saint Benedict, no. 39, 40, in Codex Regularum, Part 2, pages 41, 42. Licet legimus vinum omnino monacorum non esse, sed quia nostris temporibus id monachis persuadere non potest. He allows them a Roman hemina, a measure which may be ascertained from Arbuthnot's tables of ancient coins. Right arrow curving left. Such expressions as my book, my cloak, my shoes, Cassian, de institutis coenobiarum, l. 4 c. 13, were not less severely prohibited among the Western monks. Codex Regularum, Part 2, pp. 174, 235, 288, and the rule of Columbanus punished them with 6 lashes. The ironical author of the Ordres Monastiques, who laughs at the foolish nicety of modern convents, seems ignorant that the ancients were equally absurd. Right arrow curving left. 2 great masters of ecclesiastical science, the pair Thomasin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. 3, pages 1090, 1139, and the pair Mabillon, Trait de études monastiques, Tom. I, pp. 116, 155, have seriously examined the manual labor of the monks, which the former considers as a merit, and the latter as a duty. Right arrow curving left. Mabillon, Trait de études monastiques, Tom. I, pp. 47, 55, has collected many curious facts to justify the literary labors of his predecessors, both in the East and West. Books were copied in the ancient monasteries of Egypt, Cassianus, De Institutis Coenobiarum, l. 4 c. 12, and by the disciples of Saint Martin, Sulpicius Severus in Vita Sancti Martini, c. 7, p. 473, Cassiodorus has allowed an ample scope for the studies of the monks, and we shall not be scandalized if their pen sometimes wandered from Chrysostom and Augustine to Homer and Virgil. Right arrow curving left. Thomasin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. 3, pages 118, 145, 146, 171, 179, has examined the revolution of the civil, canon, and common law. Modern France confirms the death which monks have inflicted on themselves, and justly deprives them of all right of inheritance. Right arrow curving left. See Jerome, Tom. I, pages 176, 183. The monk Pambo made a sublime answer to Melania, who wished to specify the value of her gift. Do you offer it to me, or to God? If to God, he who suspends the mountain in a balance need not be informed of the weight of your plate. Palladius, Historia Lausiaca, c. 10, in the Vitae Patrum, l. 8, page 715. Right arrow curving left. Tau pi omicron lambda mu rho omicron tau gamma kappa epsilon iota sigma alpha nu tau omicron, pyro omicron phi sigma epsilon iota tau omicron mu epsilon tau alpha delta iota nu alpha iota pi nu tau omega chi omicron, pi nu tau alpha, epsilon nu, pi tau omega chi omicron kappa alpha sigma alpha nu tau epsilon. Zosimus, L. v., page 325. Yet the wealth of the Eastern monks was far surpassed by the princely greatness of the Benedictines. Right arrow curving left. The Sixth General Council, the Quinisext in Trullo, Canon XLVII in Beveridge, Tom. I. p. 213, restrains women from passing the night in a male, or men in a female, monastery. The Seventh General Council, the Second Nicene, Canon XX in Beveridge, Tom. I. p. 325, prohibits the erection of double or promiscuous monasteries of both sexes, but it appears from Balsamon that the prohibition was not effectual. On the irregular pleasures and expenses of the clergy and monks, see Thomasin, Tom. 3, pages 1334, 1368. Right arrow curving left. I have somewhere heard or read the frank confession of a Benedictine abbot, my vow of poverty has given me 100,000 crowns a year. My vow of obedience has raised me to the rank of a sovereign prince. I forget the consequences of his vow of chastity. Right arrow curving left. Pierre, an Egyptian monk, allowed his sister to see him. But he shut his eyes during the whole visit. See Vitae Patrum, L. 3, page 504. Many such examples might be added. Right arrow curving left. The 7th, 8th, 29th, 30th, 31st, 34th, 57th, 60th, 86th, and 95th articles of the Rule of Pachomius impose most intolerable laws of silence and mortification. Right arrow curving left. The diurnal and nocturnal prayers of the monks are copiously discussed by Cassian in the 3rd and 4th books of his Institutions. And he constantly prefers the liturgy, which an angel had dictated to the monasteries of Tibeno. Right arrow curving left. Cassian, from his own experience, describes the aestia, or listlessness of mind and body, to which a monk was exposed when he sighed to find himself alone. Cipiusque greditor et ingreditor celum, in solum volu ad ocasum tardius properentum cribrius intuitor, de institutus coenobiarum, L. XC. 1. Right arrow curving left. The temptations and sufferings of Stigerius were communicated by that unfortunate youth to his friend Saint Chrysostom. See Middleton's Works, Volume 1, pages 107, 110. Something similar introduces the life of every saint, and the famous Inigo, or Ignatius, the founder of the Jesuits, v. D. Inigo de Guipúzcoa, Tom. I, pages 29, 38, may serve as a memorable example. Right arrow curving left. Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, Tom. 7, page 46. I have read somewhere, in the Vitae Patrum, but I cannot recover the place, that several, I believe many, of the monks, who did not reveal their temptations to the abbot, became guilty of suicide. Right arrow curving left. See the 7th and 8th collations of Cassian, who gravely examines why the demons were grown less active and numerous since the time of Saint Anthony. Roswide's copious index to the Vitae Patrum will point out a variety of infernal scenes. The devils were most formidable in a female shape. Right arrow curving left. For the distinction of the Cenobites and the hermits, especially in Egypt, see Jerome, Tom. I, page 45, ad rusticum, the first dialogue of Sulpicius Severus, Rufinus, c. 22, in Vitae Patrum, L. 2, page 478, Palladius, c. 7, 69, in Vitae Patrum, L. 8, pages 712, 758, and, above all, the 18th and 19th collations of Cassian. These writers, who compare the common and solitary life, reveal the abuse and danger of the latter. Right arrow curving left. Susser, Thesaurus Ecclesiasticus, Tom. 2, pages 205, 218. Thomasin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. I, pages 1501, 1502, gives a good account of these cells. When Gerasimus founded his monastery in the wilderness of Jordan, it was accompanied by a lora of 70 cells. Right arrow curving left. Theodoret, in a large volume, the Philotheus in Vitae Patrum, L. 9, pp. 793, 863, has collected the lives and miracles of 30 anachoretes. Evagrius, L. IC. 12, more briefly celebrates the monks and hermits of Palestine. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 6c. 33. The greatest E. Ephrem composed a panegyric on these beta sigma kappa omicron iota, or grazing monks, Tillamont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 8, page 292. Right arrow curving left. The Père Sicard, Missions du Levant, tom. 2, pp. 217, 233, examined the caverns of the Lower Thebais with wonder and devotion. The inscriptions are in the Old Syriac character, which was used by the Christians of Abyssinia. Right arrow curving left. See Theodoret, in Vitae Patrum, L. 9, pages 848, 854, Antony, in Vitae Patrum, L. I, pages 170, 177, Cosmas, in Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, tom. I, pages 239, 253, Evagrius, L. IC. 13, 14, and Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 15, pages 347, 392. Right arrow curving left. The narrow circumference of 2 cubits, or 3 feet, which Evagrius assigns for the summit of the column, is inconsistent with reason, with facts, and with the rules of architecture. The people who saw it from below might be easily deceived. Right arrow curving left. I must not conceal a piece of ancient scandal concerning the origin of this ulcer. It has been reported that the devil, assuming an angelic form, invited him to ascend, like Elijah, into a fiery chariot. The saint too hastily raised his foot, and Satan seized the moment of inflicting this chastisement on his vanity. Right arrow curving left. I know not how to select or specify the miracles contained in the Vitae Patrum of Roswide, as the number very much exceeds the 1,000 pages of that voluminous work. An elegant specimen may be found in the dialogues of Sulpicius Severus, and his life of Saint Martin. He reveres the monks of Egypt, yet he insults them with the remark that they never raised the dead. Whereas the Bishop of Tours had restored 3 dead men to life. Right arrow curving left. On the subject of Ulfilas and the conversion of the Goths, see Sozomen, L. 6c. 37. Socrates, L. 4c. 33. Theodoret, L. 4c. 37. Philostorgius, L. 2c. 5. The heresy of Philostorgius appears to have given him superior means of information. Right arrow curving left. This is the Mesogothic alphabet, of which many of the letters are evidently formed from the Greek and Roman. M. Saint Martin, however, contends that it is impossible but that some written alphabet must have been known long before among the Goths. He supposes that their former letters were those inscribed on the runes, which, being inseparably connected with the old idolatrous superstitions, were proscribed by the Christian missionaries. Everywhere the runes, so common among all the German tribes, disappear after the propagation of Christianity. Saint Martin, 4, pages 97, 98. M. Right arrow curving left. A mutilated copy of the 4 Gospels, in the Gothic version, was published AD 1665, and is esteemed the most ancient monument of the Teutonic language, though Wettstein attempts, by some frivolous conjectures, to deprive Ulfilas of the honor of the work. 2 of the 4 additional letters express the W, and our own TH. See Richard Simon, Histoire critique du texte du Nouveau Testament, tom. 2, pages 219, 223. Mill, Prolegomena ad Novum Testamentum Graecum, page 151, edit. Custer. Wettstein, Prolegomena ad Novae Testamenti Graeci, tom. I, page 114. 9041. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius erroneously places this passage under the reign of Constantine, but I am much inclined to believe that it preceded the Great Emigration. Right arrow curving left. We are obliged to Jornan's De Rebus Jedicis, c. 51, page 688, for a short and lively picture of these lesser Goths. Gothi minores, populus immensus, cum sua pontifex ipsoque primate Wulfila. The last words, if they are not mere tautology, imply some temporal jurisdiction. Right arrow curving left. at non ita Gothi non ita Vendali. Malus licet doctoribus instituti, meliors tamen idiom in hac part quam nostrae. Salvian, de Gubernation Dei, L. 7, page 243. Right arrow curving left. Mosheim has slightly sketched the progress of Christianity in the north, from the 4th to the 14th century. The subject would afford materials for an ecclesiastical, and even philosophical, history. Right arrow curving left. To such a cause has Socrates, L. 7c. 30, ascribed the conversion of the Burgundians, whose Christian piety is celebrated by Orosius, L. 7c. 19. Right arrow curving left. See an original and curious epistle from Daniel, the first bishop of Winchester, Beta, Historia Ecclesiastica Gentis Anglorum, L.V.C. 18, page 203, edit. Smith, to St. Boniface, who preached the gospel among the savages of Hesse and Thuringia. Epistola Bonifatii, LXVI in the Maxima Bibliotheca Veterum Patrum, Tom. 13, page 93. Right arrow curving left. The sword of Charlemagne added weight to the argument. But when Daniel wrote this epistle, AD 723, the Mohammedans, who reigned from India to Spain, might have retorted it against the Christians. Right arrow curving left. The opinions of Ulfilas and the Goths inclined to semi-Arianism, since they would not say that the sun was a creature, though they held communion with those who maintained that heresy. Their apostle represented the whole controversy as a question of trifling moment, which had been raised by the passions of the clergy. Theodoret, L. 4c. 37. Right arrow curving left. The Arianism of the Goths has been imputed to the Emperor Valens, itac justo de judicio ipsi eum vivum incenderant, capropter eum idiom mortui, vicio erroris arsuri sunt. Orosius, L. 7c. 33, page 554. This cruel sentence is confirmed by Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, pp. 604, 610, who coolly observes, un sol intrena don eloffer un nombre infinita septentrionox, etc. Salvian, de Gubernation Dei, L. v. pp. 150, 151, pities and excuses their involuntary error. Right arrow curving left. Orosius affirms, in the year 416, L. 7c. 41, p. 580, that the churches of Christ, of the Catholics, were filled with Huns, Suevi, Vandals, Burgundians. Right arrow curving left. Radbod, king of the Frisons, was so much scandalized by this rash declaration of a missionary that he drew back his foot after he had entered the baptismal font. See Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, tom. 9, page 167. Right arrow curving left. The epistles of Sidonius, bishop of Clermont, under the Visigotha, and of Avitus, bishop of Vienna, under the Burgundians, explain, sometimes in dark hints, the general dispositions of the Catholics. The history of Clovis and Theodoric will suggest some particular facts. Right arrow curving left. Genseric confessed the resemblance by the severity with which he punished such indiscreet allusions. Victor Vitensis, L. IC. 7, page 10. Right arrow curving left. Such are the contemporary complaints of Sidonius, bishop of Clermont, L. 7c. 6, page 182, etc., edit. Sermond. Gregory of Tours, who quotes this epistle, L. 2c. 25, in tom. 2, p. 174, extorts an unwarrantable assertion that, of the 9 vacancies in Aquitaine, some had been produced by episcopal martyrdoms. Right arrow curving left. The original monuments of the Vandal persecution are preserved in the 5 books of the history of Victor Vitensis, De Persecution Vandalica, a bishop who was exiled by Huneric. In the life of Saint Fulgentius, who was distinguished in the persecution of Thrasimund, in Maxima Bibliotheca Veterum Patrum, tom. 9, pages 4, 16. And in the first book of the Vandalic War, by the impartial Procopius, c. 7, 8, pages 196, 199. Dom Ruinart, the last editor of Victor, has illustrated the whole subject with a copious and learned apparatus of notes and supplement, Paris, 1694. Right arrow curving left. Victor IV 2, page 65. Hunneric refuses the name of Catholics to the Homoousians. He describes, as the very divini majestatis cultors, his own party, who professed the faith, confirmed by more than 1,000 bishops, in the synods of Rimini and Seleucia. Right arrow curving left. Victor II 1, pages 21, 22, Laudabilier, Vitabater. In the Missas which omit this word, the passage is unintelligible. See Ruinart, note, page 164. Right arrow curving left. Victor II 2, pages 22, 23. The clergy of Carthage called these conditions periculoso, and they seem, indeed, to have been proposed as a snare to entrap the Catholic bishops. Right arrow curving left. See the narrative of this conference in the treatment of the bishops in Victor II 13, 18, pages 35, 42, and the whole fourth book, pages 63, 171. The third book, pp. 42, 62, is entirely filled by their apology or confession of faith. Right arrow curving left. See the list of the African bishops, in Victor, pages 117, 140, and Ruinart's notes, pages 215, 397. The schismatic name of Donatus frequently occurs, and they appear to have adopted, like our fanatics of the last age, the pious appellations of Diodotus, Diogratius, Quidvultius, Habet Diem, etc. 9042 right arrow curving left. Vita Fulgentiae, c. 16, 29. Thrasimund affected the praise of moderation and learning. And Fulgentius addressed 3 books of controversy to the Arian tyrant, whom he styles Pisime Rex Maxima Bibliotheca Veterum Patrum, Tom. 9, page 41. Only 60 bishops are mentioned as exiles in the life of Fulgentius. They are increased to 120 by Victor Tunnionensis and Isidore. But the number of 220 is specified in the Historia Macella and a short authentic chronicle of the times. See Ruinart, pages 570, 571. Right arrow curving left. See the base and insipid epigrams of the Stoic, who could not support exile with more fortitude than Ovid. Corsica might not produce corn, wine, or oil. But it could not be destitute of grass, water, and even fire. Right arrow curving left.